plants grew lushly. A beautiful girl curiously looked at the glowing plants in the forest. How is it glowing? I should pick this and take it back. She gently touched the plant, and her mind suddenly grew dizzy. I must study it. Before she could finish her sentence, she fainted. After that, I lost consciousness. She then transmigrated into another body. What on earth happened to me? My body. Why can't I move? The door to the room was suddenly pushed open. A girl in ancient clothing walked in and ordered the maids. All of you leave. This young lady wants to say a final goodbye to my elder sister. She walked to the side of the coffin and looked at the person inside with a cold smile. Jiang Jinhua, as a venomous woman, what does it feel like to be poisoned to death by heart-burning powder? Jiang Jinhua, lying in the coffin, pondered. Heart-burning powder, that is, her brows furrowed tightly. Oh, my head hurts so much. Some images are appearing in my mind. In a study, a woman sat seductively in a man's lap and said, "You said that as long as I complete this matter for you, you will marry me, right?" The man smiled and coaxed the woman in his arms. Of course. Jiang Jinhua, holding a book, stood hidden to the side, shocked and in disbelief. Why is Jin 2 in the study with a man? The book in her hand suddenly fell to the ground. Jiang Jina turned her head alertly. Who's there? She hurriedly urged the man, "You should go first." Jiang Jinhua panicked and quickly turned to run. Oh no, I have to get out of here quickly. Unfortunately, she tripped on the hem of her dress and fell to the ground. At that moment, Jiang Jino also walked out and looked coldly at Jiang Jinhua, who had fallen to the ground. "It's you, sister." She walked over with a vicious expression and stuffed a poison pill in her mouth. "Elder sister, don't blame me for being cruel. It's you who stood in my way." Jiang Jinhua's face turned purple and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She looked at Jiang Jintu with anger and unwillingness. "I don't want to die. I hate this. I can't die. As for that despicable couple, I will drag you to hell with me." In a dark space, she looked at the palm of her hand in shock. "So you brought me here from the modern world. You were poisoned to death by this younger sister?" Thinking of this, Jiang Jinhua frowned. "I'm in danger. I must wake up quickly." Jiang Jintu's face contorted with anger, and she snorted coldly. "This face of yours, even in death, is still so detestable." She then pulled out a dagger and smiled viciously. "This dagger is coated with poison. For a venomous woman like you, sister, even if you die, if your face rots afterward, I'm sure no one would suspect anything, right?" She then raised the dagger, aiming straight for her. Suddenly, Jiang Jinhua's eyes flew open. She raised her hand and tightly gripped Jiang Jintu's wrist. Jiang Jintu's face turned pale with fear. A ghost. She fell to the ground in fear and screamed. A ghost. Jiang Jinhua sat up from the coffin and looked at her. Jiang Jintu. Jiang Jina trembled with fear. "You know, it's impossible. I must be dreaming." Seeing Jiang Jinhua step out of the coffin, she trembled and backed away in fear. Jiang Jinhua bent down and picked up the dagger from the ground. "Dreaming? Then I'll have to wake you up." She squatted down and used the dagger to lift Jiang Jintu's chin. "What did you just say? What poison is on the dagger?" Jiang Jintu's face was pale with fear, her eyes welling with tears as she looked at the dagger at her throat. "No, nothing. Elder sister, we sisters have a deep bond." Jiang Jinhua let out a cold laugh. "Ah, a deep bond between sisters." She stood up and gave a faint smile. Jiang Jintu, did Jinhua die a miserable death? Jiang Jinhua smiled coldly and raised the dagger. Looking at Jiang Jintu, "I'll have you buried with me. A life for a life." Jiang Jintu scrambled to crawl away in fear. "No, it wasn't me. It was the fourth prince. The fourth prince wanted me to do it." Jiang Jinhua was stunned. The fourth prince, the original owner's fiancé. Jiang Jintu, thoroughly terrified, scrambled to get out. "Help! Help me!" She frantically pounded on the door. "Help! The corpse has come back to life." The servants and maids outside looked at each other in shock. "What happened?" "Quick!" That's the second young Mrs. voice. The door was opened. In the morning hall, Jiang Jinhua stood to one side, looking at the terrified and disheveled Jiang Jintu on the floor. She tightened her grip on the dagger. "Jiang Jinhua, your revenge? I will definitely get it for you." A flame of hatred flashed in her eyes. In the small courtyard, the maids whispered fearfully. "Have you heard? The eldest young miss who died a few days ago suddenly came back to life. I heard the windows of her room are all covered with black cloth. She must have turned into a ghost. Also, it seems concubine Chun has invited a master to come." Over here, Jiang Jinhua was still leisurely drinking tea. A cold smile touched the corner of her lips, just in time. Jiang Jinhua looked thoughtfully at the teacup in her hand. "A master, you say?" At this moment, a loud noise came from outside. A middle-aged woman led a group of people to the courtyard. "Master, this way, please." Concubine Chin looked fearfully at the Taoist priest behind her and said frantically, "Our house has a female ghost." "Master, you see." The Taoist priest stroked his beard and smiled confidently. "A mere female ghost is nothing to me. What's more, With the dragon aura of 2 princes suppressing it, she definitely won't be able to escape. 7th Prince, Jin Nanjun. 4th Prince, Jin Nankong. The Taoist priest then burned the talisman in his hand. He pretended to be performing a spell, looking at the large gate before him. Evil spirit, be gone. Go. The Taoist priest then raised his foot and kicked the courtyard gate hard. Inside the room, Jiang Jinhua, dressed in a beautiful white outfit, sat beside the stone table enjoying her tea. She raised her head to look at the people outside and asked, "Younger sister, what do you need me for?" Jin Nanjun looked at her in astonishment. How can this be a female ghost? She's clearly a little fairy. Jiang Jin too was terrified, her expression frantic. This is bad. She then pretended to be weak, her eyes welling with tears as she looked at Jiang Jinhua, playing the part of a loving sister. "Elder sister, I know you died with grievances, but this is our home. I'm begging you, please return to where you belong." Jiang Jinhua held her teacup and looked at her in silence. Jiang Jin too, this gentle and weak facade of yours. I will definitely tear it down. She then placed the teacup on the table and smiled at her. "You say I'm a ghost. So how can I stand under the sun without anything happening?" The Taoist priest was stunned and shouted, "Not afraid of the light. She must be a vengeful spirit." Jiang Jinhua stepped forward and shouted angrily, "Nonsense! How dare you slander the legitimate daughter of the general's manor? Who gave you, a charlatan, the audacity?" The Taoist priest snorted coldly and looked at her. "This humble Taoist is a direct disciple of Master Zhang from Yunding Mountain. I will not let you, an evil spirit, cause trouble." Concubine Shun and Jiang Jinda stood behind, smiling coldly and smugly at her. Jiang Jinhua narrowed her eyes and looked at him coldly. "Cause trouble?" She gave a beautiful smile and said, "I am a living, breathing person. Yet you dare to call me an evil spirit? Aren't you afraid that your wild accusations will bring shame to your sect?" Jin Nanjun smiled with great interest as he looked at her. "Fourth brother, your fiancé, after dying, seems to be a bit more interesting than before." Jin Nankong snorted coldly and said nothing. The Taoist priest frowned at her. "Came back to life for no reason, and you're not an evil spirit?" He raised his hand and ordered the servants behind him. "Men, seize her." The servants quickly replied, "Yes, sir," and rushed forward. Jiang Jinhua shouted angrily, "I'd like to see who dares." She let out a cold laugh. "Ha, ha, Jiang Jinhua has indeed come back from the dead." Jin Nanjun and Jin Nankong were stunned. Jiang Jintu's face turned pale with fear as she continuously backed away. "Elder sister, please go. Don't make such a scene and scare the princess. Do you want to bring shame to father?" Jiang Jinhua sighed. "No. The reason I was able to come back to life is because I refined a soul-returning pill." Jin Nanjun and Jin Nankong were stunned and looked at her in shock. "What? A soul-returning pill?" The small courtyard echoed with astonished voices. A soul-returning pill. The officials outside looked at each other in shock and whispered amongst themselves, "A medicinal pill that can bring the dead back to life. I never thought it actually existed." Concubine Shun shouted in a panic, "Nonsense." She quickly looked at the officials behind her and explained, "My lords, you absolutely cannot let this demoness speak such nonsense." Nonsense! Suddenly, a hand was raised, cutting her off. Jin Nankong walked closer to Jiang Jinhua and asked, "Can you really refine a soul-returning pill?" Jiang Jinhua gave him a cold smile. He took the bait. Outwardly, she gave a gentle smile and replied, "A few days ago, I met a master in my dream. He said he and I were fated, so he passed on to me the method for refining the soul-returning pill. After waking from the dream, I followed the old man's instructions and exhausted all my efforts to refine one pill." Jiang Jinhua then took a small wooden box from her sleeve. "Because I didn't know its effects, I never said anything. My personal maid, Yuling, also knows about this. So, right after I died, Yuling fed the pill to me, which is how I was able to wake up. If you all don't believe me, you can cross-reference with Yuling." Jin Nankong looked at Yuling and asked, "Yuling, is this really true?" Yuling was frightened and quickly knelt on the ground, saying, "This servant, Yuling, reports to the 4th prince. This is indeed true." Jin Nankong frowned and was silent for a moment. After a while, he looked at Jiang Jinhua. "Jinhua," he took her hand and said gently, "Although I want to protect you, coming back from the dead is indeed an unnatural phenomenon. The words of a mere maid, how can they convince the high-ranking officials?" Jiang Jinhua narrowed her eyes and looked at him coldly. "Protect me?" She pressed her lips together tightly. "If Cam 2 hadn't revealed everything, I would have actually believed your devilish words." Jiang Cam Hoa pushed his hand away and let out a faint laugh. "That great master also said that after taking the soul-returning pill, within 2 days when the sun sets, a halo of light will shine down. That is a sign from the heavens." Jiang Cam too looked up at the sky and said pretentiously, "Oh my, the sun has just set. What kind of sign could elder sister possibly receive from the heavens? This is the will of the heavens. How would I know?" Jiang Cam too pretended to be weak and started her act. "Elder sister, Don't you know that if you delay any longer, waiting until it's dark will harm people? Jiang Kam Hoa walked toward the crowd and said loudly, Masters. Suddenly, someone screamed, she's coming over here. Everyone ran away in fear and panic. Don't come over here. Jiang Kam Hoa was stunned, her whole body frozen stiff. Suddenly a brilliant light shone upon her. Noyet Lin dropped to her knees and shouted, a halo for the sky. It's a sign from the heavens. The masters looked at her in astonishment. A goddess. This is a goddess manifesting. Such a brilliant halo. Is it a sign from the high heavens? Jiang Kam too looked at her in shocked panic. Jiang Kam Hoa gave her a cold smile. Then she pretended to be weak and looked at Concubine Tran. Concubine, you didn't believe I was alive. I don't blame you. Fortunately, the truth is now clear. You can be at ease now, Concubine. Concubine Tran gave her a forced smile. As a concubine, I must investigate matters in the residence clearly. Kam Hoa has just come back from the dead. You should rest a bit. We won't disturb you. Everyone turned and left one by one. Kinam Kwan chuckled and looked at her. Things are getting quite interesting. The door was closed. Noyet Lin let out a sigh of relief and looked at her. Miss, you scared this servant to death today. That halo, how did you do it, miss? Jiang Kam Hoa held up a string with a piece of colored glass. It was all thanks to this. Beforehand, I carefully calculated the angle and the time. I placed this on the tree, and a light passing through the colored glass refracted into many colors. Plus, I was wearing white, which made the effect even more perfect. Noyet Lin's eyes lit up as she looked at her with admiration. Miss, you are truly amazing. Jiang Kam Hoa smiled and pinched Noyet Lin's cheek. It's also thanks to you for overhearing the matter about the sorcerer and telling me. Noyet Lin smiled and replied, yes. Suddenly, there was a strange noise outside. Jiang Kam Hoa looked outside warily. Who is it? A dry twig outside snapped in two. A tall man standing by a tree trunk looked at Jiang Kam Hoa and Noyet Lin in surprise. You. Jiang Kam Hoa looked at him warily. Who are you? The man with a mole under his eye looked at her and answered hesitantly. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. Jiang Kam Hoa and Noyet Lin stared at him, stunned and surprised. Jiang Kam Hoa slowly approached the man. He's unconscious. Looking at the man passed out against the tree trunk, Noyet Lin looked at her and asked, Miss, what should we do now? Jiang Kam Hoa signaled to Noyet Lin. Don't speak so loudly. Bring him into my room. After speaking, the two of them helped the man inside. The towel was wrung dry. Jiang Kam Hoa, with a somber face, wiped the man's body. This man only has some external injuries. But why does he remain unconscious? Behind her, Noyet Lin's small face flushed red as she covered it in embarrassment. Miss is so bold. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Jiang Kam Hoa. Could he be poisoned? Jiang Kam Hoa pulled her hand back in shock. It could be cold poison. A long time ago, a great master once told her, there is no cure. A person born with cold poison can only practice poison arts to preserve their life. He looked seriously at Jiang Kam Hoa kneeling on the ground and said, this old man can teach you how to make poison. But do you dare to swear that you will not use poison for wicked purposes? Jiang Kam Hoa raised her head, her eyes resolute as she answered, this disciple swears it. Returning to the present, Jiang Kam Hoa clutched her forehead in pain. This memory. Noyet Lin looked at her worriedly. Mississippi. Jiang Kam Hoa looked pensively at the unconscious man on the bed. Consider yourself lucky, kid. She then pulled a small pouch from her sleeve and took out a medicinal pill. A cure for cold poison is not entirely non-existent. Jiang Kam Hoa put the pill into the man's mouth and sighed. You know my secret. I don't know if saving you is the right or wrong thing to do. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, eldest Mississippi. Jiang Kam Hoa was startled and turned her head. Back. Noyet Lin hugged Jiang Kam Hoa in fear. We're done for, miss. Someone is here. The matter of you hiding a man cannot be exposed. Jiang Kam Hoa's face darkened with anger. Who's hiding a man? She quickly pushed Noyet Lin away. What is it? The maid outside hurriedly reported. The madam is holding a banquet for the two princes and invites the eldest miss to attend. Noyet Lin looked at Jiang Kam Hoa with fear and worry. Miss, you just ruined the plan of Concubine Tran and the second miss today. If you go now, I'm afraid. Jiang Kam Hoa let out a cold laugh, her smile full of confidence. Change my clothes. What is there to be afraid of? I really want to see what their faces look like right now. In a small courtyard, a beautifully dressed and made-up Jiang Kam Hoa followed a servant to the banquet. A banquet for the princes. Why would Concubine Tran want me to appear and steal all of Jiang Kam 2's spotlight? Seeing a man approaching from a distance, Jiang Kam Hoa narrowed her eyes. The one who wanted to see me was someone else, as expected. Kinam Khan walked over, smiled at her, and called out softly, Gamhua. Jiang Kam Hoa looked at him and asked, I'll wonder what instructions the fourth prince has for me. Kinam Khan looked at her gently and asked, This afternoon, I didn't speak up to help you. You won't blame me, will you? Jiang Kam Hoa turned her face away in distaste, avoiding his hand. Wait, is that? She suddenly saw the figure of Jiang Kam, 2 lurking in the distance, eavesdropping. Jiang Kam Hoa suddenly broke into a cold smile. She raised her head, tightly grasped Kinam Khan's hand, and looked at him with teary eyes. Fourth prince, with your noble status, how could Kam Hoa dare to hope for you, to speak up for me? Kinam Kinam Khan quickly hugged her tightly. When I heard you had met with a mishap earlier, I was heartbroken. Fortunately, you were able to refine the soul-returning pill, but I wonder what method you used to refine it. And are there any side effects? He asked, probing her carefully. Jiang Kam Hoa pushed him away and pretended to sigh. The fourth prince also knows that I suddenly lost my life earlier. I'm still investigating who did it. As for refining the soul-returning pill, I have no way to be certain either. Kinam Khan looked at her, stunned, and asked, Kam Hoa, have you found anything out? Jiang Kam Hoa answered hesitantly. About that, earlier my second younger sister said. Kinam Khan grabbed her tightly and asked urgently, what did she say? Jiang Kam Hoa pretended to be startled and looked behind him with a small cry da-da. Kinam Khan followed her gaze and looked. Behind him, Jiang Kam Tu's face changed. Oh no. Kinam Khan shouted angrily. Who is so bold as to follow me here? Jiang Kam Hoa grabbed his sleeve and said pretentiously, Fourth prince, I'm afraid concubine and second sister are getting anxious over there. We should probably go first. Kinam Khan put his arm around her shoulder and nodded in agreement. All right, let's go. Jiang Kam Tu stood in a corner, grinding her teeth in anger. A while later, at Jiang Kam Hoa's residence, Noyet Lin, holding a jade pendant, ran frantically to Jiang Kam Hoa. Miss, the young master you saved yesterday is gone. He only left behind a jade pendant. Jiang Kam Hoa was surprised. He's gone? The cold poison acted up, yet he could wake up so quickly. He's truly no ordinary person. She picked up the jade pendant to look at it. This is a top-grade blood jade. I'll consider it as payment for the medicine. Just then, an angry Jiang Kam Tu kicked the door open and stormed in. Jiang Kam Hoa, you demoness. Jiang Kam Hoa turned her head and glanced at her. Demoness? Do you need me to help you sober up? I am the elder sister, the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. Jiang Kam Tu ground her teeth in anger as she looked at her. What legitimate daughter? Besides that status, what else do you have? You vile, poisonous woman. How dare you compete with me for the fourth prince's favor? Jiang Kam Hoa raised her hand and slapped Jiang Kam Tu hard across the cheek. Noyet Lin and the two maids behind them stared at her, their mouths agape in shock. Jiang Kam Tu was furious and raised her hand to hit Jiang Kam Hoa. You dare to hit me? Jiang Kam Hoa raised her hand and grabbed her wrist. Come to think of it, this hairpin of yours, younger sister, was stolen from me. She then pulled the pin from her hair and let out a cold laugh. This was a gift from the Empress Dowager to me. Jiang Kam Tu screamed in anger. A poisonous woman like you. You're fundamentally unworthy of something so precious. Jiang Kam Hoa looked at the hairpin in her hand. This thing. She gently stroked the pin once, then put it back in her sister's hair. Younger sister, just wear it well. Jiang Kam Tu touched the hairpin on her head in surprise, looking at her with confusion. Jiang Kam Hoa turned to leave and said coldly, Today, the Empress Dowager has summoned me to the palace. When I return, I will have a chat with you, younger sister. In the Imperial Palace, Jiang Kam Hoa looked at the Empress Dowager and the Emperor and bowed respectfully. Your subject, Jiang Kam Hoa, pays her respects to your Majesty the Emperor and to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. The Emperor smiled and said, No need for formalities. You were summoned to the palace today. You should know why. Jiang Kam Hoa raised her head to look at the Emperor and replied, Your subject boldly guesses it must be about the soul-returning pill. The Emperor looked at her seriously and said, Everyone says you are the reincarnation of a goddess, able to refine the soul-returning pill that can bring the dead back to life. Are you willing to refine it for us? Jiang Kam Hoa said with difficulty, This matter. She quickly knelt and kowtowed. Your subject has no way to refine it. The Emperor angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, How audacious. So you were deceiving everyone. Before, Jiang Kam Hoa quickly explained in fear, the soul-returning pill was revealed to your subject by that great master in a dream. But last night, the great master forbade your subject from revealing it. After waking up, your subject discovered she no longer remembers 3 of the medicinal ingredients for the pill. The Empress Dowager frowned at her. Forgot 3 ingredients? Kam Hoa, do you still remember the rest? Jiang Kam Hoa hurriedly reported. Although the method of alchemy is very vague, this servant is willing to try. Even if I cannot refine the soul-returning pill, I can still refine some restorative elixirs for His Majesty the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager looked at her joyfully. You are thoughtful. Stand up and come talk by my side. Jiang Kam Hoa looked up, smiled, and replied, Thank you for your grace, Empress Dowager. She rejoiced inwardly. Thank goodness I studied medicine before. I still remember how to prepare some tonics. The Empress Dowager kindly took her hand. Although your mother was not born of me, I watched her grow up. You don't have a maternal grandmother, so you can just call me maternal grandmother. Kam Hoa, it's been a long time. Without your mother by your side, you must have suffered a great deal. Jiang Kam Hoa suddenly recalled the hairpin the Empress Dowager had given her before. At this moment, the Empress Dowager took off the jade bracelet from her wrist and put on hers. Wait for me to have a token made for you. In the future, visit me in the palace often, and no one will give you trouble. Jiang Kamhoa looked at the Empress Dowager, moved. Thank you, grandmother. A man hiding in a corner observed her every move, the corners of his lips curling into a slight smile. Little swindler. The tall, handsome man smiled as he looked at her, saying so much, but only the last sentence was true. The carriage traveled through the streets. Inside the carriage, Jiang Kamhoa held the jade bracelet in her hand, lost in thought. This bracelet is made of the same material as that jade pendant. Could it be that man is from the palace? No. Regardless of who he is, as long as he obstructs my revenge, I will not show mercy. Jiang Kamhoa stepped down from the carriage, and a maid, seeing her return, hurried over to report. Luke Deep greets the eldest young Mississippi eldest young miss. The second young miss invites you to her room for a visit. Noyet Lin shouted angrily. My young miss is not close with your young miss. No. Suddenly, a hand rose to stop Noyet. Lin, Jiang Kamhoa said with a cold smile. It's rare to be invited by my dear younger sister. How could I refuse? Let's go at once. In a room, the sound of shattering was heard. Jiang Kam too, lying on the bed, angrily knocked over a teacup. Where is Jiang Kamhoa? She's still not here. At this moment, footsteps were heard. Jiang Kamhoa walked in and looked at her with a smile. Younger sister, what's wrong? Jiang Kam too roared in anger. You dared to poison me. Jiang Kamhoa feigned shock, frowning at her. Younger sister, why would you say that? She narrowed her eyes, her gaze cold and sharp as she looked at her. I was just taking precautions against thieves, so I applied a little poison to the jewelry. Jiang Kam, too, trembled with fear. She gritted her teeth in anger and lightly touched the hairpin on her head. It's this thing. Jiang Kamhoa leisurely began to count. 1, 2, 3 by now. Younger sister, your limbs should have lost all their strength. Jiang Kam, too, roared in fear and anger. If you kill me, father will not spare you. Jiang Kamhoa let out a soft "oh," stealing an item gifted by the Empress Dowager, then committing suicide out of fear of punishment. Younger sister, do you think this charge is reasonable? She walked over and lifted her chin. After all, you have no proof, do you? Jiang Kam too looked at her in fear. What do you want to do? Jiang Kamhoa withdrew her hand. She took out a handkerchief and wiped her hand. Return all of my things, and I will give you the antidote. Jiang Kam too, panicked, quickly ordered Luke Deep. Quick, give it to her. Luke Deep took a jewelry box and gave it to Jiang Kamhoa. Jiang Kam too roared in anger. I've done as you said. Now give me the antidote. Jiang Kamhoa took the jewelry box and said with a smile, I'm thinking I can spare your life, but she took an antidote pill from a leather pouch and looked at her with a cold smile. The antidote has a price 3,000 taels. No more, no less. Jiang Kam too was furious. In your dreams. Suddenly, she coughed up blood, looking at her blood-filled hand. Jiang Kam too's whole body trembled. Save me. Luke Deep, pay her. Quick, give her the banknotes. A moment later, Jiang Kamhoa looked at the stack of banknotes in her hand, her eyes shining brightly. Chatting with younger sister today was truly delightful. Noyet Lin, holding the jewelry box behind her, smiled. Happily, Jiang Kamhoa glanced back at Jiang Kam too and said with a laugh, see you next time. Luke Deep supported Jiang Kam too and helped her drink. The antidote. Jiang Kam too panted, glaring angrily as Jiang Kamhoa left. Just you wait. Let's see how long you can keep smiling. Jiang Kamhoa and Noyet Lin returned to their quarters together. Noyet Lin looked at her and asked, Young miss, why did you throw away all the jewelry from the second young miss's place? Jiang Kamhoa held the stack of banknotes and said with a laugh, things she has used are an eyesore to me. It's better to buy new things than to use those. Jiang Kamhoa opened her room door and looked grimly at the feather on the floor. When I left earlier, this thing was clearly not here. She let out a cold chuckle. Noyet Lin, I have something to do. You may leave. Noyet Lin quickly replied, yes. Late at night, Jiang Kamhoa was lying in bed. Fast asleep, suddenly someone approached and lightly touched her shoulder. Jiang Kamhoa spun around, holding a bamboo tube, and shot a hidden weapon at the person. The man grabbed her wrist tightly and snorted in annoyance. That was a close call. Jiang Kamhoa was surprised, looking at him with disappointment in her eyes. So it's you. The man leaned in close to her and chuckled. You're not even scared. Your concubine mother has prepared a man to come to your place. Jiang Kamhoa frowned deeply and pushed him away. How could an ordinary man touch me? The man stood up straight and looked at her with a half smile. Are you showing off your superior martial arts skills? Jiang Kamhoa sat up, her cheeks puffed in anger as she looked at him. Of course I'm scared. If concubine mother sent a man like him, I wouldn't stand a chance of resisting. The mysterious man looked at her and said, oh right, I put him in the closet. He's unconscious. How do you want to deal with him? Jiang Kamhoa turned her face away and smiled to herself. Although I don't know his identity, at least he bears me no ill will. Suddenly, Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard outside. Second concubine, what are you doing? Concubine Tran shouted angrily. Get out of the way. Today, I must uphold the family's discipline on behalf of the master. I saw with my own eyes a man enter No Hoa courtyard. Noyet Lin frantically explained. Noyet Lin has been outside the door the whole time and saw no man enter. You must have seen wrong. The mysterious man smiled and glanced at her. It seems you have some business to attend to. Jiang Cam Hoa's eyes gleamed like a little fox's as she gave him a thumbs up. I have a favor to ask of you. Young master, your martial arts are superb. I'll have to trouble you with this matter. The man let out an annoyed, cold laugh. You really don't stand on ceremony with me. After saying that, he leaped outside. Jiang Cam Hoa watched him. His skills are truly formidable. The room door was pushed open forcefully, and Concubine Tran led a group of people inside. Search for me. Jiang Cam Hoa looked at her, and Jiang Cam too with a cold smile. Concubine mother, second sister, what are you looking for in my room? A servant came over and reported to Concubine Tran. Madam, there's nothing. Concubine Tran was stunned. How is it not as I arranged? At this moment, a maid ran in frantically. Madam, it's bad. Bitch Ha courtyard is on fire. Concubine Tran and Jiang Cam 2's faces changed. It's on fire. Bitch Ha courtyard was ablaze, and the servants shouted in panic. Get water, get water. Concubine Tran gritted her teeth in anger. My Bitch Ha courtyard. Put out the fire, quickly. A figure appeared in Bitch Ha courtyard. The man, bare-chested, screamed in fear. It's on fire. It's on fire. He got goosebumps all over, such a big fire. Seeing that man, Concubine Tran's jaw dropped in astonishment. Why is it him? Wasn't he supposed to be in Jiang Cam Hoa's room? The maids gathered and whispered amongst themselves. Why is there a man in the second madam's room? That's right, and he's not even wearing clothes. Jiang Cam Hoa let out a cold laugh. Concubine mother, is this the strange man you were looking for? Concubine Tran, as if struck by lightning, screamed in terror. You're talking nonsense. This madam does not know him. The servants and maids glanced at her and whispered. The one having an affair with a man isn't the eldest young miss, but the second madam. Taking advantage of the master not being home, Jiang Cam Hoa pointed at the man and ordered coldly, seize this suspicious-looking man and wait for the master to return for questioning. Concubine Tran, terrified, quickly shouted, seize this arsonist for me. The man looked at her in frightened astonishment. Madam, someone came and covered his mouth. MMPH. A servant grabbed him tightly, covering his nose and mouth. Concubine Tran gave a sinister smile, trying to fight me. Jiang Cam Hoa frowned. I'm one step too slow. She walked up to her, bowed, and said, Concubine mother, please rest well tonight. Cam Hoa will not disturb you any longer. After speaking, she and Noyet Lin turned and left. Concubine Tran glared angrily at the two of them. Late at night, as Jiang Cam Hoa and Noyet Lin were on their way back to their quarters, a small stone suddenly landed at her feet. Jiang Cam Hoa was startled. She turned to Noyet Lin and said, you go back first. I want to take a walk alone. Noyet Lin looked at her and quickly replied, yes. After Noyet Lin left, Jiang Cam Hoa spoke with a smile. Come out. Everyone's gone. She looked up in one direction, and a mysterious man appeared, tossing a small stone in his hand. Your prime minister's residence is more lively than an opera. Jiang Cam Hoa looked at him gratefully. For today's matter, thank you very much. The man jumped down and looked at her with a smile. No need for thanks. However, every time I see you, you're plotting against someone. Jiang Cam Hoa said coolly, you overlook the times I'm being plotted against. On the contrary, it's you. You burned down a part of my residence, yet you're not leaving quickly. The man's face darkened as he looked at her, trying to shoo me away. He moved closer to her and asked with a smile, I'm curious. What will you do next? Jiang Cam Hoa moved closer to him and said with a smile, then help me. Take me to the roof of Bitch Ha courtyard. The man looked at her for a moment, then smiled and spoke. Hold on tight. After saying that, he grabbed her and jumped up. Jiang Cam Hoa's cheeks flushed red. She subconsciously hugged the man tightly. The man lowered his head and smiled, looking at her gently. Jiang Cam Hoa and the young man sat on the rooftop. He gazed at her intently, thinking to himself, I'm actually doing this kind of thing with a little girl. Jiang Cam Hoa curiously looked down from the roof. The young man watched her silently and chuckled to himself. But this feeling isn't bad. Jiang Cam Hoa focused. She lifted a tile on the roof. At this moment, the young man quickly wrapped his arm around her waist. Be careful, you might fall. Jiang Cam Hoa said shyly. I know. Inside the room, Concubine Shun was scolding. You can't even handle such a small matter. How did that man end up in my room? The servant girl lowered her head. This servant doesn't know. Concubine Chun was furious. Even my Bitch Ha courtyard was half burned down. Get back to No Hoa courtyard. If anything goes wrong with the task I gave you again, I will definitely not let it slide. Jiang Cam too gently took Concubine Chen's arm and said softly, Mother, for now, you should sleep in my camp pavilion, and we can plan things slowly. On the rooftop, Jiang Kamhoa put the tile back in its place. She said to the young man beside her, "Let's go down." The young man chuckled to himself. She's getting less and less formal with me. Then he gently held her. They slowly descended together. Jiang Kamhoa's face flushed red. After landing, Jiang Kamhoa quickly slipped out of the young man's arms. The young man coughed a few times out of awkwardness. In a main room of Bitch Ha Courtyard, the young man said, "This main room is completely undamaged." The young man crossed his arms and asked, "How did you know they wanted to find that man to deal with you?" Jiang Kamhoa held a piece of cloth in her hand. "I happened to run into that Mama Lee today and secretly overheard their plan. She took out a token. However, if it weren't for you today, I wouldn't have been so successful." The young man then said, "Ah, so how do you plan to thank me?" Jiang Kamhoa handed the token to him. "Take it." The young man took it with a puzzled look. "What is this?" "I was thinking." Jiang Kamhoa leaned in close to the young man. "How about we form an alliance?" "An alliance?" The young man gently stroked Jiang Kamhoa's chin. "Then what are the benefits?" Jiang Kamhoa said softly, "I can help you suppress the cold poison." He quickly agreed. "All right, it's a deal." Jiang Kamhoa smiled at him. She pushed the young man's hand away. "All right." Jiang Kamhoa didn't forget to remind him, "Don't forget to help me take care of these things." After saying that, she immediately left. The young man stood motionless, watching her. Then he smirked that, "I wonder how this little girl will react when she finds out who I am." He licked his finger with a sinister look that IT really makes me look forward to it. That evening at the manor, the master returned to the manor. The prime minister said worriedly, "I went out for disaster relief. How did the courtyard get burned down as soon as I returned?" In the room, Jiang Kamhoa and Jiang Kam Tu stood before the prime minister. Concubine Chun said, "A thief came to cause trouble, but I have already had him executed." The prime minister glanced at them, then looked down. "Let's drop this matter. The sixth prince will be returning to the capital soon. The emperor has decreed a banquet to be held in the palace. Kamhoa and Kam Tu will accompany me to the palace." The two sisters answered in unison, yes. In a certain room, a crowd had now gathered. The beautiful Jiang Kamhoa stood in the crowd, and soon, two gossips behind her started talking. "What a country bumpkin. She's not even ashamed to go out. I really don't know what the fourth prince sees in her at all." Just then, a beautiful young lady walked over to S.O. This must be the prime minister's legitimate daughter, Miss Jiang. It turned out to be Chenlin-nak. She crossed her arms and said, "You've really made this young lady see you in a new light." Jiang Kam Tu glanced at Jiang Kamhoa. "Older sister, this is the daughter of the vice minister of revenue, and also the grandniece of the noble consort. You're always at home, so you probably don't know." Jiang Kamhoa looked towards Chenlin-nak. "So it's Miss Chun. My apologies for the discourtesy." Chenlin-nak dusted off her sleeve. "Ignorance is no crime. There have been gatherings before, but not just anyone is qualified to attend." After hearing this, Jiang Kamhoa paused. "She's hostile towards me." She glanced at Chenlin-nak's innocent-looking face. At the same time, a handsome young man walked in. Jiang Kamhoa thought to herself, "So she has her eyes on my two-faced fiancé." She smiled and spoke up. "Kamhoa is passionate about medicine, so I've often declined to attend boring gatherings in the past." Chenlin-nak's mouth fell open. "Just a poison girl, yet she dares to look down on our banquets." She was angry. "I've heard of the eldest Miss Jiang's reputation as a poison girl before, but now it seems her tongue is just as venomous." Chenlin-nak's father saw this and interjected, "Lin-nak, don't speak nonsense. The eldest Miss Jiang is a divine maiden famous throughout the capital." Chenlin-nak paid no mind and turned her head away. "What divine maiden? It sounds like she's just hyping herself up." At all. Her father felt embarrassed and said to the fourth prince, "This child has been spoiled rotten by me." The fourth prince covered his laugh. The fourth prince replied, "It's all right." At this moment, Jiang Kamhoa thought to herself, he won't even step in to help his own fiancé out of a predicament." Suddenly, Chenlin-nak pointed her hand towards Jiang Kamhoa and I, "On the contrary, would like to see which fool believes you are a divine maiden." Jiang Kamhoa stood frozen when suddenly a voice rang out. "This prince believes it." "What? Ganam Kung Wan Gain." The sixth prince has arrived. Jiang Kamhoa was stunned when she saw him. "It's him again." Kinam Kwang gestured for her to be quiet, as if they didn't know each other. The sixth prince of the Great Shun Kingdom, the only legitimate son of the late Empress, Kinam Kwang. The Empress died early. He was personally raised by the Empress Dowager, proficient in both literary and martial arts. At 14, he went to the border to fight enemies, achieving glorious military merits, and is the most advantageous person in the competition for the position of Crown Prince. Jiang Kamhoa lowered her head, her face sad, that I didn't think the person I saved would be him. Her hand trembled. The matter of the Divine Maiden and the matter with Concubine Chun, he knows everything. I don't know if he's ultimately a friend or a foe. Jiang Kamhoa and Chenlin-nak both bowed. In greeting, Kinam Kwang smiled faintly. Chenlin-nak glanced at him, and Kinam Kwang looked back at her. Then he asked, who was it that was questioning just now? He approached Chun Lin Nok. Chun Lin Nok's face was downcast, not daring to look up. A few seconds later, she looked up. S6 Prince, it was me. Kin Nam Kwong then said, this prince trusts Miss Jiang. Does Miss Chen also think this prince is a fool? Chun Lin Nok bowed and knelt. I dare not. I dare not. Kin Nam Kwong glanced at Kin Nam Khan. Imperial brother, you also witnessed Miss Jiang's aura. Do you feel they were talking nonsense? Nonsense. Vice Minister Chun then bowed his head to apologize. Sixth Prince, please forgive us. It was my daughter who spoke foolishly. She absolutely had no intention of offending. Kin Nam Kwong frowned. Vice Minister Chun, it is not a good thing for you to let your daughter speak so recklessly. A good thing. He turned around. All of you rise. The kneeling crowd slowly got up. Jiang Kam Hoa was bewildered by Kin Nam Kwong's actions. He. She gazed at his back. Standing up for me? Just then, Kin Nam Kwong glanced at her, making her blush in embarrassment that I must be overthinking it. He's probably just protecting the dignity of the royal family. Jiang Kam too stood behind Jiang Kam Hoa, glaring at her older sister. Jiang Kam Hoa, you brought this upon yourself. At this time in the imperial palace, the Empress Dowager raised her wine cup with a sinister look in her eyes. This wine has a good flavor. Reward the daughters of Prime Minister Jiang with a taste. Yes. As soon as the words were spoken, two servant girls brought the wine before Jiang Kam Hoa and Jiang Kam too. The two sisters clasped their hands and said in unison, thank you, Empress Dowager, for the reward. The Empress Dowager glanced at Jiang Kam Hoa's attire, and surprised, she asked, Kam Hoa, why are you wearing white clothes? Jiang Kam Hoa stammered. Just then, Jiang Kam too interjected. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager. Mother had prepared a set of fine clothes for older sister, but she refused to accept them, preferring to wear commoners' clothes instead. Therefore, the Prime Minister spoke up to her, be quiet. Wearing commoners' clothes to a palace banquet is too disrespectful to the royal family. To frame me, she doesn't even care about the reputation of the Prime Minister's manner at all. Kin Nam Kwong clapped a few times and spoke up. I have long heard that Prime Minister Jiang is upright and honest. Now seeing how frugal Miss Jiang is, I know those words are not wrong. Jiang Kam Hoa looked at Kin Nam Kwong. She hesitated and turned her head away. Then she bowed her head and reported, I heard from my father in a manner that the war on the border is incessant. The people are suffering in misery. As she spoke, she bowed her head low to the ground. I am willing to wear simple clothes and donate my fine garments to the people on the border. I beg your Majesty the Emperor and your Majesty the Empress Dowager for forgiveness. The Emperor smiled upon seeing this. Good, good. The Prime Minister is indeed a pillar of the nation. To have raised a daughter who understands propriety so well, worthy of being my imperial sister's daughter. The Prime Minister bowed his head and replied, Your Majesty is too kind. The beautiful Jiang Kam Hoa smiled lightly. Jiang Kam too, at this moment, could only think angrily. Damn it, even this couldn't make things difficult for her. Kin Nam Kwong slowly poured a cup of wine, held it in his hand, and glanced towards Jiang Kam Hoa. Jiang Kam Hoa's eyes widened in astonishment. The servant girls were stunned and began to gossip. The cold sixth prince actually smiled. Jiang Kam Hoa felt a sense of joy in her heart. She held her wine cup, closed her eyes tightly, and smiled faintly. The two looked at each other affectionately, then raised their cups together. On the other side, Kin Nam Khan was furious upon witnessing this. On a beautiful day, Noyet Lin and Jiang Kam Hoa were happily strolling by the riverbank. Noyet Lin smiled until her eyes crinkled. The weather is so nice today, perfect for a walk. Jiang Kam Hoa agreed. That's right. Kin Nam Khan also appeared, leaving Noyet Lin bewildered. It would have been even more perfect without him. The three of them walked towards the boat by the river. Kin Nam Khan said cheerfully, Kam Hoa, I've had people make preparations so you can enjoy the outing today. No one will come to disturb us. Jiang Kam Hoa thought blankly. This just makes me even less happy. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Isn't this fourth brother? Jiang Kam Hoa turned her head, and it turned out to be Kin Nam Kwong approaching with two attendants. Fourth brother, you've prepared so well. Why not invite your brother along? Or could it be that? Kin Nam Kwong approached Kin Nam Khan with a cunning look in his eyes. Is fourth brother not welcoming me? Kin Nam Khan was angry, but still forced a stiff smile. How could that be? It's just that the boat is so small, sixth brother wouldn't. Kin Nam Kwong instructed Datan. Datan, you and Noyet Lin wait for us on the shore. Datan replied yes. After speaking, Kin Nam Kwong stepped forward. He extended his hand to help Jiang Kam Hoa. Come on up. Jiang Kam Hoa stared blankly at his hand, and then closed her eyes tightly, smiling to herself. Immediately, Kin Nam Kwong took her hands and pulled her up. Kin Nam Khan was vexed watching this. Sixth brother, Kin Nam Kwong chuckled. Fourth brother, do you want to hold my hand too? Kin Nam Khan's face turned pale. No need. A while later, the boat had traveled some distance. Kin Nam Khan took out a jade pendant and gave it to Jiang Kam Hoa. I've worn this jade pendant since I was a child. Consider it a protective talisman. I noticed you don't have a suitable jade pendant with you, so I'm giving it to you. Jiang Kam Hoa was stunned. It's not that I don't have a jade pendant. She recalled the old jade pendant, a top-quality blood jade. I'll just consider it as payment for my medicine, but unfortunately, I've already sold it. Kin Nam Kwang, sitting beside her, seemed displeased. Kin Nam, Khan spoke again. Consider this jade a token of our engagement. Anger was now clearly visible in Kin Nam Kwang's eyes as the boat passed through an area of lotus flowers. Kin Nam Kwang glanced over. Then he dropped a tied piece of cloth onto a blooming lotus bud. Datan saw this, and his face turned pale with alarm. It was a message left by the sixth prince. A boat was now tailing John Cam Hoa's boat. Datan tore the cloth from the lotus bud. Kin Nam Kwang had left a message. Act now. The small boat drifted across the lake. On both banks were lotus flowers waiting to bloom. John Cam Hoa reached out to touch a lotus flower, when suddenly the boat lurched, startling both her and Kin Nam Khan. The boatman then shouted, "We're in trouble. The boat is broken." River water immediately flooded into the boat. Water poured in. John Cam Hoa thought worriedly, "We're in the middle of the lake. What if I fall in?" Her large, round eyes were filled with bewilderment. Kin Nam Kwang quickly swept her into his arms and said with amusement, "Fourth brother, next time you want to take a beauty out on the lake, you should prepare a better boat. Don't let the beauty fall into the water." Kin Nam Khan gritted his teeth in anger. Then he slipped and fell right into the lake with a splash. Kin Nam Khan yelled, "Kin Nam Kwang, you!" Kin Nam Kwang smirked, while John Cam Hoa blushed in embarrassment. Kin Nam Kwang quickly carried her towards the shore. John Cam Hoa was breathing heavily. She glanced at Kin Nam Kwang and thought to herself, "I really want to hit him." Kin Nam Kwang then spoke, "Looking at this prince like that, have you forgotten that I am your ally?" John Cam Hoa replied, "Sixth prince, what do you wish to gain by choosing to cooperate with me?" Kin Nam Kwang waved his hand. "Don't worry, this prince is not your enemy." John Cam Hoa slowly lowered her head. "So, can I understand that the sixth prince is willing to help me keep my secret?" Kin Nam Kwang's expression changed. Keeping a secret is not difficult. He glanced at her. However, it turned out he was looking at the red jade pendant in John Cam Hoa's hand. John Cam Hoa held the jade pendant and said, "This is just a verbal engagement. The sixth prince need not worry. I will absolutely not marry the fourth prince, and the prime minister's manor will not support him." Kin Nam Kwang was stunned. Then he smiled. Next, John Cam Hoa was stunned. She looked at the jade pendant in her palm and replied to Kin Nam Kwang, "Didn't I already sell this?" Kin Nam Kwang stood up. He approached her. John Cam Hoa's eyes widened. How could it be? Kin Nam Kwang lifted her chin, then leaned in close. "The thing I gave you. Just you dare try to sell it again." Kin Nam Kwang lifted John Cam Hoa's chin. She smirked and pinched Kin Nam Kwang's cheek back. "Sixth prince, I've discovered you really like pinching other people's faces." She just kept pinching his cheek. John Cam Hoa then turned her head. "How does it feel to be pinched back? Let's see if you dare do that to me again next time." In that moment, Kin Nam Kwang's heart pounded. He placed a hand on his chest, but couldn't control it. Then Kin Nam Kwang was dazed. John Cam Hoa spoke up. "Why hasn't our boat arrived yet? It's so slow." Kin Nam Kwang then moved his hand behind his back just then. As Datan rowed the boat closer, he saw the secret signal. Don't come closer. What does His Highness want to do now? Outside the Zhang Manor, a carriage stopped. Eunuch Li ran in to report to Prime Minister Zhang. "Eunuch Li, you are here because?" Eunuch Li gently wiped the sweat from his face. "A plague has suddenly broken out in the palace. The Empress Dowager is ill, summoning Miss Zhang to the palace to treat her." Prime Minister Zhang was stunned. "Well, my daughter went boating on the lake with the fourth prince today. She hasn't returned yet." Eunuch Li's face turned pale upon hearing this. Suddenly there was a call. "Eunuch!" John Cam Tu approached and bowed her head. "Father, Cam Tu has also studied some medical arts. Why not let me go to the palace and try?" Eunuch Li quickly replied, "Then second miss, please come to the palace with me." John Cam Tu, as if her wish had been granted, bowed her head. "Yes." With that, the two left immediately. As John Cam Tu walked out, the concubine took Prime Minister Zhang's arm. "Cam Hoa has run off somewhere. If Cam Tu hadn't gone just now, the palace would likely have held us accountable." Just then, John Cam Hoa walked in. She said with a bright smile, "Father, I'm back." Prime Minister Zhang, taking his anger out on her, yelled, "You still know how to come back?" John Cam Hoa asked worriedly, "Did something happen?" Concubine Shin frowned. "The Empress Dowager is ill and summoned you to the palace to treat her. All you know is how to go out and play." John Cam Hoa was extremely alarmed upon hearing this news. Imperial grandmother is sick. With that, she turned to leave. "Then I'll go to the palace immediately." Concubine Shin's face paled as she thought, no, if she goes to the palace, she'll steal Cam Tu's spotlight. She quickly resorted to her tricks. "Master, Cam Tu studied under the Saint of Medicine for many years. She'll be fine. But Cam Hoa has only practiced poison making all these years. What if she can't cure her?" Prime Minister Zhang thought in silence, then suddenly shouted, "Stop right there!" Zhang Cam Hoa turned her head in bewilderment. Prime Minister Zhang then said, "You will stay home and reflect on your actions. No need to bring disaster upon our family." After speaking, Prime Minister Zhang and concubine Shin turned and went inside. A moment later on the veranda, an angry Noyet Lin followed behind Zhang Cam Hoa. "The master used to be so proud of you, young miss, but now that the second concubine has been bad-mouthing you in his ear, he's turned against you." Zhang Cam Hoa thought to herself, "Concubine Shin currently holds all the power, which is not good for me. I must find a chance to bring her down." down. Jang Kam-hoa glanced at the maidservant standing outside the door. Isn't that the person she arranged to Moni? Tormi? She smirked. Inside the room, various herbs were on the table. Jang Kam-hoa picked up a bag. I'm still missing the Tiani herb. It only grows in cold places like the Northwest, and I can't find it. I'll have to think of another way tomorrow. While Jang Kam-hoa was deep in thought, someone was watching her from outside. It turned out to be Nam Kwang, who smirked upon learning of her situation. The next day, at the Jang Manor, little birds were chirping merrily. In her room, Jang Kam-hoa was sound asleep. She slowly sat up, then put on her clothes. What's that? She opened the box, and inside appeared a small sprig of an herb. Jang Kam-hoa stared blankly at the paper in her hand. Isn't this the Tiani herb? I've given you what you wanted. Where's the antidote you promised me? After reading the note, Jang Kam-hoa smiled faintly. She picked up a bag of herbs, looked outside, where beautiful petals were gently falling. A bag of herbs was hung on a tree branch. At the Imperial Palace, Nam Kwang held the bag of herbs. He opened it, but it turned out to be a round pill. Nam Kwang held the note written by Jang Kam-hoa. If you dare sneak into my place again, I'll poison you. Nam Kwang smiled as he read. He turned his head and said to Datan, by the way, how are things at the Prime Minister's manor recently? Datan replied, the eldest Miss Jang invited a physician over today. Nam Kwang, holding the small bag, asked she's sick? That's right, at the Prime Minister Jang's manor. Jang Kam-hoa spoke. Kam-hoa felt unwell upon getting out of bed today. There's also a plague in the Imperial City right now. I think we should invite a physician to examine every one in the manor. Prime Minister Jang was silent, then waved his hand. Then you can invite physician Zhao from the east side. Yes. After saying that, Jang Kam-hoa walked out of the room. Outside, Jang Kam-hoa asked Noyet Lin, is the concubine still using the incense today? Noyet Lin replied, yes, she is. Noyet Lin suddenly became angry. Jang Kam-hoa then said, as long as it's useful to me, that's all that matters. A moment later in the room, Jang Kam-hoa slowly took something out of her pouch. Tan-ni, you work diligently in the No-hoa courtyard. I like you very much. She placed the sachet on Tan-ni's hand. Here, this sachet is a reward for you. Tan-ni received it with both hands and said with a smile, thank you, young Mississippi. Jang Kam-hoa rested her chin on her hand and said, it just so happens that father has invited a doctor to examine everyone in the residence today. Help me inform the concubine. Yes. Following Jang Kam-hoa's words, Tan-ni quickly reported to concubine Tran. She said, Dr. True has always been upright and won't be bribed. What is that bitch scheming now? Tan-ni lowered her head. There's an epidemic in the capital recently. Perhaps he was just invited for a routine checkup. Concubine Tran turned around. All right, you may leave. The incense today is a bit strange. My head hurts so much. At this moment, Jang Kam-hoa was happily watering the flowers when Noyet Lin approached. Young miss, you even deliberately informed that old hag. Jang Kam-hoa said with a cunning look, Noyet Lin, what do you guess will happen when the concubine's incense is mixed with Tien grass? As Jang Kam-hoa and Noyet Lin were talking, Tan-ni suddenly approached. Eldest young miss, Dr. True has arrived. The master is summoning you. Jang Kam-hoa turned and called, Noyet Lin, let's go. Yes. Outside the room, Jang Kam-hoa and Noyet Lin walked over. Dr. True. Concubine Tran said, rubbing her head, I've been feeling dizzy lately. Please examine me quickly. Dr. True took her pulse, and in an instant, he became alarmed. This is... Prime Minister Jiang asked, is my wife seriously ill? Dr. True stammered, madam. He bowed his head, trembling. Madam has contracted a venereal disease. After hearing this, Prime Minister Jiang furiously shouted, speak. Just then, Jang Kam-hoa opened the door and entered. Nonsense, she said with a stern face. My Jiang family has always maintained its purity. Moreover, while father was away providing disaster relief, the concubine stayed home and remained chaste. How could she contract such a disease? Prime Minister Jiang pointed and cursed at Dr. True. Quack spouting nonsense. Men, beat him for me. Two maids whispered. Wasn't there a man in concubine Tran's room before? Hey, don't speak nonsense. Prime Minister Jiang's face turned pale. The maids bowed their heads in fear. He roared, damn you, you dare to lie to me that there was an assassin. Concubine Tran said worriedly, Master, this is a great injustice. Someone must have framed me. It was you. Concubine Tran pointed directly at Jang Kam-hoa's face that you're dissatisfied with me, and Kam too. You burned down my courtyard, and now you're framing me. Jang Kam-hoa covered her mouth with her hand. Concubine, why would you say such a thing? It's just that the assassin was already executed by you. Otherwise, I would have confronted him. She continued with amusement. I wonder where that assassin came from. Now, there's no one to testify. Prime Minister Jiang suddenly paused. He ordered, men, go to the assassin's house and investigate. For me, the time it takes for an incense stick to burn past, and a servant ran in to report. Master, this was found in the assassin's house. a green jade pendant. This belongs to concubine Tran. Prime Minister Jiang was furious. Dragged this adulteress to the lakeside. Concubine Tran fell to the ground. Jiang Kam Hoa closed her eyes and thought to herself, Concubine Tran, you were the one who framed me first. Suddenly, a voice rang out. An imperial edict has arrived. Jiang Kam Hoa turned her head in a daze. A eunuch from the palace entered to deliver the edict, an oral decree from His Majesty the Emperor. Miss Jiang Kam, too, has successfully created a medicine. She is rewarded with 2 bolts of brocade silk and a chest of jewels. The Prime Minister and everyone in the residence knelt down in unison that we thank His Majesty for His grace. Jiang Kam Hoa frowned deeply. She didn't expect the Emperor to favor Jiang Kam, too, so much. Concubine Tran grabbed the Prime Minister's sleeve. Master, she frowned and pleaded, for Cam 2's sake, please spare me. The Prime Minister was stunned, his face grim as he said, let go. Men, the second madam has gone mad. Take her to the village estate to recuperate. As Concubine Tran was dragged away by the servants, she burst into tears and screamed, Master, get out. She angrily shoved the servant's hand away. Let me go. Eunuch Lai glanced at the Prime Minister. Jiang Kam Hoa sighed. Well, that's fine too. At least she's been driven out of the Jiang residence. Elsewhere, Jiang Kam Hoa poured herself a cup of tea and drank it. She was suddenly startled. Kin Nam Kwang was sitting by the window, smiling at her. This time, I knocked before entering. Jiang Kam Hoa looked at him with a grim face. You call coming through the window entering? Kin Nam Kwang walked closer to her and said with a smile, your methods today were brilliant. However, this prince is curious. How did you make Concubine Tran contract a venereal disease? He moved forward and embraced her. Jiang Kam Hoa glanced at him. Thank you for your praise, Sixth Prince. The concubine often uses a specially made incense. This type only needs to come into contact with a little Tien Y grass to cause a venereal disease. Her hands trembled slightly. Moreover, the clothes that your highness left at that man's house could have eliminated her in one go. What a pity. Kinam Kwang took a small pouch from his clothes. That little sister of yours is no pushover. As soon as she entered the palace, she started slandering you. He poured out an antidote pill. She said you are heartless and ungrateful. That while the Empress Dowager was ill, you were in the mood to go boating on the lake and didn't even enter the palace to visit her afterwards. Quite a few people believe her. What do you plan to do next? He then popped the antidote pill into his mouth and picked up her teacup to drink. Jiang Kam Hoa's face flushed red as she looked at him in a panic. That's the cup I just used. Isn't that an indirect? She rushed forward to stop him. Don't. The teacup unfortunately spilled on Kin Nam Kwang Da. Jiang Kam Hoa was stunned, fumbling as she looked at him. Huh? What's wrong? She hurriedly pulled open Kin Nam Kwang's robe, looking at the red mark on his chest. His cheeks and neck flushed red. The two of them stared into each other's eyes, their hearts pounding uncontrollably. In a small room, Noyet Lin's voice suddenly sounded from outside. Young miss. Noyet Lin opened the door, walked in, and said with a smile. Noyet Lin heard a commotion. Is there something wrong? What? Seeing Jiang Kam Hoa and Kin Nam Kwang on the floor with their clothes in disarray, Noyet Lin's cheeks flushed bright red. I'm interrupting. After saying that, Noyet Lin quickly ran out and closed the door. Jiang Kam Hoa looked at Kin Nam Kwang in embarrassment and explained it's not what she thinks. Kin Nam Kwang adjusted his clothes and looked at her with a smile. Miss Jiang, this is the second time you've stripped my clothes off. Jiang Kam Hoa was so embarrassed her face was red enough to steam. Both times were treat your injuries. If you're fine now, then go. Kin Nam Kwang let out a soft laugh. Then I'll be going. That's right. Your sister is causing such a stir in the palace. Do you need my help? Jiang Kam Hoa smiled and refused. No need. I'll enter the palace tomorrow to deal with her. Then I'll be watching closely. After saying that, he jumped out. At this moment, Noyet Lin opened the door and peeked her head in to look at her. Young miss, Noyet Lin thinks the sixth prince is very nice. Jiang Kam Hoa, embarrassed, quickly shouted, no, don't talk nonsense. Also, remember to keep what happened today a secret. Noyet Lin smiled at her. Noyet Lin will definitely not say a word. Jiang Kam Hoa then said, I still have to enter the palace tomorrow, so I should go to bed a little earlier. In the imperial palace, Jiang Kam Hoa followed a eunuch inside. Seeing a dirty corner by the wall, she was startled. Oh, there's a place like this in the palace. The eunuch glanced over and said, Miss Jiang, this is where the servants eat. It's very unclean. A palace maid walking behind them suddenly started coughing continuously. Jiang Kam Hoa glanced at her. The palace maid coughed continuously, her eyes listless, and the food box in her hand fell to the ground, spilling the vegetables from the small box. Eunuch Lai shouted angrily, bold servant, you've bumped into a noble person. The palace maid, frightened, quickly knelt on the ground. This servant deserves death. Jiang Kam Hoa glanced at the food box. She crouched down and picked up some food to examine it. The palace maid hurriedly stopped her. Miss Jiang, don't. It's very dirty. Jiang Kam Hoa glanced at the palace maid, then grabbed her hand to take her pulse. Her eyes narrowed. Jiang Kam Hoa stood up straight and looked at Eunuch Lai. Eunuch, please take me to the Two True Palace. Eunuch Lai looked at her and asked, is something wrong? Jiang Kam Hoa said seriously, the illness in the palace is not the waterborne plague. Jiang Kam too carried carried a pot of medicine up and said to the emperor, "Reporting to your majesty, the palace maids who took the medicine have recovered." The emperor said joyfully, "This is good news." Then quickly bring it to the empress dowager to drink. Suddenly, Jiang Kam Hoa walked over and shouted, "Wait." She looked at Jiang Kam Tu and asked, "Kam Tu, is the medicine you're using to treat the waterborne plague an antidote?" Jiang Kam Tu frowned and feigned, "Sister, I know you want to save the empress dowager, but the situation is urgent. Now is not the time to fight for credit, is it?" Hearing this, the emperor's face darkened. Jiang Kam Hoa knelt on the ground and said seriously, "Your subject is not fighting for credit, nor am I here to cause trouble. The illness the palace staff have is not the waterborne plague. If this medicine is used rashly, it will lead to them vomiting blood." Jiang Kam too looked at her coldly. "I have studied medicine under the Saint of Medicine for many years, while if I recall correctly, you studied poisons. Are you trying to say your medical skills are superior to mine?" The emperor looked at her indifferently and said, "We trust Kam Tu's medical skills. You may take the medicine away." Jiang Kam Tu smiled smugly at her. Jiang Kam Hoa frowned and hurriedly grabbed Jiang Kam Tu's sleeve. "Your Majesty, your subject dares to guarantee with my life. Please wait a moment. Do not act recklessly." Jiang Kam Tu snatched her sleeve back and looked at her angrily. "The Empress Dowager is in critical condition. Any delay will endanger her life." The Emperor said worriedly, "The Empress Dowager's safety cannot be delayed." Jiang Kam Hoa was stunned. "Your Majesty," a voice suddenly came from behind the door. "Father Emperor, this son believes that for the eldest miss to be so insistent, there must be a reason." Jiang Kam Hoa said with a determined gaze, "Reporting to your Majesty, I have discovered that the plague is not spreading from one hall to another, but from the palace staff to their masters. After inspecting the staff's kitchen, I found it to be filthy and messy. I suspect the palace staff contracted it from eating food with yeast fungus." Jiang Kam too was stunned. "What is yeast fungus? I've never heard of it." At this moment, Eunuch Li ran over in a panic. "Reporting to your Majesty, the palace maids and eunuchs who took the medicine are now vomiting blood." Jiang Kam too screamed in fear. "Impossible! That's not possible." Jiang Kam Hoa kowtowed and pleaded with the emperor again. "I beg your Majesty to grant me permission to enter the palace to diagnose the illness." The emperor looked at her and reminded her, "This disease is highly contagious. Once you enter, you cannot leave until the illness is cured." Jiang Kam Hoa nodded, her eyes firm, "I know, but I must confirm the source to be able to prescribe the right medicine." The emperor sighed and waved his hand. "Very well, take your younger sister with you. Let her learn something. If you can't cure it, then don't come out either." Two palace maids standing outside the door opened the door to the other room. Jiang Kam Hoa stared in shock at the room before her. Kin Nam Kwang stood inside, smiling at her. Jiang Kam Hoa stepped into that room. Kin Nam Kwang smiled at her. "You're here." Jiang Kam Hoa looked at him, stunned and surprised. She rushed forward and grabbed him by the collar. "Six Prince, why are you here? Don't you know this is the epicenter of the plague?" Kin Nam Kwang teased. "Are you concerned about me?" Jiang Kam Hoa nodded and replied, "Of course. As a doctor, I am concerned about everyone in the palace, and the Sixth Prince is no exception." Kin Nam Kwang looked at her with a gentle smile. "Imperial grandmother raised me. Now that she is ill, I must be present." Also, he gripped her wrist tightly, looking at the room inside. "If I were to get sick, you would cure me too, right?" Jiang Kam Hoa's face flushed red. She shyly buried her face in his chest. We should go quickly. The Empress Dowager is still waiting." Jiang Kam Hoa quickly pulled her hand back, turned, and ran. Kin Nam Kwang grabbed her hand, not letting go, and led her inside. "Let's go." Jiang Kam Hoa sat by the bed to check the condition of the Empress Dowager. This is indeed not smallpox. It's an infectious disease caused by yeast fungus. The prescription is actually not difficult. What's more important is, Jiang Kam Hoa stood up and said seriously, "Everyone come to the front hall. I will diagnose each person one by one." Late at night, in a dark room, the door was opened. Nam Kung Wan Kin and saw Jiang Kam Hoa exhaustedly slumped over the table. Kin Nam Kwang walked over, took off his outer robe, and draped it over her. "You take such good care of others." His eyes were full of concern as he looked at her. "But you don't know how to take care of yourself." Kin Nam Kwang sat in the room, picking up and reading the papers Jiang Kam Hoa had written on. Jiang Kam Hoa sat opposite him, slumped over the table, sleeping soundly, a faint fragrance in the air. Lying on the table, Jiang Kam Hoa slowly opened her eyes. Kin Nam Kwang smiled at her. "You're awake." He reached out, intending to take her hand. Jiang Kam Hoa shot up, rubbing her eyes. "Why didn't you wake me when you arrived? Is there something you need me for?" Kin Nam Kwang lightly touched the lamp on the table and then reached out to caress her cheek. Jiang Kam Hoa's cheeks flushed red as she looked at him, bewildered. Kin Nam Kwang pulled his hand back and said softly, "If you're tired, go to sleep. Don't mind me." Jiang Kam Hoa shyly rubbed her head. "I have an item to make examinations more convenient. I've already drawn a picture of it." Kin Nam Kwang folded the paper and replied, "I've seen this item. I'll have someone make it for you. For now, go to sleep." He stood up, turned to leave, and added, "Surely, you don't need my help to go to sleep, do you?" Jiang Kam Hoa's face flushed bright red. She pushed him out and threw his outer robe out as well. "I don't need it." At the Empress Dowager's palace, a palace maid stood guard outside. Jiang Kam Hoa was rechecking the Empress Dowager's health. The door opened. Kin Nam Kwang walked in holding an object and said to her, "The item is finished." He looked at Jiang Kam Hoa curiously and asked, "But how do you use this thing?" Jiang Kam Hoa took it and placed one end on his chest. Kin Nam Kwang's heart began to race, his face flushing red. Jiang Kam Hoa was a little surprised. Your heart is beating a bit fast." She touched her own forehead, then touched Kin Nam's. "Forehead, you wore so little last night. Did you catch a cold? Open your mouth." Jiang Kam Hoa then popped a pill into Kin Nam Kwang's mouth and closed it for him. After doing so, Jiang Kam Hoa turned to go back inside, waving her hand at him and reminding him, "Go back and get some rest." Jia Qing, standing nearby, stared with his mouth agape as Kin Nam Kwang obediently took the medicine. Then he looked at Jiang Kam Hoa sitting by the Empress Dowager's bed, his eyes shining brightly. So impressive. She can make His Highness, who detests coptis root, actually eat it. Jiang Kam Hoa put the stethoscope in her ears. She placed the other end on the Empress Dowager's chest, and she suddenly became overjoyed. This is wonderful. Imperial grandmother's illness is no longer a problem. At this moment, the Empress Dowager also opened her eyes, looking at her in surprise and calling out, "Kam Hoa, Kam Hoa, help me sit up." Jiang Kam Hoa carefully helped the Empress Dowager sit up. "Grandmother, take it slow." The Empress Dowager looked at her, moved and pained. "It's been hard on you these past few days." The Empress Dowager gently caressed her cheek. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard. Kin Nam Kwang ran in frantically, looking at the Empress Dowager with surprised joy. "Imperial grandmother, you're awake." He rushed to the bedside, looking at the Empress Dowager with concern. "Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" The Empress Dowager smiled kindly at him. "Old Sixth, why are you here?" She looked behind Kin Nam Kwang and asked, "Did you come with your Imperial brothers to pay respects to me?" Not wanting to see the Empress Dowager sad, Kin Nam Kwang tactfully replied, "Since Zhu Palace was sealed, Father Emperor and my Imperial brothers have been too busy to come. Only I could make it." The Empress Dowager lowered her head in disappointment. "I see. I'm a little tired. You two may leave." Seeing the Empress Dowager so sad, Jiang Kam Hoa couldn't bear it and said gently, "Grandmother, in a few days when the weather is better, I will take you for a walk outside." The Empress Dowager smiled and hummed in agreement. Watching Kin Nam Kwang and Jiang Kam Hoa leave, the Empress Dowager let out a soft sigh. These two children are such a good match. If only Kam Hoa hadn't been betrothed to Old Fourth so early. Outside the main hall, two palace maids sweeping outside the sleeping quarters were whispering that I heard the Empress Dowager has woken up. Already, was it eldest Miss Jiang who cured her? The maid next to her nodded and replied, "That's right. Tell me, they're from the same family. How can they be so different?" Indeed, she's truly worthy of being the eldest Miss Jiang. The Empress Dowager can already walk in the garden today. Perhaps the quarantine on Zhu Palace will be lifted soon. Jiang Kam, too, hiding in a corner, was so angry her face twisted with rage. "I don't believe it. It's impossible." She angrily threw the door open. The two palace maids outside jumped in fright, looking at her furious expression. Jiang Kam 2's face darkened, full of resentment. How could her medical skills be better than mine? In a small grove, Kin Nam Kwang and Jiang Kam Hoa were helping the Empress Dowager take a walk. The Empress Dowager smiled with contentment and happiness, looking at the two of them. Jiang Kam 2, hiding to one side, gritted her teeth in anger. Kin Nam Kwang looked around warily, suddenly sensing a murderous aura, but saw that it was empty with no one around. Kin Nam Kwang sighed and rubbed his head. "I must be overthinking things." Meanwhile, Eunuch Li held an imperial edict and announced, a verbal edict from the emperor. The plague has been suppressed. The gates of Zhu Palace may be open starting today. The palace maids looked at each other joyfully, smiling happily. "The gates are open. This is wonderful." Elsewhere, Jiang Kam 2, wearing a cloak that concealed her, had a ferocious expression. "I can't just sit here and wait to die." In Consort Chen's palace, Jiang Kam 2 knelt on the floor, looking up at Consort Chen, who was reclining on a chair, and reported, "Jiang Kam Hoa and the sixth prince are in love with each other. She has no regard for the fourth prince's dignity. The fourth prince and I are mutually in love. I hope your highness will grant our wish." Consort Chen placed a hand on a maid beside her and slowly sat up, speaking calmly. "Who Connor likes, I have never interfered with." However, she stepped down and walked in front of Jiang Kam 2, continuing coolly, "Jiang Kam Hoa's future is now limitless. Marrying her will bring Connor one step closer to the throne." Consort Chen reached out, lifted her chin, and looked at her with a faint smile. "Since you love Connor so much, you should help him. Am I right?" Consort Chen straightened up, pulled a small vial of medicine from her sleeve, and gave it to Jiang Kam 2. "In a few days, at the sacred Thanksgiving banquet, you will apply this medicine to Jiang Kam Hoa's clothes. I will lead her to meet Connor. Once they are married, you can also enter the fourth prince's manor sooner. At that time, she won't be able to stop you and Connor." Jiang Kam 2 took the vial, frowning as she replied, "Yes." A while later, Jiang Kam Hoa and Eunuch Lee had been waiting for some time when they saw Jiang Kam Tu slowly approaching. Eunuch Lee looked at her and asked, "What took you so long? You're delaying our departure from the palace." Jiang Kam Tu quickly explained, "My stomach was feeling unwell just now. Let's hurry back to the manor." Jiang Kam Hoa looked at her in silence. Back at the Jiang Manor, the small vial was opened. Jiang Kam Tu looked at the small box containing the set of clothes inside and picked up some of the powder. This spring wind is odorless and tasteless. Even with her superior medical skills, she won't be able to detect it. Just then, a voice called from outside, "Second Mississippi." Jiang Kam Tu jumped, hastily closing the clothes box. Two maids entered, smiled at her, and reported, "We are here to collect the items rewarded by the Emperor." Jiang Kam Tu pretended to sit and read, a sinister glint in her eyes. The next day, while Jiang Kam Hoa was grinding something, Yuling came up from behind and opened the box. She looked in astonishment at the outfit inside. "Miss, the Emperor has rewarded you with silver brocade silk. A beautiful dress." Jiang Kam Hoa, while diligently grinding something, said nonchalantly, "I'll wear this to the palace tomorrow to express my gratitude." Noyet Lin hugged the outfit and said with a happy smile, "Young miss will surely look very beautiful in it." The next day, Jiang Kam Hoa, dressed beautifully, went to the palace with Jiang Kam Tuesday. Seeing the gorgeous and splendid Jiang Kam Hoa, everyone around stared at her in astonishment. The eldest young lady of the Jiang family is so beautiful. Indeed, a kind-hearted beauty, and her fiancé is the fourth prince. Jiang Kam Tu's face darkened as she looked at her with anger and resentment. On what grounds? How could she be the fourth prince's primary wife? Suddenly, she noticed a man walking. But isn't that the deposed crown prince? Can Nam Hien? Jiang Kam Tu's expression turned vicious. "That I've changed my mind. If I ruin you, I'll be the only eldest young lady of the Jiang family." During the gratitude banquet, the Empress Dowager sat above, smiling kindly at Jiang Kam Hoa. "Kam Hoa, you saved my life. Tell me whatever reward you desire." Jiang Kam Hoa smiled and replied, "Kam Hoa only hopes for my maternal grandmother's good health. I ask for nothing else." The Empress Dowager laughed, happily looking at her. This child. The Emperor, sitting beside her, gave a forced smile. He looked at Jiang Kam Tu and reprimanded her. "Jiang Kam Tu, you misdiagnosed the illness and nearly harmed the Empress Dowager. You should know better." Jiang Kam Hoa raised her head and glanced at Jiang Kam Tu. Jiang Kam Tu hurriedly knelt and kowtowed to admit her guilt that I, your servant, know my crime is unforgivable. Although my medical skills are poor, my heart was set on saving the Empress Dowager. I vow to dedicate myself to studying medicine from now on. I beg your majesty to show mercy. The Emperor didn't want to make things difficult for her either. Out of consideration for your sister's merit in saving a royal, I will spare you this time. Jiang Kam Tu hurriedly kowtowed in thanks. "Thank you, your majesty, for your mercy." Behind her, Jiang Kam Hoa glanced at her. "Thank you, your majesty, for your mercy." But inwardly, she was exploding with anger. "No, we're not close at all. Please punish her quickly." Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Your majesty, I, your consort, cannot agree. Kam Hoa has performed a great service this time. How can there be no reward?" Consort Tran looked at Jiang Kam Hoa and said gently, "The Chu State's 100-flower purple honey, of which only 10 bottles are made each year, can preserve one's beauty. I, your consort, have a bottle. I will gift it to Kam Hoa as a reward." A small wine bottle was brought up. The Emperor nodded in satisfaction and said, as expected of the mother of the groom-to-be, "You are so thoughtful." Consort Tran smiled and replied, "Your majesty overpraises me." She looked at Jiang Kam Hoa and said softly, "Kam Hoa, why don't you have a taste?" Jiang Kam Hoa looked at the wine bottle being carried by the palace maid. The wine was poured. Jiang Kam Hoa thought to herself, Jiang Kam Tu hasn't touched this wine. Should I use a silver needle to test for poison? It should be fine. She then picked up the cup of wine and began to drink. The banquet was still underway. The Empress Dowager raised her cup, looked down below, and asked, "Why is it a bit quiet today? Is someone not here?" Consort Tran smiled at the Empress Dowager and replied, "The first prince has reported ill. Connor is still busy with the affairs of the Ministry of Revenue. As for Kwang he must have been delayed by some matter." Jiang Kam Hoa raised her cup and looked at the empty seat in front of her. "Can Nam Kwang isn't here yet? He didn't seem well last time I saw him. Could he be sick?" She lightly touched her forehead. "After all these busy days, even I'm a little tired. This feeling, something's not right. My limbs have no strength." Just then, Jiang Kam Tu, who had appeared beside her at some point, said coldly, "Reporting to your majesty, the Empress Dowager, my sister seems to be drunk. Please allow me to take her to a room to rest." The Empress Dowager nodded in agreement. "Go on." Watching Jiang Kam Tu lead Jiang Kam Hoa away, Consort Tran let out a faint smile. Such a deep sisterly bond. As Jiang Kam Tu helped Jiang Kam Hoa away, she let out a cold laugh. "Originally, I wanted to let you and the fourth prince seal the deal, but I know you don't like the fourth prince. So I changed it to a lover for you. Aren't you happy, sister?" Jiang Kam Hoa, completely drained of strength, was weak and said help. Jiang Kam Tu angrily grabbed her tightly. "Behave yourself. Let's go." The jade pendant on her waist fell to the ground. Jiang Kam Tu quickly led Jiang Kam Hoa away. A moment later, someone walked over. Seeing the jade pendant on the ground, Nam Kwang bent down and picked it up. He stood up, frowning, and asked Datan, does she dislike this prince that much? Datan looked at him blankly, not understanding what was happening. At this moment, someone approached from a distance. A eunuch was supporting the former crown prince, Kin Nam Hien. The eunuch said angrily, the second young lady of the Zhang family is truly rude, forcing you to come over while you are ill. Kin Nam Hien coughed a few times and said softly, it's not easy for me to meet people in the palace. To have a disciple of the saint of medicine willing to treat me is already an honor. Suddenly, he noticed someone nearby. Kin Nam Hien and Kin Nam Kwang's eyes met. Kin Nam Kwang stared intently in the direction Kin Nam Hien was heading. Zhang Cam too is in this direction, the same direction as Cam Hoa. He gently touched the jade pendant in his hand, and a sense of unease suddenly arose. Something's not right. Kin Nam Kwang turned around and called out urgently, eldest brother. Kin Nam Hien looked at him, confused. Kin Nam Kwang looked at him and said hurriedly, the second young Lady Zhang's medical skills are not refined. I'm afraid it will delay eldest brother's treatment. Your younger brother has heard that the eldest young Lady Zhang's miraculous healing hands have stabilized the plague in the palace. Why not let the eldest young Lady Zhang examine you, eldest brother? The eunuch standing beside Kin Nam Hien also urged him, Master, your health is more important. Let's go back. Kin Nam Hien looked troubled. Then, what about the second young Lady Zhang? Kin Nam Kwang smiled and said, as for the second young Lady Zhang, let your younger brother go and speak with her. Kin Nam Hien coughed a few times and then agreed. Well, all right then. Kin Nam Kwang watched Kin Nam Hien leave. He glanced at Datan and said coldly, Datan, let's go. After saying that, he ran quickly in one direction. Zhang Cam too, you'd better not have done anything. He clenched the jade pendant in his hand. Otherwise, I will definitely not spare you. At this moment, Zhang Cam Hoa was lying weakly on the bed. Zhang Cam too stood to one side, looking at her with a vicious and sinister expression. When everyone sees you and Kin Nam Hien together, the fourth prince will no longer want you. Then the engagement will be mine. Sister, you are completely finished. Just as she was feeling smug, a cold voice rang out. Huh, is that so? Startled, Zhang Cam too whipped her head around in fear. The door to the room was suddenly kicked open. Kin Nam Kwang walked in coldly, his sharp gaze like a blade fixed on Zhang Cam too. Kin Nam Kwang walked in coldly. Seeing him, Zhang Cam too's whole body suddenly stiffened, her face changing color. This is bad. Terrified, she tried to run out. Kin Nam Kwang glanced at her and quickly grabbed her by the shoulder. With his other hand, he grabbed Zhang Cam too's wrist and pushed her to the ground. Kin Nam Kwang looked at her with cold anger. S.O. Young, yet your heart is so vicious. Terrified, Zhang Cam too quickly confessed everything. And oh, it was Her Highness the Consort who made me do it. At this moment, Zhang Cam Hoa sat up from the bed and looked at her. You're lying. Why would Her Highness the Consort want to frame me with the first prince? Kin Nam Kwang pressed Zhang Cam too down harder. Terrified, Zhang Cam too quickly said, Her Highness the Consort wanted you and the fourth prince to seal the deal so that you two could marry sooner. Kin Nam Kwang frowned at her. But you wanted to destroy Cam Hoa's reputation, so you brought eldest brother into it. His face darkened. Kin Nam Kwang leaned down and whispered in her ear, Zhang Cam too, I can't kill you, but I want you and fourth brother to go to hell together. After speaking, he straightened up and looked at Datan, standing beside him. Datan. Datan quickly replied, your subordinate is here. Kin Nam Kwang pushed Zhang Cam too towards him and ordered coldly, throw this woman into fourth brother's room. Doesn't fourth brother want to seal the deal? I'll grant him his wish. After Datan led Zhang Cam too away, Kin Nam Kwang turned around and sat down next to Zhang Cam Hoa. Zhang Cam Hoa smiled at him. You've saved me again, sixth prince. Kin Nam Kwang smiled at her and took the jade pendant from his chest. He carefully fastened it back on her waist. This time, it was more or less thanks to this that I was able to find you. Zhang Cam Hoa took the jade pendant in surprise. She stared at the jade pendant in her hand, then smiled happily and said, sixth prince, thank you. Seeing her innocent and beautiful smile, Kin Nam Kwang was stunned. He coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. Let's go. I'll take you out. Zhang Cam Hoa looked at him pitifully and hesitated. My limbs have no strength. Suddenly, a strong hand grasped her shoulder. Kin Nam Kwang smiled, picked her up in his arms, and left. Kin Nam Kwang, carrying Zhang Cam Hoa, leaped away. He looked at her worriedly and asked, I don't know what she gave you to drink. Let me take you to a physician. Zhang Cam Hoa replied thoughtfully, it wasn't something I drank. It's on the clothes. Kin Nam Kwang asked in surprise, what clothes? Zhang Cam Hoa touched the outfit she was wearing and said softly, this is the only outfit she has touched. It must be some kind of drug. Seeing her hands start to move restlessly, Kin Nam Kwang's face flushed with embarrassment. Don't fidget. Zhang Cam Hoa's face was flushed as she said uncomfortably, but I'm so hot. Her hands began to slip inside his robes. Kin Nam Kwang's heart couldn't help but pound. Zhang Cam Hoa pulled open Kin Nam Kwang's robes. She pressed her face against his chest. Oh, comfortable, like hugging a block of cool ice. Nam Kwang was startled. He immediately lost his footing and fell into the water. There was a large whirlpool under the water. Nam Kwang pulled Jong Kam Hoa's hand, and they surfaced. Are you more clear-headed now? Embarrassed, Jong Kam Hoa didn't dare to look him in the eye. Nam Kwang, embarrassed, let go of her hand. Then you can go on your own. Jong Kam Hoa's face changed. Wait. She thrashed about in a panic. I can't swim. Nam Kwang looked at her in astonishment. Jong Kam Hoa thrashed in a panic. She reached out and clung tightly to Nam Kwang. Nam Kwang's cheeks flushed red as he stared at her blankly. Jong Kam Hoa hugged him tightly, her small face flushed. What do we do now? A moment later, Nam Kwang stepped onto the shore, with Jong Kam Hoa clinging to him with both her arms and legs. He didn't let go. Nam Kwang carried her to one side, then gently took off his outer robe and draped it over her. In any case, change your clothes first. Jong Kam Hoa clutched the robe tightly and replied shyly. Nam Kwang stood still on the spot, watching Jong Kam Hoa slowly walk away. His gaze was gentle and soft, his face flushing red. What am I to do with her now? He slapped his forehead helplessly. In the Imperial Palace, Nam Kwang stood outside, looking at the small pouch in his hand and smiling foolishly. In the room, a maid was combing the hair of a beautiful woman. The beautiful woman, wearing a splendid blue dress, spoke in surprise. I didn't expect there to be a place like this in the palace. Her hair was combed and neatly tied up. The older maid, holding the comb, combed her hair again and replied, when the Empress first entered the palace, she lived here. The first time His Highness won a battle, he asked the Emperor to grant him this place. He brought all of the Empress's belongings here. The woman suddenly spoke up. That's enough. She took the maid's hand and stood up. His Highness must be getting impatient. The door to the room was opened. The beautifully dressed and made-up Jong Kam Hoa stepped out, looked at Nam Kwang, and said, sorry to keep you waiting. Nam Kwang turned his head, his eyes wide with stunned surprise as he looked at her. He let out a soft, low chuckle. Seeing him laugh like that, Jong Kam Hoa, embarrassed and annoyed, snapped, what are you laughing at? Nam Kwang smiled gently at her and said softly, it was my mother's dress. It looks very beautiful on you. Let's go. I'll take you to see the flowers. Meanwhile, at the banquet, Consort Chin supported the Empress Dowager and said with a smile, the weather is so lovely today. This servant will accompany your majesty the Empress Dowager to see the flowers. The Empress Dowager nodded in agreement. With such fine weather, one should walk around more. Consort Chun and the Emperor strolled with the Empress Dowager in the rear garden to admire the flowers. A palace maid followed beside them, looking at the beautiful, blooming flowers before them. Consort Chun looked at the Empress Dowager and said with feigned concern, I wonder what Connor is busy with. He didn't even come to the banquet today. The Emperor, who was beside them, chimed in. Jun recalls that Old Fourth's room is nearby. Let's go and have a look. A moment later, the group arrived in front of Nam Khan's room. Seeing the tightly shut door, the Emperor said in surprise, in broad daylight, why is the door closed? Surely Old Fourth isn't still sleeping? Go wake him up. Consort Chin shot a meaningful glance at the palace maid beside her. The palace maid, understanding the signal, stepped forward and opened the door. Inside the room, clothes were strewn messily on the floor. From within, the coquettish voices of a man and a woman could be heard. Don't. The Empress Dowager frowned deeply and asked unhappily, what is going on here? That palace made feigned difficulty and reported, this servant seems to have seen the eldest Miss Jiang. Consort Chun gave a sinister, triumphant smile, her plan having succeeded. She pretended to ask, didn't Kam Hoa get drunk and go back to rest? Why is she here? The palace maid, understanding her cue, replied, this servant saw that eldest Miss Jiang's clothes are also in the room. Consort Chun pretended to cover her face and began her dramatic performance. Connor has always been so prudent. How could this happen? He must have been drugged by someone. The Emperor and the others stepped inside. He spoke up, although Jong Kam Hoa has made great contributions, to think that she would do this kind of thing. The Empress Dowager shouted angrily, my Kam Hoa would absolutely not do such a despicable thing. Consort Chin smiled at her. Young people don't know restraint. It's possible for them to make a mistake in the heat of the moment. Although there is an engagement, she has lost her purity before marriage. It would be better to let them marry soon. The Emperor snorted coldly in anger. Word of today's events must not get out. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Get married? Jong Kam Hoa and Nam Kwang walked in, looking at everyone in surprise, and asked, who does the fourth prince want to marry? The Emperor looked at her, stunned and bewildered, watching as Jong Kam Hoa approached in a beautiful blue dress. The Emperor unconsciously reached out his hand. Empress. Suddenly, a hand from behind pulled Jong Kam Hoa back by the shoulder. Nam Kwang stepped forward, bowed to the Emperor, and said, your son greets Father Emperor. I was not aware that Father Emperor was here. Please forgive me. Seeing her there, Consort Chin's jaw dropped in astonishment. Jong Kam Hoa. You, how are you here? John Cam Hoa, pretending not to understand what was happening, looked at her and reporting to your highness consort. After this subject woke up, I found no one beside me. While looking for my younger sister, I slipped and fell into the lake. If it weren't for the sixth prince's help, I'm afraid I would have drowned. The sixth prince took this subject to change into a different set of clothes. Consort Chun was as stunned as if struck by lightning from a clear sky. The emperor's face darkened as he roared in anger. Guards, drag the people inside the room out here for Jun. Consort Chin's face changed color. No, Kin Nam Khan and John Cam too were dragged out. Everyone around looked at the two in astonishment. It's the fourth prince and the second Miss Jian. Consort Chin hurriedly grabbed the emperor's hand and pleaded, "Your Majesty, there must be a misunderstanding." The Empress Dowager angrily glared at the nearby palace maid. A misunderstanding? You nearly ruined Cam Hoa's reputation. Are you servants all blind? Spouting nonsense is a capital offense. That palace maid trembled with fear. John Kim Hoa looked at the two on the ground and said, "My fiancée and my second sister together. I really don't know how to explain to father how this happened." Kin Nam Kwang, standing beside her, said with feigned thoughtfulness, "The consort just said that a woman who has lost her purity should marry soon. Fourth brother must take responsibility for the second Miss Jian." Consort Chun was stunned, furious enough to burst that Connor is not in his right mind right now. He was clearly framed by someone else. It must be John Cam too who framed Connor. The emperor roared in anger. Silence. How can you make such baseless conclusions? Investigate this for Jun. John Cam Hoa walked before the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, this subject is not feeling well and asked to be excused first." The emperor nodded at her. "Rest assured, Jun will definitely get justice for you." Kin Nam Kwang also bowed to take his leave. "Father Emperor, your son will escort Miss Jiang back to her residence." "Go on." The two then turned and walked out. John Cam Hoa let out a sigh of relief. This disgusting engagement is finally about to be dissolved. At Yujing Palace, Kin Nam Kwang looked at John Cam Hoa and said, "The reason I invited Miss Jiang to the palace today was to ask you to examine my eldest brother. After my eldest brother was deposed, his health has not been good, and he has always been hiding away in Yujing Palace. A few days ago, if I hadn't happened to run into him and felt something was strange, I'm afraid I wouldn't have discovered John Cam 2's plot." John Cam Hoa smiled at him. "Then I should thank your highness for that." A eunuch standing outside saw the two arrive and hurriedly bowed. "Apologies for the trouble, your highness and Miss Jiang. The master has been seriously ill these past few days and cannot be exposed to the wind." John Cam Hoa looked at him and said, "Please lead the way." The two followed the eunuch inside. She was shocked to see the dark, cobweb-filled palace. He was once the crown prince. After all, how could he be living in such a dilapidated place? It's very detrimental to one's health. Kin Nam Hien looked at her and asked, "What illness do I have?" "Miss Jiang, you can speak frankly. No need to hide anything." John Cam Hoa withdrew her hand and replied, "The first prince's pulse indicates an injury from childhood that was not treated in time." She looked at Kin Nam Kwang beside her in surprise. Kin Nam Kwang looked at her and said, "Eldest brother's constitution has not been good these past few years, and Yujing Palace is not a suitable place to recuperate from an illness." John Cam Hoa now understood. It seemed there was a hidden story behind the first prince's old injury. She looked at Kanam Hien and said with a smile, "The first prince has a weak constitution and will develop a dry cough when exposed to damp winds. You can place more plants and scented sachets to dehumidify the air." The eunuch standing beside them snorted and looked at her. "I thought the disciple of the medical saint would be so brilliant, but it turns out you're not." Nam Hien coughed lightly to remind him, "Do not be rude." He looked at John Cam Hoa and said, after being deposed, "I am merely living on borrowed time. Perhaps illness is also a kind of release." He lowered his eyes, his gaze sorrowful. John Cam Hoa was fuming. She slammed the table and stood up. "What are you talking about? I don't know what grievances you have suffered, but if you feel it's unfair, shouldn't you live, well, all the more? Only by living do you have a chance to fight back. Since coming here, I have endured many assassination attempts. My reputation as a venomous woman, my body afflicted with cold poison. If I were like him, the grass on my grave would already be over 2 meters tall." John Cam Hoa angrily squeezed her eyes shut. She gave Kanam Hien a hard pat on the shoulder, then grabbed his sleeve and pulled him outside. "Follow me. Look at the flowers and grass outside, the blue sky, the birds and butterflies flying around and landing on the blades of grass." John Cam Hoa smiled and rolled up her sleeves. "Right now, I'll teach you a lesson. Practice every day to strengthen your body." Kanam Hien stood behind her, looking at her in astonishment. John Cam Hoa's face darkened with anger. She turned her head, pointed at Kanam Hien's face, and scolded, "Don't you dare put on this I don't want to live act. You will practice for real for me." Nam Kwang, standing behind her, also cheerfully rolled up his sleeves. John Cam Hoa turned her head, looked at him in surprise, and asked, "What are you getting excited about?" Nam Kwang smiled and replied, "I want to learn too, to improve my constitution." The carriage stopped in front of the palace gate, and Nam Kwang helped John Cam Hoa into the carriage. Noyet Lin was stunned and about to run forward when a hand pulled her back. Noyet Lin turned her head in surprise. Datan looked at her and asked, "Where are you going?" Noyet Lin looked at him and replied as if it were obvious, "Of course, I'm following my lady." Datan looked at her, exasperated. He grabbed Noyet Lin's hand tightly and pulled her along. "You'll just have to sit here with me." The two sat at the back of the carriage. Datan looked at Noyet Lin helplessly. This little maid has no tact at all. Inside the carriage, John Cam Hoa looked at Kanam Kwang and said, "You cut me off just now. Is there a hidden story behind the first prince's injury?" The smile on Kanam Kwang's face suddenly froze. He began to tell her, "My eldest brother was once the crown prince. When Father Emperor was choosing an heir, he only had one son. Although my eldest brother was born to a palace maid, Father Emperor still made him the crown prince. Who would have thought that in the next 2 years, the imperial harem would give birth to several more princes? The princes grew up one by one. One year, during a palace banquet, a rumor suddenly spread that my eldest brother was having an affair with Father Emperor's favored consort. That year, the favored consort was given 3 feet of white silk to end her life, and my eldest brother was also deposed, sentenced to 50 strokes, and confined to the Yujing Palace. It was then that my eldest brother fell gravely ill." John Cam Hoa looked at him and suddenly asked, "Do you think the first prince was framed?" Nam Kwang looked at her in surprise for a moment, then nodded and replied, "My eldest brother has always been gentle and courteous. He would never do such a thing." John Cam Hoa touched her chin thoughtfully. "Indeed, after meeting the first prince today, I feel even more that he is not that kind of person. Is it a coincidence?" Nam Kwang suddenly realized something. He looked at her pensively and said, "Now that you mention it, after that favored consort died, noble consort Chin immediately gained favor." John Cam Hoa was shocked. It seems the noble consort was pulling the strings from behind. Her face darkened. Nam Kwang also lowered his head in silence. John Cam Hoa looked at him, smiled, and said, "I originally wanted to cut off her wings and deal with John Cam too once and for all, but now it seems I should let the fish grow bigger." Nam Kwang smiled with interest and looked at her. "What does my ally want my help with this time?" John Cam Hoa didn't answer, but asked him in return. Then this time, "What do you want from me?" She gently took his hand. Nam Kwang looked at her. Suddenly, arrows flew swiftly and embedded themselves in the carriage. Nam Kwang quickly pulled John Cam Hoa to one side. The two of them stared in stunned surprise at the arrows stuck in the carriage. Nam Kwang roared angrily. Datan, and several subordinates drew their swords. Looking around warily, "Your Highness, we are surrounded." Nam Kwang narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and cold. He drew the sword in his hand and said coldly, "Protect the carriage for me." The assassins holding swords shouted, "Hand over the person in the carriage, and we will spare your lives." Nam Kwang looked at them with a cold, sharp expression and said, "Tell me who sent you, and I will also spare your lives." The assassins shouted angrily, "Nonsense! Attack!" Nam Kwang rushed forward to fight them. John Cam Hoa lifted the curtain and looked at him worriedly. The 6th prince's cold poison hasn't been purged, and he caught a cold after falling into the water a few days ago. He can't use his internal energy right now, or else. She saw a figure rushing towards him. John Cam Hoa was startled and shouted, "Behind you!" The assassin ambushed Nam Kwang from behind. Die. Nam Kwang's sharp eyes glanced behind him. He immediately turned and stabbed the assassin. With one thrust, suddenly his eyes constricted. Nam Kwang supported himself with his sword and collapsed to his knees. John Cam Hoa ran over worriedly. "Sixth Prince." She took a small ball from her sleeve and threw it at the assassins. John Cam Hoa went to support Nam Kwang and said worriedly, "My sleeping drug is very potent. This is the antidote. Drink it." Nam Kwang ordered Datan, leave one alive. Datan quickly replied, "Yes." Nam Kwang smiled and hugged John Cam Hoa. "I helped you today, so we could be considered to be in the same boat. However, let this prince protect you." John Cam Hoa blushed in embarrassment. Who's helping whom is not yet certain. The sleeping drug began to dissipate. Datan, holding an assassin, saw Nam Kwang before him and quickly threw the assassin aside, rushing over to support him. Nam Kwang coldly pulled his arm back. Datan stared blankly at his empty hand for a moment, then smiled sheepishly, rubbing his head and said, "His Highness used his internal energy, and now the cold poison has flared up again. I beg the eldest young miss to save my master." John Cam Hoa nodded and replied, "Of course, let's hurry back to the manor." The sky began to darken, and the carriage quickly departed. In the carriage, Nam Kwang closed his eyes and rested on John Cam Hoa's shoulder. John Kim Hoa opened her eyes and thought silently. Who on earth would dare to make a move in the capital? And why do they want to kill me? Upon returning to the 6th Prince's manor, maids bustled in and out carrying water. John Kim Hoa sat by the bed, looking at the unconscious Kin Nam Kwang. There was a large purple mark on his chest. John Kim Hoa looked at him worriedly. The flare-up of the cold poison is severe this time. Ordinary medicine is no longer effective. Datan looked at her anxiously and asked. He was conscious before. Why did he suddenly fall unconscious? John Kim Hoa looked at him and instructed, bring me the medicine box quickly. I need to perform acupuncture on him. Just then, Noyet Lin walked in carrying a medicine box and said to her, young miss, here is your medicine box. A small candle was lit. John Kim Hoa passed a small needle over the flame. She inserted the needles one by one into Kin Nam Kwang's body. Kin Nam Kwang's face was pale and cold sweat covered his face. John Kim Hoa looked at him and said, the cold poison on his chest is gradually dissipating. He should be out of danger. She turned her head to look at Datan and asked, why was the 6th prince afflicted with cold poison, and so severely? Datan said awkwardly, the young miss should ask his highness yourself. John Kim Hoa didn't make it difficult for him and nodded in reply. All right, the 6th prince will be fine after some rest. You. Suddenly, Kin Nam Kwang reached out and touched her hand. Are you leaving? John Kim Hoa looked at him in surprise. You're awake? How so quickly? Kin Nam Kwang weakly sat up and looked at her, asking cough. Are you leaving now? John Kim Hoa looked at him in silence. He was seriously injured because he saved me. I should stay and take care of him, but when I'm with him, my emotions are in turmoil. Why am I like this? Kin Nam Kwang lowered his head and asked coldly, don't you want to know who wants to harm you? John Kim Hoa looked directly into Kin Nam Kwang's eyes. Kin Nam Kwang looked at her with a weak, pleading gaze. Don't leave me. John Kim Hoa sat down, tacitly agreeing with him. Let me guess. Is it the 4th prince? Kin Nam Kwang shook his head and replied, it's noble consort Chen. She wants to put Kin Nam Khan on the throne as crown prince. Haven't I always been a thorn in there? Sighed. He lowered his eyes to hide the bitterness in his heart. When I was 5 years old, she poisoned me with the cold poison. And just now, you completely ruined Kin Nam Khan's reputation. So of course noble consort Chen will hold a grudge against you. Kin Nam Kwang looked up at her with a smile that wasn't a smile and asked, what now? It seems we are tied to the same boat. John Kim Hoa looked at him, shocked and heartbroken. Poisoned with cold poison at 5 years old. All those years without medicine to suppress it. How did he manage to endure? She raised her hand and gently caressed his cheek. Kin Nam Kwang looked at her, stunned and surprised. John Kim Hoa looked at him and said seriously, don't worry, I will definitely cure your cold poison. Kin Nam Kwang smiled gently and took her hand. This prince trusts you. Late at night in the Prime Minister's manor, John Kim Hoa and Noyet Lin finally returned. John Kim Hoa opened her door and was surprised to see a figure sitting on the floor in her room. It was the Prime Minister still in the room, waiting for her to return. John Kim Hoa looked at him in surprise and asked, Father, it's so late. Why haven't you rested yet? The Prime Minister sat dejectedly on the floor, looking completely lifeless, and said weakly, it's all over. The reputation of our Zhang family is ruined. John Kim Hoa looked at Noyet Lin beside her and said, go get the jade pendant from my jewelry box. Noyet Lin looked at her and quickly replied, yes. The candles in the room were lit. John Kim Hoa looked at the Prime Minister and asked, Father, are you worried about my younger sister? The Prime Minister looked at her worriedly and said, your sister is locked up in the palace. Noble consort Shun is putting all the blame on her. What are we to do? At that moment, Noyet Lin came over with a small box. Young Mississippi John Kim Hoa opened the wooden box and handed a jade pendant to the Prime Minister, saying, Father, this is the 4th prince's personal jade pendant. Find someone to give it to Cam Tuesday. She will know what to do. The Prime Minister took the jade pendant, his expression immediately brightening. If we can save Cam too, our Zhang family will be safe. The imperial study in the palace. The emperor sat above, looking coldly at Zhang Cam, Tu kneeling on the ground. Zhang Cam Tu, do you admit that you seduced the 4th prince first? Zhang Cam Tu said quickly in fear. The 4th prince and I have deep feelings for each other. He even gave me a token of engagement. Kin Nam Khan's face darkened as he shouted angrily, nonsense. When did I ever give you a token of engagement? Zhang Cam Tu immediately raised the jade pendant for the emperor to see. This is the 4th prince's personal jade pendant. Your majesty will know it when you see it. When Kin Nam Khan saw the jade pendant, he was stunned in disbelief. He angrily snatched the pendant back and yelled, you're lying. I gave this to Cam Hoa. It was her. Zhang Cam Tu pretended to be pitiful and weak, explaining, since I was imprisoned, I haven't met anyone at all. The 4th prince gave me this jade pendant. I have always carried it with me and never taken it off. An angry shout echoed. Enough. The teacup on the table was thrown to the ground, shattering. The emperor's face darkened as he shot to his feet and roared in anger. 4th son, from now on, your engagement to John Cam Hoa is canceled. Since you have ruined Cam Tu's purity, you must take responsibility. Kin Nam Khan, his face pale with fear, replied unwillingly, your son is willing to take John Cam Tu as a secondary consort. Elsewhere, Noyet Lin stood beside John Cam Hoa and asked, confused, young miss, the second young miss is so vicious. Why did you save her? John Kim-hoa picked up her teacup and gave a cold smile. Save her? She stood up, a glint in her eyes. No, I just want to watch those two dogs bite each other. Kin Nam Kwang raised his sharp sword. He narrowed his eyes at the wooden post in front of him, then swung his sword, splitting the post in two. Jia Tan looked at him worriedly and quickly reminded him, Your Highness, your body is not yet recovered. You should rest a little more. Kin Nam Kwang took a cloth to wipe the sharp sword in his hand and said indifferently, I'm much better already. Don't disturb my sword practice. At this moment, a servant came to report, Your Highness, eldest Miss Jiang has arrived. Hearing this, Jia Tan smiled. Your Highness, Miss Jiang comes so frequently to check your pulse. She is truly good to you. Indeed. He turned his head to look at the person beside him. Your Highness, but it was empty beside him. No one was there. John Kam Hoa was let in by a servant. Kin Nam Kwang lay on the bed, pretending to be weak as he looked at her. You're here. John Kam Hoa hurried over, looking at him worriedly, and asked, Why are you sweating so much? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Kin Nam Kwang felt a pang of guilt and lay still on the bed, not daring to speak. Oh no, it's because I ran back so quickly. That's why I'm sweating. John Kim Hoa took out a handkerchief, worriedly preparing to wipe the sweat for him. Kin Nam Kwang took this opportunity, his cheeks flushing as he looked at her, and suggested, I haven't been feeling well lately. Why don't you stay in the residence for a few days? It would be good to observe me for a few days. Jia Tan stared at him, dumbfounded. Your Highness, you didn't say that just now. Seeing him say this, John Kam Hoa nodded in agreement. That'll be fine. Your injuries have not yet healed. I shouldn't leave now either. She turned her head to look at Noyet Lin and said, Noyet Lin, you go back to the manor. Inform my father. And while you're at it, bring some of my personal belongings here. Noyet Lin looked at her worriedly. It's not very appropriate for an unmarried man and woman to be in the same place. Kin Nam Kwang glared angrily at Jia Tan. Jia Tan felt goosebumps all over, as if thousands upon thousands of knives were stabbing him. So, he fearfully rushed to cover Noyet Lin's mouth. Your Highness, I'll take Noyet Lin away and help bring the things back. John Kam Hoa watched in surprise as Jia Tan dragged Noyet Lin and ran out like the wind. Kin Nam Kwang let out a slight smile. You know what's good for you? He looked at John Kam Hoa and asked curiously. That's right, I've always been curious. Why are you so knowledgeable about cold poison? John Kam Hoa lowered her eyes and replied, When I was born, I already carried the cold poison in my body. The doctor said I wouldn't live past the age of 5. I was fortunate to meet the medical saint and received his teachings. But even a medical saint had no way to cure the cold poison. Master could only teach me to use poison, using poison to counteract poison to preserve my life. Suddenly, a hand took hers. It seems then, Kin Nam Kwang sat up, leaned close to her, and said with a smile, We truly are a match made in heaven. John Kam Hoa quickly pulled her hand back, her cheeks blushing as she shyly mumbled, It's more like we're fellow sufferers. John Kam Hoa closed the medicine box and looked at Kin Nam Kwang to ask, Right? Where will I be sleeping tonight? Kin Nam Kwang smiled and replied, Of course, you'll be in my main chamber. John Kam Hoa, displeased, raised an eyebrow at his fox-like smile. Catching her gaze, Kin Nam Kwang coughed a few times and said, putting on an act, This prince is too heavily poisoned. I haven't been able to sleep for days. If you're here, you can check on this prince's condition at any time. John Kam Hoa sighed and looked at him. All right, it's fine if I stay in the side chamber. Jia Tan and Noyet Lin stood by, surprised. At this scene, Kin Nam Kwang lay on the bed, smiling happily at her. Noyet Lin tugged on Jia Tan's sleeve and whispered awkwardly, I still have something to say. Jia Tan looked at her and reminded her, Don't say it. In the imperial palace, a palace maid came and whispered into noble consort Chen's ear. Noble consort Chen frowned and asked again, She's really staying there. She suddenly broke into a sinister smile. My son is being disciplined. You shouldn't expect to remain pure either. At this time, malicious rumors were spreading outside. Have you heard? Eldest Miss Jiang stayed at the Sixth Prince's residence last night. An unmarried man and an unwed woman. Isn't that like dry wood meeting a fierce fire? John Kam Hoa, who was preparing medicine, heard these discussions and her face fell. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor looked at Kin Nam Kwang and asked, What exactly is the situation? Kin Nam Kwang calmly replied, A few days ago, eldest Miss Jiang encountered assassins. Your subject was injured while stepping in to help. Eldest Miss Jiang had no choice but to stay at the prince's residence to save your subject. The Emperor looked at him worriedly and asked, Have you found out who the assassins were? Kin Nam Kwang shook his head and said, Your subject killed most of them. Only one was left alive. He also committed suicide last night. The Emperor raised his eyebrows and said worriedly, If that's the case, I will issue an edict to let Kam Hoa treat your injuries in peace, to stop the outsiders from talking nonsense. The Empress Dowager also looked at him with concern. You're injured, so you should rest well. You should quickly return to your residence to recuperate. Leave the investigation to the Grand Court of Revision. Kin Nam Kwang quickly bowed. Your subject will take his leave. The Emperor waved his hand. Go, at the Sixth Prince's residence. Seeing that Kin Nam Kwang had returned, John Kam Hoa raised her eyebrows and looked at him angrily. What did you run off to again? You're injured and still not behaving. Do you think you have too long to live? Kin Nam Kwang smiled at her. He pretended to be weak and explained. I was worried about someone's reputation, so I deliberately went to request an imperial edict. And in return, someone is blaming me even though I'm injured. John Cam Hoa's heart ached with worry as she quickly went to support him. Are you alright? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Kinam Kwong took the opportunity to lean on her shoulder. John Cam Hoa's face flushed red. Kinam Kwong leaned on her shoulder, acting cute. My back hurts a lot. Dr. Jiang, please help me. John Cam Hoa looked at him resentfully and asked. Here? Kinam Kwong smiled and replied. Yes. John Cam Hoa looked at him and asked. Is it better? Kinam Kwong looked at her and replied. Not yet. A moment later, John Cam Hoa asked again. Feeling better? Kinam Kwong replied again. Not yet. John Cam Hoa smiled and brought in a bowl of medicine. Sixth Prince, time to drink your medicine. Kinam Kwong curled up in the blanket, refusing to drink the medicine and whining. It's bitter. I won't drink it. John Cam Hoa angrily pulled the blanket off him. I've never seen a prince so childish. Kinam Kwong desperately held onto the blanket, refusing to let go. I've been fine for so many years. I've lived just fine without drinking it. Seeing him refuse to cooperate, John Cam Hoa's face darkened and she spoke coldly. If that's the case, what's the use of me being here? Kinam Kwong was stunned. John Cam Hoa turned around angrily. I won't bother the sixth prince any longer. Seeing she was angry and about to leave, Kinam Kwong quickly pulled her hand back. Wait, he sat up abruptly, his brows furrowed with a pitiful expression. It's not that this prince doesn't trust you. It's just that this prince is very heavily poisoned. It would take many years to completely eradicate it. John Cam Hoa looked at him and said, with me here, it will be cured sooner or later. Kinam Kwong was overjoyed. He looked at her with eyes full of anticipation. Then, if there is no cure, will you still stay by this prince's side? John Cam Hoa was stunned, her cheeks flushing red. Her heart pounded relentlessly. She shyly closed her eyes and stammered. If the patient is not cured, a physician like me will not stand by and do nothing. And watch. Kinam Kwong picked up the bowl of medicine on the table. His hand paused as he looked at her and said, from now on, call me by my name. John Cam Hoa was stunned and looked at him in surprise. Kinam Kwong held her hand tightly. John Cam Hoa shyly stammered. Nam Kwong. Kinam Kwong smiled, happy and satisfied as he looked at her. John Cam Hoa's face flushed red with embarrassment. I'll go brew you medicine. After saying that, she pulled her hand back and ran out quickly. Take your time drinking it. The corner of Kinam Kwong's lips curled into a slight smile. He raised the bowl of medicine to his mouth and drank it happily. Elsewhere, the medicine pot was boiling vigorously. John Cam Hoa's cheeks were bright red. She shyly patted her cheeks with her hands. Noyet Lin ran to the kitchen, saw her, and called out loudly. Mississippi. John Cam Hoa was startled. Noyet Lin looked at her and said hurriedly, the master has sent the second miss to visit Aunt Shun. John Cam Hoa turned her back, her expression slightly surprised. She suddenly smiled. If she has nothing to control the fourth prince with, I'm afraid the marriage won't happen. She's rushing to find Aunt Shun a plot. Noyet Lin looked at John Cam Hoa curiously and asked, what, can't control the fourth prince? John Cam Hoa lifted the lid of the medicine pot, smiled, and replied, a child, of course. My younger sister is getting married. She poured the medicine into a small bowl and continued coldly. As her older sister, of course I have to help her soon. Give birth to a precious son. Noyet Lin looked at the small bowl of medicine and asked in surprise, Miss, you can make that kind of medicine? John Cam Hoa picked up the medicine tray, a glint in her eyes, as she said meaningfully, if I have an ally to cooperate with, it can naturally be done. At the sixth prince's residence, John Cam Hoa and Noyet Lin walked in and said with a smile, Sixth Prince, could I borrow some of your people? Kinam Kwong, sitting at the dining table, looked at her. He took a handkerchief, wiped his hands clean, then handed the handkerchief to Jia Tan and said gently, since you're here, let's eat together. Jia Tan, bring another set of bowl and chopsticks. John Cam Hoa smiled at him. Thank you, Sixth Prince. She sat down and looked at Kinam Kwong intently with surprise. In the past few days, the food was always brought by the kitchen staff. This is the first time I'm eating with him. As expected of a prince, even the way he eats is so elegant. John Cam Hoa picked up a piece of meat to try, her expression surprised. Kinam Kwong picked up a piece of food, smiled at her. Here, you try this. He then fed the food to her. Kinam Kwong smiled happily and asked her, is it good? John Cam Hoa's cheeks flushed red as she nodded while chewing. Kinam Kwong's smile grew wider as he said, eat some more. Noyet Lin, standing nearby, looked at Jia Tan and asked, is it really that good? Jia Tan chuckled, looked at Noyet Lin and whispered enticingly, want some? Call me Gitch, and I'll give you some to eat. Noyet Lin's face darkened with anger. Her cheeks puffed up. She stomped hard on his foot. Jia Tan cried out softly in pain. Ouch! Noyet Lin stuck out her tongue and made a face at him provocatively. Jia Tan clutched his leg, laughing helplessly as he looked at Noyet Lin with an indulgent and doting expression. On this side, Kinam Kwong put his chopsticks down on the table. He took a handkerchief, wiped his hands clean, and looked at her to ask, tell me, what kind of people do you want? John Cam Hoa took a handkerchief, carefully wiped her mouth, and looked at him, saying, I want to borrow a few people who are skilled at spreading news. The rumors. Kin Nam Kwang smiled and agreed. You can ask the Tan. However, I'm curious to see who will meet with misfortune this time. Jiang Kam Hoa smiled mysteriously and replied, Sixth Prince, you'll know if you just wait and see. She stood up, turned, and walked out. Suddenly, she remembered right? Jiang Kam Hoa turned her head back to look at him and asked, Sixth Prince, what do you want this time? Kin Nam Kwang touched his chin, pretending to think that, He suddenly broke into a smile, looked at her, and suggested, then dine with me every day. Jiang Kam Hoa's cheeks flushed red. She shyly turned her back to him and replied, all right. Elsewhere in a dilapidated, old house, Jiang Kam too knelt on the ground, looking at concubine Shun, who was dressed plainly and no longer had the air of a noble lady, and asked, Mother, the fourth prince is delaying and doesn't want to marry me. What should I do? Concubine Shun frowned, looking at her for a moment before speaking comfortingly to her. Don't be afraid. As long as you have a child, the fourth prince cannot refuse to marry you. Jiang Kam too, with a bewildered and worried expression, asked, but where am I supposed to get a child from right now? Concubine Shun gave her a cold smile. Tomorrow, follow me somewhere. I guarantee you will successfully marry the fourth prince. The rain was pouring down. In front of a small house, Concubine Shun led Jiang Kam Tu over and looked inside, and asked into the house, excuse me, are you the deity who specializes in selling medicine? Inside the house, an old man, his eyes blindfolded with a white cloth, was grinding herbs. Hearing her words, he asked, honored guest, are you here to buy a pregnancy potion? Concubine Shun nodded and replied, yes, that's right. The old man smiled and said, follow me. He then took out a small vial of medicine from a box, turned his head, and said, this medicine of mine, as long as you have been intimate recently, you will definitely be able to get pregnant after drinking it. She looked at the small vial in his hand. Jiang Kam Tu hastily reached out to grab it. Quick, quick, give it to me. The old man turned, and Jiang Kam Tu grabbed at empty air. The old man spoke indifferently, but this medicine uses many rare herbs. 10,000 taels of silver, no more, no less. Jiang Kam Tu looked at him in astonishment. 10,000 taels. She was so angry she gritted her teeth. As long as I can get pregnant. Then, a mother's status will rise with her sons. Though her heart ached, Jiang Kam Tu gritted her teeth and agreed. I'll buy it. Earlier, at the sixth prince's residence, the old man had given Jiang Kam Hoa a stack of bank notes. Jiang Kam Hoa looked at the stack of banknotes in her hand, smiled, and said, Jiang Kam Tu will definitely send people to watch you. Wait until she is pregnant, then you can leave with peace of mind. The old man replied respectfully yes. Elsewhere, exquisite food was laid out on the table. Jiang Kam Hoa, holding the stack of banknotes, happily ran in, looked at Kin Nam Kwang, and said excitedly, Sixth Prince, thank you for lending me your man. In a few days, we can start spreading the rumors about Jiang Kam Tu. Kin Nam Kwang smiled gently and fed her a piece of food. This prince is your accomplice. Who would I help if not you? Let's eat together. Jiang Kam Hoa's small face flushed red. She shyly replied softly, hum. A few days later, at the Jiang Residence's Kam Tu Pavilion, a physician came to take her pulse. The Prime Minister looked at the physician and asked urgently, how is it? The physician looked at him awkwardly. This is a joyful pulse. The Prime Minister frowned deeply and ordered everyone in the room. No one is allowed to spread this matter. After speaking, he and the physician left. Jiang Kam Tu sat up, lifted the curtain, looked at the servant beside her, and called softly Tunner. She gave a sinister smile and said, find someone to spread a rumor for me. I want everyone in the city to know that I am carrying the fourth prince's flesh and blood. Not long after, the entire capital was abuzz with discussion. Have you guys heard? The second Miss Jiang who was caught in the act the other day was with the fourth prince. And the fourth prince is the fiancé of the eldest Miss Jiang. Who would have thought she would climb into the fourth prince's bed, ruining her own sister's marriage? I also heard that the second Mrs. Mother had an affair with a servant and contracted a venereal disease. Like mother, like daughter. The fourth prince is truly pitiful. Even though he was framed, he still has to bring that venomous-hearted creature home. Jiang Kam Hoa sat in a tea house, leisurely enjoying her tea, a slight smile playing on her lips. Imperial Consort Chin's methods are quite good. This way, she can preserve Kin Nam Khan's reputation. The door to the room was kicked open forcefully. Kin Nam Khan, wearing a large hat, strode in aggressively and looked at her angrily. Jiang Kam Hoa, how can you be so vicious? Jiang Kam Hoa turned her head to look at him and replied calmly, why are you looking for me? The news was spread by Jiang Kam to herself. I just came to watch the excitement. How is that vicious? Kin Nam Khan, his face pale with anger, looked at her. I don't think this prince doesn't know that you and Kin Nam Kwang are pulling strings behind the scenes. Jiang Kam Hoa snorted coldly, looked at him, and reminded him, there are so many people here. Is the fourth prince being so loud? Are you complaining that there hasn't been enough excitement lately? Kin Nam Khan gritted his teeth in anger as he looked at her. You'd better not regret this later. After speaking, he angrily turned and left. At the sixth prince's residence, Noyet Lin entered the study, looked at Kin Nam Kwang, and called softly, Your Highness. She walked in carrying a bowl of medicine and said, "The young miss told me to bring you your medicine." When Nam Kwang saw that it was Noyet Lin, he was displeased, snorted coldly, and put down the book on the table. He crossed his arms over his chest, his face full of displeasure. Doesn't she owe this prince a few meals? He hadn't seen her for several days in a row. Seeing him so angry, Datan quickly pulled Noyet Lin aside and whispered, to ask, "Why hasn't your eldest miss come for a consultation recently?" Noyet Lin looked at him and whispered, "The young miss recently." Nam Kwang stood to the side, curiously eavesdropping on the two of them talking. Noyet Lin leaned close to Datan's ear and whispered, "She's busy writing script. She even said she wants to write one that will take the capital by storm." Nam Kwang picked up his teacup, frowning and thinking to himself, what could be more important than me? The air was thick with the smell of sour vinegar. Not long after, John Cam Hoa excitedly came over with a stack of paper to show off to Nam Kwang that I've finally finished writing it. She walked over to the desk to show him. "Your Highness, can you help me see if this script is written?" Well, Nam Kwang picked up the stack of paper and read it. He looked at her in surprise. "Is this script alluding to Kanam Khan?" John Cam Hoa smiled smugly like a little fox and looked at him. "Imperial consort Chun wants to whitewash him. Let's see if she has the ability to do so. I'll have to trouble your Highness to help me find a new story dash. Tell her." Looking at her plump, red lips moving, Nam Kwang couldn't take his eyes off her. He smiled and gently touched her ear. "Your earring. Why aren't you wearing it today?" The two of them locked eyes. John Cam Hoa shyly lowered her gaze and pushed his hand away. She jumped to her feet, looking for an excuse to flee. "I'm brewing medicine. I'll leave the storyteller to you." After speaking, she flew out the door. Outside, John Cam Hoa's heart was pounding uncontrollably. Her small face was flushed red. She frowned deeply. "He only asked me about the earring. Why am I so nervous?" In the study, Nam Kwang smiled as he watched the direction she ran, his eyes filled with amusement and a rare gentleness. A young lady who has come of age should wear earrings. Not long after, in the Imperial Palace, a memorial was slammed onto the table. The Emperor angrily pointed down below and roared, "A prince who betrays trust, a secret pregnancy. The entire capital is spreading the script about you." He angrily threw the memorial at Kanam Khan, who was kneeling on the ground. The Emperor looked at him furiously and asked, "You knew John Cam too was pregnant. Why didn't you quickly bring her home?" Nam Khan lowered his head and gritted his teeth. "Your subject?" He tried to suppress the anger in his heart, then raised his head and replied, "I will marry John Cam tomorrow and settle this matter." A vicious and sinister light flashed in Nam Khan's eyes. "Just you wait. I won't let you live in peace." The next day, a red sedan chair carried by 4 people moved somberly through the streets. John Cam too, wearing a bride's attire, sat in the sedan chair with her eyes closed. The sedan chair was set down. She opened her eyes, her gaze filled with joy that we're here. John Cam too was led inside by a matchmaker. Nam Khan sat on a chair, looking at her with a cold gaze. John Cam too knelt on the ground as a physician took her pulse. After a moment, he looked at Nam Khan and reported, "Your Highness, Prince Yin, the side consort's pulse does indeed indicate pregnancy." Nam Khan looked at John Cam too with a cold expression. "Nourish the fetus well. Give me a noble son." The next day in the main hall of the Imperial Palace, the deputy of the Imperial Astronomy Bureau looked at the Emperor and reported respectfully, "Your Majesty, this subject has observed the celestial phenomena day and night. The constellation of the residence is like a blazing fire, predicting the descent of a deity. I fear the child in the womb of Prince Yin's side consort, John Cam too, is a reincarnated true dragon, destined to one day inherit the throne and unify the world." Hearing this, the ministers looked at each other with their mouths agape in astonishment that we don't even know if Prince Yin's child is a boy or a girl. What do you mean by spouting such heresy? A pregnancy pulse is usually only detectable after a month, but this one was found in just half a month. If that's not a reincarnated true dragon, what is? A pulse in half a month. I fear it might be fake, no? The Emperor sat high above, his expression cold as he watched the ministers discussing below. A minister stepped forward, looked at the Emperor, and reported, "Your Majesty, the eldest Miss Zhang's medical skills are brilliant. She is like a reincarnated goddess. Why not have her diagnose Prince Xian's side consort to see if it's real or fake? It won't be too late to consider the throne after that." The other ministers heard this and nodded in agree. The Emperor looked at Nam Kwang and asked, "Prince Kan, what do you think?" Nam Kwang replied faintly, "Your subject will listen to your Majesty's command." Teacups were arranged neatly in a row on a tray. Nam Kwang looked worriedly at John Cam Hoa. Nam Khan must have set up a scheme to frame us. However, it's not possible that you can't solve this, right? John Cam Hoa let out a cold laugh. "I haven't even made a move yet, and they've already delivered themselves to my doorstep." Nam Kwang took her hand, his eyes full of worry. "They've struck first to gain the advantage. You are in a passive position. No matter what you say, he can refute it." John Cam Hoa laughed cheerfully and looked at him. "Then wouldn't it be fine if I just go along with what he says?" Nam Kwang stared at her in stunned surprise and asked, "What do you mean?" John Cam Hoa picked up her teacup and said with a smile, "He wants to make this child the true Dragon Emperor, so I will go along with his wishes." wishes. However, Prince Kan. She looked directly into Kan Nam Kwang's eyes and asked seriously, do you not want to inherit the throne? Kan Nam Kwang stared at her blankly. This prince has not thought about it. Jong Kam Hoa gave him a beautiful smile. Then your highness just needs to report the news at court for me, and I have ways to make them get hoist by their own petard. Kan Nam Kwang stared dazedly at her beautiful and lively face. This prince has no interest in fighting for power, but if you want to be the mother of the nation, this prince will fight with all his might. In the grand hall, after taking Jong Kam Tu's pulse, Jong Kam Hoa looked at the emperor and said with a smile, reporting to your majesty, Consort Xian's pulse is indeed a pregnancy pulse. The emperor frowned and looked at her seriously, asking, you are a divine maiden. What do you think of what the Imperial Astronomy Bureau said? Kan Nam Khan shot her a cold glance. Jong Kam Hoa lowered her head and answered the emperor, this divine maiden's talents are shallow and my knowledge is superficial. I do not understand the will of heaven. The Imperial Astronomy Bureau has always possessed vast supernatural powers. The matter of a true dragon's reincarnation must be true. Hearing this, Kan Nam Khan revealed a sinister, triumphant smile. After court was dismissed, Jong Kam Hoa quickly left the grand hall with the other officials. Suddenly, a hand reached out, grabbed her arm, and pulled her to the side. Kan Nam Khan pulled her into a corner and asked with a smile, Kam Hoa, do you or do you not still like this prince? Is that why you spoke up for this prince today? Jong Kam Hoa shook his hand off and looked at him with a half smile. What I said today was to harm you. Would you believe that? Kan Nam Khan leaned his face close to hers and said with a smile, you little vixen who says one thing but means another, you will be mine sooner or later. Suddenly, a hand reached up and pushed his head away from Jong Kam Hoa. Kan Nam Kwang wrapped his arm around her and looked at him coldly with a warning. You stay away from her. Seeing him, Kan Nam Khan's face darkened. I never thought that for the sake of fighting for the throne, even you, who are usually so aloof, would learn how to please a woman. Kan Nam Kwang looked gently at Jong Kam Hoa and said, go back and wait for me first. Jong Kam Hoa glanced at him and then quickly left. After she was gone, Kan Nam Kwang's expression turned cold as he shot Kan Nam Khan a warning look. You dare try to get ideas about her. Kan Nam Khan looked at him with a mocking smile. She's already gone. Who are you putting on act for? Her mother is Princess Jinghe, the adopted daughter favored by the late emperor, and her father is the current prime minister. By getting her, you naturally gain a great supporter. Isn't it all for the sake of fighting for the throne? Who are you to act nobler than anyone else? He narrowed his eyes and patted Kan Nam Kwang's shoulder. Kan Nam Kwang angrily grabbed Kan Nam Khan by the collar and slammed him hard against the wall. Kan Nam Khan's face turned pale as he let out a soft groan. Kan Nam Kwang looked at him with cold, resolute eyes and said through gritted teeth, no, what you need is the prime minister's legitimate daughter. As for me, I only want Jong Kam Hoa. Knowing that Jong Kam Hoa was Kan Nam Kwang's weakness, Kan Nam Khan provoked him with a cold smile. You hold the military power of the formidable Northwest Army, while the Jong family leads the civil officials. If you two were together, Father Emperor would certainly become wary of you. He moved closer to Kan Nam Kwang and asked coldly, military power and Jong Kam Hoa, which one do you choose? The two faced each other, neither willing to back down, as if sparks were flying in the air between them. In the imperial palace, Jong Kam Hoa walked alone down a corridor. She lowered her head, recalling the words Kan Nam Khan had just said. I never thought that for the sake of fighting for the throne, even you, who are usually so aloof, would learn how to please a woman. At this thought, a sharp pain pierced Jong Kam Hoa's heart. She clutched her chest, her face filled with sorrow that aren't Prince Kan and I both just seeking to benefit from each other. At that moment, a eunuch passing by in the courtyard looked at her in surprise. Isn't this Dr. Jong? Only then did Jong Kam Hoa come to her senses. She looked around in surprise. When did I get to Yujing Palace? The eunuch looked at her happily and asked, are you here to see my master, your highness? Please come inside. Jong Kam Hoa forced a smile and replied, all right. The eunuch led Jong Kam Hoa inside and then looked at Kan Nam Hien to report, your highness, Dr. Jong is here. Kan Nam Hien, sitting at a table holding a small medicine bottle, looked at her in surprise. Eldest Miss Jong has come to Yujing Palace. Is there something the matter? Jong Kam Hoa's attention was suddenly drawn to the small bottle in his hand, and she asked, your highness, this bottle is? The eunuch standing behind him turned pale. He rushed forward and said to Kan Nam Hien, your highness, why are you looking at this bottle again? Let this servant throw it away for you. Kan Nam Hien clutched the bottle tightly in his hand and said to Jong Kam Hoa, you must have heard. Back then, everyone said I was in an illicit affair with Father Emperor's favorite consort. Only I know. He held up the medicine bottle in his hand that it was this thing that ruined me. Father Emperor didn't believe me, but I believe that as long as I have this, I will find the person who framed me. Jong Kam Hoa's face grew solemn as she looked at the small medicine bottle. This bottle, fragmented memories appeared. In her mind, I've seen it. Jong Kam Hoa looked up at him and said seriously, it's the very thing the palace maid found on Jong Kam too. If your highness trusts me, could you let me take it to investigate? Kan Nam Hien nodded in agreement. Of course you can. John Kam-hoa took the small medicine bottle. She gave him a confident smile. First Highness, I will definitely get justice for you. After speaking, she turned and left. The eunuch standing behind looked at Nam-hien with a joyful expression. Your Highness, it seems that since we met Dr. Zhang, everything has been a good thing. Nam-hien nodded in response. Yes, perhaps she is the lucky star that has fallen upon my path. Outside the imperial palace, a carriage was parked. Nam Kwang sat in the carriage, his face dark. Military power and John Kam-hoa. Which one do you choose? He looked up, his brow furrowed. John Kam-hoa, do you have even a little bit of affection for me in your heart? Can I even choose you? At that moment, a loud call rang out, Six Highness. John Kam-hoa lifted the carriage curtain and smiled at him. Your Highness, lend me a few skilled investigators. Nam Kwang looked at her and said, didn't I tell you to call me Nam Kwang? Why aren't you? John Kam-hoa scratched her face in embarrassment. Nam Kwang continued to question her. Also, didn't I tell you to come out and wait for me? It's been so long. Where on earth did you go? John Kam-hoa looked at him, confused. Your Highness. She looked at him carefully and asked, are you angry? She lowered her eyes in confusion. Why is he suddenly angry with me? Suddenly, she recalled the words Nam Khan had just said. I never thought that for the sake of fighting for the throne, even you would learn how to please a woman. Her heart clenched in pain. John Kam-hoa lowered her head in disappointment. Could it be that all the kindness he showed me before was just a pretense? Her face darkened, and she spoke coldly. We are nothing more than allies. What other relationship could I possibly have with your Highness? Nam Kwang's expression darkened. He let out a cold laugh. And what if I don't see you as an ally? He looked up and stared directly into her eyes. John Kam-hoa glanced at him, her hand resting on her lap, clenched into a fist. Yes. Oh, he really just wants to use me. What was I even hoping for? In that case, I won't disturb the sixth prince any longer. After speaking, she coldly moved to step down from the carriage. Nam Kwang was stunned. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. The two of them stared into each other's eyes. John Kam-hoa looked at him in surprise, her cheeks flushing red. Nam Kwang stared directly into her eyes. He lowered his head, looked straight into her eyes, and said, close your eyes. John Kam-hoa's face was bright red. As if hypnotized, she slowly closed her eyes. Nam Kwang leaned down and kissed her on the lips. A moment later, they broke apart, panting, the air thick with intimacy. Nam Kwang looked directly in her eyes, his gaze firm and serious as he said, John Kam-hoa, I don't see you as an ally. I want to kiss you, I want to keep you. He then took a small box from his sleeve. I want to leave my mark on you. The small box was opened. Nam Kwang took out the earring and carefully put it on for Hermione. Nam Kwang gently caressed the earring on her ear. He pulled his hand back to stroke her cheek and asked gently, do you understand my meaning? After speaking, he turned his head and called to Datan outside. Datan, take Miss Zhang back to the Prime Minister's residence. After saying this, he stepped out of the carriage. John Kam-hoa, having come back to her senses, looked at Nam Kwang and asked, where are you going? Nam Kwang smiled at her and said, if I stay by your side any longer, I can't be sure I'll be able to maintain my sanity. Go home and think about my words. He stared at her beautiful and gentle face for a long time before continuing, don't make me wait long. Late at night, in the Prime Minister's residence, on the table were 2 small spools of thread, a pair of scissors, 2 small pieces of cloth, and a small candle. John Kam-hoa smiled and gently touched the earring. A smile full of happiness spread across her face. John Kam-hoa picked up the scissors and cut a small lock of her hair, then rolled it up and tucked it into a red pouch. Once done, John Kam-hoa hung it on the tree in front of her room, the same place where she had once left the antidote for the cold poison for Nam Kwang. In the imperial study, Nam Kwang and the emperor were playing chess together. The emperor picked up a black chess piece and looked at him, asking, why do you have the leisure to play chess with us today? Nam Kwang took out a white chess piece and placed it on the board, then looked at the emperor and said seriously, Father Emperor, your son and subject admires the eldest miss of the Zhang family and wishes to take her as his wife. The emperor, holding the black chess piece in his hand, asked in surprise, John Kam-hoa? Nam Kwang nodded in reply, yes, I hope Father Emperor will grant my wish. The emperor reached into the small jar beside him, took out a black go piece, placed it on the board, and said nonchalantly, Prime Minister Jiang is likely unwilling to marry his daughter so far away. If you wish to marry, then stay in the capital. Hand the military tally over to me. I will send someone else to the northwest. Looking at the go board before him, Ji Nankang was silent for a moment, then agreed, I obey your command. Outside the imperial palace, Yi Qing sat outside, driving the horse-drawn carriage back to the manor. He spoke up and asked, Your Highness, the emperor is using this marriage to suppress you and take back your military authority. Don't you mind? Ji Nankang, sitting inside the carriage, closed his eyes slightly. How could I not mind? That is the northwest that I built with my own hands, and now I must hand it over to someone else. But, recalling that beautiful and kind smile, he said softly, she is worth it. Ji Nankang let out a cold laugh, He looked up, his eyes filled with confidence and pride. Do you think that without the military tally, I can't command the Northwest Army? Ji Nankang looked at Yi Qing, smiled cheerfully, and gave an order to the Jiang Manor. I want to see my fiancé. A moment later, at the Jiang Manor, the carriage was parked outside. The Prime Minister came out to receive him. Jin Nankang looked at him and said, Father Emperor will issue the decree tomorrow. I wish to see the eldest Miss Jiang. The Prime Minister, looking troubled, bowed his head and cut him off, refusing, Your Highness, it is against etiquette. The Jiang Manor is currently embroiled in much gossip. This old servant is truly afraid. I invite you to please return. After speaking, he closed the door. Staring at the tightly shut door in front of them, Jin Nankang and Yi Qing stared at each other, wide-eyed and stunned. Jin Nankang let out a sigh. He turned and walked away helplessly, seeing him pacing back and forth. Yi Qing spoke up, Your Highness, perhaps we should come back tomorrow. He saw Jin Nankang suddenly smile and roll up his sleeves. Yi Qing looked at him, confused. Suddenly, without a word, Jin Nankang climbed the wall and jumped into the Prime Minister's manor. Yi Qing was stunned. Your Highness. Jin Nankang landed. He let out a soft ah, seeing Jiang Jinhua sitting in the small courtyard. What a coincidence. Jiang Jinhua turned her head and looked at him in surprise. Prince Jin, how did you? Jin Nankang stepped closer. He raised a finger to her lips, silencing her that I told you to call me by my name, but you wouldn't listen. In that case, Jin Nankang took her by the shoulders, leaned his face close, and smiled, looking directly into Jiang Jinhua's eyes. Next time, just call me husband. Jiang Jinhua's cheeks flushed red as she stared at Jin Nankang, her mouth agape in astonishment. Husband? What husband? Prince Jin held her shoulders, smiled, and said, I asked Father Emperor to make you my consort. I will come to the Jiang Manor tomorrow to propose. It's just that you still haven't given me an answer. Jiang Jinhua's cheeks were bright red, her plump, red lips parted, moving but unable to form words. Jin Nankang gripped her hand tightly and asked, Are you willing? He looked at her, his eyes full of deep affection. Jin, are you willing to marry me? Jiang Jinhua, embarrassed, I am willing. Seeing her agree, Jin Nankang couldn't hide his happiness. He excitedly wrapped his arms around her, pulling her into a tight embrace. Jin Nankang closed his eyes and said with satisfaction that it's settled. In his arms, Jiang Jinhua's cheeks flushed red. She raised her hands and hugged him back tightly. Jiang Jinhua broke into a happy smile. Yi Qing and Yu Ling were hiding in a corner, secretly observing the two. Yu Ling, seeing him sketching and drawing this whole time, asked confusedly, You're hiding here just to draw this thing? Yi Qing sighed and said, You're still young, you wouldn't understand. Yu Ling puffed her cheeks and glared at him angrily. Yi Qing chuckled and gave Yu Ling's hair bun a tug. Little girl, hurry up and grow up. After saying that, he continued to observe Jin Nankang and Jiang Jinhua, sketching and drawing. Yu Ling held her hair bun and thought angrily to herself, What's that supposed to mean? Isn't it just about pursuing a woman? I like to see what kind of beau Tai you pursue. Over here, Jiang Jinhua looked at Jin Nankang and said, Oh, right, I have something to show you. She took his hand and pulled him along. Follow me inside. Inside the room, looking at the small medicine vial in his hand, Jin Nankang looked at Jiang Jinhua and asked, You're saying this vial from your eldest brother is the same type as the drug that harmed you last time? Jiang Jinhua nodded and replied, Yes. With this, we can definitely trace it back to noble consort Chen and get revenge for you. Jin Nankang looked at her and said, As for revenge, there's no hurry. Seeing how calm he was, Jiang Jinhua looked at him, surprised and anxious. She poisoned you when you were 5 years old, and you're still not in a hurry? Seeing her so concerned about him, Jin Nankang was very moved. He reached out and pulled her into his arms, because right now, there are more important things. The betrothal gifts, the inquiry of names. Jin Nankang raised his hand and gently smoothed her furrowed brow. The auspicious date selection, the presentation of the betrothal gifts, the wedding date request, and only then, the wedding. Jin Nankang gently kissed Jiang Jinhua's forehead. Jin, it would be great if we could get married tomorrow. I can't wait any longer. Elsewhere, a fragrance filled the air. A palace maid leaned close to noble consort Chen's ear and reported, Your ladyship, the person has been brought. Sitting on her chair, noble consort Chen gave a sinister smile. Good. Even if Jiang Jintu's child is a daughter, I am not afraid. At the Jiang Manor, a eunuch was announcing a decree.by imperial edict. The prime minister's legitimate daughter, Jiang Jinhua, is of outstanding appearance and virtuous character. She and the sixth prince are a match made in heaven. She is hereby bestowed the title of Princess Jin, with a wedding date to be chosen. The entire Jiang family clasped their hands and bowed. No need. Jiang Jinhua received the imperial edict. I accept the decree. Eunuchly waved his hand, signaling, Bring them in. The guards immediately brought in brown wooden chests. Prime Minister Jiang's face darkened as he asked, Is not yet the day for betrothal gifts? Eunuchly, what is this? Eunuchly replied, These are some small gifts from the sixth prince for the princess to amuse herself. They do not count as betrothal gifts. Yu Ling said excitedly to Jiang Jinhua, Miss, the sixth prince is so thoughtful towards you. Jiang Jinhua put on a stern face. He didn't come. How am I supposed to use all these things he sent? Let's go back to the Wuhua courtyard. At this moment, in a shop, Jean Nankang was happily choosing items. The shop owner came out cheerfully. Prince Jean, here is your hairpin. Jean Nankang asked Yiqing, what about you? Have you set your eyes on anything? I will buy it as a reward for you. A young man selling candied hawthorns walked by. Candied hawthorns here. Yiqing replied to Jean Nankang, thank you, your highness. It's still too early for your subordinate. With that, Yiqing ran over to the young man selling candied hawthorns and took a stick. If the little girl doesn't grow up soon, I can only coax her with candy. At this time, Jiang Jinhua was standing leisurely by a wall. Yuling walked over and asked, Miss, what are you doing standing here? Jiang Jinhua smiled. Wait and see. Someone will be here in a moment. Yuling was curious. Who is it? After waiting a while, a hand suddenly touched the top of the wall. Jean Nankang nimbly vaulted over. He was suddenly startled by Jiang Jinhua's voice. Since you like climbing walls so much, in a few days, I'll plant roses on the wall. Jean Nankang moved closer to her. I came to deliver a gift myself, yet my princess is thinking of ways to torture me. He moved closer, handing her a small box that, why princess is so cruel. Jiang Jinhua took the item. She immediately turned her face away. That's right, I'm a venomous woman, cruel-hearted. If you don't like it, then don't marry me. Jean Nankang slowly reached his hand past her face and gently lifted Jiang Jinhua's chin, softly kissing her honey-sweet lips. Jean Nankang touched his hand to Jiang Jinhua's lips. I don't like hearing you talk like that. If you say it again, I'll punish you just like today. Jiang Jinhua blushed and covered her mouth with her hand. Jean Nankang picked up the small box. The tip of the pin is made of silver. It can test for poison. He gently opened the box. Inside was a beautiful hairpin. Twist the blood jade, and you can store a small amount of antidote. Jean Nankang held up the hairpin. This blood jade matches your earrings and jade pendant. He gently placed it in Jiang Jinhua's hair, a perfect fit. Jean Nankang then lifted Jiang Jinhua's chin and said, the flower festival is coming up. He kissed her lips. I want everyone in the world to know that such a peerless beauty is my Jean Nankang's princess. In a certain garden, everyone was sitting and waiting for Jiang Jinhua. In a moment, Jiang Jinhua appeared. Jinhua is here. The empress said, come quickly and sit next to me. Then she gently shifted over. Jiang Jinhua slowly walked over. Seeing this, Jean Nankang smiled slyly. She approached hesitantly. After sitting down, Jiang Jinhua blushed. Seeing this, Jean Nankang gently took her hand to comfort her, making her even more shy. The empress lifted her teacup and glanced at the two of them. This marriage was decreed just right. Delicious pastries were arranged on the banquet table. The empress said, Jinhua, this is your first time attending the flower festival. Jiang Jinhua held a piece of pastry in her hand. The flower festival is a day for admiring flowers and drinking wine. There has always been a custom where an unmarried man finds a fresh flower and places it by the ear of the woman he admires. The beautiful flower signifies good fortune. The empress asked Jean Nankang, Old Sixth, what flower have you prepared? Quickly bring it out for Jinhua to see. Jean Nankang slowly took out a box. Your grandson has prepared a flower that suits flower very well. He gently opened the box. Inside was a lovely red rose. A few days ago, Jiang Jinhua had said, in a few days, I'll plant roses on the wall. Jean Nankang gently took the rose and placed it in Jiang Jinhua's hair. Jiang Jinhua blushed. Why a rose? Jean Nankang replied, because roses are very fragrant. I'm still waiting for you to plant a whole courtyard full of them. Jiang Jinhua shyly reached up and smoothed her hair. Jean Nankang looked at her, pleased with himself. At this moment, a young woman approached. The side consort of Prince Xian has arrived. This is the side consort who is pregnant with the reincarnated true dragon. The servants looked at her and judged. Look at her. That appearance is truly menacing, isn't it? Prince Xian quickly greeted. Long time no see. Jiang Kam Hoa bowed her head, paying him no mind. Jiang Kam too sneered. Older sister, why are you dressed so poorly? Jiang Kam too said with a look full of contempt. Didn't the sixth prince give you some beautiful clothes? To let you dress so shabbily. Jiang Kam Hoa smirked. Then she bowed her head and replied softly, if I like any clothes, I will buy them myself. Why must I beg a man to give them to me? Jiang Kam too taunted again. Beg. I am currently carrying the reincarnation of a true dragon. Do I still need to beg? Oh. Jiang Kam Hoa nonchalantly reached out and touched her earrings. She moved closer to Jiang Kam too. Older sister suddenly feels a bit expectant for my nephew/niece to be born. She flashed a cunning smile in front of Jiang Kam too, leaving her stunned. At the same time, Tran Lin Nak and another girl cheerfully approached as consort Xian is here. The two quickly and happily linked arms with Jiang Kam too. Your Highness, let's go sit over here. Let us bask in some of your noble aura. The girl beside her teased. From afar, I could see a menacing aura from this side. Jiang Kam too was silent at this, only glancing over to this side. Jiang Kam Hoa gently sat down next to Can. Nam Kwang. She lifted the wine jug, making Can Nam Kwang panic. Seeing him like this, Jiang Kam Hoa smiled brightly. If you want a drink, just say so. It's not like I won't let you drink. Can Nam Kwang held his wine cup. Cam, aren't you angry? Jiang Kam Hoa raised her wine cup. Good wine, delicious food. What is there to be angry about? It's just, she suddenly paused. This wine has a cold nature. Not everyone can drink it. Immediately, on the other side, a wine cup fell to the ground. Aya, what's wrong with Consort Sien? Can Nam Khan panicked. Summon the imperial physician. His face turned pale with worry. Quickly, summon the imperial physician. The imperial physician quickly entered. Can Nam Kwang asked Jiang Kam Hoa. Cam, aren't you worried? Jiang Kam Hoa replied. I'm sitting so far away from them, and besides, all the food was brought up by the imperial kitchen. No matter how you put it, it has nothing to do with me. Why should I be worried? Can Nam Kwang looked at her that. Jiang Kam Hoa suddenly sighed. Sigh. She passed some food to him. Sixth Prince, you should eat quickly. In a moment, you won't be able to eat anymore. Jiang Kam Hoa asked with a bright smile. Is it delicious? Can Nam Kwang blushed. Delicious. The imperial physician bowed his head and said, Your Majesty, please forgive me. Your Highness, please forgive me. This servant's medical skills are poor. I cannot find the reason for Consort Sien's stomach pain. The emperor quickly ordered. Kam Hoa, we know your medical skills are brilliant. You go take a look. Can Nam Khan said quietly. So many imperial physicians couldn't figure it out. How could she possibly know? The emperor continued. Are you questioning our decision? Can Nam Khan bowed his head. Your son wouldn't dare. A moment later, Jiang Kam Hoa went to examine Jiang Kam too. She closed her eyes tightly, then reporting to your Majesty, this humble woman has diagnosed that Consort Sien's sudden abdominal pain and discomfort is because her monthly period has arrived. Can Nam Khan was furious. Impossible. He pointed at Jiang Kam Hoa. You must be jealous of us, so you're deliberately slandering Kam too. Jiang Kam Hoa remained silent. At this moment, Can Nam Kwang stepped forward, quickly speaking up for her. Kam Hoa, is this prince's princess consort? Watch your tone. Can Nam Khan gritted his teeth. His murderous eyes met Can Nam Kwang's. Seeing this, the emperor's face turned pale. To resolve the matter, Jiang Kam Hoa peeked out and spoke up. Your Majesty. The Imperial Astronomical Bureau predicted that the fetus in Consort Sien's womb is the reincarnation of a true dragon. A true dragon is not the same as a mortal. This humble woman read Consort Sien's pulse as if it were her monthly period. But I overlooked that a true dragon is not immortal. It is this humble woman's fault. My diagnosis was wrong. The imperial physician and two others looked at each other worriedly. How can this be her fault? That's right. The emperor fell silent. On this side, Jiang Kam too was trembling. The emperor then waved his hand. If she is unwell, Prince Sien, take her back to your manor. Can Nam Khan bowed his head and replied, Yes. A moment later outside, Can Nam Kwang asked Jiang Kam Hoa, Cam, what was really going on with your diagnosis today? Jiang Kam Hoa said, I did not misdiagnose. Jiang Kam too is indeed on her monthly period. Can Nam Kwang was worried. The whole city knows she is pregnant, making fourth brother rush to bring her home. How can she be on her monthly period? Jiang Kam Hoa smiled. How do you know if her pregnancy is real or fake? Can Nam Kwang touched her shoulder. Could it be that she isn't? But that is the crime of deceiving the emperor. Jiang Kam Hoa chuckled softly. She touched her finger to his lips. Shoo, she's not that stupid. She also thinks she's pregnant. Can Nam Khan also sent people to investigate. She looked at Can Nam Kwang with sparkling eyes. But what if I told you the thing I gave her to eat can alter her pulse? Then, Can Nam Kwang took Jiang Kam Hoa's hand. This trick of yours is truly. Jiang Kam Hoa smiled. Truly what? She looked up at Can Nam Kwang with a slight glance. Truly vicious? She recalled the past. They humiliated me and almost killed me. Jiang Kam Hoa said, trembling, if I let them off so easily, how can the resentment in my heart ever dissipate? Can Nam Kwang gently kissed Jiang Kam Hoa's hand, looking at her with a loving gaze. From now on, your revenge, I will help you take it. Your grievances, I will resolve them with you. He moved closer to Jiang Kam Hoa. Whoever dares to bully my princess consort, I will make them pay tenfold, all right? Jiang Kam Hoa blushed and replied softly, all right, at Prince Yen's manor. Jiang Kam too was stunned by a slap. Can Nam Khan asked as he hit her, what exactly is going on? Jiang Kam too gently placed her hand on the table. He cannot know how I got pregnant. She trembled with fear. Otherwise, I won't even know when I die. Jiang Kam too now replied, I don't know either. However, it must be because Jiang Kam Hoa is jealous of me, colluding with the imperial physician to frame me. Can Nam Khan asked with a stern face, you're on your monthly period. Jiang Kam too was anxious. How can that be? Your Highness, if you don't believe me, you can summon a physician here. Can Nam Khan crossed his arms and thought. Indeed, I found over 10 physicians before. All of them said she was pregnant. Can Nam Khan's eyes widened. If I find out you're hiding anything from me. Jiang Kam too's eyes were filled with fear, not daring to make a sound at all. Can Nam Khan turned his head. I will absolutely not forgive you. With that, he left. Only then did Jiang Kam too breathe a sigh of relief. Tan Ni entered and called out, Your Highness. Jiang Kam too ordered, tomorrow, go walk around the streets and find me a blind Taoist priest. Yes. On this side, Jiang Kam Hoa and Kin Nam Kwang were happily lying down, enjoying the breeze. Kin Nam Kwang gently rested his head, looking infatuatedly at Jiang Kam Hoa. The beautiful Jiang Kam Hoa was sleeping soundly under the gentle sunlight. At this moment, Noyet Lin ran over excitedly. Young miss, this servant saw Tan Ni on the street. Jiang Kam Hoa sat up. Tan Ni was alone, with no guards following. Noyet Lin replied, there was no one else. Jiang Kam Hoa guessed. Jiang Kam too is deceiving Kin Nam Khan. Ah, that's really not good. Suddenly, Kin Nam Kwang pointed to Jiang Kam Hoa's forehead. My princess consort, what are you plotting now? Kin Nam Kwang chuckled to himself. My princess consort is so adorable even when she's harming people. Jiang Kam Hoa blushed and turned away. Then she took out a vial of medicine and gave it to Noyet Lin. Take this to the half-immortal. Let him sell it to Tan Ni. Noyet Lin asked. For how many taels of silver? Jiang Kam Hoa made a hand gesture. 30,000 taels. Kin Nam Kwang leaned in close to her. 30,000 taels for one dose. First sell her 3 months worth. Noyet Lin was stunned. Isn't that too much? Last time, just 10,000 taels already drained the second young Mrs. Funds. Jiang Kam Hoa smiled. Jiang Kam too has no money, but the fourth prince does. Last time, when confronting Kin Nam Khan, Kin Nam Kwang asked, military power and Jiang Kam Hoa. Which you choose? This prince may not have military power, but I won't let you live comfortably either. At this time, on Jiang Kam 2's side, a plate fell to the ground and shattered. What? Jiang Kam 2 was horrified. He sold me fake medicine. I'm not actually pregnant. Tan Ni replied. For the future medicine, he's demanding 30,000 taels a month. Jiang Kam 2 was worried. How can I get that much silver for him? Tan Ni suggested. Your Highness, perhaps you should go find the fourth prince. Jiang Kam too thought to herself. Everyone knows I'm carrying the reincarnation of a true dragon. Kin Nam Khan wouldn't dare do anything to me. As long as I can deceive them, whether I'm really pregnant or not doesn't matter anymore. Previously, her maid had said, noble consort, the person has been brought. After all, the noble consort has already found many pregnant women for him to keep in the side palace. The noble consort was delighted. Good. Even if Jiang Kam 2's baby is a girl, this palace is not afraid. As long as a boy is born, he will be my son. Jiang Kam 2 said with a cunning look on her face, comb my hair and change my clothes for me. I'm going to find the fourth prince. Jiang Kam 2 went and knelt before Kin Nam Khan, telling him everything. Kin Nam Khan frowned and looked at her, asking, you're saying you're not pregnant? Terrified, Jiang Kam 2 trembled and confessed everything that I did it because of the medicine that half-immortal sold me. But his medicine can indeed alter my pulse. Kin Nam Khan angrily slapped her. He rubbed his wrist, his face dark, and ordered his subordinate in a low voice. Go take 90,000 taels to buy the medicine. Confirm that it's effective, then get rid of him. That subordinate quickly replied yes. At the sixth prince's manor, a stack of banknotes was passed over. Jiang Kam Hoa held the stack of banknotes in her hand. Smiling happily, I told you the fourth prince had money. Kin Nam Kwang smiled gently at her. Whatever the princess consort says is right. The half-immortal standing beside them smiled at her and asked, Your Highness, what should we do next? Jiang Kam Hoa frowned and looked at him, asking, You're calling me Your Highness. Has your prince agreed to that? The half-immortal looked at Kin Nam Kwang, who was smiling gently at Jiang Kam Hoa, and laughed as he replied, The prince of course agrees. Jiang Kam Hoa coughed in embarrassment. The grand wedding hasn't even happened yet. How improper. Use a different form of address. Ban Tin looked at her respectfully and replied, Yes, Your Highness. Jiang Kam Hoa's face darkened. She gritted her teeth angrily and said, Ban Tien, are you a fast runner? Seeing her meaningful smile, Ban Tien was so scared he got goosebumps. It's all right. Jiang Kam Hoa let out a sinister laugh as she looked at him. The next day, two men were chasing another person through the streets. Stop, don't run. Ban Tan, with a white cloth over his eyes, ran for his life. Your Highness, you can't frame me like this. The two men behind him were in hot pursuit. After him. One of them couldn't run anymore and stopped, panting heavily. Can't catch up. The one beside him looked at him and asked, Where did you write his house was in the report. You reported Jiang Kam Hoa. Those two officials looked around and said, Let's go, search the house. A man in brown clothes looked at the two officials in surprise. What is happening here? His friend in dark blue clothes beside him also followed his gaze and said, I heard this Ban Tan sells fake medicine. A certain lady used it to harm a concubine in her household, resulting in a death. The Dali Temple is looking for him. The man in brown clothes frowned and said, The capital has been really unstable lately. I heard that a few days ago, the life star, the true dragon, also dimmed and disappeared. His friend beside him asked in surprise, There's such a thing? At Ban Tien's residence, two officials from the Dali Temple were ransacking his house. One of them flipped open a book, looked at it, and said hurriedly, There's a discovery here. Everyone come and see. March 10th, second Miss Jiang bought 1 bottle of medicine, 10,000 taels of silver. March 15th, the fourth prince bought 3 bottles of medicine, 90,000 taels of silver. The 2 Dali temple officials were stunned. Hey, report this to His Majesty quickly. In the imperial palace, the emperor's face was dark as he looked at the memorial in his hand. He angrily slammed the memorial on the table, furious, and roared, "Summon Prince Jin and Jiang Kam Hoa to the palace tomorrow." After speaking, the emperor glanced at Jin Nanqing and Jiang Kam, 2 kneeling on the ground, his eyes narrowing as for these 2 scoundrels. "Continue kneeling here for us." The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Jin Nanjiang and Jiang Kam Hoa entered the main hall, looked at the emperor, and asked, "Father Emperor, what is this?" The emperor's expression was cold. His hand holding the memorial trembled with anger. "Go ask these 2 scoundrels." The emperor threw the memorial forcefully at Jin Nanqing. Jin Nanqing was frightened and quickly cried out about the injustice. "Your son has been wronged. Father Emperor, you cannot convict your son based on the account book of a swindler." The emperor rested his hand on his forehead and looked at him coldly. "Fine, then let Jiang Kam Hoa check her pulse. Let's see what kind of pulse it is." Jiang Kam too was stunned. Jin Nanqing's face changed as he shot her a cold glance. Jiang Kam Hoa slowly walked over. Jiang Kam too looked at Jiang Kam Hoa in fear. "Older sister, you must not wrongly accuse me. You can't let me die like this." Jiang Kam Hoa gave her a cold look. "If you have truly deceived the sovereign, I can only uphold justice, even if it means sacrificing family." After she finished checking Jiang Kam too's pulse, she looked at the emperor and reporting to your majesty. "She is not yet pregnant." The emperor looked at her and asked, "You haven't checked her pulse yet?" Jiang Kam Hoa replied respectfully, "There is no need to check her pulse. This subject received news this morning. I interrogated Consort Xian's personal maid, Qing'er, and she said that Jiang Kam too is still a virgin." Jiang Kam too's eyes widened. She shouted agitatedly, "You're lying?" Qing basically knows nothing at all. Jiang Kam Hoa glanced at her and said indifferently, "His Majesty can call a mama to verify." The emperor then gave the order, "Summon her." A faint fragrance wafted through the room. The mama knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, Consort Xian is indeed still a virgin." Jiang Kam too trembled with fear. Jin Nanqing's whole body stiffened, his expression one of shock and disbelief. He suddenly let out a laugh that was both desolate and sarcastic. The emperor angrily slammed his hand on the table and roared, "How audacious of you to dare deceive us! Issue the decree. Prince Xian, Jin Nanqing, is treasonous and has deceived the sovereign. Strip him of his title and confine him to the Xian residence. As for Consort Jiang Kam too, send her in to accompany him. They are forbidden from ever stepping out of the residence for the rest of their lives." The deputy director of the Imperial Astronomy Bureau was also arrested. The director of the Imperial Astronomy Bureau accepted bribes, deceiving heaven and the people, and is to be prepared for execution. Jin Nanjiang saw that Jiang Kam Hoa's face was full of thoughts. He held her hand tightly. Jiang Kam Hoa snapped back to her senses and gave him a forced smile. "I suddenly remembered some old things." Jin Nanjiang gently hugged her to comfort her. "Don't be afraid. From now on, you still have me. I will definitely not let you be heartbroken again." Jiang Kam Hoa looked at him, moved okay. She smiled happily and wrapped her arms around Jin Nanjiang's neck. "Jiang Kam Hoa, I consider this as avenging you, helping you see clearly. From now on, you won't have to suffer anymore. I hope in the next life, you can live a peaceful and happy life." The carriage stopped in front of the Prime Minister's residence. Jin Nanjiang and Jiang Kam Hoa stepped out of the carriage. Yu Ling, who was waiting outside the gate, saw her return and hurried over, saying, "Mississippi concubine Shun has returned." The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. A group of servants rushed forward and surrounded them. One of them, with his arms crossed, looked at Jiang Kam Hoa with a cold smile. "Miss Jiang, please go in. Prime Minister Jiang has been waiting for you for a long time." In the guest room, Jiang Kam Hoa walked in and was surprised to see 2 men kneeling on the floor. Then she looked at the Prime Minister, who was sitting on a chair with a cold expression, and called out softly, "Father, what is going on?" The Prime Minister narrowed his eyes and looked at her angrily. "You still have the face to call me father? If it weren't for your concubine mother." One of the kneeling men looked at her in fear and said, "Eldest miss, we received your instructions to assassinate the Prime Minister. You can't just leave us to die." Jiang Kam Hoa looked at him, stunned. The Prime Minister looked at her with a pained expression and said, "If your concubine mother hadn't risked her life to block a knife for me, I would have already lost my life on the road." Jin Nanjiang looked at him, annoyed, and asked, "Prime Minister Jiang, this prince and Kam Kam are about to be married. What benefit is there in assassinating you at this time?" The 2 assassins kneeling on the floor had a sudden thought. One of them quickly took a letter out of his sleeve. "Yesterday at the hour of high, in the temple in the south of the city, the eldest miss personally brought us the silver and also left a letter to assassinate the Prime Minister." He then then handed the letter to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister opened the letter, his eyes filled with shock, and his whole body trembled. It's your handwriting. What else do you have to explain? Jeong Kam-hoa let out a cold smile. She bent over, her body shaking with laughter. If I met you in person, what couldn't be said face to face? Why would I need to write a letter and leave you with such a weakness? The assassin jumped in fright, looked at the Prime Minister fearfully, and quickly changed his testimony. I misremembered. It was Yuling who came, not the eldest Mississippi. The Prime Minister frowned and looked at her coldly, asking, if you didn't do this, where were you yesterday at the hour of high? Jeong Kam-hoa answered calmly, in the Wuhua courtyard of the residence. The Prime Minister continued to ask, who can testify for you? Yuling's words are not credible. Jeong Kam-hoa was annoyed internally. This old man is truly stubborn and old-fashioned. Suddenly, a hand wrapped around her waist. Jeong Kam-hoa was startled. Jean Nanjiang pulled her into his arms, looked at the Prime Minister, and said, what if this prince can testify? He looked tenderly at Jeong Kam-hoa in his arms. This prince and the princess consort are inseparable day and night. Therefore, for the past 2 nights, I have secretly entered the Wuhua courtyard, and only then did the princess consort go to sleep. Prime Minister Jeong wouldn't be angry about this, would he? Jeong Kam-hoa's face flushed red with embarrassment. Even if you're helping me out, do you have to say it like that? Jean Nanjiang glanced at the 2 assassins and continued coldly. This prince's dungeon has recently been renovated. Perhaps in a different place, you two might be able to speak the truth. The 2 assassins were terrified and quickly kowtowed on the ground, begging, Your Highness, spare our lives. This slave will say everything. It was concubine Chun who bribed us, wanting to use a self-harm ploy to frame the eldest Mississippi. The Prime Minister was stunned and looked at Jeong Kam-hoa guiltily. Kam-hoa, it was I who misunderstood you. Jeong Kam-hoa cut him off indifferently. Father, if you don't have even a shred of trust in Kam-hoa, then us living together will only be more awkward. Yuling, let's go. We're moving out. After speaking, she turned and left. Jeong Kam-hoa puffed her cheeks in anger and stormed off. Jean Nanjiang followed behind, chuckling as he looked at her. This prince's side hall is still empty if you have nowhere else to go. Jeong Kam-hoa was silent for a moment, thinking. She then slung her arm around Yuling's shoulder and said with a cheerful smile, Yuling, let's go. We're going to buy a small courtyard. Jean Nanjiang, getting the cold shoulder, had his face darken. Yi Qing, standing behind him, covered his mouth and chuckled. Late at night, an owner opened the door and looked at Jeong Kam-hoa awkwardly. This house is not for sale. Jeong Kam-hoa looked at him, stunned. Another innkeeper gave a forced, awkward smile and said, the inn is full. Miss, please go somewhere else. Jeong Kam-hoa looked at him angrily, but I just saw an empty room. Seeing the murderous glare from Jean Nanjiang behind her, the innkeeper sighed fearfully in his heart. With this gentleman here, who would dare to let you in? Jeong Kam-hoa puffed her cheeks and looked at Jean Nanjiang angrily. Jean Nanjiang smiled gently at her. See, you still have to come back to this prince's residence. Jeong Kam-hoa looked at him, troubled. We're not married yet. I don't want people to gossip. Jean Nanjiang affectionately booped her nose. With me here, who would dare to gossip about you? Late at night, lanterns filled the sky. Jean Nanjiang took Jeong Kam-hoa's hand and pulled her along. Kam, let's go home. The next day at the 6th prince's residence, someone entered and shouted angrily, Jeong Kam-hoa, get out here. Jeong Kam-hoa, if you have any shame, get the hell out here for me. Hearing this shout, Jeong Kam-hoa, who was reading a book, jumped in surprise. She turned her head to look at Yi Qing and asked, what's going on? Quick, go and see. A young lady in a red outfit, holding a leather whip, stood angrily at the door. Seeing her, Yi Qing's face changed. This is bad. It's Princess Hong. His Highness left the capital this morning, so now there's no one who can stop her. Princess Hong Zhu crossed her arms, looking arrogantly at Jeong Kam-hoa and asking, You're Jeong Kam-hoa? Jeong Kam-hoa smiled at her and asked, And who are you? Why have you come here calling my name? Princess Hong Zhu angrily brandished her whip. Are your dog eyes blind? This princess is the one and only princess of the royal family, Princess Hong Zhu. Jeong Kam-hoa smiled at her and apologized. So, is Princess Hong Zhu? My apologies. Princess Hong Zhu glared at her angrily. This is the 6th royal brother's residence. You wild woman, if you know what's good for you, get out of here. Jeong Kam-hoa looked at Princess Hong Zhu and softly called out Datan. Datan, standing behind her, quickly replied, Yes, your ladyship. Princess Hong Zhu angrily rushed forward and beat him relentlessly. Who allowed you to call her your ladyship? Who allowed you? Datan, terrified, covered his head and answered weakly, It was the prince's regulation. Jeong Kam-hoa turned her head to look at Princess Hong Zhu and said, Princess, it was your 6th royal brother who used every means possible to beg his majesty to let him marry me. I hope you will remember this point clearly. Princess Hong Zhu turned her head, pouting angrily at her. She snorted coldly and angrily turned to leave. Late at night, Kanam Kang smiled at Jong Kam Hoa and asked, I used every means possible, begging to marry you. You were right. After speaking, he leaned down and placed on her lips a kiss. Kanam Kang pressed Jong Kam Hoa against the wall. The two of them, with 4 eyes locked and cheeks flushed, looked at each other. Jong Kam Hoa looked at him helplessly. A modern person. I'm being repeatedly teased by an ancient person. Her face darkened as she pouted angrily. I'm not having it. Kanam Kang was surprised to see her suddenly get angry. Jong Kam Hoa suddenly grabbed his collar, stood on her tiptoes, and forcibly kissed him. Kanam Kang's whole body stiffened as he looked at her in surprise. A moment later, the two separated, faces flushed and panting. Jong Kam Hoa looked at him seriously and asked, How was that? Kanam Kang lowered his eyes and was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he hugged her tightly and placed a deep kiss on her lips. Jong Kam Hoa's face flushed red. Her hand placed on his chest clenched into a fist. A moment later, Kanam Kang released her and said gently, After the wedding, I definitely won't let you off so easily. Jong Kam Hoa's small face flushed bright red. She crossed her arms and pouted angrily. IT was clearly about Hongju at first. How did it turn into this? It's all because I suddenly got competitive with him. 2 cups of hot tea were poured. Kanam Kang picked up a teacup and looked at her with difficulty. Hongju's health has been poor since childhood, so she went to the south to recuperate. She only returned to the capital today. Jong Kam Hoa, holding a teacup, looked at him and asked, Then why is she so hostile towards me? Kanam Kang gave a forced smile and replied, She has been a bit arrogant since she was young. She probably heard many rumors about you on her way back. More importantly, guess who brought her back to the capital? Jong Kam Hoa looked at him curiously and asked, Who is it? Kanam Kang sighed and said, The Crown Prince of the Chu State, Soviet. The world is currently divided into 5 nations, of which the Chu State is the weakest. The Chu State relies on its treacherous terrain and its expertise in poison making, which is why it hasn't been swallowed by the stronger nations. It is said that the Crown Prince of Chu is a man of deep thoughts. This time, by bringing Hongju back, he probably intends to form an alliance for protection. Jong Kam Hoa's eyes lit up as she looked at him and asked, Wait a minute, you're saying everyone from the Chu State is a genius at using poison? Kanam Kang chuckled at her. After all that talk, that's the only point you remembered. Jong Kam Hoa stood up and went to sit next to Kanam Kang. If he is skilled in using poison, he might know how to cure the cold poison. Kanam Kang smiled at her and said, Father Emperor will hold a palace banquet to entertain Soviet. If you promise this prince one thing, I will take you with me. Jong Kam Hoa looked at him and asked, What is it? Kanam Kang looked at her seriously and said, You are not allowed to talk to Soviet. Jong Kam Hoa covered her mouth and giggled at him. Your highness, jealous. Kanam Kang, having been hit where it hurts, blushed in embarrassment. This prince is not jealous. This prince is many times more handsome than him. Jong Kam Hoa laughed so hard her whole body shook. Admit it, you are jealous. Hearing this, Kanam Kang became even more embarrassed. Stop laughing. This prince is not jealous. Late at night, the candles in the room were lit. A blue-haired man holding a book smiled calmly as he listened to Hongju speak. You tell me, what kind of poison goddess, or whatever she is, who knows if she's even managed to marry the 6th brother yet, and she's already got Datan calling her your ladyship. Shameless. The man smiled and said, But I heard that His Highness Prince Kin is very fond of that young lady. Hongju, holding a pastry, said angrily, That poison woman must have cast some spell on him. The man chuckled and wiped the pastry crumbs from her face. You little glutton, you've got food on your face. Where is your princess-like demeanor? Hongju's cheeks flushed red. She scrambled to her feet in embarrassment. And my clothes are dirty. I'll go change. After saying that, Hongju quickly ran out. After she left, the man's gentle, smiling expression suddenly turned cold. He lowered his head and muttered, Zhang Gamhua. In the capital city, a beautifully made-up Jong Kam Hoa entered a tea house. The people around saw her and began to whisper, Is that Princess Kan? Don't talk nonsense. She's not married yet. Isn't it just a matter of time? Look, they're always together. Hongju, who was happily talking with Kanam Kang, saw her arrive and gave a triumphant smile. The seat's been taken. Suddenly, a person walked up to Jong Kam Hoa and called out softly, Miss Jong, my master would like to have a word with you. Could you please come over? Jong Kam Hoa looked at him and asked, Who is your master? The servant pointed towards the blue-haired man. The blue-haired man, holding a teacup, smiled at her and introduced himself. I am Soviet. I have admired Miss Jong for a long time. I wonder if I might have the honor of speaking with you. Jong Kam Hoa walked over and smiled at him. So, is the Crown Prince of the Chu State. As it happens, I also have a matter I wish to ask you about. Kanam Kang turned his head and saw her. And so Viet laughing and talking happily, and his face darkened. Over here. So Viet smiled at Jong Kam Hoa and said, Miss Jong, if you don't mind, you can sit next to me. Kin Nam Kang spoke up angrily and coldly. You cannot. He walked over and pulled Jong Kam Hoa into his arms, his expression cold and sharp as he looked at So Viet. So Viet's face remained smiling as he looked at him. Kin Nam Kang and So Viet locked eyes, neither willing to back down. Kin Nam Kang stood in front of Jong Kam Hoa. His eyes narrowed as he looked coldly at So Viet. Hong Zhu ran over, looking at the three of them in surprise. So Viet. She ran to So Viet's side, looking at him angrily and pouting. Sixth royal brother is so unreasonable. So Viet smiled at her and asked, "What's wrong?" Hong Zhu said angrily, "I had just sat down, and sixth brother immediately shooed me away, saying something about how the seat next to him can only be for Jong Kam Hoa." Seeing Kin Nam Kang with his arm around Jong Kam Hoa's shoulder as they left, Hong Zhu was fuming. "I'm so mad." So Viet narrowed his eyes, his gaze sinister. Indeed, it is very infuriating. Looking at the food laid out on the table, Kin Nam Kang silently watched Jong Kam Hoa eat with gusto. Seeing him staring at her, Jong Kam Hoa felt unnatural and asked him, "Is there something on my face?" Kin Nam Kang looked at her irritably. "Do you still remember what you promised this prince 2 days ago?" Jong Kam Hoa looked at him blankly and asked, "What was it?" Kin Nam Kang turned his face away. "You are not to talk to So Viet." Jong Kam Hoa was stunned and looked at him helplessly. She quickly explained, "I thought that since people from the Chu state are experts in poison, they must know about many types of poisons. Perhaps he has a way to cure the cold poison. Besides, it was Hong Zhu who took my seat first." She angrily pinched his ear. "I'm not even the one who's upset. What are you so angry about?" Kin Nam Kang winced. "Even so, it's not allowed." Jong Kam Hoa sighed. "Your Highness, don't throw a tantrum for no reason. People will laugh if they see." Kin Nam Kang rubbed his ear, his face full of jealousy that "I don't like the way he looks at you." He glanced at So Viet on the opposite side. "That I can guarantee. That man has designs on Kam Hoa." So Viet gave a cold smile. Jong Kam Hoa turned her head and saw So Viet smiling and raising his teacup to her. She immediately raised her teacup in a toast to him. Seeing Jong Kam Hoa drinking tea with him, Kin Nam Kang's face darkened. Soon, the food on the plate was all eaten. Jong Kam Hoa rested her face in her hand. Her cheeks flushed and smiled at Kin Nam Kang, asking, "I got carried away with the wine and am a little drunk. Does your Highness want to go outside with me?" Kin Nam Kang sulkily turned his face away, thinking with a pout, "Hurry up and console me. If you console me, I'll go with you." Seeing Jong Kam Hoa stand up, Kin Nam Kang was stunned. He pouted angrily as he watched her just walk away. Jong Kam Hoa walked alone down the dark corridor. She sighed inwardly. "Oh no, I think I'm lost." Suddenly, she heard voices talking outside. "How many taels did Consort Chin give you?" "About 100 taels. I've never seen so much silver before." "More silver means a harder job." The two maids whispered outside. "That's right. The palace is hosting a banquet for the Crown Prince of Chu, and security is tight. Yet the consort told me to poison Jong Kam Hoa today. If we get caught, we'll surely be beheaded." Jong Kam Hoa, hiding in a corner, looked at the two palace maids in shock. She covered her mouth in fear and backed away. Unfortunately, she stepped on a stone under her foot, making a sound. The two palace maids turned their heads warily. "Who's there?" Jong Kam Hoa's face changed. "This is bad. How did I wander in a consort?" "Chen's palace." She quickly turned to run. The maid frowned and shouted, "Catch her." Suddenly, a servant appeared and blocked her path. Looking at the two tall men in front of her, Jong Kam Hoa's face darkened. "That I'm done for." The two palace maids also walked over, smiling coldly at her. "Miss Jong, Consort Chin wishes to see you for a moment." Jong Kam Hoa turned her head, smiled at the palace maid, and said, "All right, lead the way." A moment later, Jong Kam Hoa stepped inside. Consort Chin saw her and gave a sinister smile. "Miss Jiang has arrived. Quick, sit here." Jiang Kam Hoa silently looked at her. Consort Chin said indifferently, "Kan Ni and Jiang Kam, two committed treason. At first, I was very angry with you, but on second thought, they brought it upon themselves. So today, I wanted to explain things to you." Jiang Kam Hoa gave a forced laugh and asked, "What does Consort Chin want to explain to me?" She picked up the wine cup on the table, the corners of her lips curling into a cold smile. "Regret for condoning your child poisoning me, or regret for drugging me, so he could humiliate me, or perhaps regret for sending assassins to kill me." Jiang Kam Hoa raised the wine cup, smiling coldly as she looked directly into Consort Chin's eyes. "If you already intend to poison my tea, why bother with this pretense?" Consort Chin's face darkened. A glint appeared in her eyes. "I originally wanted to leave you with some dignity, but you are ungrateful. Guards, seize her for me. She absolutely cannot be allowed to leave here alive." Hearing the order, the palace maids advanced and surrounded Jiang Kam Hoa. Jiang Kam Hoa silently looked at them. "What should I do now?" Elsewhere, Kin Nam Kwang sat alone, brooding, with one hand propping up his chin and the other holding a wine cup. Moreover, a sense of unease suddenly grew in his heart. He looked at the small wine pot on the table, his brows furrowing slightly. Why hasn't Kam Hoa returned yet? Kin Nam Kwang ordered Datan behind him. "Datan, call the shadow guards and find out where the princess consort is." Datan quickly replied yes. Consort Chun ordered the palace maids. Kill her. Don't let her get out of here alive. Jiang Kam Hoa's brows knitted tightly as she looked at the surrounding palace maids. What now? How can I escape? Suddenly, the door to the room was forcefully pushed open, and Kin Nam Kwang strode in with a cold, furious expression. Jiang Kam Hoa looked at him in astonishment. Kin Nam Kwang spoke coldly. This prince would really like to see. He pulled Jiang Kam Hoa into his arms and glanced coldly at the people around them. Who won't be leaving here alive today? Jiang Kam Hoa looked at him in surprise. That weren't you angry and ignoring me? Kin Nam Kwang snorted and looked at her. That will settle the score when we get back. Kin Nam Kwang shot a cold glance at Consort Chin. Sending assassins wasn't enough. Now, Consort Chin wants to poison her directly. Consort Chin picked up her wine cup and said with a smile, "You can't just say whatever you want." She looked at the two of them and gave a cold laugh. "What proof do you have that I did it? As for this poison cup of tea, I intended to use it for rat poison. Is there a problem with that?" Kin Nam Kwang narrowed his eyes at her. "That I in that case. It seems this prince has offended you." After speaking, he took Jiang Kam Hoa's hand. "Let's go." Suddenly, Kin Nam Kwang stopped and glanced at Consort Chin. "Alright. I heard fourth brother has a lot of rats in the Forbidden Palace. Why don't we take the effective rat poison you mentioned and gift it to fourth brother?" Consort Chun was stunned, then fell into an angry silence. Kin Nam Kwang wrapped an arm around Jiang Kam Hoa's waist and carried her away. Suddenly, he slumped against her shoulder, his face pale. Jiang Kam Hoa worriedly supported him. "You were just fine a moment ago. Why is the poison acting up now?" Blood trickled from the corner of Kin Nam Kwang's mouth. "You made me so angry earlier, and then I rushed over as soon as I got the news from the shadow guards. The surge of my chi and blood caused the poison to flare up." He pulled his hand back and frowned at her. "That weren't you ignoring me? You can go. You don't need to worry about me." Seeing him acting childish again, Jiang Kam Hoa felt exasperated. "If you don't want me to go, you can just say so." Kin Nam Kwang stammered, "This prince is not saying that." Jiang Kam Hoa grabbed his hand firmly and pulled him along. "Let's go. We'll go back to the manor and treat you." Kin Nam Kwang thought to himself, "Why does this blood-packed Atan gave me smell so fishy? Never mind. This trick worked. I'll spare him when we get back." Suddenly, someone ran up to them. "Miss Jiang." Soviet's servant looked at Jiang Kam Hoa and said, "My master invites you to meet him at the post house tomorrow." Again, Kin Nam Kwang held her tightly and said, "You're not going." Jiang Kam Hoa chuckled and patted his head, "But be good. Didn't your cold poison just act up? Crown Prince, so might be able to cure it. I have to go ask." Kin Nam Kwang's face darkened. "Looks like I should still give Datan a beating after all." In the post house, a teapot with 2 teacups and a plate of exquisite pastries were set on a table. Soviet picked up his teacup, looked at Jiang Kam Hoa, and said, "I have difficulty walking, so I've troubled Miss Jiang to make this trip." Jiang Kam Hoa picked up her teacup, looked at him, and asked, "I wonder what matter Crown Prince so has invited me here to discuss." Soviet looked at her, sighed, and said, "I have heard that Miss Jiang's medical skills are superb, so I wanted to ask you to take a look." He lifted his pant leg, revealing a dense network of blue veins on his leg. "Can these legs of mine still be cured?" Jiang Kam Hoa was startled. She observed the blue veins on Soviet's leg. "Green silk entanglement. Master once said that this green silk is a living thing that feeds on the host's blood." Soviet's eyes lowered as he said, "I was framed by someone. I have traveled across the 5 nations, seeking a cure for my legs." Jiang Kam Hoa thought silently, "This insidious poison is even rarer than the cold poison. I never expected to encounter it today, but curing it is harder than ascending to the heavens." Soviet's hand clenched his thigh. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked, "Is Miss Jiang looking for a cure for the cold poison?" Soviet looked up, smiled at her, and said, "One thing for another. How about it?" Jiang Kam Hoa looked at him in astonishment. She lowered her head in contemplation. "He is from the So Kingdom. How does he know I'm looking for a cure for the cold poison? It seems this crown prince, So, is more cunning than I thought." After thinking for a moment, Jiang Kam Hoa stood up and said softly, "This poison is exceptionally difficult to cure. Allow me to return and consult my master's books before giving your highness an answer." Having achieved his goal, Soviet smiled and replied, "Then I shall trouble Miss Jiang." After speaking, Jiang Kam Hoa turned and left coldly. After she was gone, Soviet's expression turned grim, his eyes sharp and cold. "As long as my legs can be cured." At the 6th prince's manor, Jiang Kam Hoa was grinding herbs alone in her room. She thought silently, "Crown Prince So appears gentle on the outside, but in reality, he is unfathomably deep. Curing such a scheming person, I wonder if it will affect the politics of Dai then, or not." Suddenly, an angry shout rang out, "Jiang Kam Hoa!" Jiang Kam Hoa jumped in surprise. Hong Truck stormed in angrily, looked at her, and scolded, "You toad, trying to eat swan meat." Hearing herself called a toad, Jiang Kam Hoa's face darkened with anger. Outside, Hong Truck continued to shout, "Jiang Kam Hoa, I won't allow Sixth brother to marry a poisonous woman like you. Toad, poisonous woman. Jiang Kam Hoa's face grew even darker with rage. Seething with anger, she grabbed a small jar, walked outside, and poured a pile of insects and bugs on a Hong truck. Hong truck screamed in terror. What did you do? Jiang Kam Hoa dusted off her hands and looked at her with a cold smile. Didn't you call me a poisonous woman? Hong truck screamed in fear and anger. Hong truck screamed in terror. Then turned tail and fled. Datan stepped out with a smile, looking at Jiang Kam Hoa with admiration. Your ladyship is formidable. Jiang Kam Hoa crossed her arms and asked him, Datan, why do you think the princess is so prejudiced against me? Datan rubbed his head and replied with a forced smile. The princess has been in the southern domain and doesn't know much about your ladyship. I'm afraid she heard some nasty rumors on her way back to the capital. Jiang Kam Hoa looked at him and asked further, were the princess and crown prince so together? Datan nodded in reply, yes. At the post house, Soviet was sitting alone in his room, reading a book. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and Jiang Kam Hoa strode in, saying, Soviet. Soviet smiled and looked at her, asking, what brings Miss Jiang here in the middle of the night? Jiang Kam Hoa looked at him angrily and demanded, why did you speak ill of me in front of the princess? Soviet feigned surprise. Huh? Speak ill of you? About what? Jiang Kam Hoa continued irritably. The princess knows very little about matters in the imperial city. We just met, and she already despises me. Jiang Kam Hoa grabbed Soviet's wheelchair. Her gaze was cold and sharp as she looked at him. You must have said something on the road that stuck with the princess. Soviet gave a fake smile and asked, is that so? The princess was pestering me with old stories on the road. Did she mention Miss Jiang? I can't seem to recall at the moment. Jiang Kam Hoa looked at him and said indifferently, speaking of which, I also seem to have forgotten some of the medicinal herbs for your highness's antidote. Soviet narrowed his eyes at her. Then please forgive my humble and shallow knowledge, for I know nothing of the cold poison. Jiang Kam Hoa glared at him angrily. She regained her composure and sighed. Jiang Kam Hoa sat down and said to Soviet directly, you and I both stand to gain something from each other. Why must we be at daggers drawn? If your highness helps me by speaking well of me to the princess, it will save me a lot of trouble. She picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea, and I can quickly prepare the antidote for your highness. As the crown prince of the So kingdom, your highness should also leave Dai then soon. Soviet picked up his teacup and smiled at her in no rush. I have plenty of time. I will not leave until these two legs are cured. He looked at the teacup in his hand and gave a cold laugh. As for what purpose I have for staying in Dai then, you'll find out soon enough. Soviet gripped his wheelchair, stopping it. The night is late. Miss Jiang, please see yourself out. If you have time to worry about me, you might as well use it to quickly prepare the antidote. After speaking, he wheeled himself away. Jiang Kam Hoa glanced at him. What is his real purpose? A moment later, a voice called out, Cam Cam, Cam Cam. Jiang Kam Hoa finally came back to her senses. Kin Nam Kwang looked at her and asked, what are you thinking about? You're so lost in thought. Jiang Kam Hoa lowered her face and said, I was thinking about Soviet's reason for staying in Dai then. When Kin Nam Kwang saw her mention another man, he became jealous again. Jiang Kam Hoa helplessly hugged his arm and wheedled, don't be angry. Don't be jealous. Kin Nam Kwang sighed. You just take advantage of the fact that I dote on you. He gently stroked her hair. As for Soviet's matter, we'll find out in a few days. The grand hall of the imperial palace. Chuvet, sitting in a wheelchair, looked at the emperor and said with a smile, Your Majesty, I admire Princess Hongju. I wish to marry the princess and form an alliance between our two nations. The emperor happily agreed. Excellent. It's rare that Hongju herself agrees. The servant beside Chu Viet then presented the marriage proposal to Eunuch Li. This is the marriage proposal from the state of Chu. I hope your majesty will accept it. The emperor replied cheerfully, Good. Jin Nanxiang glanced at the marriage proposal, his brow furrowing. Hongju is of marriageable age, but her and Chu Viet. At the sixth prince's manor, Jiang Jinhua rested her chin on her hand and looked at Jin Nanxiang, asking, Did his majesty really decree a marriage between Hongju and Chu? Viet, Jin Nanxiang, sitting at his desk, practicing calligraphy, answered her, Father Emperor fundamentally did not want Hongju to be involved in the palace struggles. He used the excuse of recuperation to send her to the southern domain. But since she herself agreed, Father Emperor couldn't just break them up. Jiang Jinhua looked at him and asked, Do you think Chu Viet truly likes the princess? The calligraphy brush paused. Jin Nanxiang looked up at her and said, Whether he truly likes her or has ulterior motives, what's the difference? In any case, the state of Chu is wary of great Jin. He wouldn't dare mistreat Hongju, a royal princess. Royal marriages are never one's own to decide. Hongju admires Chu Viet in her heart, and Chu Viet can respect her. The two can be considered a good match. As for whether it's true love, it's not important. Jiang Jinhua's face darkened. She angrily pinched his hand. Hongju is your younger sister. Jin Nanxiang cried out aggrievedly. But the royal family has always been like this. Jiang Jinhua sighed. What if I told you that Chu Viet is doing this because he wants to force me to heal his legs? She recalled the words Chu Viet had once said and recounted them to Jin Nanxiang. He deliberately had the princess come and bother me. I even suspect that Hongju's admiration for him is also due to his entitlement. enticement. In that case, do you still think they're a good match? Jean Nanxiang's brows knitted tightly as his hand holding the brush continued to write. The rumors outside say Chu Viet is pure and as gentle as jade. His eyes narrowed, but from what you've said, I'm afraid his schemes run very deep. Jean Nanxiang looked at her and instructed, "This matter, don't tell Hong Zhu just yet." Jiang Jinhua looked at him and asked, "You don't want to stop her?" Jean Nanxiang's face darkened, and he let out a sigh. Their marriage involves the interests of Great Jean and the state of Chu. Once decided, there is no turning back. Jean Nanxiang smiled and patted Jiang Jinhua's head. Besides, this prince has already said it. Chu Viet is wary of Great Jean. He wouldn't dare mistreat Hong Zhu. Jiang Jinhua's voice lowered as she asked, "So you want to deceive the princess?" Jean Nanxiang looked at her, troubled. The truth isn't important to her. Jiang Jinhua looked at him and questioned, "Then what is important?" She looked up at him in disappointment. "Jean Nanxiang, I was willing to marry you because you love me, and coincidentally, I love you too. A marriage without feelings. How is it any different from a carnal transaction? If you still don't understand this principle, I won't see you again." After speaking, she left in anger. Jean Nanxiang sat there in silence, his eyes downcast. Jiang Jinhua sat at a tea house, and upon seeing Hong Zhu approaching, she called out loudly, "Princess." When Hong Zhu saw her, she puffed out her cheeks. In anger, she turned to leave, ignoring her. Jiang Jinhua quickly grabbed her hand. "Princess, I have something to tell you." Hong Zhu looked at her angrily. "This princess doesn't want to talk to you. Get out of my way." Jiang Jinhua looked at her and asked directly, "Does the princess truly admire Crown Prince Chu?" Hong Zhu frowned and looked at her furiously. "You're not planning to seduce Chu Viet behind Six Brothers' back, are you?" Jiang Jinhua looked at her helplessly. "Princess, what on earth are you imagining every day?" Hong Zhu, embarrassed, clutched her head and shouted, Then why are you asking me?" Jiang Jinhua replied nonchalantly, "Curiosity." Hong Zhu's cheeks flushed as she stammered, This princess. This princess likes Chu Viet and will marry no one but him. Is there a problem?" Jiang Jinhua fell silent, her eyes downcast. The princess truly likes Chu Viet. Perhaps it's best not to tell her. If she can live her whole life in a muddled, beautiful dream, perhaps that's not so bad. Suddenly, a soft cough was heard. Chu Viet suddenly appeared. He said with a smile, "Thank you for the gift, princess. It rained yesterday. If not for the medicine the princess gave me, I'm afraid the pain in my legs would have kept me up all night." Seeing him, Hong Zhu shyly stammered, "It's good that you could use it. I'll go back to the palace to get you some more." After saying that, she ran off as if flying. Jiang Jinhua sighed upon seeing this scene. She looked at Chu Viet and asked coldly, "After Crown Prince Chu marries the princess, will you return to the state of Chu to inherit your great undertaking? Will you still treat Hong Zhu like this?" Chu Viet looked at her and replied with a smile, "If my legs are not yet healed, I will not return." Jiang Jinhua silently took a small medicine pouch from her sleeve. Chu Viet looked at the small medicine pouch in surprise. In his hand, Jiang Jinhua turned her back and said indifferently, "I will not prescribe you an anesthetic. It might be very painful. You'll have to endure it. This is the prescription. Take it yourself. In 5 days, I will come to perform acupuncture to remove the poison. It will be very painful when the poison is forced out." Chu Viet clenched the prescription in his hand, his head lowered. Finally, he opened his eyes, a glint in them. "I will be able to stand on my own." Late at night, Jiang Jinhua was sitting at her dressing table. Suddenly, the door to the room was thrown open, and Hong Zhu entered, shouting, "Jiang Jinhua." Jia Qing, frightened, her face turned pale. Followed behind her, Jiang Jinhua, holding a comb, looked at her in surprise. Without a word, Hong Zhu knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face, begging her, "Jiang Jinhua, I beg you, please save Chu Viet. His poison has relapsed." At the post house, Jiang Jinhua, Jean Nanxiang, and Hong Zhu arrived at the post house. Jiang Jinhua looked at Chu Viet's close servant and asked, "The Crown Prince took my medicine on schedule. How could the poison relapse?" The servant hurriedly replied, "The Crown Prince met the person who poisoned him today," which triggered it. Jiang Jinhua hastily entered the room and urged him, "Help me go to the Tianyi clinic and bring the silver needles. There's no more time." Then she ordered the maids beside her, "You, go boil water. It must be boiling. You, go get a dagger and a bowl, and also prepare a candle." Jiang Jinhua lifted the bed curtain, her brow furrowed slightly. His poison has already invaded his heart meridians. Normal methods are useless. Seeing the poison had already spread to Chu Viet's neck, she looked at Hong Zhu and asked, "I have a solution, but it is exceptionally dangerous. Is the princess willing to cooperate?" Hong Zhu looked at her and said seriously, "As long as he can be saved, even wanting my blood is not a problem." Jiang Jinhua closed her eyes and said, "The princess guessed correctly. It is indeed using blood." She looked up and seriously at Hong Zhu. Chu Viet's poison has seeped into his blood. Only by drawing out the poisoned blood and replacing it with new blood can the acupuncture be effective. Jean Nanxiang clenched his fists. He looked at her worriedly and said, "Anyone else's blood will do, just not Hong Zhu's." Jiang Jinhua lifted the bed curtain and said, "But Chu Viet can only use the princess's blood. After detoxification, Chu Viet will rely on this blood. He will need a cup of it every half a year." She frowned, looking at the unconscious Chu Viet lying on the bed. Also, in the future, Chu Viet will continue to need blood. Only with the same type of blood to balance the yin and yang can he recover. Therefore, only the princess's blood can be used. Jean Nanxiang was stunned, not quite understanding her meaning. Chu Viet, lying on the bed, frowned, and he slightly opened one-eyed to look at her. Hong Zhu, disregarding the danger, looked at Jiang Jinhua and said seriously, "You can have as much blood as you want, as long as you can save Chu Viet." Jiang Jinhua reminded her, "Princess, it will be a little painful. Please bear with it." The next day at the post house, Jiang Jinhua removed the silver needles. Looking at the weakened Chu Viet lying on the bed, Jiang Jinhua breathed a sigh of relief. It's done. The crown prince's poison has been neutralized. She looked worriedly at Hong Zhu resting on a nearby table. The princess has just given blood, and her body is weak. Take her to the guest house to rest. Also, she leaned wearily into Jean Nanxiang's embrace. Jean Nanxiang looked at her with heartache. "If you're tired, let's go back to the manor and sleep. Leave the rest to others." Jiang Jinhua hugged him and replied softly, "All right, let's return to the manor." Back at the Six Princes Manor, Jean Nanxiang lay on the bed, smiling as he watched Jiang Jinhua sleeping soundly beside him. His eyes were full of tenderness and adoration as he gently caressed her cheek. Jiang Jinhua let out a soft hum and slowly opened her eyes. Jean Nanxiang smiled at her and asked, "You're awake. Did you sleep well? I was wrong a few days ago for making you angry. The matter of the blood transfusion, you said it intentionally for Chu Viet to hear, didn't you?" Jiang Jinhua, lying in his arms, sighed uncomfortably and said, "The princess wants to marry him. I couldn't just pour cold water on her. I only hope that Chu Viet can realize the princess's feelings for him." Jean Nanxiang looked directly in her eyes and called softly, "Jean Jean." He leaned down to kiss her. Just then, Hong Zhu joyfully opened the door and entered, calling out, "Jiang Jinhua, I'm here." The two on the bed shot up in embarrassment. Jean Nanxiang, hand on his forehead, half fuming, called her name, Hong Zhu. Jean Nanxiang's face darkened as he looked at Hong Zhu angrily and asked, "What are you here for?" Hong Zhu, frightened, stammered in reply, I came to explain." Jean Nanxiang snorted coldly at her. Hong Zhu gathered all her courage and said, "Jiang Jinhua." She bowed, looking at Jiang Jinhua, sincerely to apologize that I did many excessive things to you before. "I'm truly sorry." Jiang Jinhua smiled and patted Hong Zhu's head. "It's all right, I don't blame you." She thought to herself, "This child, I didn't expect her to be so adorable." Hong Zhu looked at her with a grateful smile. Sixth sister is so kind. She then gave Jiang Jinhua a kiss on the cheek. After doing so, Hong Zhu shyly covered her face and ran away. Jean Nanxiang shouted angrily, "How dare you kiss my consort? That little brat needs a lesson." Jiang Jinhua quickly placated him. All right. Didn't His Majesty say he'd let us go to the National Treasury to choose betrothal gifts? Let's go." At the National Treasury, the Treasury Keeper opened the door and respectfully looked at Kanam Kwong and John Cam Hoa, saying, "This humble official will take his leave first. If there is anything, Your Highness just needs to call for me." John Cam Hoa looked at the items in the Treasury excitedly. "It's so hard to choose. Hong Truck has to marry so far away. I wish I could take everything and give it to her." Suddenly, a hand wrapped around her waist. Cam, why are you so enthusiastic?" John Cam Hoa's cheeks flushed red. Kin Nam Kwong, hugging her from behind, smiled and said, "Anyone who didn't know would think Hong Truck is your biological sister. Or are you saying," he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "you're hinting you want to become family with Hong Truck a little sooner?" John Cam Hoa's face turned bright red with embarrassment. She quickly pushed him away. You let me go first. Someone might come in." Kin Nam Kwong smiled like a fox and stepped closer to her. "I've sent Official 2 away." John Cam Hoa backed away in fear. Kin Nam Kwong pinned her against the wall and said gently, "No one will come in here." Suddenly, a scroll on the shelf fell at their feet. Hearing the noise inside, a worried Official 2 opened the door and came in to check. "Your Highness." John Cam Hoa, embarrassed, quickly reminded him. Someone's coming in. Let go quickly." A slight smile formed on the corner of Kin Nam Kwong's lips. He smiled. He took John Cam Hoa's hand and pulled her away. Official 2 walked in and looked around in surprise. "Strange. Where did His Highness go?" He looked around and called out softly, Your Highness, where are you?" Kin Nam Kwong led John Cam Hoa to hide behind a bookshelf, signaling for her to not make a sound. Kin Nam Kwong lifted John Cam Hoa's face, then leaned down and placed a deep kiss on her lips. After a moment, the two separated. Kin Nam Kwong smiled gently to reassure her. "Don't be afraid. Let me send him away." After speaking, he coughed twice and stepped out. There was a noise just now. It was just this prince carelessly dropping something. Official 2 looked at him, startled. "Your Highness." He quickly knelt on the ground, looked at him, and said, "Your Highness, this humble official has something to report." Official 2, kneeling fearfully on the ground, looked at Kin Nam Kwong and said, "Your Highness, the vast majority of the treasures in the National Treasury are gone." Kin Nam Kwong frowned and asked him, "What do you mean by that?" The frightened Official 2 recounted everything to him. Previously, the National Treasury was managed solely by the 4th Prince. Consort Tran would send people to take things every few days. Although there was no imperial edict, nor a verbal command, this humble official did not dare to stop them. John Cam Hoa hiding to the side. Let a slight smile form on her lips. Just when we couldn't find a reason to deal with Consort Tran, she served one up herself. She stepped out, looked at Official 2, and said, Official 2, re-examine the treasury. Write down all the missing items. If you cooperate in this matter, Official 2, you can redeem yourself through meritorious service. Official 2 took out a list from his sleeve, looked at her, and replied. This humble official was afraid something would happen, so I have already recorded it in a book. Please take a look, Your Highness. Kan Nam Kwong opened the book with a look of astonishment. Isn't this? Looking at the items taken by Consort Tran, his face darkened. Are these the betrothal gifts Father Emperor prepared for Hong Truck? They were actually taken by Consort Tran. I must go settle the score with her today. John Kim Hoa quickly stopped him. Wait, Consort Tran took so many things, but we haven't seen them in her chambers. She definitely used them to win over court officials. Does Your Highness want to expose and charge all the court officials bribed by Consort Tran? Kan Nam Kwong's face was grim with anger. These things are a hot potato in their hands. They must have sold them at. John Kam Hoa smiled and looked at him, saying, the black market. Kan Nam Kwong quickly ordered Datan. Datan, go investigate all the black markets in the capital. Not long after, Datan returned and reported to Kan Nam Kwong and John Kam Hoa, Your Highness, your subordinate has investigated and found that the treasures from the National Treasury were purchased by a shop. That shop is called Tam Tien Hoa. Tam Tien Hoa is in the black market. It opens on the 15th of every month and only for 4 shurchen. Your subordinate was incompetent. While investigating, I was discovered by them. Now, a wanted portrait of your subordinate is all over the black market. Kan Nam Kwong gave a thoughtful smile. Interesting. Even someone with skills as good as yours was discovered. It seems this Tam Tien Hoa is no small matter. John Kam Hoa looked at him and continued. Moreover, for Tam Tien Hoa to dare to buy these treasures, they must have immense courage. To acquire so much and not sell it off shows their financial power is immense. They could possibly be a rival nation. Kan Nam Kwong stood up with a thoughtful smile. Tonight is the 15th. This prince will personally go to Tam Tien Hoa. John Kam Hoa quickly held him back. She smiled and looked at him, saying, I have to go too. Kan Nam Kwong gently stroked her head. Be good. That place is not for a virtuous lady like you to go. You wait for me to return at the manor. After speaking, he turned and left, leaving her behind with her cheeks puffed out in anger. Late at night, a carriage was parked in front of the 6th prince's manor. Kan Nam Kwong, disguised as a refined young master, held a fan in his hand, lifted the curtain, and stepped inside. He was completely stunned, looking in astonishment at John Kam Hoa, who was disguised as a beautiful and vivacious dancer. John Kam Hoa, sitting in the carriage, gave him a wink. Seeing his dark expression, she felt a pang of fear and guilt in her heart. I'm done for. He's angry now. Kan Nam Kwong walked over, grabbed her hand tightly, pushed her down, and asked with a frown, Do you know what a dancer has to do? Kan Nam Kwong held John Kam Hoa's hand tightly and asked her, Do you know what a dancer has to do? John Kam Hoa's cheeks flushed red as she answered shyly. Isn't it enough to just look the part? Kan Nam Kwong looked at her and instructed seriously. Then you must play the part well. Don't expose yourself. After speaking, he wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her tightly into his embrace. John Kam Hoa was startled and cried out. She cried out in embarrassment. You? Let me down quickly. Kan Nam Kwong smiled and teased her. What kind of dancer has such a temper? Daring to speak to her master like that, huh? He lowered his head close to her neck, his lips moving. If you're going to pretend, you have to make it a little more convincing. Don't you agree? John Kam Hoa's small face flushed bright red. Why did I bring this upon myself? Kan Nam Kwong, sitting in the carriage, ordered Datan, who was outside. Datan, let's go. Today, this master wants to bring a beauty along. At Tam Tien Hoa, people were bustling in and out. Kan Nam Kwong and John Kam Hoa blended into the crowd and walked inside. Elsewhere, a servant looked at the person before him and reported respectfully, Master, he is the guest who bought all 3 precious items. That man turned his head, arms crossed over his chest, a slight smile on his lips, an esteemed guest. Quickly bring him inside. I will receive him personally. The servant quickly replied yes. A moment later, the servant led Kan Nam Kwong and John Kam Hoa into a room. Please, come inside. Kan Nam Kwong and John Kam Hoa walked inside to see a refined man sitting at a tea table, waiting for them. The man lifted his teacup, looked at the two, and introduced himself. I am Tafa Hu, the manager of Tam Tien Hoa. Kan Nam Kwong sat down opposite him with John Kam Hoa in his arms and said with a laugh, It's nothing much. I still haven't found what I want, so I could only buy things at random. Tafa Hu picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea, and said calmly, Young master can tell me what you want. Perhaps I can find it. Kan Nam Kwong gently kissed John Kam Hoa's forehead and replied to him, This young master wants to buy the Yuyan Wang Lu Lai to please my beauty. I wonder if manager to knows of it. Tafa Hu's face grew serious as he looked at him. I'm afraid what the young master wants is no ordinary jade. Is it? Kan Nam Kwong gave a cold laugh. I want the Yuyan Wang Lu Lai Jade that the Turks presented as tribute to the emperor. Fa Hu narrowed his eyes, smiled, and said directly to him, I only knew that His Highness Prince is skilled in leading troops in a battle. I did not know that your highness would personally investigate the matter of a national treasury. Qin Nam Quang's expression remained calm as he smiled at him. Since manager already knows who I am, then things will be easier to discuss. Fa Hu laughed and replied, I did indeed purchase the treasures from the national treasury, but I have no intention of returning them. Zhang Kamhoa looked at him and asked, aren't you afraid that one day the imperial court will hold you accountable? Can you bear the consequences? Fa Hu gave a cold laugh and looked at the two of them. This is not something you two need to worry about. At least tonight, you won't be able to catch me. He then glanced, signaling to the subordinate behind him. Qin Nam Quang held Zhang Kamhoa tightly in his arms, warily watching Fa Hu's two subordinates. Qin Nam Quang narrowed his eyes, his expression serious. There are many of them, and their martial arts are not weak. He glanced worriedly at Zhang Kamhoa beside him. If we fight, I'm not sure I can protect Kamhoa well. Zhang Kamhoa, standing beside him, whispered softly to him, don't be rash. Let's leave first. We can investigate this case later. Fa Hu's four subordinates stepped aside. Zhang Kamhoa and Qin Nam Quang warily backed away. Qin Nam Quang thought angrily to himself, tomorrow, I will go to the palace and have people come seal this place. The next day, in the imperial study, Qin Nam Quang and Zhang Kamhoa walked in and said respectfully, Father Emperor, your son has... The emperor, with an angry expression, one hand supporting his head and the other holding a letter, said, you've come at just the right time. Crown Prince So left a letter saying he wants to dissolve the marriage agreement with Hong Truck. The convoy, led by the envoy of the So Kingdom, left the capital overnight. Zhang Kamhoa had a look of complete astonishment. So vet, this is fleeing a marriage. The emperor clutched his forehead, pained. Hong Truck couldn't accept this. She rode off after him early this morning. Qin Nam Quang said worriedly, then your son will immediately go after Hong Truck and So Viet. A moment later, a royal procession quickly set off. Qin Nam Quang, sitting behind and holding Zhang Kamhoa tightly, said angrily, Cam, you were right. This So Viet is truly a white-eyed wolf. Zhang Kamhoa had a different thought. I feel there's a hidden story here. Fleeing the marriage and offending the empire is not a rational act. It's not like him. As for how things turned out, only he himself could answer. Elsewhere, a horse stood by a tree, leisurely grazing. Hongzhu angrily confronted Chuyu. Chuyu, I don't believe you have no feelings for me at all. Jin Nanxiang and Jiang Jinhua had also caught up by then. They stood to one side, watching the pair before them. Tell me the reason you jilted me. Chuyu crossed his arms and replied coldly. I approached you to cure the poison. Now that my leg has recovered, of course I no longer need to please you. Don't flatter yourself. Hongzhu trembled all over, looking in disbelief at the unfamiliar Chuyu before her. Hongzhu cried out in anguish. Lies. You need a bowl of my blood every year. If you were really that cold-blooded, you should have gone through with marrying me, not jilted me. Chuyu sighed helplessly. You're usually so foolish. Why are you so clever now? The Chu Kingdom is currently in crisis because of my younger brother. In his ambition for the throne, he didn't hesitate to poison me and cripple my legs. I'm afraid this return will be more perilous than promising. I can't let you be in danger. He gently stroked Hongzhu's head. Be good and go back. You shouldn't have met me. Hongzhu tightly gripped his hand, not letting go. You're worried about me. That's why you left me. I'm just as worried about you. She pulled Chu Yu's hand to her cheek, her eyes full of determination. That's why I came to find you. The difficulties, I will face them with you, no matter how perilous it may be. Chu Yu looked at Hongzhu, moved with affection. Hongzhu threw her arms around him and said, take me with you. Jin Nanxiang stood to the side, his face darkening as he watched the two embracing affectionately in front of him. Jiang Jinhua, standing to the side, couldn't watch anymore and cleared her throat. Sorry to interrupt. I don't object to you two making up, but I helped you heal your leg, and you were to get me the antidote for the cold poison. Chuyu, shouldn't you be giving me the antidote? Chuyu looked at her, embarrassed and awkward. Actually, I don't have the antidote for the cold poison. Jiang Jinhua and Jin Nanxiang were stunned and shouted in surprise. What? Chuyu felt a pang of fear and guilt. Hongzhu looked at the three of them in confusion. Jiang Jinhua angrily pointed her sword at Chuyu. That's not what you said before. Chuyu sighed inwardly. I didn't think I'd end up in this situation either. He gave a forced laugh and used his finger to push the sword at his neck away slightly, saying guiltily, although I can't cure the cold poison, I know someone who can. Jiang Jinhua withdrew her sword and looked at him, asking, who? Chuyu smiled and replied, Manager Su of Sankyanua. Sankyanua's network spans across 5 nations. They hear of all the strange and unusual matters in the world. Jin Nanxiang and Jiang Jinhua looked at him in silence. Chuyu continued, as long as he is willing to step in, he can definitely help you find a solution. Jin Nanxiang's face darkened. He took Jiang Jinhua's hand. Let's go. I've got it. I will send 500 soldiers to protect Hongzhu. How you use them is up to you. Chuyu took out a letter and smiled at him. A favor for a favor. I'll give you this as well. While investigating the truth in the Chu Kingdom, I discovered something interesting. He then tossed the letter to Jin Nanxiang. For years, Consort Chun has smuggled many treasures from the Grand Ministers. The ones that ended up in the Chu Kingdom are all recorded here. What's more interesting is that a few years ago, she bought several vials of harmful medicine in the Chu kingdom. Jin Nanxiang opened a letter, glanced through it, and looked at Chu Yu gratefully. For this evidence, thank you. Chu Yu put his arm around Hong Zhu's shoulder and smiled in reply. We're family, no need for thanks. Hong Zhu's cheeks flushed in embarrassment. A while later, Jin Nanxiang and Jiang Jinhua were leading their horses through the forest. Jiang Jinhua frowned at Jin Nanxiang. We need a favor now, so we can't make a direct move against Senkianua. Jin Nanxiang smiled at her and said, there's a solution for the treasury matter. As for the cold poison, it wouldn't be so bad to first eliminate the people who framed me. Jiang Jinhua looked down angrily. Manager Su, we'll see. I refuse to believe I can't pry the information from your mouth. In the Grand Hall, Jin Nanxiang stood in the middle of the hall, reporting to the Emperor. Father Emperor, your son has discovered that the fourth prince and consort Chun have not been managing the national treasury. Instead, they have been freely using the treasures from the treasury to bribe court officials. Fortunately, Lord Su recorded all the treasures taken by the fourth prince in here. The Emperor took the ledger and looked at him, asking, you couldn't find out who the treasures were given to? Jin Nanxiang smiled coldly at the grand ministers below that we couldn't get any information from Senkianua's side. Couldn't trace who brought the treasures. But it doesn't matter. I have a way to make you expose yourselves. Thinking this, he looked at the Emperor and said, your son has not submitted the list of officials because I feel they were momentarily bewitched. If they return the treasures, would Father Emperor mind giving them a chance to right their wrongs? The Emperor narrowed his eyes and was silent for a moment, then spoke coldly. Stealing treasures from the national treasury is punishable by the execution of 9 generations of the family. If they are returned, only the participant will be executed. Seeing the Emperor angrily turning to leave, Jin Nanxiang quickly called him back. Father Emperor, he took out the ledger that Chu Yu had given him earlier. Your son has an account book that records Consort Qin's use of medicine to plot against the crown prince that year. The Emperor glanced at him in shock. What did you say? In the study, Jin Nanxiang placed 2 small medicine vials on the table for the Emperor to see. Father Emperor, of these 2 vials, one was used by the fourth prince to harm Jinhua, and it's identical to the vial that our eldest brother kept from that year. Then he took out another vial and placed it on the table. And this is the vial that Chu Yu gave to your son. They're all the same type. Father Emperor can compare them. Both these vials and this ledger are related to Consort Chun. The Emperor roared in anger. Guards, investigate this for me immediately. Seeing this, Jin Nanxiang took his leave. Then your son will take his leave. At this time, Jiang Jinhua was holding a large jar, continuously grinding herbs. Jin Nanxiang opened the door and smiled at her. Jin Hua, Consort Chun can no longer turn the tables. He quickly walked over and hugged her from behind, his face full of happiness. She can't hurt you anymore. Jiang Jinhua frowned slightly at him. It's a pity your cold poison hasn't been cured yet. Jin Nanxiang smiled and held her gently. It's all right. He turned her face towards him. The two of them gazed into each other's eyes. Jin Nanxiang said gently, my Jinhua is so clever, using poison to fight poison, and even discovering the secret of that medicine vial. My Jinhua has done very well. He took her hand and gently kissed it. Jiang Jinhua looked at him worriedly. It's just that fighting poison with poison is too dangerous. I'm afraid. Jin Nanxiang wrapped his arms around her neck, bent down, and gave her a deep kiss. The two held each other tightly, entangled for a long while. After a moment, they separated slightly, and Jin Nanxiang comforted her. It will be all right. Don't be afraid. Jiang Jinhua shyly turned her face away. No, let's not talk about this anymore. Didn't you send people to Senkianua to keep an eye on those officials? They will definitely go there to steal the treasures. Jin Nanxiang laughed happily and pinched her cheeks. I've already sent Yi Qing to handle it. Not a single one of them will escape. At that moment, outside the room, Yi Qing walked over and was surprised to see Yu Ling furtively eavesdropping at the door. Yu Ling had an excited expression as she pressed her ear against the door to eavesdrop. Jinhua. Just then, Yi Qing came over and pulled a lock of Yu Ling's hair, reminding her, little girl, move along. This is not suitable for a child like you to see. Yu Ling yelped in pain. Damn you, Yi Qing, let me go. A few days later, Consort Chun was escorted into the middle of the Grand Hall. Those who participated in the theft of the national treasury are to be thrown into the imperial prison to await execution. Consort Chun, for colluding with court officials to trade national treasures and for repeatedly plotting against the princes. Your crimes are monstrous. You're sentenced to drink Heading Hong. Consort Chun was shocked and couldn't believe it. She struggled angrily. Let me go, let go. Consort Chun struggled free from the guard's grasp. Holding a sharp hairpin in her hand, she furiously lunged towards Jiang Jinhua. Jiang Jinhua, even in death, I will drag you down. To hell with me. Jin Nanxiang's expression changed. Jinhua. Jiang Jinhua stared blankly at the charging Consort Chun. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of Jiang Jinhua, and a hand suddenly appeared, grabbing the hairpin in Consort Chen's hand. Jin Nanxiang stood firmly in front of Jiang Jinhua, protecting her. With a flick of his hand, the hairpin in Consort Chen's hand fell to the ground. The Emperor roared in anger. Take her away for immediate execution. Consort Shun, her face pale with fear, stumbled backward. Jiang Jinhua worriedly took Jin Nanxiang's hand. That you're injured. Let me see. Jin Nanxiang smiled to reassure her. It's just a superficial wound. Nothing to worry about. Suddenly, his expression changed and his face contorted, his whole body seeming to lose its strength. Jiang Jinhua worriedly caught him. Nanxiang, looking at Jin Nanxiang, lying unconscious. On the bed, Jiang Jinhua's face was full of self-blame. If it weren't for saving me, why would he have used his internal energy? She stroked his cheek sorrowfully, causing the poison to spread. It's me. I've caused you trouble. Jiang Jinhua looked at Yi Qing standing beside her and instructed, I'm going to prepare the medicine. Yi Qing, take good care of your prince. Yi Qing quickly replied, yes. After Jiang Jinhua left, Yi Qing was shocked to see Jin Nanxiang, who was lying on the bed, suddenly open his eyes. He walked happily to the bedside. Your Highness, you're awake. Jin Nanxiang looked at him and said, Yi Qing, write a letter to my father emperor for me. In the letter, you will write. Yi Qing looked at him, stunned and in disbelief. Your Highness, you. Jin Nanxiang, lying pale on the bed, ordered, this is a command. Yi Qing sighed and replied, yes. Seeing Yi Qing go out, Jiang Jinhua curiously watched his retreating back. Yi Qing is gone. Could it be that Nanxiang sent him out to do something? She hurried into the room, holding a medicine vial, and looked happily at Jin Nanxiang. Jin Nanxiang lowered his gaze and said to her, Jiang Jinhua, let's cancel our engagement. I don't know how many more poison flare-ups I can endure. In the future, you don't need to remain a widow for my sake. Let's just pretend we never met. Jiang Kam Hoa froze, staring at him in astonishment. Qin Nam Quang closed his eyes and continued the annulment letter. I already had Datan deliver it to the Imperial Palace. Jiang Kam Hoa slammed the medicine bottle onto the bed, her whole body trembling. Her face darkened. I'll settle the score with you when I get back. With that, she turned and ran out. Jiang Kam Hoa arrived, panting. Eunuch Li looked awkwardly at the emperor. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Zhang's daughter requests an audience. In the study, upon hearing Eunuch Li's report, the emperor said, let her enter. Inside, Datan was reporting to the emperor. Your Majesty, Prince Jin asked this servant to say. Jiang Kam Hoa walked over and immediately hit his pressure point. She stepped forward, looked at the emperor, and said seriously, after further consideration, His Highness still feels it is necessary to formally inform Your Majesty, so he asked me to come to the palace. We ask Your Majesty to move the wedding day forward. Jiang Kam Hoa smiled at the emperor and said, many things have happened in the palace this past half year, and people are frightened. It would be better to hold the wedding sooner to bring some joy. Hearing this, the emperor smiled and agreed. You are indeed thoughtful. We will have the Ministry of Rites prepare for this. Datan, still immobilized, stared at her in stunned amazement. Jiang Kam Hoa said softly, then Datan, and I will not disturb Your Majesty. Further, the emperor nodded and said, you may return. Jiang Kam Hoa slowly withdrew. Datan glanced awkwardly at Jiang Kam Hoa, who coldly left. Your Highness, you can't blame this servant for this. It was the princess consort who wouldn't let me speak. There was nothing I could do. The carriage was parked outside the Imperial Palace. Jiang Kam Hoa boarded the carriage and coldly ordered, to Tam, Tien Hoa. Datan stared at her, stunned and bewildered. Jiang Kam Hoa shot him a look. To Tam, Tien Hoa. Don't make me say a third time. The carriage sped through a small forest. In a tall tree not far away, a frightened little boy hugged the trunk tightly. What'd I do now? I can't get down. No, I can't worry about it anymore. The boy squeezed his eyes shut and jumped from. On high, Datan, who was driving the carriage, saw him and quickly leaped up. Careful. He grabbed the boy, jumped down, and said to Jiang Kam Hoa, Master, it's a child. Jiang Kam Hoa anxiously held the boy and asked, Little one, are you hurt? Can you get home by yourself? The pitiful boy, with tears in his eyes, said, I don't remember where my home is. Jiang Kam Hoa looked at the boy and said, Listen, I have something I must do. How about I have this big brother take you to the magistrate's office to wait for your family? The boy burst into tears, hugging her tightly and refusing to let go. No, that big brother is scary. Big sister, please don't leave me. Jiang Kam Hoa sighed, looking at the boy. It seems we'll have to go to Tam, Tien Hoa first, then help him find his family afterward. The carriage stopped in front of Tam, Tien Hoa. Jiang Kam Hoa handed the boy to Datan. This little one has fallen asleep. You take him and stand guard here. Datan quickly replied, Yes. Jiang Kam Hoa turned and stepped inside. Seeing to Fa Hu sitting inside, perfectly fine, she gave a slight smile. Shopkeeper, too, is completely unscathed. I see. I hear shopkeeper, too, is a man of great resource. I wonder if you can help me find a cure for the cold. Poison? Fa Hu gave a cold laugh. His hands never stopped moving on the abacus. 3 days ago, you people started investigating the case of the National Treasury, and you also secretly sent people to block my shop. It's caused me to not have a single customer for days, and I've lost a great deal of profit. Shouldn't we calculate this debt first? Jiang Kam Hoa gave him a strained smile. Talking about money damages relationships. Shopkeeper, too, you see, I'm about to be married. Just consider it a wedding gift for me, and help me ask around a bit. Fa Hu looked at her with a smirk. I don't recall us being close enough to be exchanging gifts. Unless Miss Zhang is willing to pay 10 times times the price. Otherwise, please forgive me, but I cannot. Help! The little boy stood outside, peering inside. Upon seeing Defy Hugh inside, the boy called out softly, "Father." Hearing the voice, John Cam Hoa smiled and turned back. Picking up the boy, John Cam Hoa smiled at Defy Hugh. "I saved your son's life and brought him back safely. Doesn't shopkeeper owe me a favor?" Defy Hugh was furious but kept a smile on his face. "Fine." John Cam Hoa smiled and kissed the boy's cheek. "My little lucky star." She put the boy down and said to Defy Hugh, "Then I shall await good news from shopkeeper too." With that, she turned and left. Defy Hugh angrily knocked the boy on the head. "You little spendthrift." At the sixth prince's residence, Kin Nam Kwong was sitting on the bed, his eyes downcast, his gaze filled with sadness and loneliness. Datan must have delivered the annulment letter to Father Emperor by now. This is for the best. At that moment, John Cam Hoa entered with a smile. "Nam Kwong." Kin Nam Kwong looked down and said sadly, "Since the engagement is annulled, our living together will inevitably attract gossip. I have already had someone pack all of Miss Zhang's belongings. I will have the remaining small items sent over later." John Cam Hoa frowned at him. Kin Nam Kwong tightened his grip on the book in his hand, his voice deepening. "Datan, escort Miss Zhang back to her residence." Datan looked between the two of them in a difficult position. "Your Highness, your High," John Cam Hoa said coldly. "Back to my residence." A faint smile played on her lips. "I do have to return to the Prime Minister's residence, but..." She walked in front of Kin Nam Kwong, raising her hand to touch his face. John Cam Hoa leaned down and placed a kiss on his lips. Kin Nam Kwong was stunned, his expression softening, and he went from being passive to taking the lead, pulling her into a tight embrace and returning the kiss. A moment later, they parted. Kin Nam Kwong looked straight into her eyes. "By staying with me, you will surely regret it." John Cam Hoa looked at him and said, "Your cold poison. Defy Hugh has agreed to help me inquire about a cure. Your annulment letter, I've already intercepted it." She looked directly into his eyes, her gaze gentle. "I love you, Kin Nam Kwong, and I believe you love me too. Therefore, we must face any problems together. I have thought it through. I will share in your fortunes and bear your misfortunes. But the moment something happens, you try to cast me aside. Where does that place my feelings for you?" Moved, Kin Nam Kwong pulled her into his embrace. Cam Hoa, he looked directly into her eyes and then lowered his head to give her a deep kiss. "From now on, I will cherish you twice as much and never let you suffer any grievance." A while later, he saw John Cam Hoa lifting up large boxes. Kin Nam Kwong looked at her in confusion and asked, "Where are you going?" John Cam Hoa smiled and replied, "I have to return to the Prime Minister's residence." Kin Nam Kwong was stunned and hurriedly asked, "Didn't you stop the annulment letter?" "What do you mean?" John Cam Hoa shot him a glance. "I asked the Emperor to move our wedding date forward, so I'm returning to my residence to prepare for the wedding." "Oh, right, on the wedding day. Make sure you come a little early." Kin Nam Kwong stared at her blankly, his cheeks flushing red, his face a picture of astonishment. Boxes of jewelry and cosmetics were laid out on the table. A matron smiled and said, "Princess Consort, don't move. We're almost finished." Her willow leaf eyebrows were sharply defined, her lips thin and red. The matron smiled cheerfully, gazing at her intently. "Look, such a beautiful bride." John Cam Hoa, beautifully dressed and made up in her bridal attire, smiled at the matron. "Thank you, Matron Tao." The matron smiled back and instructed her, "Your residence has no matriarch. The Empress Dowager is fond of you, Princess Consort, so she sent this servant to help with your makeup and to advise you on a few matters for the wedding. This fan, Princess Consort, you should hold it before your face. After your veil is removed, wait for the prince to recite a poem before you lower the fan. Down." Holding the small red fan, John Cam Hoa replied softly, "Cam Hoa understands." The door opened and Noyet Lin ran in excitedly. Miss, the prince has arrived at the front gate." Matron Tao hurriedly urged John Cam Hoa, "Then you must quickly get into the sedan chair. Don't keep the prince waiting." In front of the Prime Minister's residence, Kin Nam Kwong, dressed in his wedding robes, was waiting outside the gate. The bridal sedan was carried out from inside. "Here it comes, here it comes." Kin Nam Kwong leaned close to the sedan chair and called out softly, Cam. Sitting inside the sedan, John Cam Hoa smiled and replied softly, Kin Nam Kwong handed her a small packet of food. "The rituals are very elaborate. Don't let yourself get hungry. Have some snacks first." John Cam Hoa looked at the small packet of food in surprise. She reached out to take it, a gentle smile gracing her face. "Thank you." Kin Nam Kwong caught her wrist, smiling teasingly. "Thank who?" John Cam Hoa said shyly. "Thank you, husband." Kin Nam Kwong smiled at her happily. Cam. He took her hand and gently kissed it. "I finally married you." Standing to one side, Noyet Lin watched their affectionate display and frowned, saying, "I feel this is against protocol." Datan looked at her helplessly. "Are you the embodiment of protocol? The young miss is a match for the prince, and the maid is a match for the guard. Would you like to comply with that a little?" Noyet Lin's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. "A match? A match with your devil head." Seeing Noyet Lin storm off in anger, Datan chuckled and said, "Well, I think it's a match, and that's all that matters." The sound of horns and drums erupted. "The auspicious hour has arrived. Return to the prince's residence." At Yujing Palace, a eunuch smiled at Ganam Hien and said, "Regarding consort Chen framing your highness, his majesty has already uncovered the truth. In a few days, he will grant the first prince justice." His Majesty's justice for your highness's wrongful conviction. The sixth prince contributed a great deal to this. Today is his wedding. Your highness should go and have a celebratory drink. Kin Nam Hien nodded and said, sixth brother is getting married. Of course, I must go to congratulate him. She once said she would help me reclaim justice. He smiled, his gaze gentle. She truly keeps her word. Consort Chun has been punished, and her engagement to fourth brother is annulled. I wonder if she is betrothed to someone else now? Do I still have a chance? First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the elders. The couple bows to each other. The ceremony is complete. Kin Nam Kwang smiled as he lifted Jong Kam Hoa's veil. Jong Kam Hoa shyly covered her face with her fan and reminded him, hurry up and recite the poem. The crowd around them also laughed and urged him on. That's right, your highness, hurry and recite the poem so we can see how beautiful the bride is. Kin Nam Kwang looked at Jong Kam Hoa awkwardly. But this is not my strong suit. Just then, a loud voice announced from outside. The first prince has arrived. Kin Nam Kwang was happy to see him arrive. Eldest brother, you've come at the perfect time. You are well versed in literature. Quickly help me inscribe a poem on the fan. Kin Nam Hien chuckled at him. Let me handle it. Composing poetry has given me a headache since I was a child. He then walked step by step in front of Jong Kam Hoa and began to compose a poem. Mak Tuong Hoa Fien, Zut De Wei Lai, Diem Swan Sun Tre Thuong Tai, Nup Dao Duan Vien Tu Minh Wit, Tu Trung Tu Phóng Quế Hoa Khai, Gun Nam Hien Wan Pas Yang Gum Hoa. He glanced at her, and when he saw the bride's face, his entire body stiffened, his eyes filled with astonishment. Jong Kam Hoa lowered the fan from her face and smiled at Kin Nam Hien. Thank you for the poem, eldest brother. Kin Nam Kwang laughed happily and joyfully, pulling Jong Kam Hoa in his arms. Many thanks, eldest brother. After saying that, he lifted her into his arms. Let's go to the bridal chamber. Kin Nam Hien stood frozen in place, staring blankly as the two left. Datan cheerfully brought him a cup of wine. Your highness, the first prince, have a celebratory drink. Kin Nam Hien picked up the wine cup, his eyes downcast. So, the one my sixth brother married is her. It makes sense. Birthright, status, ability. What do I have now to compare with my sixth brother? Heartbroken, he raised the wine cup and drank it all. Late at night, in the bridal chamber, Kin Nam Kwang and Jong Kam Hoa sat by the bed. The two held wine cups in their hands, linked arms, and drank the nuptial wine. After the wine was finished, Kin Nam Kwang immediately embraced Jong Kam Hoa. Kam. Jong Kam Hoa smiled gently at him. Husband. Kin Nam Kwang stared at her, his eyes filled with tenderness and happiness. The wine cup fell to the floor, rolling a few times. The two on the bed embraced and kissed passionately. The next day, a written memorial was placed on the table. This subject requests that the sixth prince, Kin Nam Kwang, be appointed crown prince. In the grand hall, an announcement rang out. If there are matters to report, present them. If not, the court is dismissed. The Minister of War looked at the emperor and reported, Your Majesty, His Highness Prince Jean is virtuous and capable. This subject petitions for him to be appointed crown prince. Kin Nam Kwang was stunned. He hurriedly looked at the emperor and said, Your son is completely ignorant of state affairs. I ask Father Emperor to reconsider carefully. The Minister of War smiled at him and said, Your Highness Prince Jean need not be so self-deprecating. I have seen that you handle the Ministry of War's affairs very well. Moreover, Princess Jean is a goddess descended to the mortal realm. She can aid the destiny of our great dynasty. The other ministers also agreed. We support the petition to appoint the prince as crown prince. Kin Nam Kwang frowned slightly. The path I walk is one of extreme peril. My ambitions do not lie here. Kin Nam Hien, standing beside him, lowered his gaze. That's right. My sixth brother surpasses me in birthright and talent. That's why she chose him. Father Emperor will also choose my sixth brother. The emperor's expression was cold. He touched his face and scratched it, his sharp, cold gaze looking down. We shall discuss the matter of appointing a crown prince another day. As for Hien-er, we owe you justice. We appoint Hien-er as Prince Xin, and he shall begin participating in political discussions tomorrow. What do my ministers think? The ministers below bowed their heads in unison and replied, Your Majesty is wise. We subjects have no objections. Kin Nam Hien looked at Kin Nam Kwang in surprise. He didn't appoint my sixth brother, but made me a prince instead. Could it be that Father Emperor values me more? Kin Nam Kwang frowned slightly and lowered his head. Father Emperor still hasn't restored eldest brother's position as crown prince. Appointing him as Prince Xin, I fear, is a jab at me. Gun Nam Kung Gung Set At Gun Nam Hien. Congratulations, eldest brother. Kin Nam Hien replied politely. You are too kind, sixth brother. Seeing the two being so close, the other ministers all praised. Their Highnesses Prince Xin and Prince Jean truly share a deep brotherly bond. The emperor is indeed blessed. Indeed. Someone standing to the side saw this scene and snorted coldly. After the court was dismissed, everyone left one by one. Kin Nam Kwang let out a sigh of relief. Court is finally dismissed. I wonder if she has woken up yet. After all, last night was so tiring. Suddenly, a figure stepped out from a corner. Kin Nam Kwang looked up at him. The 8th prince, Kin Nam Nan, holding a fan, smiled at him. Greetings, 6th brother. Kin Nam Kwang looked at him in silence. Is there something? Kin Nam Nan walked up to Kin Nam Kwang and asked with a faint smile. Eldest brother was once the crown prince, and now Father Emperor values him. Aren't you worried, 6th brother? Kin Nam Kwang looked at him calmly and said, the crown prince's case was an injustice. Father Emperor should indeed clear his name and give him justice. This prince has always been upright and honest. What is there to worry about? Kin Nam Nan smiled meaningfully at Kin Nam Kwang. Your younger brother worries that eldest brother will see you shining too brightly and grow resentful. After all, a tall tree catches the wind. Kin Nam Kwang narrowed his eyes. A tall tree, but with deep roots. Since I have no desire to compete, how can I catch the wind? Kin Nam Nan leaned close to Kin Nam Kwang's ear and sneered. Then 6th brother can just assume your younger brother is worrying too much. Kin Nam Kwang and John Cam Hoa sat on a swing, leaning against each other and reading. Kin Nam Kwang's face was full of worries. He recalled the minister's words. One is the former crown prince who has been reinstated. The other is the favored son of the empress. It's impossible to predict. As I see it, it will definitely be a fight to the death. Kin Nam Kwang hugged John Cam Hoa and said worriedly, Cam, eldest brother's health is not good. If you are free these days, could you visit him on my behalf? John Cam Hoa looked at him in surprise. Is he trying to show his brotherly affection for Prince Xin to quell the rumors outside? She closed the book, sat on his lap, and said with a smile, then your highness should give me some silver. Kin Nam Kwang looked at her, confused. Silver? John Cam Hoa smiled and began to list things out, got a meeting gift and the medicine for Prince Xin. And my house call fee. That will require a lot of money. Kin Nam Kwang laughed indulgently and pinched her nose. You little money grubber. This prince is already yours. You can take whatever you want from the treasury. After saying that, he leaned down and kissed her on the lips. Prince Xion's residence. His Highness Prince Xion has not been receiving guests recently. Please return. The servant spoke up. Our princess wishes to pay a visit to His Highness Prince Xion. I wonder. The guard interrupted him impatiently. His Highness Prince Xion has ordered that he will see no one. The servant returned to John Cam Hoa and reported, Your Highness. His Highness Prince Xion said he will see no one. John Cam Hoa thought in silence. Is Prince Xion suspicious, afraid that I've come to curry favor with him? Elsewhere, the eunuch looked at Kanam Hien and asked, Your Highness, do you not wish to see Princess Jean? She wants to come and help you recuperate. Kanam Hien lowered his eyes, recalling what John Cam Hoa had said at the wedding. Thank you for the poem, eldest brother. He closed his eyes, sighed, and replied, I will not see her. A maidservant eavesdropping outside heard this and gave a cold smile. Kinam Nan sat up high, looking at the kneeling maidservant with an interested smile. You say Princess Jean has been sending visiting cards to Prince Xion's residence recently. How interesting. On the outside, she acts like she has no desire to compete. But on the inside, she wants to borrow the power of the former crown. Prince, to borrow his influence, he narrowed his eyes. I must make him suffer a complete downfall. The next day at Prince Xion's residence. My lords, please return. The group of people outside snorted angrily. Isn't he just a deposed crown prince? Why is he putting on such airs? That's right. There are many who wish to see us but can't. The guard at Prince Xion's residence, his face pale, coughed lightly. Red spots had appeared on his hand. The red flowers in the garden were in full bloom. The sound of coughing echoed continuously. A maidservant in the residence was working in the garden, tending to the beautiful flowers. The sound of coughing was heard. The maidservant coughed a few times. Red rashes had appeared on her hands and neck. The entire capital was in an uproar. A group of people in white clothes and face coverings gathered all the patients and transported them to the outskirts. The commoners gathered around and gossiped. I heard this disease spread from Prince Xion's residence. What bad luck. Sigh, who knows how many have died already. Elsewhere, 3 people with their faces covered went to the outskirts. Kin Nam Kwang looked at Imperial Physician Liu and asked, Imperial Physician Liu, have you not been able to identify this plague? Imperial Physician Liu shook his head and replied, This subordinate dares not be certain. A thorough examination is needed. John Kim Hoa looked at the large bundles around them. She then lifted the cloth to examine. Imperial Physician Liu quickly handed her a handkerchief. Your Highness, please wipe your hands clean. This plague is dangerous. I ask your Highnesses not to stay for too long. John Cam Hoa wiped her hands clean and said hurriedly, Let's leave right away. Kin Nam Kwang looked at her and asked, Cam, have you discovered something? John Cam Hoa frowned and replied, Yes, this plague is caused by the 3-tailed insect. The 3-tailed insect is most fond of saltpeter. Its bite causes fever and a dry cough. The wound blisters, but saltpeter is a dangerous material under extremely strict control. This plague only breaks out during wartime. Kin Nam Kwang frowned and asked, You mean this was not an accident? Someone deliberately spread the plague. John Cam Hoa closed her eyes, sighed, and said, Not only that, the antidote for this disease is extremely complex. The medicinal ingredients are also very rare. Kin Nam Kwang gently stroked her hand and said, Cam, you write down the antidote and give it to the imperial physicians. I will go investigate who is behind this. This disease is dangerous. For your safety, do not get involved. After saying that, he turned and left. John Kam-hoa looked at him in surprise. Late at night, John Kam-hoa snuck out alone. I'm sorry, Nam Kwang. The antidote requires a two-headed snake, but it's not easy to catch. I can only do it myself. She then set a trap to lure out the two-headed snake. The two-headed snake saw a small hole and crawled inside. Seeing this, John Kam-hoa ran over happily. Success. She ran over and lightly touched the body of the two-headed snake. Suddenly, she became wary of what was behind her. One head of the two-headed snake appeared behind her and bit her arm hard. John Kam-hoa's face changed. Oh no, the head that was exposed was the real one. She quickly took out a vial of medicine. The head and tail look identical. The venom spreads extremely fast. I must drink the antidote quickly. Her whole body trembled. The vial of antidote in her hand fell to the ground. John Kam-hoa fainted and collapsed. The next morning, a person approached from a distance, reciting a poem as he walked. The cool wind is faithful. The autumn moon is boundless. The days I pine for my Xiao Hong pass like years. Suddenly, his foot bumped into something. He saw Jiang Kam-hoa lying unconscious on the ground. The man's mouth fell open in astonishment. Huh, why is there a young lady here? Her eyes slowly opened. Jiang Kam-hoa looked around in surprise. Where am I? I remember being bitten by a two-headed snake. Then I lost consciousness. Hearing the sound of herbs being pounded nearby, Jiang Kam-hoa glanced over in surprise. Did he save me? The man looked up and saw that she was awake, and smiled, asking, "You're awake." He hurried to the bedside, looked at her, and said, "You're out of danger, but the poison is still in your body, so you can't move yet. Wait for me to finish making the antidote, and you'll be able to get up soon." Lying in bed, Jiang Kam-hoa looked at him gratefully. "Thank you." The man turned back and introduced himself. "My name is Van Thien Tan, and I'm 17 this year. I love traveling everywhere. Don't be fooled by my young age. I've been all over the world from east to west, north to south." He picked up the small mortar and pestle, looked at her, and asked, "However, what was a young lady like you doing in such a dangerous place? It's a good thing you ran into me." Jiang Kam-hoa thought to herself in annoyance. So talkative. She looked at him and asked, "There's a plague in the Imperial City recently. Did you know?" Van Thien Tan smiled at her. "I saw you catching a two-headed snake, so you must know how to cure the plague." Jiang Kam-hoa looked at him and replied, "I know how to cure the illness, but the source of the plague has not yet been found. That's why I want to return to the Imperial City quickly." Van Thien Tan looked at her and sighed. "This plague was deliberately caused by someone. You've ruined his plan, and I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse." Jiang Kam-hoa stared at him, stunned and surprised. Suddenly, a yellow snake emerged from Van Thien Tan's clothes. He smiled at her and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let me detoxify you." Jiang Kam-hoa looked at him in shock. "Huh?" Van Thien Tan walked to the bedside and smiled at her. "The antidote is to let Chu Hong bite you once. Chu Hong has eaten a lot of medicinal herbs for you." Poor Chu Hong hissed a few times as it looked at her. Jiang Kam-hoa helplessly squeezed her eyes shut and shouted, "Then just bite me quickly." A sharp sound was heard. Elsewhere, Nam Kwang walked out tiredly. "I didn't come home all night. I wonder if Cam waited up late for me last night." Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out. Datan looked at Nam Kwang worriedly and reported, "Your Highness." When Noyet Lin was helping the princess consort with her hair, she discovered the princess consort was missing. Nam Kwang's face changed as he shot him a cold glance. "What did you say?" Datan, frightened, quickly recounted. This subordinate sent men to investigate. The patrol said they saw the princess consort alone at the fourth watch, going up the mountain. Nam Kwang roared in panic. "Get everyone to search the mountain. If anything happens to the princess consort, I'll hold you responsible first." On the other side, Van Thien Tan said to Jiang Kam-hoa, "Your body has just recovered. I advise you to rest for a few more days." Jiang Kam-hoa looked at him gratefully. "Thank you, but I left without telling my family, so I should return soon to put their minds at ease." After speaking, she hurried back, thinking, "I was gone all night. My husband must be very worried." Elsewhere, a game of chess lay unfinished on the table. A servant leaned close to Kanam Nan's ear and whispered, "Master, the patrol said that last night, Prince Kan's consort went up the mountain to pick herbs and ended up missing." Kanam Nan let out a cold laugh. "Spread the word below that Prince Tin is the reincarnation of a plague god, and that in order to cure the disease, even the divine maiden, Prince Kan's consort, has met with misfortune." Kanam Nan held 2 chess pieces in his hand, a sinister smile on his face. "The board is all set. Eldest brother, sixth brother, don't disappoint me." A memorial was thrown forcefully to the ground. The emperor roared in anger. What nonsense are these insolent commoners spouting? It's spreading on the streets that Prince Tin is the reincarnation of a plague god. He brings disaster wherever he appears, starting with the common people. The emperor looked at Kanam Kwang angrily and ordered, "In 3 days, we don't want to hear these rumors anymore. Old Sixth, you go handle it." Kanam Kwang was stunned, but quickly replied, "As you command." The 6th prince's residence. Kanam Kwang walked inside, annoyed. Cam's whereabouts are unknown. An imperial father deliberately chooses this time for me to quell the rumors. Is there any news of the princess consort? Datan quickly replied. A venomous snake, cut in half, was found on the mountain. This subordinate fears that the princess consort. Nam Kwang roared in anger. You are the princess consort's guard, yet you were negligent. Go receive your punishment yourself. At this moment, someone entered the residence. Jiang Kam Hoa leaned against the doorframe weakly and said, Husband, I'm back. Nam Kwang turned his head in astonishment. His face immediately darkened as he looked at her and asked, Where did you go? Jiang Kam Hoa's heart skipped a beat. I saw the weather was nice, so I wanted to go up the mountain to see the sunrise. Nam Kwang shouted angrily, You're lying. He grabbed her wrist tightly. Jiang Kam Hoa looked at him, stunned and surprised. Nam Kwang pulled her tightly into his arms, his voice trembling. I've been looking for you all day. They said they found a venomous snake cut in two on the mountain. Cam, you're gonna drive me mad. Jiang Kam Hoa hugged him back, her eyes filled with heartache and guilt. I'm sorry for making you worry. Nam Kwang closed his eyes and said coolly, I've said it before, if you make me worry, I will punish you. Jiang Kam Hoa looked at him, confused. Suddenly, Nam Kwang picked her up and threw her over his shoulder. Jiang Kam Hoa, blushing with embarrassment, pounded on his back. Put me down. Everyone is watching. Nam Kwang shot a cold glance at Datan. What are you looking at? Do you want more punishment? Jiang Kam Hoa was carried straight to the bedroom by Nam Kwang. She lowered her head in shame, being carried off to be punished. It's so embarrassing, okay? How can I face them in the future? Datan stood to one side, raising a fist to encourage her. Princess consort, hang in there. The prince's anger is for you to extinguish. In the bedroom, the candle on the dressing table was half burnt. Jiang Kam Hoa lay on the bed and explained to Nam Kwang, I ran into a little accident on the mountain, but I brought back the antidote for the plague. Nam Kwang looked at her gently and said, Cam, I don't care about any plague or cold poison. I only want you to be safe. Jiang Kam Hoa sat up and gently caressed his cheek. All right, my dear husband, tomorrow, would you like me to go with you to help distribute the medicine? Nam Kwang flipped her back on a bed. To be this prince's guard, you still need to. He leaned down and kissed her lips. Try a little harder. In the outskirts, Nam Kwang and Jiang Kam Hoa distributed free medicine to the sick. Jiang Kam Hoa, wearing a veil, carefully handed a bowl of medicine to an old woman. Drink it slowly. Be careful. A man's complexion turned rosy after finishing the bowl of medicine. It's really gone. The illness is gone. The old woman, moved, quickly knelt to thank Jiang Kam Hoa and Nam Kwang. Prince Kan and the princess consort are truly kind-hearted people. Everyone around also knelt and shouted, Great benefactors. Immortals descended to earth. Good people will be rewarded with good fortune. In the imperial palace, Jiang Kam Hoa stood in the middle of the grand hall, receiving an imperial edict. Princess consort Jiang has quelled the plague, a blessing for our great dynasty. She is rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold. The surrounding ministers whispered amongst themselves. In my opinion, Prince Kan is far more outstanding. That's right, Prince Kan is even more favored by the emperor now. The emperor gave a cold laugh, then glanced at Eunuch Lai and ordered, a few days ago, Prince Tin reported sick to recuperate. Now that the plague is gone, he can resume attending court. Tell him to come to the imperial study at noon to review memorials and handle state affairs. The ministers below were aghast. What does the emperor mean by this? Prince Kan only received a reward, while Prince Tin is allowed to handle official duties. Why has Prince Kan's status not risen, but instead seems to have fallen? Nam Kwang remained silent. A carriage rolled through the streets. Seeing Nam Hien's carriage pass by, people whispered, the jinx dares to come out. If he spreads another disease, it will trouble the princess consort again. The eunuch beside Nam Hien shouted angrily. You people! Nam Hien spoke up to stop him. Van Tan, stop! Van Tan asked angrily, Your Highness, are we just going to let them spread these rumors? Nam Hien said indifferently, Forget it. Van Tan, from now on, when it comes to matters of Prince Kan's residence, endure it if you can. He recalled the scene from the wedding day and closed his eyes slightly. Jiang Kam Hoa, this is all I can do for you. The carriage moved quickly through the streets. In a corner of the imperial palace, two shadowy figures were furtively talking. Nam angrily questioned the person before him. What kind of sabotage plan did you use? Now old sixth is in no trouble, and eldest brother didn't take the bait. You can't even handle such a small matter. What use are you? The man, terrified, quickly begged, Your Highness, please give me another chance. I will definitely do it well. Nam warned him coldly. If you mess up again, watch your head. A moment later, footsteps were heard. The man walked up behind two palace maids and said coolly, Think about it. With Princeton being rumored to be a jinx, who benefits the most? He smiled at the two palace maids and continued. Whose path is Prince Tin blocking by being reinstated? Many famous doctors were helpless against this disease. Why was Prince Kan's consort able to cure it so conveniently? The two palace maids nodded in agreement. That makes some sense. Didn't Prince Kan's consort visit Prince Tin's residence a few days ago? Could she have administered the poison then? In the garden, Noyet Lin sat down next to Jiang Kam Hoa and said worriedly, My lady, the rumors outside now say that the prince is unscrupulous, wanting to step on Prince Tin to get ahead. They also say that the plague and the antidote were all staged by you to help the prince build his influence. My lady, do you think it's the first prince? Jiang Cam Hoa, sitting on a swing and reading a book, frowned slightly as she listened to Noyet Lin's account. I wonder who is so bold as to stir up conflict between Prince Can and Prince Tin right under the emperor's nose. At this moment, someone ran up in a panic to report. Princess Consort, someone from Prince Tin's residence has come. They say Prince Tin is unwell and would like you to pay a visit tomorrow. Jiang Cam Hoa smiled at Noyet Lin. You see, if Prince Tin had ulterior motives, why would he want to see me? Reply to Prince Tin's residence that I will pay a visit tomorrow. The sky darkened and the rain poured down. Wen Qing, holding an umbrella for Jin Nanxian, hastily advised him, Your Highness, it's raining today and the road is slippery. I'm afraid Princess Jean will not come. Your body cannot take it. Let's hurry back to our room. Jin Nanxian clenched his fists, closed his eyes and said softly, I know. Just as the two were about to turn and go back, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Your Highness, Prince Exant. Startled, Jin Nanchuan's whole body stiffened, and he quickly turned his head. Jiang Jinhua walked over, looked at him, and asked, Is your Highness waiting for me? She walked up to him and curtsied. Jinhua is late. I have made your Highness, Prince Exant, wait for a long time. Jin Nanxian stared, dumbfounded, at Jiang Jin Hua, who was gentle and beautiful before him, and raised his hand. You, Jin Nanxian, suddenly came to his senses. He quickly withdrew his hand. You've come. Jin Nanxian coughed once and ordered Wen Qing beside him. Wen Qing, make some tea. Wen Qing quickly replied, yes. Jiang Jinhua looked at him, surprised and confused. Jin Nanxian turned and walked inside. You have become even more beautiful. Sixth brother must love you very much. Someone as wonderful as you deserves the happiest future in the world. His gaze became resolute. If I were still the crown prince, I would definitely love you even more than Sixth brother does. If I could become the crown prince again, would the outcome be the same? If I were still the crown prince, to become the crown prince. In the room, Jiang Jinhua looked at Jin Nanxian and asked, Your Highness, Prince Exant, you invited Jinhua here. I wonder what it is about. Jin Nanxian, holding a teacup, said softly, The rumors outside were not started by me. Jiang Jinhua smiled and said, Jinhua understands. Jinhua knows that Prince Exant would not do such a thing. Jin Nanxian was stunned. Then his face relaxed into a gentle smile as he looked at her. Having these words of trust from you is enough. Jin Nanxian looked at her and said directly, I invited you here today to ask about a certain medicine. This prince has heard that you are a goddess descended to the mortal world, capable of concocting the soul-returning pill that can bring the dead back to life. I think if you can make the soul-returning pill, then you can also make a feigned death pill. Jiang Jinhua looked at him, startled. Your Highness, you want to? Jin Nanxian raised his hand to signal her. Sure. If Prince Exant is dead, then I, Jin Nanxian, can leave this place. Outside, the rain poured down as if being emptied from a bucket. Jiang Jinhua sat in the room in silence for a moment, then sighed and replied, I understand. In 10 days, Jinhua will bring the pill. After speaking, she stood up and left. Jin Nanxian smiled at her. I'll have to trouble you then. He sat alone in the room, his eyes slightly closed. If you and I are fated to meet, but not destined to be together, then it is better to reminisce than to meet again. Outside, a maid hiding in a corner let out a cold smile and left. Shinner. Jin Nanxian lay on the bed with his eyes shut tight, a gentle hand softly caressing his cheek. Originally, I'd hoped he could practice martial arts to please the emperor, who knew his body couldn't endure it. Jin Nanchuan's brows furrowed tightly. Who is speaking? Is it Mother Consort? The woman continued coldly. His body, status, and martial arts are all inferior to the sixth prince. How long can you hold on to this position of crown prince? Lying on the bed, Jin Nanchuan's brows knitted tightly. No, sixth brother would not take anything from me. At all. Suddenly, a gentle and beautiful figure appeared in his mind, along with the wedding scene of Jiang Jinhua and Jin Nanjiang. Sixth brother, he wouldn't take it. Suddenly, Jin Nanxian, lying on the bed, snapped his eyes open. He propped himself up and gasped. I dreamed of her again. His head suddenly throbbed violently. It hurts. Elsewhere, little birds were perched on flowering branches. Jin Nanjiang sat to one side, reading a book, glancing at Jiang Jinhua, who was diligently grinding. Medicine. He looked at her curiously and asked, I've seen you busy with something these past few days. Are you concocting some medicine? Jiang Jinhua, while grinding the medicine, answered him. His Highness, Prince Exant, asked me to help him make a pill. Jin Nanjiang let out a long yawn and walked over to her. What kind of medicine is it? Jiang Jinhua smiled and winked at him. It's a secret. Jin Nanjiang's face darkened. He stared at her angrily. Jiang Jinhua turned her head to look outside and said, I just arranged for him to pick it up today. Judging by the time, he should be arriving soon. Suddenly, a hand reached out and pulled her into an embrace. Jiang Jinhua was placed onto the table by Jin Nanjiang. Jiang Jinhua, her cheeks flushed red, looked at him blankly. Jin Nanjiang leaned his face close, looking at her with a half smile. Let me tell you a secret. I'm both jealous and hot right now. He gripped her hand tightly. So, if you have secrets with another man, I won't be able to hold back from doing something improper to you. Jiang Jinhua stared at him, her mouth agape in astonishment. Outside, Yuling led Jin Nanxian in. Your Highness, Prince XN, please wait in the guest hall for a moment. The princess will be here shortly. Jin Nanjiang, inside the room, saw that he had arrived and broke into a smile. Jin Nanxian turned and followed Yuling's lead to the guest hall, where the scent of incense lingered in the air. Jin Nanjiang walked in, looked at Jin Nanxian, and said, Eldest brother, you've been waiting long. He walked over, took a small medicine vial from his sleeve, and placed it on the table. The princess is not feeling well and cannot receive guests, so she asked me to bring this pill to you, eldest brother. Jin Nanxian, holding his teacup, looked at the smile on the corner of Jin Nanjiang's mouth and sneered inwardly. Not feeling well, huh? Jin Nanxian put on a bright smile and said, Then I must thank my sixth brother. At Prince Xian's manor, Jin Nanxian held a small wooden box in his hand. He placed the small wooden box inside a cabinet and closed the door. Wen Qing, there is something I must tell you. Regarding the funeral arrangements, help me prepare these things. While the two were talking in the room, that maid stood outside by the window, eavesdropping on the conversation. She let out a sinister smile. Late at night, the room door was opened. The maid went and opened the cabinet door. She held the small medicine vial in her hand, then placed a different, fake vial into the small wooden box, the corner of her mouth curling up. She closed the cabinet door. A few days later, the rain poured down. Wen Qing looked at Jin Nanxian and said, Your Highness, everything has been arranged properly. Jin Nanxian, holding a teacup, smiled and said, Good, then bring me the wooden box from the cabinet. Wen Qing immediately went to get the small wooden box from the cabinet. Jin Nanxian walked to the window, looked at the rain outside, and said softly, Today is indeed a good day. He took the small vial from the box and drank it without hesitation. I'll leave today. After I wake up, I'll be free from all these struggles. There will no longer be a Prince Xian Jin Nanxian. I will be liberated. Jin Nanchuan's whole body trembled slightly, his face pale. It hurts so much. Purple veins spread from his arm down to his hand. So, taking a feigned death pill is also this painful? The small vial fell to the ground. Jin Nanxian fell to the ground in agony, a loud shout echoing throughout the manor. Someone, Prince Xian has fainted. Jin Nanxian lay unconscious on the bed. A moment later, he opened his eyes and looked around in surprise. Seeing that he was awake, Wen Qing was overjoyed. You're awake. Your Highness is awake. Startled, Jin Nanxian shot up. Why am I still in the manor? Didn't I drink it? Wen Qing frowned at him. Your Highness. The imperial physician beside him looked at him awkwardly and asked, Does Prince Xian not know who poisoned you? Jin Nanxian was stunned. Poisoned? No one did. The maid standing nearby suddenly knelt, kowtowed, and shouted, Your Highness was poisoned with purple stone. You almost didn't make it. Jin Nanxian was dumbfounded. Purple stone? How could that be? Wait a minute. He narrowed his eyes, recalling when Jin Nanjiang gave him the medicine. The princess is not feeling well and cannot receive guests, so she specifically asked me to. Give this to you, eldest brother. Jin Nanchuan's brows furrowed in anger, his gaze suddenly turning ice cold. You have everything, and yet you still want to harm me, to hunt me down and kill me like this? You truly are my good sixth brother. Jin Nanxian calmed down and ordered the maid, Take the physician to the front hall to receive his payment. That maid quickly replied, Yes. After those two left, Jin Nanxian instructed Wen Qing. What happened today must not be revealed to anyone. And also, he glanced at Wen Qing beside him and ordered coldly, That physician kill him. Late at night, in the bedroom, Jin Nanjiang, lying in bed, looked at Jiang Jinhua and said, The weather has turned cold recently. Eldest brother seems to be ill. He hasn't attended court for several days in a row. Jiang Jinhua looked at him and asked, Why didn't you tell me sooner? I could have gone to check on him. Jin Nanjiang gently caressed her lips. Then he lowered his head and placed a kiss on her lips. After a long moment, the two separated. Jin Nanjiang then said, It's an old ailment of eldest brothers. He just needs to build up his strength. In a few days, when the envoy from Shiliang arrives, there will be a hunt. Eldest brother will also be there. You don't need to worry. Jiang Jinhua smiled at him. He's being jealous. What a childish possessiveness. She let out a gentle smile. How adorable. Jiang Jinhua laughed happily and snuggled into his arms. A few days later, the emperor sat on high, looked down at everyone, and said, The weather today is not bad, very suitable for a hunt. He looked at the princess of Shiliang, smiled, and continued, If the princess is interested, you may go to the hunting grounds to amuse yourself. You can also invite others to go riding. The grand princess of Shiliang, Gu Yuni, smiled and replied, Thank you, your majesty, for your grace. Her cheeks flushed red as she glanced at the man sitting opposite her. Jin Nanxian calmly and elegantly lifted his teacup and took a sip. The emperor, sitting above, smiled and said, The young people shouldn't be too formal. Whoever hunts the most today will be rewarded. Jin Nanyan stood up, smiled, and replied, Then this son will definitely do his best. Jin Nanjiang and Jiang Jinhua walked over to Jin Nanxian and asked, Eldest brother, if you don't want to hunt, would you like to take a stroll in the forest with us for a while? Jin Nanxian nodded in agreement. All right. Gu Yuni sat to one side side, observing the three of them. In the small forest, Jin Nanjiang looked at Jin Nanxian and asked, "Eldest brother, you're no longer young. Have you thought about settling down and starting a family?" Jin Nanxian stopped in his tracks, shaking his head and replying faintly, "If one marries someone they do not love, wouldn't that be unfair to both myself and the other party?" Jin Nanjiang came to his side and asked, confused, "Older brother, if you don't even try to understand, how would you know she isn't suitable for you?" Jin Nanxian frowned. "Are you that desperate for me to get married? You marry the one you love, and now you even want to snatch away my last bit of attachment. I'll grant you your wish." A flock of birds flew chaotically in the sky. Jin Nanxian smiled and replied, "All right, I'll give it a try." Jin Nanjiang hugged Jiang Jinhua and said with a smile, "Older brother, if you encounter any difficulties, Jinhua and I can help." Jiang Jinhua also smiled and chimed in, "If your highness, Prince Xian, needs anything, you can just say so." An arrow suddenly shot out. Gu Yuni rushed forward to shield Jin Nanxian. Be careful. The arrow flew and lodged deep in her back. Gu Yuni's face paled. Jin Nanxian frowned. Looking at her, "You are?" Gu Yuni smiled and said, "That's great. Yini can finally be of help to your highness." Jin Nanxian was stunned and quickly caught her, "Don't talk anymore. I'll have someone call for the imperial physician." A group of assassins surrounded the four of them. Jin Nanjiang spoke coldly, "Older brother, the situation is a bit troublesome." A sharp sword swung. As Jin Nanjiang fought, he thought in astonishment, the opponents aren't using their full strength. It seems like they're waiting for something. The sound of horse hooves galloped over from the distance. Jiang Jinhua, supporting Gu Yuni, quickly shouted, "It's the Imperial Guard. The Emperor's Imperial Guard is here." The assassins quickly shouted, "Retreat." The assassins then fled. Jin Nanjiang stood still, his brow tightly furrowed. Looking from afar, the number of people wasn't large. They were definitely not the Imperial Guard. Did the assassins not realize it? Or were they just waiting for this opportunity to escape? The Imperial physician and guards rushed over, looking worriedly at Jin Nanjiang. "Greetings, Your Highness. May I ask where the injured person is?" Jiang Jinhua quickly spoke up, "Over here. The arrow hasn't been pulled out, but it's lodged quite deep." The Imperial physician hurried over to her. "Let this subordinate take a look." Jin Nanjiang thought in silence. The assassins didn't want to kill anyone, yet the princess was so severely injured. This is very strange. Dusk began to fall, and large tents were set up. Jin Nanjiang looked at Jin Nanxian and comforted him, "Imperial brother, this is not your fault." Jin Nanxian had a look of self-blame. "They were aiming for me. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have." Jin Nanjiang looked at him reassuringly. "With Jin here, the princess will definitely be fine." At that moment, Jiang Jinhua walked out of the tent. Jin Nanxian rushed over to her and asked, "How is she?" Jiang Jinhua frowned and replied, "The bleeding has stopped, but the princess's body is weak. It's hard to say when she will wake up." Jin Nanxian let out a sigh of relief. "It's good that she's all right." Jiang Jinhua looked at Wenqing and said, "His Highness, Prince Xian has had a long day." Wenqing quickly taken back to rest. Wenqing quickly replied, "Yes." After Jin Nanxian and Wenqing left, Jiang Jinhua said to Jin Nanjiang, "Husband, let the people from Western Liang take care of the princess." Jin Nanjiang suddenly picked her up, and why Princess Consort is tired too. "Let this prince take you back to rest." Jiang Jinhua's cheeks flushed red as she thought shyly, "This is clearly a bridal carry." Late at night, Jin Nanjiang was thinking in silence. Who on earth wanted to make a move against older brother, but didn't want to kill anyone? Suddenly, he came to his senses and looked towards the Western Liang princess's tent. "Why have I come here?" The guard standing outside saw him and saluted. "Greetings, Prince Jin." Looking at his eyebrows, Jin Nanjiang was startled. Those eyebrows, it's not a coincidence. He immediately drew his sword and attacked the guard. "Today's assassin was you." "What?" The guard, shocked, quickly stepped back to block Jin Nanjiang's attack. Jin Nanjiang narrowed his eyes, glaring coldly at the guard, "That if you don't talk, I'll assume you are the assassin." A loud shout rang out, "Stop!" Gu Yuni walked out of the tent, frowning with difficulty as she looked at Jin Nanjiang. "I was the one who ordered him to do it." Jin Nanjiang looked at her, confused. "Princess, why would you?" Gu Yuni sighed, "That's a long story. Your Highness, please come inside and listen to me." Inside the Western Liang princess's tent, Gu Yuni recounted everything to Jin Nanjiang 10 years ago. "I follow my father king to the Great Chun. That was the first time I met Jin Nanxian. From that moment on, I gave my heart to him. In this life, I will marry no one but him. I arranged this assassination act, thinking I could win Prince Xian's affection, but I didn't expect to go too far." She sighed, "It's good that he wasn't hurt." Jin Nanjiang's face darkened as he looked at her. Why eldest imperial brother hates schemes and deception the most? For the princess to plot against the imperial brother like this. Gu Yuni suddenly knelt, looking at him with teary, pitiful eyes, and pleaded, "Yuni's feelings for Prince Xian are genuine. I beg Prince Jin to help me succeed." Jin Nanjiang looked at her in silence for a moment, then stood up. "So be it. I will act as if I know nothing of this matter." After saying that, he left. Gu Yuni looked at him gratefully. Late at night, a candle on the table was lit. Jin Nanxian sat alone, thinking in silence, judging by the arrow's direction. It was aimed directly at me. The only one who knows my whereabouts so well is Old Sixth. His face turned cold that he wants to kill me. Jin Nanjiang has a powerful army and the might of the Jiang family, while I only have the support of a few minor court officials. Suddenly, he remembered Gu Yuni's words. Yuni can finally be of help to your highness. Jin Nanxian revealed a sinister smile. That's right, Princess Yuni. He then ordered Wenqing, who was beside him, Wenqing, do something for me. The next day, as Jin Nanjiang stepped out his tent, he heard gossip from outside that I heard it was Prince Jin who sent people to assassinate Prince Xian yesterday. No way, the brothers have such a good relationship. Jin Nanjiang walked over and glanced at two servants whispering, with the throne in sight. What deep brotherly affection is there left? Who would believe you if you said that? That's true. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard. Jin Nanxian ran over to Jin Nanjiang and said urgently, there's a rumor that you sent people to assassinate me yesterday. The two servants beside them were startled and frightened, and turned their heads. Jin Nanxian patted Jin Nanjiang's shoulder, his gaze firm, but I don't believe it. My sixth brother would never do such a thing. Guards, take those who slandered Prince Jin to the Ministry of Justice. The two servants, terrified, quickly knelt on the ground. Prince Xian, spare our lives. This servant wouldn't dare to do it again. Seeing him so angry, Jin Nanjiang quickly said, it's good that older brother believes me. Please calm down. Don't let this matter affect your health. Wenqing, take your master back to rest. After everyone dispersed, Wenqing quickly reminded Jin Nanxian, Your Highness, this is not the way back to the camp. Jin Nanxian frowned and said, we're going to visit Princess Yuni. Gu Yuni was in her tent embroidering a handkerchief when a guard's report was suddenly heard from outside. Princess, Prince Xian requests an audience. Gu Yuni was overjoyed and quickly said, please come in. Jin Nanxian walked in, smiling gratefully at her. Princess, your selfless act of saving me yesterday has moved me deeply. I want to take you, Princess, as my wife. Gu Yuni looked at him in astonishment, her cheeks flushing red. Jin Nanxian walked over, took her hand firmly, and asked with a smile, is the princess willing? Gu Yuni held Jin Nanchuan's hand tightly and said shyly, I am willing. The two of them looked into each other's eyes. Gu Yuni reached out and hugged him tightly. Your Highness, Prince Xian, Yuni is always like you very much. Jin Nanxian was startled. Gu Yuni smiled happily, hugging him. Jin Nanxian closed his eyes tightly and hugged her back. I'm sorry, but for the imperial throne. Thinking this, he then said aloud, Princess, I like you too. Prince Xian's Eastern Campaign, 100 written petitions. Jin Nanxian sat at his desk with his eyes closed. I have obtained the support of Western Liang. Next, I need to get my people into the imperial court. He turned his head to look at Wenqing and asked, Wenqing, who is currently the highest-ranking official in court under Prince Jin. Wenqing looked at him and quickly reported, Your Highness, Prince Jin's consort is the daughter of Prime Minister Jiang. Among Prince Jin's supporters, the one with the highest position is Prime Minister Jiang. Jin Nanxian narrowed his eyes. Her father. Wenqing leaned close to his ear and whispered, Your Highness, we will be returning to the palace today. Should we make a move against Prime Minister Jiang on the way back? Jin Nanxian was silent for a moment, then spoke coldly, Sabotage his carriage. Let him be lightly injured, but not in a life-threatening way. Make it look natural. Don't let anyone see through it. Wenqing quickly replied yes. Jin Nanxian rested his forehead on his hand, muttering to himself, This is not my fault. I just want to survive. You all forced me. His gaze turned sharp and cold. Yes, you all forced me. It's your fault. During the convoy's return to the capital, a carriage suddenly hit a rock. The carriage overturned, and the Prime Minister inside fell to the ground. The surrounding soldiers shouted in fear, Prime Minister Jiang. Dusk was falling. Jin Nanjiang looked at Jiang Jinhua and asked, Are you still worried about your father? He walked over and hugged her from behind, gently comforting her. Prime Minister Jiang only broke his leg. Fortunately, it's not life-threatening. Jiang Jinhua looked at him worriedly and said, He is my father, after all. Jin Nanjiang held her in his arms and reassured her, since Prime Minister Jiang is injured, let him return to his residence to recuperate. Jiang Jinhua looked at him, worried and uneasy. Then you'll have no one left to support you. Jin Nanjiang looked at her and said sincerely, I've said it before, I have no interest in the imperial throne, so it doesn't matter if I have no supporters. Jiang Jinhua looked at him, stunned and surprised. Jin Nanjiang laughed happily and lifted her high up in his arms. Right now, there are more important things to do. The curtain of a carriage window was lifted. A beautiful young lady smiled as she looked outside, then turned back and said cheerfully to the pregnant woman in the carriage, Sister-in-law, it looks like we'll be able to reach the capital tomorrow. The pregnant woman looked at her with a smile and said, Iji, you've also reached the age of marriage. After we get to the capital, I'll take a good look for you. What kind of man does Gichi like? Gichi's cheeks flushed red. I like. She lifted the carriage curtain, looked at the man driving the carriage outside, and replied with a smile, I like a man who's like my older brother, who is always good to my sister-in-law. The man outside was startled and gave her a strained smile. The pregnant woman laughed happily gently. My husband is a capable man who can give me a peaceful life. The man rubbed his head and smiled shyly. Don't praise me anymore. The carriage sped along the road, while an assassin hid on a tree branch not far away. He raised his arrow, and it shot out. In a courtyard, Prime Minister Jeong looked at Jeong Kam-hoa guiltily. I owe Kam-hoa. Now I am retiring to my hometown. I won't be able to help you children anymore. He looked up worriedly at Jeong Kam-hoa and Kin Nam-kwang and reminded them, the new Prime Minister, Jeong Bok-van, is rumored to be fair and upright. But he is still one of Prince Tin's men, so you too should be a little cautious. Kin Nam-kwang shook his head and said, I don't care about the throne. It doesn't matter to me who the new Prime Minister is. Prime Minister Jeong sighed. You two must live well from now on. After speaking, he turned and left. Jeong Kam-hoa watched him go, unable to bear it, and said worriedly, Father, take care. The carriage sped along the road. Jeong Kam-hoa sadly lifted the curtain. Kin Nam-kwang looked at her and asked, what's wrong? Are you sad to part with your father? Jeong Kam-hoa looked at him gloomily. Ever since I transmigrated here, the Jeong family has not been good to me. They caused trouble and framed me. On the contrary, you have always cared for me and protected me completely. She reached out and threw herself into Kin Nam-kwang's arms. Husband, it's so good to have you. Kin Nam-kwang smiled and gently caressed her. You are my princess consort, the most important person. If I'm not good to you, who else would I be good to? Jeong Kam-hoa called softly, husband. She then looked up and gave him a kiss on the cheek. The two were face to face. Jeong Kam-hoa leaned on his shoulder and murmured, right now, I only have you by my side. Kin Nam-kwang smiled at her and asked, why is my princess consort so clingy today? He wrapped his arm around her waist and held her tightly, but the clingier my princess consort is, the more I like it. After speaking, he leaned down and kissed her on the lips. Jeong Kam-hoa stared at him blankly for a moment. She slowly closed her eyes and returned the kiss. Kin Nam-kwang's hand gently touched her sash. Just then, a loud shout came from outside. Help! The horse neighed upon hearing the sound. Kin Nam-kwang's face darkened as his good moment was ruined. Jeong Kam-hoa, her clothes slightly disheveled, felt embarrassed and quickly urged Kin Nam-kwang, You should go see what's happening. We almost did it in the carriage. How improper. Kin Nam-kwang lifted the carriage curtain and looked outside. What's going on? Datan immediately reported, Your Highness, there are people ahead. Up ahead, 2 assassins in black are pointing their swords at Gi-chi and the pregnant woman. Gi-chi looked at Kin Nam-kwang and screamed in fear, begging, For help me. Kin Nam-kwang frowned. Datan, save them. The 2 of them drew their swords, preparing to rush forward and rescue them. One of the assassins frowned and said, Hey, someone's coming, be quick. The person next to him nodded. The man has already been taken away. Let me deal with these 2 women. The sword was raised, ready to strike down on Gi-chi and the other woman. Gi-chi hugged the pregnant woman tightly, screaming in her heart, Someone, please come save us. Suddenly, a sword swung out and blocked the other sword. A loud scream was heard. Blood dripped on the ground. Kin Nam-kwang walked over, looked at Gi-chi and the other woman, and asked, Are you all right? Gi-chi looked up at him joyfully. That's great. She stood up and threw herself into Kin Nam-kwang's arms. We're saved. Kin Nam-kwang looked at her, stunned. Datan, standing beside him, quickly whispered a reminder. Your Highness, be careful or the princess consort will hit you. Startled, Kin Nam-kwang quickly pushed Gi-chi towards Datan, then looked at Jeong Kam-hoa and hurriedly explained, Kam-kam, she threw herself at me first. Jeong Kam-hoa ignored him, turned around, and walked to the pregnant woman's side with a grave expression. This is bad. She's showing signs of labor, signs of a premature birth. She quickly helped the pregnant woman up and said, Let's hurry back to the princely manor. Saving her is more important. A bowl of hot medicine was steaming. Jeong Kam-hoa carefully fed the medicine to the pregnant woman. She let out a sigh of relief. The pregnancy is finally stabilized. Jeong Kam-hoa sat by the bed, frowning in thought. These 2 young women are dressed simply, not like they're from a wealthy, noble family. But why would a pregnant woman be targeted for assassination? At that moment, the door to the room was pushed open. Jeong Kam-hoa turned her head to look at Kin Nam-kwang and asked, How did the interrogation of the assassin go? Kin Nam-kwang shook his head and replied to her. He didn't say anything. Jeong Kam-hoa suddenly noticed the pregnant woman's bundle on top of the cabinet. The bundle was opened, and inside were a few sets of clothes and a letter. Jeong Kam-hoa opened the letter and said in surprise, Husband, look at this. A marriage contract. Male, Jeong Bok-van. Female, Van Thien Dam. Kin Nam-kwang frowned deeply and said in astonishment, Jeong Bok-van. Isn't that the new prime minister's name? Jeong Kam-hoa asked in surprise. His wife and child were in the carriage. So where did he go? At that moment, a knock was heard from outside. A maidservant quickly reported, Your Highness the princess consort. The young lady has woken up. The maidservant looked at Gi-chi sitting on the bed and said with a smile, Don't be afraid, young lady. Our prince is a very kind person. Gi-chi's face grew serious. I remember being saved at the end. A slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. So the one who saved me was a prince? My sister-in-law was right. The capital is full of nobles. At that moment, voices were heard from outside. Your Highness, the young lady has woken up. Gi-chi quickly looked towards the door. The maidservant opened the door, looked at Kin Nam-kwang, and reported, I have checked her. Apart from an injury to her leg, she is not seriously hurt. Then he turned his head and glanced at Gi Chi's cheeks, flushed red. Her heart pounded erratically. This man is so handsome. She placed her feet on the floor to get out of bed. Nam Kwon walked over, looked at her, and asked directly, "May I ask what your relationship is with Zhang Bakvan?" Zhang Gichi looked at him and said quickly, "This humble girl, Zhang Gichi, is the younger sister of Zhang Bakvan." As she stepped down, she unfortunately missed her footing and fell into Nam Kwon's arms. Nam Kwon's face darkened. You, Zhang Gichi, embarrassed, quickly stepped back. This humble girl deserves death. My limbs were weak, so I offended your highness. I beg your highness's forgiveness. Nam Kwon sighed, "Forget it. She didn't do it on purpose. I don't need to make an issue of it." Seeing that he wasn't angry, Zhang Gichi smiled happily. He's not angry. Nam Kwon looked at her and continued to ask, "Only you and Van Thien Dam were in the carriage. Where did Zhang Bakvan go, do you know?" Zhang Gichi looked at him, feigning a pitiful expression, and replied, "My family came to the capital and we haven't made any enemies. I don't know who would try to kill us." With tears in her eyes, she grabbed his sleeve and pleaded, "This humble girl begs your highness to save my older brother." Nam Kwon coldly pulled his sleeve away. He sighed, "Forget it. Tomorrow, this prince will report to my imperial father. You can stay in the manor to recover. If you need anything, just tell the maidservant." After speaking, he turned to leave. Zhang Gichi looked at him and quickly asked, "Your highness, this humble girl is frightened. May I borrow a zither to play to calm my heart?" Nam Kwon ordered the maidservant, "Bring a zither here." The maidservant quickly replied, "Yes." Zhang Gichi smiled at him adoringly. This prince is truly too handsome, but his temperament is a bit cold. A confident smile appeared on her lips, but that's all right. We will gradually get closer. A moment later, the maidservant came over holding a zither. "Miss Zhang, where should I put the zither?" Zhang Gichi smiled and said, "Please put in the garden. I want to play a piece." A moment later, she and the maidservant went outside. Zhang Gichi was surprised to see Jiang Kam Hoa and Noyet Lin standing not far away. Over there, Jiang Kam Hoa picked a plant bud, looked at Noyet Lin, and said with a smile, "Mrs. Zhang's qi and blood are weak. First, pick some blood-nourishing herbs for her. Be careful when picking them. Don't damage their medicinal properties." Zhang Gichi looked at the maidservant and asked, "Who is that?" The maidservant, holding the zither, smiled and replied, "That is our princess consort." Zhang Gichi's expression darkened as she said coldly, "I'm not feeling well. I should go back to my room." She lowered her eyes in disappointment. "He's already married. What should I do?" Noyet Lin turned her head, saw Zhang Gichi leaving, and said, "It's Miss Zhang." Seeing her leave sadly, Noyet Lin couldn't help but sympathize. For Miss Zhang to encounter something like this, it's truly pitiful. Jiang Kam Hoa picked her bud and placed it in the basket in Noyet Lin's hand, her brow furrowing slightly. "Pitiful? Noyet Lin, let me ask you, if the Tan were sick and in a coma, would you still be in the mood to burn incense and play the zither, instead of brewing tea and decocting medicine?" Noyet Lin was stunned and asked worriedly, "What? Is the Tan sick? I have to go see him." Jiang Kam Hoa sighed helplessly at Noyet Lin. "No, I was just saying if I..." She gently patted Noyet Lin's head, "that you're like this with the Tan. Yet Miss Zhang's sister-in-law is still in a coma, and she's in the mood to play the zither. She doesn't want to play the zither at all. It's obvious she's a young woman with romantic notions, and she has her eyes on our prince." At this point, Noyet Lin also understood, gritting her teeth in anger, this wicked woman. Jiang Kam Hoa laughed and patted her head. "Don't be angry, don't be angry. Watch how I'll deal with her. But before that, there's something else that needs to be done." Late at night, a pillow and blanket were thrown out. Noyet Lin stood at the door and said to Nam Kwon, "Your Highness, the princess consort says you were to sleep in the study tonight." Nam Kwon looked at her in surprise. "Huh?" Staring at the door slammed shut in his face. Nam Kwon looked bewildered, not understanding what was going on. What's wrong now? A smile appeared at the corner of his lips as he rolled up his sleeves. "I even dared to climb the walls of the Prime Minister's manor. How can a door in my own home stop me?" The window in the room was opened. Jiang Kam Hoa lay on the bed, her brows tightly furrowed and her cheeks puffed out in a sulk. The blanket was lifted. Jin Nanjiang lay down on the bed, hugged her from behind, and said gently, "It's so cold. Princess consort, let me share the blanket." Jiang Jinhua glanced at him. "I told you to sleep in the study. I'll let you in here." She turned around and looked at him sulkily. Jin Nanjiang took a lock of her hair and asked with a dazed look, "What did I do wrong? Even when the princess consort is angry, you should still be reasonable." Jiang Jinhua angrily turned her back to him again. "Then go be reasonable with that certain someone." Jin Nanjiang looked at her in surprise. "Is this jealousy? Or did that Zhang Yiji do something?" A smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Jin Nanjiang hugged her tightly, gently coaxing and comforting her. "Princess consort, don't be angry. Tomorrow morning, I will submit a memorial to Father Emperor. Father Emperor will surely make arrangements for Prime Minister Zhang's family." Jiang Jinhua, having her thoughts exposed, blushed in embarrassment. Who's angry?" She turned her head and said stubbornly, "I'm not." Jin Nanjiang smiled and caressed her cheek. "If you're not angry, then I will have a good talk about reason with the princess consort." He turned over and pinned her beneath him. Outside, Yuling's cheeks cheeks flushed red. She covered her ears tightly with her hands and mumbled, "I hear nothing. I see nothing." Yuling suddenly remembered something. Yi Qing. Yi Qing suddenly appeared and looked at Yuling, asking, "What do you need me for?" Yuling looked at him worriedly and asked, "You're not sick, are you?" "That's good." Yi Qing was stunned, his heart involuntarily pounding. He smiled, took Yuling's chin, and kissed her on the forehead. "That if you're concerned about me, just say so directly." After speaking, he leaped onto a high tree branch. Yuling stood below, her cheeks flushed, and shouted, "You lecher, get down here right now." Yi Qing laughed and looked at her. "That I won't." "Ha!" Jin Nanjiang raised his arms to let Jiang Jinhua change his robes for him. "Can the sash be tied a little tighter?" Jiang Jinhua fumbled for a moment, but still couldn't get it right. "How should I tie this?" "He's not moving either. Does he want me to?" Seeing her like this, Jin Nanjiang let out a soft smile. Jiang Jinhua wrapped her arms around his waist to tighten the sash for him. The two of them were practically in a tight embrace. Jin Nanjiang burst out laughing. Seeing him laugh like that, Jiang Jinhua blushed in embarrassment and laughing. Jin Nanjiang held her hand tightly and said gently, "I'm going to court. I'll be back with you tonight." Just then, a person carrying a basket walked over. Jin Nanjiang glanced over. Zhang Yiji smiled and greeted him. "Greetings, Your Highness." She held up a basket in her hand. Yiji made some snacks and wanted to bring them for the princess consort to try. Jin Nanjiang nodded in agreement. Go on." As Jin Nanjiang walked past, Zhang Yiji's gaze followed him without leaving. Jiang Jinhua crossed her arms and frowned at her. "Waiting until my husband is here to show up. What are you trying to do?" Zhang Yiji looked at her and feigned understanding, saying, "Princess consort treated Yiji so well. Yiji came especially to express my gratitude." She looked at Jiang Jinhua enthusiastically and asked, "Is elder sister busy with something?" "Yiji can help." Jiang Jinhua said, "Oh," and looked at her. "You want to help me?" She then walked over and intimately linked arms with Zhang Yiji, pulling her along. Just so happens I have to conduct an interrogation. Since you want to help, come along with me." A cold smile touched the corners of her lips. Try to compete with me in the dungeon." Jiang Jinhua led Zhang Yiji down to the dungeon. Jiang Jinhua walked over, looked at the interrogating soldier, and asked, "Have you gotten anything out of him yet?" The soldier quickly replied, "The poison hidden in his teeth has been removed, but he still refuses to talk." Jiang Jinhua gave a cold laugh and took a small box out of her sleeve. "Has so much backbone. Let me have a try." She opened the box, revealing a poisonous spider inside. "You know I'm a poison maiden, don't you? If ordinary pain won't make you open your mouth, then let's try another way." Jiang Jinhua held the poisonous spider in front of the assassin. "This spider will enter through your wound and eat your flesh, bit by bit. You won't die, but feeling that much pain will be enough to make you suffer." The assassin, terrified, trembled all over and quickly shouted, "Don't come near me." Jiang Jinhua put the box back in her sleeve and ordered the servant, "I'll leave the rest to you." The servant quickly replied, "Yes." Zhang Yiji, standing beside them, was frightened and astonished. Her mouth agape. Jiang Jinhua turned her head and smiled at her. "Miss Zhang." Zhang Yiji, startled with fear, gave her a forced smile. Jiang Jinhua smiled at her and said, "Let's go. Accompany me for some tea." The spider in the box looked pitiful, that I'm clearly a good spider that only eats insects. Elsewhere, Jin Nanyan's subordinate approached him and reported urgently, "Master, none of the death warriors have returned to report. I'm afraid they've met their match." Jin Nanyan gave a sinister smile. "The IT seems the next part of the plan needs to be changed a bit." The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Zhang Baiwan, supporting himself against a wall, ran wearily. Almost there, seeing the princely manor ahead, he breathed a sigh of relief that I've made it. Just a few more steps, I'm almost there. After speaking, he collapsed in front of the manor's gate. Unconscious, seeing this, a servant urged the person next to him, "Someone's dead. Quickly report to His Highness." A moment later, a small medicine box was placed on the table. Zhang Baiwan lay unconscious on the bed. Jin Nanxian looked at the imperial physician and asked, "What's the situation?" The imperial physician took Zhang Baiwan's pulse, sighed, and replied, "His life is not in danger, but he will need to recuperate for several months." Jin Nanxian narrowed his eyes, his hands clenched into fists. Wen Qing, a reward. After speaking, he turned and left with a cold expression. "Let me find out who harmed my man, and I will certainly chop him into 100 pieces." The next day in the Great Hall, a high official looked at the emperor and reported, "Your Majesty, Zhang Baiwan was appointed as prime minister, but he has not been seen for 3 days. How can someone who disregards the law like this be worthy of being prime minister? I implore your Majesty to revoke the appointment." Jin Nanxian was stunned and quickly tried to explain. "Father Emperor," but Jin Nanyan spoke first. "Father Emperor, your son has heard that Prime Minister Zhang's carriage arrived in the capital several days ago. Someone also saw with their own eyes that the prime minister's wife was taken into Prince Jin's manor. manner. Jin Nanjiang narrowed his eyes and glanced at him. Jin Nanxian glanced at Jin Nanjiang beside him. Could it be his doing? Jin Nanyan sneered inwardly. The man was saved by the eldest brother, while the woman inexplicably appeared at the sixth brother's manor. What do you think the eldest brother will think? The emperor frowned and looked at Jin Nanjiang, asking, "Sixth brother, what is all this about?" Jin Nanjiang calmly replied, "This son does not know about this matter either." Jin Nanxian glanced at him and asked, "Sixth brother, they are in your manor. How could you not know?" Jin Nanjiang calmly recounted the events. "The other day, your son and my wife went to see my father off. We did indeed rescue a heavily injured pregnant woman and a young lady on the outskirts of the city, so we brought them back to the manor. But the two of them had no identity documents, so your son does not know their identities. I just don't know how eighth brother knew they were Prime Minister Zhang's family." He narrowed his eyes and looked at Jin Nanyan, asking. Jin Nanyan, feeling guilty, stammered in reply, It was my servant who recognized them." Jin Nanjiang gave a cold laugh. "Oh." He stepped in front of Jin Nanyan and questioned him coldly. "News of Prime Minister Zhang of Xinjiang has not yet spread widely, so how would eighth brother's servant know his wife?" The emperor, sitting above, saw the two arguing endlessly and shouted angrily, "Enough!" He looked at Jin Nanjiang and ordered, "If Prime Minister Zhang's wife is in Prince Jin's manor, then the investigation will be handed over to Prince Jin." Jin Nanxian frowned and said to the emperor, "Father Emperor, it was your son who recommended Prime Minister Zhang. This morning, your son saw Prime Minister Zhang heavily injured and unconscious in front of my manor. I implore Father Emperor to let your son investigate this case." The emperor, holding his head, angrily gritted his teeth and roared, one thing after another. "You take Prime Minister Zhang to Prince Jin's manor and let the princess consort treat him." Jin Nanxian fell silent. "If Prince Jin's manor treats them, they will be indebted to him when they recover." He replied unwillingly, "Your son obeys the decree." "No, I will absolutely not let this happen." Jiang Jinhua picked up the letter, her face falling. Yun Tiandan, Yun Tiandan. I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before. She suddenly remembered the person who had saved her before, Yun Tianqing. Jiang Jinhua rushed out the door, looked at Yuling, and said, "Yuling, go up the mountain and bring Yun Tianqing down for me." Yuling obediently and quickly replied yes. A moment later, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard. Yun Tianqing looked at Yuling and said hurriedly, "Slow down, take it easy." Yuling smiled, opened the door to the room, and called out, "Master, I've brought the person." Jiang Jinhua, sitting by the bed, looked at Yun Tianqing and said, "Quick, come and see who this is." Yun Tianqing walked to the bedside and looked in astonishment at the pregnant woman sitting on the bed. Sister. Jiang Jinhua looked at Yun Tianqing and said with a smile, "Your sister was frightened on her way to the capital and has temporarily lost her voice. You should take care of your sister. I watch her gesturing with her hands and feet, but I don't understand anything. If you find out any news, please let me know." Yun Tianqing closed his eyes and said gratefully, "Thank you." He was moved and hugged Yun Tiandan. "Thank you for saving my sister." In the study, Jin Nanjiang was silent in thought. Lacking clues, the progress is really too slow. At this moment, Yi Qing entered with a letter and reported, "Your Highness, the princess consort has found out some things. I don't know if it can help your Highness." Jin Nanjiang took the letter with a pleased expression. The princess consort interrogated the assassin and found out he's from the Sky Cloud Society. After Yun Tiandan recovered, she said their family has no enemies, so the attack might be related to court struggles. He looked up at Yi Qing and instructed, "Go investigate who Zhang Baiwen met on his journey." Yi Qing quickly replied yes. Jin Nanjiang put the letter down on the table. "Wait. Recheck the recent financial transactions of the Minister of Personnel and the 8th Prince." Yi Qing quickly replied yes. Jin Nanjiang narrowed his eyes. The Jingyun Society is an assassin organization. Their prices are exorbitant, not a small expense, even for a minister. Besides, Old 8th has been acting strangely lately. I hope it's not the two of you colluding to play tricks. Otherwise, at the residence of the Minister of Personnel, the man with a purple face lay slumped over the table, breathless. Jin Nanyan held a letter in his hand, looking at him with a cold, sinister gaze. "Don't blame me. Who would have thought the Tianyun Society would fail? If you must blame someone, blame Jin Nanjiang for forcing my hand." He then stuffed the letter into the Minister of Personnel's hand. Least, I've left your body intact. It's not a complete waste of our long-standing master-servant relationship. Us, in the Imperial Palace. It turned out that the Minister of Personnel, Wu Man, had broken the law for personal gain. In the Great Hall, the ministers discussed angrily. Hiring an assassin to murder Prime Minister Zhang is a heinous crime punishable by execution. But the culprit, Wu Man, has already committed suicide out of fear of punishment, leaving a confession succession letter on the table. Jin Nanjiang frowned in silence. It seemed that Minister Wu was responsible for everything. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at Jin Nanyan beside him. However, he always felt that something was not right. Zhang Yitzi ran in happily. Seeing Zhang Baiwen in a wheelchair in the room, she joyfully ran over. Big brother. Zhang Yiji threw herself into Zhang Baiwen's arms, her eyes welling with tears. It's really you, this is wonderful. Zhang Baiwen gently stroked her head. It's good that you two are all right. Gu Yuni, standing nearby, looked at Jin Nanjiang and Jiang Jinhua and said with a smile, "The Zhang family are friends of Prince Xian. Yuni has intentionally brought her personal maid to take care of you. For a few days." Jiang Jinhua smiled and politely declined. Prince Jin's manor will certainly treat them with great hospitality. A maid is not necessary. Gu Yuni walked up to Zhang Yiji and gently wiped her tears. Princess Consort Jin doesn't often manage the household. She wouldn't just let a young lady cry for so long. Like that, she carefully helped Zhang Yiji up. This little sister should quickly wipe her face. Be careful your eyes don't get swollen. If you face any difficulties, just come to Prince Xian's manor to find me. Zhang Yiji smiled and nodded in response. Jiang Jinhua frowned. Why did Princess Yuni's words feel a bit strange? I just hope I'm overthinking things. The next day at Prince Jin's manor, two maids were chatting with Zhang Yiji in her room. Princess Yuni really likes you. Zhang Yiji smiled and replied, Yiji is just a commoner. How could a noble person possibly pay attention to me? The two maids standing by her side smiled and flattered her. Ms. Zhang is exquisitely charming. You are proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. But if Ms. Zhang were to dress up more, you would surely be even more breathtakingly beautiful. In terms of beauty and talent, her footsteps stopped at the door. Jiang Jinhua and Yu Ling stood outside, listening to their lively conversation inside the room. Ms. Zhang is not at all inferior to Princess Consort Jin. Inside the room, Zhang Yiji laughed happily that you're joking. Princess Consort Jin is naturally noble. I can't even admire her enough. How could I possibly compare? Outside, Yu Ling was fuming with anger. Those people. Jiang Jinhua quickly stopped Yu Ling, who was about to rush in. She stepped inside and spoke coolly. Ms. Zhang, I come to visit you. What were you all just chatting about? You seem very excited. She smiled at Zhang Yiji, and the two maids cowered in fear. Feeling guilty, Zhang Yiji quickly explained, we were just saying that your highness is a national beauty, and Yiji greatly admires you. The princess consort's clothes also have such a noble air. They suit your temperament so well. Could Yiji borrow them? Jiang Jinhua coldly refused no. Zhang Yiji was stunned. Huh. The two maids muttered unhappily. It's just borrowing. Princess Consort Jin is too stingy. Jiang Jinhua gave a brilliant cold smile and said, they are my things. I have no obligation to lend them out. For you to use morality to pressure me, that is what's truly shameless. Gu Yuni's maid frowned in anger. Zhang Yiji, feigning grievance, quickly stopped her. Sister Mo, don't be rash. It's just that Yiji is not fortunate enough. I can't blame others. The maid said angrily, don't be afraid. Let me report this to the princess. She will stand up for you. A glint appeared in Zhang Yiji's eyes. Wouldn't that mean waiting for a few more days? No, I have to think of a solution myself. Late at night, as Jin Nanjiang and Yi Qing were on their way back, they came across Zhang Yiji sitting outside, crying pitifully by herself. Jin Nanjiang looked at her in surprise. Miss Zhang. Zhang Yiji looked up at him with teary eyes. Your Highness. Jin Nanjiang walked over to Zhang Yiji and asked, Miss Zhang, why are you out here crying by yourself? Zhang Yiji slowly stood up and said tearfully, I've made a fool of myself in front of your Highness. Jin Nanjiang looked at her and asked, have you been wronged in the manor? If I find out which servant bullied you, I will not spare them. Zhang Yiji grabbed his hand and said hurriedly, it has nothing to do with anyone. It's my fault. Jin Nanjiang narrowed his eyes, his expression displeased. Frightened, Zhang Yiji quickly let go of his hand. That I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Jin Nanjiang took a handkerchief from his sleeve. Quickly, wipe your tears. It's late. You should go to bed early. Zhang Yiji took the handkerchief, her face full of grievance. Ever since I came to the manor, I felt very close to your highness and the princess consort, but I shouldn't have wanted to get closer. I also don't want the princess consort to misunderstand me. Yiji knows that the princess consort and I are as different as clouds and mud. From now on, I will be more careful with my words so as not to displease the princess consort. Jin Nanjiang frowned at her. The princess consort wouldn't treat a guest like that. There must be some misunderstanding. Zhang Yiji smiled and grabbed his hand, asking, is that true? Sister princess consort doesn't hate me. Jin Nanjiang instructed her to stay at the manor and rest easy. Treat it as your own home. Zhang Yiji smiled and replied, all right. In the room, Jiang Jinhua stood by the window looking outside, her hand clutching her sleeve, trembling. A moment later, the door opened and Jin Nanjiang walked in, looking at her and asking, Jin, you're not asleep yet? He walked over and hugged her from behind. It's late. You don't need to wait up for me. Jiang Jinhua coldly pushed his hands away. You reek of Zhang Yiji's green tea scent. Get away. You're giving me a headache. Jin Nanjiang looked bewildered and sniffed himself. There's no green tea scent. Jin. Have you misunderstood or somehow? Jiang Jinhua said coldly. Misunderstood? She turned her head and looked at him angrily. But can't she take care of her own brother? Why does she spend all day acting out a deep sisterly bond with me? I'm afraid her desire to be sisters is fake, but her desire to become a concubine is real. Jin Nanjiang took her hand. Jin. Jiang Jinhua angrily pulled her hand back. Don't touch me with hands that have touched her. I find it disgusting. Jin Nanjiang frowned at her. Jin, your words hurt me. With tears in her eyes and a look of pain, disappointment, and coldness, Jiang Jinhua looked at him and let out an "oh." When you were holding her hand, did you ever think that I would be hurt too? She closed her eyes and turned her face away. After speaking, she turned and walked past Jin Nanjiang, heading outside. Men are all scumbags. Heartbroken, she ran outside, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Late at night, Jiang Jinhua ran outside. She ran while crying her heart out. Was I too harsh? Did I misunderstand her? It's obvious she has ulterior motives. Could it be that compared to me, you believe her words more? Jiang Jinhua curled up in a corner, crying resentfully. A door opened from the inside. Yin Tianqing walked out carrying a plate of pastries and was surprised to see Jiang Jinhua sitting alone on the ground. Why are you sitting here? Jiang Jinhua looked up at him pitifully, her eyes brimming with tears. Startled, Yin Tianqing looked at her with concern and quickly asked, "Why are you crying?" He fumbled around his clothes and, "Oh no, I don't have a handkerchief." Jiang Jinhua looked at him and said quickly, "It's not necessary." She patted the empty spot next to her. "Just sit with me for a while." Yin Tianqing nodded and agreed. The plate of pastries was soon almost empty. Yin Tianqing looked at Jiang Jinhua and asked, "So, you got angry and left because of this?" Jiang Jinhua lowered her head dejectedly. "Tell me, are all men like this? Unable to see through a woman's schemes? Or is it that they simply can't refuse a woman who approaches them?" Yin Tianqing sighed and reached his hand towards her. He gave her cheek a firm pinch. "That if you think he's a fool for not seeing through those little tricks, then you should teach him. He's your husband. What kind of man do you like? You can teach him to become that kind of man." Jiang Jinhua rubbed her cheek, looking at him in surprise. Yin Tianqing looked up at the sky and continued, "But this isn't the first time Zhang Yiji has done something like this. I was also driven away from home by my family." He turned his head to look at Jiang Jinhua and began to recount his story. "You wouldn't know. My father passed away when I was young, and my mother died giving birth to me. It was my older sister who raised me. When my sister got married, Zhang Yiji, wanting to monopolize the affection of my brother-in-law and sister, secretly spread rumors that I was a jinx who brings misfortune to his loved ones. Although my sister didn't believe it, the villagers' gossip forced me to leave home." Jiang Jinhua sympathetically patted his head. "Huh, you been wrong too?" She was filled with righteous anger. "Watch how I'll deal with her. In my own home, no one has ever dared to treat me like this." Yin Tianqing chuckled as he looked at her. He picked up the plate of pastries and said with a smile, "Have some." Each of them happily took a pastry and ate. Jin Nanjiang rushed out to find Jiang Jinhua. When he saw Jiang Jinhua and Yin Tianqing happily laughing, talking, and eating pastries together, his whole body suddenly stiffened. Jin Nanjiang angrily gritted his teeth. "She criticizes me for laughing and talking with another woman, but she herself, isn't she doing the same thing?" Filled with anger and jealousy, he coldly turned and walked away. Late at night, Jiang Jinhua's mood had improved. She carried a plate of pastries, humming as she walked. Looking at the small plate of snacks in her hand, she recalled the words Van Thientan had said. Men are all very foolish. She would bring the food in and reason with him. There was no need to be angry with each other like this. Jiang Kam Hoa puffed out her cheeks and said, "I know." Thinking of this, Jiang Kam Hoa smiled to herself. "This time, I must say it clearly and not get angry." The door to the room opened, and Jiang Kam Hoa smiled as she carried the plate of snacks inside. "Husband, I made some snacks for you to try." Kinam Kwong turned his head and let out a cold laugh. "Oh, what snacks?" He looked at the plate of snacks in her hand. Kinam Kwong angrily grabbed her hand, and the plate of snacks fell to the ground. Kinam Kwong pressed Jiang Kam Hoa against the wall and asked coldly, "How delicious are they?" "So delicious that you were laughing and eating with another man in the middle of the night? Have you forgotten? You're my princess consort. You can only smile at me. If you still don't remember." He roughly tore the side of her clothes. "I don't mind helping you remember." After speaking, Kinam Kwong lowered his head. Jiang Kam Hoa screamed in fear. "It hurts." "Don't." Kinam Kwong, having lost all reason to jealousy, bit down hard on her shoulder. "Don't? You're my princess consort. It is perfectly justified for me to do this." Jiang Kam Hoa's brows furrowed in pain. She angrily pushed him away hard. With tears welling in her eyes, Jiang Kam Hoa cried out resentfully, "Kinam Kwong, what are you so crazy about? Those were snacks I made especially for you." Kinam Kwong looked at the plate of snacks on the ground, stunned. "Weren't you eating snacks with another man? You made them for me." He turned back to look at Jiang Kam Hoa, his eyes filled with remorse and self-blame. "What am I doing?" Kinam Kwong quickly grabbed her hand. Kam, I'm sorry." Jiang Kam Hoa threw herself into his arms and burst into aggrieved tears. "You not only made me jealous, but you also misunderstood me." Kinam Kwong was filled with self-reproach. "That I'm sorry." Jiang Kam Hoa continued crying. "And you were so rough with me." Kinam Kwong's heart ached as he wiped away her tears. I was wrong. I just love you too much. After speaking, he leaned down and kissed her lips, so much that I can't control myself, wanting to possess all of you. Jiang Kam Hoa's cheeks flushed red. She looked at him and murmured, Kin Nam Kwang, I love you. So, don't look at me with that cold, distant gaze anymore. Kin Nam Kwang nodded in agreement. All right. After speaking, he lifted her into his arms. Jiang Kam Hoa nestled in his arms and explained softly, Van Thien Tan was teaching me how to make snacks. We're just friends. Kin Nam Kwang hummed in agreement. Jiang Kam Hoa continued in a low voice, and that Trong Gi Chi wants to seduce you. Don't pay attention to her. I don't like it. Kin Nam Kwang laid her on the bed and agreed. All right, I'll listen to whatever you say. After speaking, he leaned down and gently kissed her lips. The next morning, in the flower garden, Kin Nam Kwang gently hugged Jiang Kam Hoa from behind as they tended to the flowers. In the garden, Kin Nam Kwang looked at her and said with a smile, wanting to water flowers with this prince so early in the morning, my princess consort is truly enthusiastic. Jiang Kam Hoa turned around and smiled at him. These aren't just any ordinary flowers. They are roses. Do you remember I once said that if you made me angry, I would push you into the rose garden? Kin Nam Kwang let out a laugh and asked with a smile, will my princess consort have the heart to push me into the rose garden? He took her hand and gently kissed it. After this prince's explanation last night, does my princess consort really want to push me? Jiang Kam Hoa blushed and quickly pushed him away. Yes, why wouldn't I have the heart? I'm pushing you. Kin Nam Kwang fell backward. Jiang Kam Hoa looked at him, stunned that I clearly didn't use any force. How could he? Kin Nam Kwang grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. Jiang Kam Hoa looked at him angrily. You're messing around. You scared me to death. Trong Gi Chi, hiding in a corner, saw the two of them hugging and laughing so happily, and her face darkened. It seems the previous plan won't work. I have to think of another way. Van Thien Tan suddenly appeared behind her. If you have any ideas about ruining things, I advise you to drop them. Trong Gi Chi jumped in fright. She feigned a pitiful look, turned to him, and asked, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Van Thien Tan crossed his arms and said coldly, I'm saying, stay away from that newlywed couple. Understood? After all, I still remember very clearly how you drove me out of Donghuan back then. Trong Gi Chi, feeling guilty, frowned at him. It was you, the lone star of misfortune, who caused the death of your relatives and got kicked out of Donghuan. Van Thien Tan let out a cold laugh. He turned to leave, leaving her with one last sentence that you'd better pray I don't get any leverage on you, or else. Trong Gi Chi's face darkened with anger. Point one by one. You all want to stand in my way. Just wait until I've established myself in the capital, and I'll make you all pay in the Kin Prince's mansion. Noyet Lin entered with a letter and said to Jiang Kam Hoa, Mistress, Princess Van Y has sent an invitation for the Flower Appreciation Banquet, inviting you to attend. Jiang Kam Hoa opened the invitation and asked, Flower Appreciation Banquet, who else is invited? Noyet Lin quickly replied, Miss Trong from the West Wing is also invited. Jiang Kam Hoa let out a cold laugh. Oh. Elsewhere, a maid looked at Trong Gi Chi with a sinister smile and said, Princess Van Y is holding this Flower Appreciation Banquet to let Miss Trong make a name for herself in the capital. You must perform well. The princess values you, Miss Trong. If you face any difficulties, just report to the princess. The princess will uphold justice for you. A cold smile touched the corner of Trong Gi Chi's mouth. She turned her head and replied with a smile. Then I thanked the princess for her kindness. The sky was clear and willow branches drooped. During the Flower Appreciation Banquet, Tran Lin Nok walked over to Trong Gi Chi and asked with a smile, is this Prime Minister Trong's younger sister? Truly beautiful and captivating. I'm hosting a banquet next month. You must come. Trong Gi Chi feigned a troubled expression and glanced at Jiang Kam Hoa. This. Jiang Kam Hoa glanced at her. Why is she looking at me? Ko Van Y narrowed her eyes and stared at Jiang Kam Hoa. She slammed her teacup on the table and spoke in a passive-aggressive tone. Gi Chi, just say what you want to say. If there's any difficulty, I'll handle it for you. Jiang Kam Hoa's face darkened. Here it comes again, that strange, sarcastic tone. Trong Gi Chi feigned delight. Really? I agree, but I'm afraid of causing more trouble for the princess consort. Jiang Kam Hoa crossed her arms and looked at her coldly. If you want to go, then go. I'm not stopping you. Don't act as if I'm bullying you. Trong Gi Chi feigned a pitiful look. Ko Van Y narrowed her eyes and said, oh. But why did I hear that the princess consort reprimanded Miss Trong over a set of jewelry? Tran Lin Nok walked over to comfort Trong Gi Chi. That's going a bit too far. Ko Van Y signaled a maid beside her to bring up a set of jewelry. Didn't the princess consort rely on her father and husband to get that jewelry set? It's too stingy not to let others see it. Here are some jewelry pieces from Miss Trong. Consider it my welcome gift. Jiang Kam Hoa spoke coldly. I'm afraid not. Everything I own was bought with money I earned from practicing medicine. Asking to borrow at the moment you open your mouth. Are you a beggar? I'm sorry. There's still patients in the mansion that I need to take care of. Kam Hoa will take her leave. After speaking, she stood up to leave. As she passed Trong Gi Chi gave a cold smile, and she stuck out her foot to trip her. Jiang Kam Hoa was startled. She stumbled a little. Trong Gi Chi smiled coldly and stepped back towards the lake, and her whole body fell into the water. Trong Gi Chi squeezed her eyes shut and struggled. Help. Everyone panicked and shouted. Someone fell into the water. Help! Save her! Save her! A moment later, Trong Gi-chi was pulled out. Everyone surrounded her and asked worriedly, what happened? Why did you suddenly fall into the water? A young lady beside her frowned angrily and asked, who was so bold as to push the Prime Minister's sister into the water? Tran Lin Nok glanced at Jiang Kam-hoa. Who else could it be? Wasn't the princess consort right next to her just now? Trong Gi-chi pretended to say it was no one. I was just careless myself. That young lady shouted angrily, nonsense. You were standing so far away. Someone must have pushed you. Tran Lin Nok also stood up angrily to defend her, but don't be afraid. We will get justice for you today. Ko Van Wai saw Jiang Kam-hoa being blamed by everyone and smiled coldly. Just then, a cold voice rang out. What happened? Jiang Kam-hoa looked up in surprise towards the source of the voice. Kin Nam Kwang approached from a distance. This prince heard a commotion from afar and came to see. He looked at the crowd and asked, did something happen? Ko Van Wai stepped out with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, Kin Prince, you've arrived just in time. Miss Trong angered the Kan princess consort over a set of jewelry and was pushed into the lake by her. She was just rescued. Thankfully, she's all right. Jiang Kam-hoa immediately said, I did not. Kin Nam Kwang looked at Jiang Kam-hoa. Kin Nam Kwang took her hand tightly to comfort her. His face grew stern as he looked at the crowd and asked, may I ask if anyone saw the Kan princess consort lay a hand on her? Tran Lin Nok, standing beside Trong Gi-chi, said angrily, she just walked past Miss Trong and Miss Trong fell into the water. If it wasn't her, did Miss Trong jump in? Herself. Kin Nam Kwang let out a cold laugh. Oh, so that's just your guess. You didn't see it with your own eyes. He walked step by step, closing in on Trong Gi-chi and her companion. Miss Trong, did the Kan princess consort push you into the water? Trong Gi-chi stammered, it was me. I fell in by accident. Tran Lin Nok stood firmly in front of Trong Gi-chi to protect her. Your Highness, questioning her like this is threatening, Miss Trong. Kin Nam Kwang indifferently shook his head. Miss Trong wouldn't lay a hand on the princess consort over a set of jewelry. He gave Trong Gi-chi a cold glance. Because you're not a greedy person, right? Trong Gi-chi, feeling guilty, didn't dare to meet his eyes that you're your Highness. Why bring this up? It's not like I hurt the princess consort. Jin Nanxiang pulled Jiang Jinhua into his arms to protect her. The princess has wholeheartedly cared for the Zhang couple for so long. She would never harm someone from the Zhang family. This riverbank is low. It might have just been an accident. Gu Yuni pushed through the surrounding crowd and spoke angrily. The evidence is irrefutable, yet Prince Jin still wants to cover for his princess. She crossed her arms and let out a cold laugh. I heard that the laws of Great Shun are even stricter than those of Western Liang. In Western Liang, attempted murder is punished with extreme torture, using a mace to strike the culprit's body until a bone is broken. An older sister-in-law is like a mother. If Prince Jean cannot bear to deal with Princess Jean, I, as your older sister-in-law, don't mind taking matters into my own hands to discipline her properly for you. Jin Nanxiang held Jiang Jinhua tightly and roared in anger. You dare. He carried her to stand before Gu Yuni. You're not even married yet, and you already want to use the title of older sister-in-law to establish your authority? The princess of Western Liang's reach is far too long. Indeed, if there is evidence proving that Princess Jean did this, then forgive us for not being able to accompany you. After speaking, he led Jiang Jinhua away. Gu Yuni stood behind them, grinding her teeth in anger. In Prince Xian's manner, Gu Yuni hurried into the room. I have returned. Jean Nancian, sitting in the study with a book in hand, looked at her and asked, I heard that you were ridiculed today for trying to establish authority as an older sister-in-law before you were even married. Gu Yuni guiltily lowered her head. I'm sorry. Her expression was full of pity. Jean Nancian closed the book and placed it on the table. Then let's move the wedding date forward and get married right away. Gu Yuni was stunned and looked at him in astonishment. At Prince Xian's manor, the wedding ceremony took place. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the elders. Husband and wife bow to each other. Jin Nanxiang and Jiang Jinhua came to attend the wedding. The people around them whispered amongst themselves, why is Prince Xian suddenly getting married? It wasn't even discussed in the palace before. I heard Prince Xian dotes on the princess of Western Liang, so he told the Imperial Astronomical Bureau to quickly choose an auspicious date. Prince Xian must really love the princess of Western Liang, right? Who could say otherwise? Jiang Jinhua listened silently to everyone's discussion. She suddenly leaned close to Jin Nanxiang's ear and whispered, why do I get the feeling that Prince Xian is doing this to give the princess back in to deal with you? Jin Nanxiang turned to look at her and said, older brother has always been magnanimous. He wouldn't target me over something like this. Jiang Jinhua frowned. I still feel that something isn't right. We should still be a little careful. Jin Nanxiang nodded in response. I'll listen to you. Gu Yuni, dressed in her bridal attire, glanced at Jiang Jinhua and him. A moment later, she pulled Chen Lingyu to a corner and whispered, look how much trouble sister Yiji went through to come here, only to be treated coldly by Princess Jean. That's right, Princess Jean is truly too arrogant. Gu Yuni then handed her a small box, in a little while, secretly sprinkle this on her. Later, the insects that chase her will make her lose all face. considerate as venting anger for Sister Iji. Chunling Yu nodded and replied, all right. She furrowed her brows tightly. As she passed by Jiang Jinhua, Chunling Yu pretended to accidentally bump in her heart. Jiang Jinhua asked worriedly, are you all right? Chunling Yu quickly replied, I'm fine. She placed a hand on her shoulder, the corner of her mouth curling into a cold smile. Thank you, Your Highness. In front of Prince Xian's manor, Jiang Jinhua was preparing to board the carriage. The horse suddenly smelled something strange and abruptly lost control, bolting away. Ji Nanxiang quickly pulled Jiang Jinhua into his arms to protect her. He looked at her worriedly and asked, are you hurt? Why did the horse suddenly get spooked and run off? Jiang Jinhua replied in a small, frightened voice, no, I'm fine. Ji Nanxiang frowned and said to her, it's a good thing you reminded me to be careful. Otherwise, I don't know what would have happened. Jiang Jinhua said with a somber face, I think Ms. Zhang is still in the carriage. Besides, I just heard the sound of someone falling. Ji Nanxiang looked at Yi Qing and ordered, Yi Qing, go rescue Ms. Zhang immediately. Yi Qing quickly replied, yes. Jiang Jinhua suddenly noticed some powder on his clothes. She narrowed her eyes. This is hound's tongue pollen. The horse was suddenly spooked because of this. Ji Nanxiang narrowed his eyes. It got on me from rubbing against your clothes. Someone deliberately sprinkled this pollen on you. Jiang Jinhua gripped his hand tightly. It wasn't my imagination. There really is someone constantly working against us. Ji Nanxiang replied angrily, all right, leave this matter to me. I will. Jiang Jinhua quickly grabbed his sleeve. No need. She gave a sharp little smile. Trust me, I can handle this. Being so spoiled by you made me forget how I used to deal with those wicked people. It's not good to let my guard down. Ji Nanxiang stared at her, his mouth agape in astonishment. He suddenly broke into a helpless smile, watching her retreating back intently. I originally wanted to protect you, so that not even a drop of rain or gust of wind could touch you. But I forgot. You're not a delicate flower in a greenhouse. A spirited and powerful gener like this is all the more captivating. The main gate of Prince Xian's manor. Jiang Jinhua gathered everyone and announced loudly, someone deliberately sprinkled hound's tongue pollen on me. She then held up the handkerchief in her hand, causing the horse to be spooked. The carriage went out of control. Come to Prince Jin's manor within 3 days to confess. All will be forgiven. But if you don't, my scent-seeking butterflies will definitely find a person responsible. Chunling Yu, standing in a corner, heard this and panicked. Didn't the princess just say it would attract insects and make her lose face? How did it end up spooking the horse? The back gate of Prince Xian's manor. Chunling Yu looked at the guard and said hurriedly, Big brother, I have something important and need to see the princess. Please trouble yourself to announce me. The guard coldly pushed her hand away. The princess has given orders not to see anyone after the wedding feast. Chunling Yu was stunned and froze. How? How can this be? Inside Prince Xian's manor, the door to the bridal chamber opened, and Jean Nancian slowly walked to the bedside. Guyuni looked at him happily. Husband. Jean Nancian stood before the bed and looked at her coldly, asking. The carriage from Prince Jin's manor went out of control. Did you send someone to do it? Guyuni didn't deny it and smiled. Uni knows your heart's desire. Husband. Uni can help you. She stood up and embraced Jean Nancian. What does Prince Jin's manor matter? As long as I can help you reclaim the position of crown prince, Uni is willing to do anything. Jean Nancian roared in anger. I don't care what shady things you do, but you should not have touched Jiang Jinhua. He angrily grabbed Gu Yuni by the throat and forced her onto the bed. Stop being so self-righteous. You have no idea what I want. Only when Gu Yuni's face turned pale and her breathing became ragged did Jean Nancian let go and coldly turn to leave. Gu Yuni lay on the bed, her whole body trembling. She let out a desolate laugh. The one he wants turns out to be Jiang Jinhua. Her laughter was filled with sorrow and mockery. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Jiang Jinhua. Gu Yuni opened her eyes, her gaze sharp and vicious. You and I cannot live under the same sky. Early the next morning, a loud scream rang out. Zhang Yiji sat at her dressing table, staring at the large scar on her face, completely stunned. How did this happen? How did it become like this? The maid behind her lowered her head and replied in a small voice. The carriage was spooked, and Mrs. Face must have hit something. So? But it's all right. Our princess can heal it. Zhang Yiji frowned deeply, right? There's still Jiang Jinhua. She must have a way. At Prince Jin's manor, Chunling Yu knelt at Jiang Jinhua's feet and fearfully confessed everything. Princess Xan told me to sprinkle the pollen on you. But I only wanted insects to fly to you. I didn't think your carriage would have an accident. This was also because you bullied Miss Zhang, so I couldn't help but retaliate against you. Jiang Jinhua crossed her arms and looked at her coldly. I bullied Zhang Yiji? What did I bully her? You tell me. I let her whole family live in my manor for free. I also didn't forbid her from associating with others. She stood up and walked in front of her, but she felt I was a nuisance in my own home and conspired with others to slander me. Jiang Jinhua lifted Chunling Yu's chin and said coldly, It's been a while since I've shown my hand. Did you all think I was an easy target? Chunling Yu was terrified, her face pale, not daring to believe her eyes. Just then, there was a loud commotion outside. Miss Zhang, the princess, is receiving a guest. Get out of my way. Zhang Yiji burst through the door aggressively. Jiang Jinhua. She ran over, grabbed Jiang Jinhua tightly and screamed, "You have a way to heal my face, don't you? You must be able to. If it weren't for your carriage, my face wouldn't have ended up like this. It's all your fault." Yuling quickly pulled her away. Chunling Yu, kneeling on the floor, looked at Zhang Yiji awkwardly, but it was Princess Xin who tampered with the carriage. Zhang Yiji was stunned and froze, collapsing to the floor in despair. Zhang Yiji tightly gripped Jiang Jinhua's clothes and begged, "Your Highness, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have tried to seduce the prince. I shouldn't have conspired with the princess to slander you, and I especially shouldn't have framed you for pushing me into the water. I beg you, please save my face." Jiang Jinhua grabbed her chin and lifted it. "I can heal your face, but I want you to leave Prince Jin's manor. You are never to have any designs on anyone in this manor again. Otherwise, I have ways to return your face to its original state." She then took a box of ointment from her sleeve for her. "I will have someone deliver the ointment to you. Now go pack your belongings." After Zhang Yiji dejectedly left, Yuling looked at Jiang Jinhua and asked, "Your Highness, why didn't you sell the ointment to her at high price?" Jiang Jinhua's face went blank. "I forgot." She repeatedly banged her head against the wall. What a huge loss. Chunling Yu's eyes lit up. Princess Jean is truly amazing. Zhang Camho aside, forget it. Prime Minister Zhang is upright and honest. She certainly doesn't have much money either. I just can't figure out why Princess Xin is always targeting me. Tran Lin Nok looked at her and said, "Prince Xin and Prince Jean are competing for the throne. Isn't it normal for her to target you?" Zhang Camhoa was stunned. But aren't they both uninterested in the throne? At the Xin residence, Ko Van Wai looked grimly at Zhang Camhoa and asked, "Princess Jean, what brings you to the Xin residence today?" Zhang Camhoa picked up her teacup and said coolly, "Minister Jean Nan and Miss Zhang have both confessed. Regarding the carriage incident and the palace banquet, doesn't Princess Xin intend to give me an explanation?" Ko Van Wai let out a laugh and looked at her that you're quite straightforward. But Miss Zhang and the princess had a grudge, and Miss Nin stepped in to help her. What does this have to do with me? Zhang Camhoa's brows furrowed tightly. Indeed, there was no evidence to prove it was her. She then placed the teacup on the table and said bluntly, "Princess Xin seems to hold great animosity towards me. If I have done something to offend you, you can just say it directly." Ko Van Wai sneered inwardly. "Offend? What's between you and me is hardly as simple as a mere offense." She stood up and lightly touched Zhang Camhoa's hand. Prince Xin and Prince Jean are at daggers drawn over the crown prince position. If I were to get close to you, wouldn't you be afraid I have some ulterior motive? Zhang Camhoa looked at her in surprise. How can that be? His Highness Prince Xin has no ambition for the throne, and Prince Jean doesn't want to be the crown prince either. Ko Van Wai let out a cold laugh. Ha. Zhang Camhoa looked at her and asked, "Princess Xin, who did you hear such baseless rumors from?" Ko Van Wai closed her eyes and said indifferently, "Princess Jean, if you only came here today to chat, then please show yourself out." Zhang Camhoa quickly pulled her back. "Wait, when you were injured before, I discovered that you have some kind of poison in your body." Ko Van Wai frowned and looked at her, asking, "What do you want?" Zhang Camhoa looked at her coldly. "I suppose Princess Xin doesn't know about this yet. If you can tell me who is sowing discord between Prince Jean and Prince Xin, I can cure your poison." Ko Van Wai looked at her in astonishment. "Are you threatening me?" Zhang Camhoa gave a bright smile and took her hand. "Not bad. So, does the princess want to talk?" Ko Van Wai angrily shook her hand off. "Ridiculous. The royal family of Western Liang has been cursed for generations. All those with royal blood cannot live past the age of 50. What makes you think you can cure my poison?" Zhang Camhoa looked at her with a determined gaze and asked, "You don't even dare to try." She gripped her hand tightly and continued coldly, "Surely the princess doesn't want your future children with Prince Xin to also carry this affliction. If you agree, I will do everything in my power to help you detoxify." Ko Van Wai looked at her, stunned. She let out a sharp breath and finally compromised, pulling a piece of paper from her clothes. "When I first arrived at Ashan, that person sent someone to give me a message. It mentioned you, Prince Xin, and some matters concerning the other princes." Ko Van Wai then placed the paper on the table. Zhang Camhoa picked up the paper from the table. "Thank you. Princess, could you give me a little of your blood? I need to study your poison." Ko Van Wai frowned and said, "Do as you wish." Zhang Camhoa then took out a silver needle and lightly pricked Ko Van Wai's finger to draw a little blood. Ko Van Wai silently watched Zhang Camhoa intently. "If it weren't for this damned, twisted fate between us, you and I might have become friends. What a pity." After leaving the Xin residence, Noyet Lin looked at Zhang Camhoa and asked, "Your Highness, Princess Xin harmed you like that before, and you still want to help her cure her poison?" Zhang Camhoa smiled and said, "Although I hold a grudge, if it can clear an obstacle for the prince, I don't mind. Besides, I'm quite interested in the poison in her body." Suddenly, her eyes closed and she fainted. Noyet Lin worriedly caught her. Miss. Zhang Camhoa lay in the flower garden, her eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her ear, "Camhoa." Zhang Camhoa slowly opened her eyes. "Who's calling me?" The man reached his hand out to her, Camhoa, lying weakly in his arms. Zhang Camhoa asked, "Who are you?" The masked man smiled gently at her. You must remember me. John Kim-ho looked at him and asked, Who on earth are you? The corners of the man's lips curved into a gentle smile. He leaned down and whispered in her ear, Remember, I am. A moment later, John Kim-hoa suddenly woke from the dream. Was it a dream? She propped her head up and sat up. Why did that person in my dream feel so familiar, as if I've met him somewhere before? Just then, Noyet Lin walked in and looked at her joyfully. You were in a coma for a day and a night. The princess is finally awake. John Kim-hoa asked, What happened to me? Van Tien-tan looked at her worriedly and asked back, What did you do the other day? Why did you vomit blood and fall into a coma? John Kim-hoa shook her head and replied, I don't know. I just want to see Princess Xin to get some blood. That's all. I haven't eaten or drunk anything. Van Tien-tan looked at her and said, But while you were in a coma, the pulse of the cold poison in your body changed. John Kim-hoa's eyes glazed over. Van Tien-tan looked at the small vial of blood on the table and continued, I heard that the princess of Western Liang has been poisoned since childhood, plagued by a chronic illness. He picked up the vial of blood from the table. It must be because of her blood. I suspect the poison in her body counteracts the cold poison in yours. You should rest. I'll take this back to examine it. Within a week, I will find the source of this poison. John Kim-hoa was lost in thought, then suddenly started coughing violently. Noyet Lin worriedly supported her. Princess, please rest. Let this servant go to the physician to get some medicine. John Kim-hoa lay back down on the bed to rest. My body has long been immune to all poisons. What kind of poison did the Western Liang royal family contract that could even cause my cold poison to change? Just then, Noyet Lin ran back in a panic. Princess, there are many officers and soldiers outside. They say. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. A group of soldiers barged in aggressively and shouted, Princess Jean of the Jiang clan is suspected of poisoning Princess Xin and the sister of Prime Minister Zhang. Please come with us. John Kim-hoa sat up in shock. What? In the courtroom, Noyet Lin supported John Kim-hoa as she stood in the middle of the hall. She frowned and said, Your Excellency, my princess has just woken up from being poisoned and still needs to recuperate. Is there something so important that it can't be asked later, presiding judge? Deng Sam ignored Noyet Lin's words. He looked at John Kim-hoa and asked, May I ask, did Princess Jean meet with Princess Xin yesterday? John Kim-hoa nodded in reply, yes. A vial of medicine was brought forward. Deng Sam looked at her and continued to ask, For what purpose did Princess Jean meet with Princess Xin? John Kim-hoa answered truthfully, I took Princess Xion's pulse, and I also took a little of her blood to study. Deng Sam picked up a medicine vial, this item. He slammed it on the table and asked, Does Princess Jean remember this? John Kim-hoa frowned and said, When Truong Gi-chi left the residence with her family a few days ago, I gave her an ointment. Deng Sam picked up his brush, preparing to write a report, and then ordered his subordinate, take Princess Jean away. Find a clean room and lock her up. The subordinate quickly replied yes. Noyet Lin quickly stood in front of John Kim-hoa and shouted, What are you doing? If you're going to arrest someone, you have to give an explanation. Deng Sam stood up and glanced coldly at the two of them. An explanation? Princess Xin has been poisoned and is in a coma, and Truong Gi-chi is dead. John Kim-hoa and Noyet Lin were so shocked they froze. John Kim-hoa gripped Noyet Lin's hand and said quietly, Noyet Lin, something is strange. You must find the prince first. Noyet Lin nodded and said, Princess, please take care. Elsewhere in the main hall, Kin Nam Kwang's brows were tightly furrowed. Cam Ni has been poisoned. I don't know if Van Tien Tan can cure it. He clenched the small piece of paper in his hand, and there's this. He recalled when Van Tien Tan had given him this paper and instructed, Leave the princess's poison to me to cure. The official investigation is up to you. Don't waste the clue she worked so hard to find. Returning to the present, Kin Nam Kwang thought silently, Eighth brother, did you think I wouldn't recognize your handwriting just because you use your left hand? You underestimate me too much. A high-ranking minister stepped forward and reported to the emperor, Your Majesty, the heavy rains in western Shu are unceasing. Food is scarce. The floods have also triggered a plague, and countless commoners have died. I implore Your Majesty to reduce taxes and help the people overcome this natural disaster. The emperor looked at everyone below and said, This matter cannot be delayed. We need an official to go to Western Shu to supervise. Are there any volunteers? This is an opportunity, but I have no one skilled in medicine under my command. Kin Nam Non lowered his head and let out a cold smile. He raised his head to look at the emperor and reported, Father Emperor, your son feels that eldest brother, Prince Xin, is very suitable for the task. Eldest brother has a compassionate heart and pities the common people. He certainly won't embezzle a single tael of silver from the relief funds and will surely do his utmost to help the people of Western Shu. Kin Nam Kwang quickly spoke up in opposition. Eldest brother's body is weak and cannot withstand the fatigue of a long journey. Moreover, the plague is widespread. What if he gets infected? Kin Nam Non asked sarcastically. Isn't sixth brother afraid that eldest brother will gain merit merit and overshadow you. So you're deliberately trying to suppress him? The emperor's face darkened. Kin Nam Kwang narrowed his eyes and looked at him angrily. "Oh, this is how you usually sow discord between me and eldest brother." Kin Nam Non looked at him, feigning innocence. What is sixth brother talking about? Kin Nam Kwang took the small paper from his clothes, looked at the emperor, and reported, "Father Emperor, I have evidence that eighth brother has a wicked heart and has been secretly sowing discord between me and Prince Exian. Prince Exian and I have always been respectful brothers. If not for someone instigating things, we would not be in conflict." Eunuch went up and whispered something in the emperor's ear. The emperor frowned and looked at Kin Nam Kwang. "You say you and Prince Exian are not in conflict. So why did your princess poison Princess Exian and Chuangyi Chi?" Kin Nam Kwang was stunned, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Kin Nam Kwang anxiously pleaded with the emperor, "There is something strange about this matter. I beg Father Emperor to investigate thoroughly." The memorial was thrown forcefully at him. The emperor roared in anger. "The Dali Temple has interrogated her. How else do you want to investigate?" John Cam Hoa plotted against Princess Exian, damaging the friendly relations between Great Tang and Western Leon. Strip her of her title as Princess Jean and imprison her in the imperial prison to await sentencing. After speaking, he left in a rage. Kin Nam Kwang's face darkened. "No, I will absolutely not accept a verdict like this." Van Ton, from behind, looked at Kin Nam Hien and asked, "His Highness likes John Cam Hoa so much, why not save her?" Kin Nam Hien gave a sinister smile. "It's not time yet. Only when she has completely left Kin Nam Kwang will I have the chance to make my move, and only then can I keep her." Dali Temple. Kin Nam Kwang stormed in, holding the memorial angrily. "Zung Shum." He slammed the case file on the table and questioned furiously. "In your case file, you're not even clear about the time Princess Exian and Chuangyi Chi were poisoned. You don't even know what poison was used. You're convicting Princess Jean based on a single medicine bottle that anyone could have held. Don't you think you're being too careless?" Dung Sam calmly put down the writing brush in his hand and slowly stood up. "Your Highness Prince Jean, do you still not understand? The Emperor is troubled by the plague situation in the southwest." He picked up the case file from the table and continued calmly. "And Western Liang is using Princess Exian's coma to pressure the Emperor. The Emperor has no intention of investigating this matter thoroughly, but wants to close the case quickly." Dung Sam gave a cold smile and placed the case file on Kin Nam Kwang's chest. On one side is the daughter of the former Prime Minister. On the other is the sister of the current Prime Minister and a neighboring princess. Who is less important and who is more? Does your Highness still not understand? Your Highness need not try anymore. Jean Cam Hoa cannot be saved. Kin Nam Kwang's face darkened. "She's not important, so she's being used as a sacrificial pawn? I will make her important. So important that Great Tang cannot be without her. Farewell." After speaking, he turned and left. Kin Nam Kwang narrowed his eyes. Kamni's crime is being compounded, leaving her no way out. Right now, the only way to save her is. The next day, in the Grand Hall, the Emperor looked at the officials below and asked, "Who will lead the response to the Southwest Plague? Who does the Ministry of Personnel wish to select?" Kin Nam Hien looked at the Emperor and reported, "Father Emperor, although your son is untalented, I am willing to go to the Southwest to share your burdens." The officials hurriedly spoke up to stop him. "Impossible." At this moment, Kin Nam Kwang also spoke up. "Father Emperor, please allow your son to go. The refugees in the Southwest may have formed bands of bandits. Prince Exian has no experience leading troops. Sending him to pacify them might only worsen the chaos. The place is a miasmic jungle, and the plague is dangerous. Prince Exian has a weak constitution and no countermeasures. He's not the best candidate to go to the Southwest." The Emperor frowned, looked at him, and asked, "Oh, then do you have a plan to quell the plague in the Southwest?" Kin Nam Kwang raised his head and replied, "Your son spent all night reviewing the medical cases from the Southwest. The infected person's skin becomes necrotic, with symptoms of swelling and poison blood. This is anthrax. This disease, only a disciple of the saint of medicine can cure. Father Emperor, release John Cam Hoa, and I will go to the Southwest." A few days ago, late at night in the study, Van Ton looked at Kin Nam Hien and reported urgently, "Your Highness, the princess's secret move this time could frame Princess Jean. Shouldn't we stop her?" Kin Nam Kwang opened a book and said indifferently, "No need. I have already arranged for a woman with a similar build to Princess Jean. When the time is right, we'll switch them. From then on, Princess Jean will be dead." He flipped a page in his hand, his voice filled with coldness. "And in this world, there will only be an unmarried Miss John." In the court, Kin Nam Kwang looked at the Emperor and reported, "Father Emperor, release John Cam Hoa, and your son will go to the Southwest." Kin Nam Hien narrowed his eyes and glanced at him. If he is allowed to take John Cam Hoa away, wouldn't my plan be completely ruined? He quickly looked at the Emperor and reported, "Father Emperor, the grain has been delivered, and there has been no news of the refugees rebelling. Pacifying the people and governing the country is something your son has always been skilled at. Father Emperor, please let your son go to the Southwest." Kin Nam Kwang's brows furrowed tightly. "Elder brother, do you really want to push Cammy to her death?" He clenched his fist to the side. replied. If this method doesn't work, then I'll have no choice but to storm the execution ground. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard from outside. A general rushed in, looked at the emperor, and reported, "Your Majesty, the refugees in the southwest are rioting." Kin Nam Kwang angrily grabbed him by the collar. Weren't orders given to deliver the grain? Why are they still rioting? The man stammered in fear. The Southwest has not received any supplies. They have been starving for over a month. Kin Nam Kwang's face darkened with rage. These vermin who dare to pocket the relief funds. The emperor angrily gave the order. Prince Jean will take the provisions and go first to suppress the refugee rebellion. John Kam Hoa and the medical team will follow. Kin Nam Kwang quickly replied, "As you command." A moment later, a loud cry was heard. Court is dismissed. Kin Nam Hien whispered instructions to the eunuch beside him. The plan has changed. Go to the imperial prison quickly. The eunuch quickly replied, "Yes." Late at night, the imperial prison. John Kam Hoa sat in the prison cell, silently thinking and analyzing everything. The Dali Temple's investigation was clearly too sloppy. It was as if they wanted to close the case quickly. Who are they trying to give an explanation to? The Western Liang Kingdom? Like me, Princess Xian's blood contains poison. It might be the poison that makes one immune to all others. If Vanton can thoroughly study her blood, he might be able to prove she's faking her illness. At this moment, that eunuch suddenly appeared. He looked at John Kam Hoa and called out softly, "Princess, Princess, Princess, the prince sent me to save you. The emperor is under pressure from Western Liang, so he has ordered your execution. The executioner will be here shortly." He then took a small bottle from his sleeve. "This is a feign death drug. After the princess dies, the prince will come and rescue you. Princess, drink it quickly. They're coming soon." John Kam Hoa took the small bottle. The eunuch looked at her and urged her impatiently. "Quickly." John Kam Hoa frowned, looking at the bottle in her hand. "Something feels wrong, but what is it?" She put the bottle away and said coolly, "You are not one of Nam Kwang's men. He would not let me die with my name uncleared, but would save me openly and honorably. Who is your master? Why did you come to deceive me?" The eunuch was stunned. Suddenly, he gave a cold smile. The princess is indeed very smart. He grabbed John Kam Hoa's wrist, took back the bottle, opened the cap, and tried to force her to drink the medicine. But being too smart is not a good thing. John Kam Hoa clenched her teeth tightly. MMPH. John Kam Hoa turned her head away, clenching her teeth and refusing to drink the medicine. Help me." The eunuch narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "The guards are all outside drinking. Princess, save your energy." John Kam Hoa tightly grabbed his wrist to stop him. This can't go on. Suddenly, she saw the bracelet on her wrist. "That's right, I still have this." She pulled her hand back and activated the mechanism on. The bracelet. The eunuch's eyes widened, and he clutched his eyes, screaming in pain. My face." He gripped the iron bars, looked at John Kam Hoa angrily, and roared, "What did you do to me? I'm going to kill you." The eunuch's face broke out in ferocious red rashes. Just then, a cold voice rang out. "Who do you want to kill?" He then kicked the eunuch hard. John Kam Hoa looked in shock at the man who had just arrived. Kin Nam Kwang angrily punched the eunuch hard in the face again. He furiously vented his anger, beating the eunuch to a pulp. John Kam Hoa quickly grabbed his sleeve to stop him. Nam Kwang, I'm fine. Calm down. We need him alive." Kin Nam Kwang glanced at her. "Gum Nhi." A clanking sound was heard as the prison cell lock opened. Kin Nam Kwang, worried and anxious, pulled John Kam Hoa into a tight embrace. "Gum Nhi." He apologized to her, full of self-blame. "I'm sorry. I'm late. I'm sorry." John Kam Hoa was stunned. She was moved to the verge of tears. "It's good that you're here, but the hidden weapon you gave me is broken." Kin Nam Kwang said gently, "As long as you're okay, that's all that matters." "Can a hidden weapon be bought back?" John Kam Hoa murmured in fear. "Nam Kwang, I was scared." Kin Nam Kwang quickly reassured her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." John Kam Hoa suddenly remembered and looked at him to ask, "Right, that young eunuch." Kin Nam Kwang glanced at Datan behind him. Datan quickly stepped forward and reported, "He committed suicide by taking poison. We don't know whose death soldier he was. This is his medicine bottle." John Kam Hoa took the bottle and sniffed it. It was indeed the feign death drug he mentioned. But who would poison me, yet not want me dead? Kin Nam Kwang took her wrist. "Don't think about it. We'll talk after we get out." After speaking, he picked her up and carried her out. Outside, several Dali Temple soldiers saw this and quickly stopped him. "Prince Jean, this is against the rules." The emperor said the imperial prisoner Zhang must go with. The medical team. Kin Nam Kwang narrowed his eyes, his gaze full of mockery and coldness. "Rules? She was almost murdered just now. Where were you? This kind of dog's hit rule. This prince will not obey." He held John Kam Hoa and leaped onto a horse. Late at night, in the military camp, Kin Nam Kwang carried John Kam Hoa into a tent. John Kam Hoa, lying in his arms, asked, "Husband, what happened?" Kin Nam Kwang smiled and looked at her, saying, "This is the military camp. I'm taking you to the southwest to quell the plague and rebellion." He lifted Jong Kam Hoa up and set her down on a chair. Cammy suffered in prison and must now endure a long and tiring journey. Jong Kam Hoa smiled and caressed his cheek comfortingly. The political winds are shifting. It's already remarkable that my husband was able to get me out. I'm just afraid that by saving me, you'll be drawn into the prince's struggle. Kin Nam Kwang's face darkened, his voice deepening. Then let's fight. Jong Kam Hoa looked at him, stunned and surprised. Kin Nam Kwang looked straight into her eyes and said with determination, I was patient before, but it only led to you being in danger again and again. I don't want to let you face any more danger. It's just a struggle for imperial power. I want them to know that I, Kin Nam Kwang, am not afraid of anyone. Jong Kam Hoa smiled and nodded at him. All right, I'll follow whatever you want to do. Kin Nam Kwang reached out and gently caressed her cheek. The two of them held each other tightly for a long time. A moment later, a tub of steaming bathwater was ready. Kin Nam Kwang stood outside and said with a smile, if anything happens, just call out. I'll be standing guard outside. Jong Kam Hoa took off her outer clothes. Then, she silently looked at the iron shackles on her feet. From behind the screen, Kin Nam Kwang asked, Kamni, do you need any help? Embarrassed, Jong Kam Hoa quickly said, no need, don't come in. It can only be like this. She walked to the large bathtub and struggled to climb in. The iron shackle on her foot got caught on the tub, and Jong Kam Hoa tumbled into the bathtub. Worried, Kin Nam Kwang rushed inside. What's wrong? Embarrassed, Jong Kam Hoa quickly cried out. You close your eyes quickly. Kin Nam Kwang picked up a washcloth and gently scrubbed her back. We've been married for so long. Is Cam Ni still shy? He took a thin cloth to blindfold himself and said with a smile, is there any part of you that I haven't seen? Jong Kam Hoa sat in the bathtub with her eyes closed, silent. Kin Nam Kwang leaned close to her ear and whispered, is there anywhere else you need my help, Your Highness the Princess Consort? Embarrassed, Jong Kam Hoa quickly pushed him out. I can do the rest myself. You should get out now. Kin Nam Kwang chuckled, removed the blindfold, and walked out, casting me aside right after you're done with me. How heartless. I'll have someone come break the shackles tomorrow. For tonight, you can rest here. Jong Kam Hoa shrank back in the tub, her cheeks flushed bright red. His touch was like an electric current. Every place he touched tingled, making me fight an internal battle. Yet I couldn't resist, wanting to be touched even more. Truly a beauty that brings disaster. You were the one who touched me first, so don't blame me. A moment later, she stepped out of the bathtub and went outside. Inside the barracks tent, Kin Nam Kwang sat alone at his desk, his hand on his forehead, thinking silently. Still very shaken, Kin Nam Kwang picked up a book and opened it to read. I must calm my mind and erase these desires. The princess consort's body is still weak. I cannot act recklessly. But in his mind, the image kept appearing, of her glistening body from just now. Kin Nam Kwang held the book over his head, thinking helplessly. Erase what? The more I try not to think about it, the more I do. So, just then, the inner tent flap was lifted and a soft hand reached out from behind. Jong Kam Hoa suddenly rushed forward and hugged Kin Nam Kwang tightly from behind. Husband, I finished my bath. Kin Nam Kwang stared at her, stunned and surprised. Why did you run out here? Jong Kam Hoa smiled and said, I don't have a little guard by my side, so I could only come find him myself. Kin Nam Kwang's cheeks flushed as he frowned at her, fooling around. What if someone saw you? Jong Kam Hoa chuckled and threw her arms around him. Then you'll have to hide me. She pushed him to the ground and sat on top of him. Kin Nam Kwang said awkwardly, you've just recovered from a serious illness, and you also suffered in the imperial prison. Your body isn't ready. Jong Kam Hoa's cheeks flushed red as she looked at him angrily. You were the one who teased me first. Embarrassed, Kin Nam Kwang avoided her gaze. There are military orders in the army. We can't. Jong Kam Hoa smiled, looking at the large hand resting on her shoulder. She took his hand and brought it to her mouth. Then you can punish me. After saying that, she stuck out her tongue and licked the tip of his finger. Kin Nam Kwang's eyes constricted, his cheeks flushing red. Jong Kam Hoa licked his finger, looking at him provocatively. Punish me. Kin Nam Kwang's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Kin Nam Kwang's face darkened. Even if you regret it, I won't stop. He quickly lunged forward and lifted her up. Kin Nam Kwang knelt on the bed, pressing down on Jong Kam Hoa. We've come this far. Even if you change your mind, I won't stop. Jong Kam Hoa lay on the bed, her small face flushing red. Kin Nam Kwang leaned down and placed a deep kiss on her lips. Stunned, Jong Kam Hoa's eyes widened. Then she slowly closed them and returned his kiss. I know this isn't the best time. Both of us are in a bad state, but the grievances in my heart and the pain in my body, it's as if only through this fiery act of touching. Her hand gripped the bedsheet tightly. Could I be comforted? And all my fear and insecurity, he knew, and he always reassured me. Jong Kam Hoa wrapped her slender leg around Kin Nam Kwang's hip when suddenly the iron shackle on her foot clanked. Kin Nam Kwang and Jong Kam Hoa were startled and looked down, embarrassed. Jong Kam Hoa's brow furrowed slightly. It's no good. I forgot about my feet. Kin Nam Kwang's face darkened slightly. He looked at her gently for a long moment, then stood up and straightened his clothes. Jong Kam Hoa sat up and looked at him in surprise. Is he angry? She quickly reached out to hold him back. Surprised, Kin Nam Kwang turned his head to look at her. He suddenly broke into a smile. Nam Kwang took her hand and gently kissed it. Jong Kam Hoa frowned at him. I didn't. Nam Kwang smiled and pushed her down onto the bed again. You are truly testing my patience. Seeing the bulge between Nam Kwang's legs, Jong Kam Hoa's small face flushed bright red. Nam Kwang lay down beside her and held her tightly in his arms. You've discovered it, so can you lie still and not move? Embarrassed, Jong Kam Hoa let out a soft mem. Nam Kwang chuckled and gently kissed her forehead. You must remember this time. I will collect that interest. Go to sleep. After saying that, he lay down, held her, and went to sleep. Early the next morning, the chief eunuch, Eunuch Lee, led 2 soldiers to the barracks. Is Prince Jean here? Nam Kwang lifted the curtain and stepped out. Why has Eunuch Lee come to the military camp? Eunuch Lee said arrogantly, His Majesty is worried about the plague situation in the southwest, so he sent this humble servant to lend your highness a hand. Nam Kwang narrowed his eyes at him. Is my imperial father blaming me for overstepping my bounds, sending someone to monitor me? He gave Eunuch Lee a perfunctory smile and said, Since Eunuch Lee is here, then remove the shackles from my princess consort's feet. It's very inconvenient for her to walk around with that thing. Eunuch Lee angrily scolded. What princess consort? She is nothing but a criminal right now, and she dreams of having her shackles removed? Men, escort the criminal Jong Kam Hoa to the prisoner cart. The 2 subordinates behind him quickly replied, Yes. With a swish, a sharp sword blade swung up. Nam Kwang pointed his sword at him and roared angrily. Who dares? Eunuch Lee laughed coldly and pushed the sword away with his finger. What's this? Does Prince Jean want to kill an imperial envoy? This is treason. Your highness should think carefully. Nam Kwang narrowed his eyes in anger. He used the hilt of his sword to strike Eunuch Lee hard across the face. The 2 subordinates behind him were knocked to the ground. Eunuch Lee angrily pointed at Nam Kwang and yelled, You dare strike an imperial envoy. I must report this to His Majesty. Nam Kwang narrowed his eyes and gave a cold command. Datan, take Eunuch Lee back to the carriage. Don't let him out until we reach the southwest. The soldiers are full of vigor. It might not be good for them to meet the imperial envoy. Datan suddenly appeared behind Eunuch Lee and quickly replied, Yes. A moment later, the tent flap was lifted. Nam Kwang walked in and silently looked at Jong Kam Hoa sitting on the bed. Seeing the iron shackle on her foot, he swung his sword and cut it in 2. Nam Kwang walked over and held her in his arms to comfort her. You've been wrong. After we return victorious, I will not spare them. Jong Kam Hoa's eyes were filled with sorrow. People are fair weather friends. Now that the emperor is suppressing you, they praise the powerful and trample the weak. The plague in the southwest is more important. Let's set off. Nam Kwang's hand, holding Jong Kam Hoa, trembled slightly. Aversion, suspicion, suppression, framing, I've tolerated them. But they just take a mile when given an inch. Fine, this throne, this prince no longer wants it. The convoy of horses set off quickly on the road under the pouring rain. Inside the carriage, Jong Kam Hoa looked worriedly at Nam Kwang. The southwest is ravaged by a plague, and there are also bandits. I should have brought Van Tien Tan with us. Nam Kwang looked at her and said, I have sent a Trach to stay with Van Tien Tan, to wait for him to figure out Ko Van Y's blood, and then bring him here. Jong Kam Hoa sighed. I don't know how far his research has progressed. In Prince Jin's manner, a loud roar was heard. Hurry up. Van Tien Tan jumped and quickly replied, I know. The Trach stood behind him, looking at him with an impatient and angry expression. He roared angrily in his heart. Why does the Tan get to go out with a young lady? Well, I have to stay here and watch this brat. I want to go out with a young lady too. Meanwhile, the rain was getting heavier. Your Highness, it's getting late. Perhaps we should continue tomorrow. Nam Kwang, sitting in the carriage, gave a cold command. We'll stay in this village tonight. The carriage stopped. Nam Kwang walked to a small house and gently knocked on the door. Seeing an elderly man open the door, he asked in a low voice, Old uncle, we are heading to the southwest. Could we lodge at your house tonight? The old man nodded in agreement. Yes. Please come in. A moment later, 2 plates of green vegetables were brought to the table. The hospitality is not much. I hope the distinguished guests don't mind. Eunuch Lee, sitting at the table, angrily shouted, What is this garbage? You dare serve this to us? He angrily knocked the bowl of soup onto the old man. I think you're tired of living, trying to deceive us. The old man fell to the ground and explained in a low voice, This is the last bit of food in my house. There's really nothing left. The back of the old man's hand turned red from the burn. Suddenly, a strong hand grabbed Lee's. Eunuch's wrist. Nam Kwang looked at him and sneered. This prince has some snacks on the carriage. I'll have someone bring them over for Eunuch Lee to eat later. Datan, escort Eunuch Lee back to the carriage to rest. Datan quickly replied yes, then dragged Eunuch Lee unceremoniously outside. The old man, terrified, covered his head and prostrated on the ground. Don't hit me. It's true. There's nothing left. Don't hit an old man. Suddenly, a handkerchief was offered. Old uncle, don't be afraid. John Kam-hoa quickly helped the old man up and asked, "Tell me, what exactly happened here?" The old man silently recounted everything. "It has been raining heavily in Taetuk for a month, and the dams have collapsed. The flood submerged this entire place. There's no harvest this year, and the bandits have stolen all the food. Everyone in the village who could run has already run. Only we are left." Kim Nam-kwang looked at the old man and asked, "Weren't relief supplies distributed before?" The old man shook his head and replied, No, some time ago. The prefect even came to our homes to collect money, saying the government had no money and we had to pay to repair the dams." Kim Nam-kwang's face darkened with anger. "These boils of the court, I must deal with them soon." Outside, it rained and thundered. Inside the room, a small lamp was lit. John Kam-hoa sat up, rubbed her face, and called softly, "Husband." Kim Nam-kwang stood by the window, looking outside with a slight frown. "The rain is so heavy." John Kam-hoa put on her shoes, got off the bed, and walked to his side. "The floods are endless, and the common people suffer. Who knows when this rain will stop?" She gently hugged him. "The world is full of corrupt officials. It's not that you haven't tried your best. It's that some people want to take advantage of the chaos for illicit gains. This is not your fault. We will find the corrupt officials together and bring justice to the common people. Don't blame yourself anymore." Kim Nam-kwang turned and hugged her, replying softly, "All right, we'll do it together." The next day, the old man opened the door to the room and saw 3 large gold ingots on the bed. The old man shouted excitedly, "Old woman, look at the bed. A benefactor. We've met a benefactor." The carriage traveled along the trail, and seeing the carriage wheels sink, the bandits hiding on the side whispered, "Big brother, there are quite a few of them. It won't be easy to fight." The greedy leader said, "We still have to fight. Look at that carriage. It seems to have a lot of good things. Tell the brothers to charge on my signal." They then threw a firecracker towards the horses. The horse Datan was riding heard the firecracker, got scared, and lost control. Datan shouted vigilantly, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The bandit stood up and yelled, "Brothers, kill all the men and take all the women and goods." Kim Nam-kwang, holding a sword, lifted the curtain from inside the carriage with a cold expression, courting death. He then jumped down, drew his sword, and looked at the bandits with a sharp gaze. Kim Nam-kwang swung his sword, blocking the bandits' attack. Jiang Kam-hoa lifted the carriage curtain to observe the situation outside. "We're almost at the main city of Taetuk. Why are there still so many bandits? This doesn't make sense." Looking at the axes and hoes in the bandits' hands, Jiang Kam-hoa was stunned. "Farm tools. They're using farm tools." She looked at Kim Nam-kwang and quickly shouted, "Don't be too harsh. They are commoners who have been forced to become bandits." The leader let out a cold laugh. "Haha, you don't dare to strike, do you?" Kim Nam-kwang frowned, his movements defensive as he blocked the relentless attacks. Datan looked at him worriedly. "His Highness is being held back and can't fight. I have to help him." At that moment, Eunuch Lai desperately clung to his leg. "Ah, it's very dangerous. You have to protect me." Datan shouted angrily, "You're a nuisance. Let go of me." Eunuch Lai angrily threatened him. "If you dare to go, I'll report you to the Emperor when we get back." Jiang Kam-hoa's brows furrowed tightly. Datan's leg is caught. He can't get down to help. She turned and ran quickly to the supply cart. "Noyet Lin, let's go to the supply cart." Noyet Lin quickly replied, "Yes." Kim Nam-kwang quickly dodged to the side to avoid an attack. He frowned deeply and lightly touched a small cut on his face. "Not being able to fight with my full strength is really putting me on the back foot. I have to find a way to break this stalemate." A faint fragrance wafted through the air. Kim Nam-kwang was startled. This scent, when the bandits smelled this fragrance, their bodies stiffened. A large pot of congee was boiling vigorously. Jiang Kam-hoa held up a bowl of congee and looked at the bandits, saying seriously, "Put down your blades, come over and have some congee. Will you put them down or not?" The leader was stunned and quickly shouted, Don't believe their tricks. If we're caught, we'll surely die. Listen to me, after we rob them, we won't just have congee. We'll have meat too." The farmers ignored him, dropped their weapons, and surrendered, crying, "I'm not a bandit. I'm a good citizen. I just want to have a full stomach." Kim Nam-kwang smiled as he watched Jiang Kam-hoa distributing congee to the people. "Collect the weapons, no killing, line up to get congee. She is so smart that I just want to hide her away, so that no one else can see her." He glanced at Datan and ordered, "You have these men protect the princess consort. Don't let anyone try to fish in troubled waters and launch a sneak attack. As for that eunuch Lai, that's right, fleeing in the face of battle. Have him confined to his room from now on. He is not allowed to go out." A cold smile touched the corner of his lips. After all, it's very dangerous outside, isn't it? In Taetuk City, the convoy of carriages entered the city. Jiang Kam-hoa jumped down from the carriage. She was stunned and looked around in astonishment. What has the main city become? Jiang Kam-hoa and Kim Nam-kwang stared in shock at the large puddles of water on the ground and the cracked and dilapidated walls of the people's houses. Kim Nam-kwang looked at a villager and asked, "The dam has broken and floodwaters have poured in here. Why didn't the prefect have someone repair it?" The woman recounted tearfully and pitifully. "The prefect said the court didn't allocate funds. He wants us to collect enough funds. Only then will he send people to repair it." Kim Nam-kwang was so angry he gritted his teeth. This damn scoundrel. Jiang Kam Hoa reached out and gently patted the back of his hand to comfort him. Then in which direction is that prefect's mansion? The woman pointed to the tall mountain in front of them. The prefect was afraid of the flood, so he had his mansion moved up the mountain. Looking at the large, luxurious, and heavily guarded mansion in front of them, the woman looked at Kanam Kwang and Jiang Kam Hoa and quickly advised, there's food stored on the mountain. It's guarded by heavy troops. No one dares to go up. You two should leave quickly too. Jiang Kam Hoa looked grimly at Kanam Kwang. The mountain is easy to defend and hard to attack. Moreover, we don't have many troops. What should we do? Kanam Kwang looked at her reassuringly. Don't worry. I'll pretend to be a hunter and patrol the mountain to see if there's a small path leading up. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard. Two tall men were chasing a man in blue clothes. Stop, don't run. The man in blue clothes saw Jiang Kam Hoa and was surprised. He ran over, knelt on the ground, and cried, clinging to her and begging, Wife, please save me. I'll work hard from now on and won't make you angry anymore. Jiang Kam Hoa jumped, her face darkening. Hey, I don't know you. The man in blue clothes tightly gripped her clothes, crying pitifully, Wife, you can't just abandon me for a pretty boy. I'm your husband. Jiang Kam Hoa shouted angrily, I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Kanam Kwang stood to the side, radiating killing intent as he glared at the man. The two thugs looked at Kanam Kwang and warned him. I advise you to put away your sword. Don't get in our way, or we'll beat you up too. Kanam Kwang gave a cold laugh and looked at him. I don't mind helping you with your work. I'll beat him up first to vent my anger. After saying that, he rushed in and gave the man a beating. Who are you calling wife? I dare you to say it one more time. The man in blue clothes cried and wailed, Wah. The third party is hitting the main consort. Jiang Kam Hoa stood to the side, excitedly watching Kanam Kwang. My husband is so mighty. The two thugs stared blankly at the scene before them. He's hitting him so ruthlessly. Your circle is so messy. Jiang Kam Hoa looked at the thug and asked, what did he do? The thug glanced at the man in blue and said angrily, he lost at gambling. He owes me 50 taels. If he doesn't have the silver, I'll chop off one of his arms. The man, beaten black and blue, sat pitifully on the ground and mumbled. Nonsense, it was clearly only 49 taels and 2 coins. A large gold ingot was thrown over. Jiang Kam Hoa looked at the thug and said, I'll pay his debt. I don't mind the extra few coins. The man looked at her, overjoyed and touched. Wife, you love me the most after all. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Kam Hoa's cold voice shattered his illusion. But you ruined my reputation. So this big brother, take the money and help me beat him up. Just leave him alive. The two thugs happily agreed. Thank you for the reward, miss. We guarantee we'll beat him black and blue. After saying that, the two thugs rushed in and gave the man another beating. The man roared in anger. Jiang Kam Hoa, you heartless woman. Kanam Kwang looked at Jiang Kam Hoa in surprise and asked, he just called you by your name. Do you two know each other? Jiang Kam Hoa frowned and said, whatever it is, we'll talk after the beating is done. In the end, Kanam Kwang looked at Jiang Kam Hoa apologetically and said, the government offices in the city are all damp and messy. Only this is a bit better. Suddenly, a slurping sound was heard and his face darkened. Kanam Kwang looked at Jiang Kam Hoa and continued, let's stay here for now. I've had to Tan watch over Uniqli. You can rest assured. Jiang Kam Hoa smiled and replied, The slurping sound was heard again. Kanam Kwang looked at the man in blue who was sitting nearby, eating noodles, and shouted angrily, if you make that sound again, this prince will sew your mouth shut. He turned his head back to Jiang Kam Hoa and asked, Kamni, why did you save him and even let him into our room? You should have been left to die outside. The man put down his empty noodle bowl on the table. He pointed at Kanam Kwang and then looked at Jiang Kam Hoa and asked, Kamni, who is he? We haven't seen each other for a few years. Since when did you have such a jealous wild man by your side? Kanam Kwang looked at him furiously and roared, who are you calling a wild man? Wasn't the beating you got earlier enough? The man laughed and looked at him. I'm talking about you. So fierce? You're not jealous, are you? Kanam Kwang, having been hit where it hurts, became angry out of embarrassment and looked at him with a cold laugh. Ridiculous. This prince is not jealous of you. Jiang Kam Hoa slapped her forehead helplessly. Senior brother, haven't you had enough of your acting addiction? The man laughed cheerfully at her. Hee hee, little junior sister. Ken Nanchiang was about to roll up his sleeves and give him a beating when he was surprised. Senior brother. Jiang Kam Hoa held his arm and explained, this is my senior brother, Ing Rulon. His medical skills are average, but he's best at putting on an act. I don't know if Master sent him to West Shu to stir up trouble or what. Ing Rulon looked at her with a wronged expression. Master said I ate too much and did too little, so he kicked me off the mountain. I spent all my travel money and got trapped in West City. What are you all doing in West Shu? Ken Nanchiang spoke up. In West Shu, the dam has collapsed and a plague is rampant. My royal father sent this prince to quell the natural disaster. Ing Rulon sneered. What you need to quell is not a natural disaster, but people. Jiang Kam Hoa looked at him and asked, Senior brother, you've been in West Shu for a while. Do you know what kind of person the prefect is? Ing Rilon looked at the two and said, "The interesting thing is, I heard the prefect of West Shu is a benevolent and virtuous man who never took bribes. But a year ago, he suddenly started frantically seizing the people's wealth. He captures beauties from all over, and he doesn't discriminate between men and women." Jiang Kamhoa looked at Kin Nanxiang in surprise. "Husband, is there something strange about this?" Kin Nanxiang nodded at her. "I'll have Yi Qing and I investigate this. You should rest at the inn. I'll be back soon." After saying that, he turned and left. Ing Rilon smiled at Jiang Kamhoa and said, "Junior sister, I bet you definitely won't sit still and will run out." Jiang Kamhoa watched Kin Nanxiang's departing figure, a slight smile playing on her lips. "Nonsense. I came here to quell the plague, not to be locked up." Ing Rilon looked at her and asked, "How will we get out?" Jiang Kamhoa replied excitedly, "Climb out the window." In a small house, Jiang Kamhoa examined an old man and instructed, "I'll write a prescription. Just take it twice a day." The old man lying in bed looked at her gratefully. "Thank you, doctor." After finishing the examination, Jiang Kamhoa stepped outside. Strange. The cases from the southwest sent to the capital said the patient's skin was necrotic, with blisters and poison blood, which is the anthrax plague. But the symptoms in the reported cases are completely different. Ing Rilon also analyzed. The patients are only coughing, with no other symptoms. The floods in the city just caused rashes and colds. Jiang Kamhoa looked at him and said, "If it were anthrax, the terrifying symptoms could only be cured by the medical arts of Sena medicine. Otherwise, one can only wait for death." Ing Rilon nodded at her. "Not only that, but the city would have to be burned and relocated, never to return." Jiang Kamhoa frowned deeply. Who would want to destroy a city and bury its people? Like that. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out. A tall man ran over and bumped into Jiang Kamhoa. Jiang Kamhoa lost her footing and fell to the ground. Ing Rilon looked at her worriedly and asked, "Junior sister, are you all right? Did the fall hurt?" He looked angrily at the tall man. "Are you blind when you walk?" The tall man turned his head. He revealed a lecherous face as he looked at Jiang Kamhoa on the ground. TSK, whose beautiful young lady is this? How did I not know West Shu City had such a temptress? The prefect is currently troubled by the floods, so we must show him our respect. Men, tie them up and take them to the residence. On the mountain, Jiang Kamhoa narrowed her eyes. She took out a packet of some powder from her sleeve. Suddenly, her movement stopped. Jiang Kamhoa gave a profound smile. "The residence on the mountain? I'll go with him for a bit." Seeing that the group had ill intentions, Ing Rilon looked at Jiang Kamhoa and instructed, "In a moment, I'll draw their attention. You run." The corners of Jiang Kamhoa's lips lifted. "Run from what?" "This is a good opportunity. I was just thinking of infiltrating that prefect's residence." The leader shouted an order, "Tie her up for me." The subordinates behind him received the order and moved forward to forcefully pull her to her feet. Seeing the shackle on her foot, a subordinate said in surprise, "Boss, this woman has a shackle on her leg." The leader crossed his arms and chuckled. "Looks like a concubine who ran away from her husband with a servant. Tie her and that adulterous lover up so the prefect can play a stimulating game." Jiang Kamhoa and Ing Rilon's faces darkened. A concubine and her adulterous lover. In front of the prefect's residence, a long line of people was forming. A guard shouted angrily, "What's not to like? The prefect has kindly taken you in as servants. You should be grateful to him." In the crowd, a young girl looked worriedly at her older sister and asked, "Sister, the prefect is several years older than our father. I don't want to be his concubine." The woman beside her quickly tried to persuade her younger sister. "Although the prefect is old, he's still healthy. With our family in crisis, we'll only have food to eat if we follow him." The two sisters quickly knelt and kowtowed in thanks. "Thank you, prefect, for taking us in." "Thank you, prefect." Seeing this, Ing Rilon frowned. "I thought they were captured and brought here, but it turns out they're willing." Jiang Kamhoa sighed and replied, "For the sake of survival, they have no choice." She shook her head and lamented, "This is the negligence of those in power. Let's go. Let's investigate inside the prefect's residence." The two followed the ruffian leader inside. Jiang Kamhoa's hands were tied tightly, and he held one end of the rope, pulling her along. Arriving at a room, the ruffian knocked a few times, his voice full of excitement. "Boss, I brought some fine goods." The man inside, who was leisurely sitting and eating, heard this and spoke up. "Come in, let me have a look." The thug cheerfully brought Jiang Kamhoa and Ing Rilon in and said fawningly, "Boss, look, they're both top quality. Selling them to you for 100 taels of silver is definitely not expensive." The middle-aged man, holding a pill in his hand, sneered at the thug. "The most worthless thing right now is a human life. And you dare to open your mouth and ask me for 100 taels. The ruffian then yanked hard on the rope binding Jiang Kamhoa's hands. "Look at this fresh and succulent face. What's more, she's a runaway concubine. Her adulterous lover has been brought here too, for you to deal with as you please." Looking at Jiang's beautiful and captivating face, Kamhoa, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. 100 taels. "I'll buy them." "Little beauty, let me have a feel." After saying that, he reached out to touch Jiang Kamhoa's cheek. Jiang Kam Hoa turned her face away in disgust and glared angrily at Ing Rulon. Seeing this, Ing Rulon quickly stepped forward and said with a forced smile, "Boss, take a look at me too. Anything a woman has, a man has too." From behind, Jiang Kam Hoa couldn't help but let out a chuckle. The middle-aged man burst out laughing and patted Ing Rulon's face. "Men, take these two beauties for a bath to get them cleaned up." Jiang Kam Hoa smiled happily to herself. "Senior brother, good job." In the bathroom, Jiang Kam Hoa sat silently in the tub, thinking this prefect is indeed obsessed with women. Ignorant and incompetent. What's the deal with the people's previously good evaluation of him? Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and covered her mouth tightly. Jiang Kam Hoa was stunned. Water from the bathtub splashed everywhere. The maid outside heard the noise and asked worriedly, "Miss, did something happen?" In the man's arms, Jiang Kam Hoa replied shyly in a low voice, "It's nothing. I just slipped carelessly." Qin Nanxiang grabbed her shoulders and questioned angrily, "Why does this prince get the feeling that not only are you not scared, but you're actually enjoying this?" Jiang Kam Hoa quickly lowered her head and explained in a low voice, "It was a good opportunity to infiltrate, so I shouldn't waste it." "What about you? Are you done investigating? Why did you come here?" Qin Nanxiang chuckled, then leaned down and whispered in her ear, "This prince came to find his runaway concubine. I wonder if she's had enough fun yet." In a small bathtub, Jiang Kam Hoa's cheeks flushed red. Don't mess around. She looked at Qin Nanxiang and quickly reminded him, official business is more important. Qin Nanxiang looked at her and said, "Right now, the whole city misunderstands this prince, thinking the princess has run off with another man. When I returned to the inn and found you had really climbed the wall and escaped with your senior brother, do you understand how I felt?" Jiang Kam Hoa was stunned as a sense of guilt washed over her. "So much has happened recently. I was sentenced to death and locked in the celestial prison, and he risked everything to save me. In the celestial prison, I was almost taken away by others. It was him who arrived just in time. It turns out he's always been afraid of loss, afraid of losing me." Jiang Kam Hoa intertwined her fingers with Qin Nanxiang's, feeling guilty. "I'm sorry for making you feel insecure." Qin Nanxiang gently kissed her palm. "Then you'll have to compensate me." Jiang Kam Hoa's small face flushed red. "That tickles." Qin Nanxiang smiled at her. "Since you're not answering, I'll take that as a yes." After saying that, he leaned down and kissed her on the lips. Outside, the maid's voice called out, "Miss, are you done with your bath? Do you need this servant to attend to you?" Jiang Kam Hoa jumped and stammered in reply, "I am done." "Just a moment." She shyly urged Qin Nanxiang, "You should go quickly. If our identities are exposed, we won't have another chance to investigate." Qin Nanxiang pressed his lips together tightly as he looked at her. Suddenly, he leaned down and bit her shoulder hard. After biting her, he jumped out of the small tub. Qin Nanxiang sat on the windowsill and looked at her. "You'd better investigate quickly. This prince has already sent a formal visitation card to the prefect. I will bring you back soon." After saying that, he turned and jumped outside. The window closed. Jiang Kam Hoa sat in the tub, puffing her cheeks in anger. "I see a dog? Biting so hard." A while later, the maid led the way and said, "His lordship is waiting for you in the west courtyard." Jiang Kam Hoa, beautifully dressed and made up, looked at her in surprise. This prefect refused to see me all night, giving me no chance to investigate, and now he's summoning me to the west courtyard? Didn't the prince already come to pay a visit? Why isn't the prefect in the front courtyard? A moment later, she entered a room. The man sitting on the chair smiled and waved at her. "Little beauty, come here." Jiang Kam Hoa frowned at him. "You're not prefectly." The man was startled and looked at her warily. "Who are you?" In the prefect's front courtyard, a chubby old man smiled and held up a cup of tea. "Your Highness, please have some tea." Qin Nanxiang looked at him coldly. "What is the meaning of offering this prince tea? Didn't the prefect take advantage of the natural disaster to buy a beautiful girl from the refugees? Bring her out to sing a song." The prefect looked at him in surprise and asked, "What girl? What refugees?" "There are no refugees in West Shu." Qin Nam Quang narrowed his eyes at him. "The floods have broken the dikes of Taituk. Countless people are homeless. Are you unaware of this, Lordly?" The prefect's jaw dropped in astonishment. "This matter?" He roared in anger. "Where's the butler? Get out here now. How dare you hide this from me until now?" Qin Nam Quang stood up abruptly and looked at him, asking, "Where is he? Take me there at once." The prefect said awkwardly, "Here, this way." Qin Nam Quang lowered his head in silent thought. The one who bought Cam Ni was the butler, and the prefect didn't know. This is trouble. The prefect frantically ran behind Qin Nam Quang, pointing the way. "The butler's room is up ahead." Qin Nam Quang ran forward quickly. He opened the door and rushed in anxiously. "Kam Hoa." Jiang Kam Hoa turned her head in surprise. Qin Nam Quang stared blankly at Jiang Kam Hoa as she dealt with the two subordinates. "Are you all right?" Jiang Kam Hoa smiled, released her grip, and replied, "Sorry, I was careless and let Butler Lu escape, but I left a medicinal scent on him. You could track him with hunting dogs." Nam Kwang gave her a strained smile. Cam Ni, to be able to do this much is already quite fierce. A moment later, the prefect sat on a chair and recounted everything. Half a year ago, I felt a discomfort in my chest and had a dry cough. Then I found my right leg had lost all feeling. I took a lot of medicine, but it didn't help. The butler then found a white-haired doctor. After taking his medicine, my right leg started to feel some pain. Jang Kam-hoa looked at him coldly and asked, "So you focused on recuperating and handed all official duties to him?" Nam Kwang glared at him angrily that you're pinning the entire crime of embezzling public funds on the butler while claiming ignorance yourself. I don't believe you. The prefect, terrified and flustered, hurriedly explained, "Look at how simple and rustic my residence is. How does it look like I've embezzled public funds?" Nam Kwang didn't want to hear his excuses and proceeded to check how much silver the butler had hidden in his room if it doesn't match the amount of public funds and the money extorted from the common people. You know the consequences. He narrowed his eyes and shot a warning glance at the prefect. A moment later, the four of them went to the rear courtyard. Nulan leaned close to Jang Kam-hoa's ear and whispered, "I heard the reason peach blossoms are so red is because bodies are buried underneath. Then the tree absorbs the fresh blood. The flowers get redder and redder, turning into demonic peach blossoms that come to claim your life." Jang Kam-hoa sighed and turned away. "Senior brother, you're so boring. You can't scare me with ghost stories." The butler's room. The chests of silver in a room were opened and counted one by 1.1358 taels, 1359 taels. Jiatan looked at Nam Kwang and reported, "Your Highness Prince Can, the inspection is complete. There is no problem with the silver. Where are the people the butler bought?" The prefect looked at him awkwardly and explained, "This subordinate truly did not take any bribes." Nam Kwang frowned at him. Could he really be innocent? Beside him, Jang Kam-hoa reminded Nam Kwang, "The number of people is wrong. I don't see the two sisters who were bought yesterday." Seeing Nam Kwang's murderous gaze land on him, the prefect was terrified and hurriedly explained, "I have been sick for half a year. I was powerless to hide the young ladies. You have to ask the butler about this." Nam Kwang clutched his head and roared in anger. "Ask the butler again. Everything is ask the butler. What's the use of you being the prefect of Taetuk? When I return to the capital, I'll have my father the emperor dismiss you." Jiatan held up the ledger and spoke. The purchases made by the butler match the witnesses who were bought. The evidence and witnesses all prove the prefect is not involved in this. It was the butler pulling strings in the dark. Nam Kwang looked at him angrily and asked, "Have you found the butler yet?" Jiatan jumped in fear and replied, "Not yet." At that moment, a subordinate ran in quickly, reporting. He looked at Nam Kwang and reported urgently, "We've found the butler. He's in a ditch at the foot of the mountain, his body cut in two." Nam Kwang glanced at Jang Kam-hoa. "What do you trust?" Jang Kam-hoa looked at him and shook her head. "The butler and prefectly, I don't trust either of them." Nam Kwang smiled at her. "Coincidentally, this prince feels the same way." He let out a cold laugh that in that case, we continue the investigation. In a certain forest, a man's corpse was covered with a white cloth. Two hunting dogs circled him, sniffing. The corpse was cut in half. That subordinate explained the situation to Nam Kwang's group. The butler was killed by someone with a long sword in a single strike that severed his head. The weapon was about half a chi wide. Jang Kam-hoa's face was grim as she thought. Half a chi wide. That's about 15 centimeters. This kind of weapon. She suddenly remembered something. Jang Kam-hoa pulled a long saber from one of the prefect's officers and held it up for Nam Kwang to see. "Look, doesn't it resemble the sabers of the official guards?" Nam Kwang took the saber and asked with a frown, "How many sabers like this do you have? Find out if anyone has lost their saber." Prefect Lee, terrified, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his face. The disaster situation in Taetuk is severe. Many people have pawned their official uniforms and sabers. It's fundamentally impossible to trace. Nam Kwang's eyes turned cold as he glared at him angrily, daring to pawn even official uniforms and sabers. "Lord Lee, you have neglected your duties and let Taetuk fall into this state. All functional government offices have been destroyed. You truly deserve to die 10,000 deaths." Prefect Lee fell to his knees in fear. This subordinate only just learned of this. Jang Kam-hoa knelt down and observed the corpse. "Wait, look here. The butler has some hemp fibers in his hand, and there are ligature marks on the wound." She held up the hemp fibers for Nam Kwang to see. The butler was likely strangled to death, and then his body was cut. Nam Kwang looked at her and asked, "Why do something so redundant?" Jang Kam-hoa analyzed it for him again. The sword wound is to hide the strangulation marks. The killer must be someone the butler knew, so he let his guard down, allowing the killer to strangle him. Furthermore, there's a disparity in strength between the killer and the butler. If they fought with sabers, the killer wouldn't have been able to defeat the butler. Nam Kwang angrily gave an order, "I want a number of able-bodied men, under the pretext of repairing the dikes, to pay attention to those who are skilled with sabers but are physically weak. Once discovered, report to me immediately." The prefect's residence. Prefect Lee, trembling all over, staggered inside. I'll look at his legs. John Kam-hoa spoke up. Lord Lee, if you trust me, could you let me take a look at your leg? Prefect Lee leaned against the door and sighed. This leg of mine can't be saved. It's better to just leave it. Kinam Kwang glanced at him. Strange. For the sake of his leg, he didn't hesitate to hand all power to the butler, but now he won't treat it. She didn't force him and asked tentatively, if it's truly incurable, perhaps you could let me see. I might be able to help alleviate your pain. Prefect Lee sighed and said, it's because of my leg that the people have fallen into such circumstances. I am willing to accept the punishment of the law. Let this leg serve as a reminder of the foolish things I have done. After speaking, he turned and left. John Kam-hoa looked at him in surprise. For him to think like that, it can be considered that he knows remorse. At this moment, Ung Nu Lan, standing to one side, waved at her. Junior sister, come and see. I found a great book. John Kam-hoa walked over to him and asked, Senior brother, what strange thing have you found now? Looking at the book in Ung Nu Lan's hand, John Kam-hoa's eyes widened in shock. She looked at him and asked excitedly, where did you find this book? Ung Nu Lan looked at John Kam-hoa and said with a smile, in the prefect study, the remedies inside are very sinister. I never expected someone as gentle-looking as the prefect to read this kind of book. John Kam-hoa took the book and read. It said, to cure the prefect's leg, one must drink the heart's blood of young maidens every day, without interruption for 9,981 days. I was wrong about him. He is not an innocent man. The next volume, The Cure for Cold Poison. John Kam-hoa excitedly grabbed Ung Nu Lan's hand and asked, where is it? Where's the next volume of this book? Take me to see it right now. Ung Nu Lan was surprised by her reaction. In the study. Ung Nu Lan looked at John Kam-hoa and said, I saw this book here, but I didn't see the next volume. John Kam-hoa grabbed his hand and said urgently, Senior brother, the next volume is very important to me. Please help me find it, will you? Seeing her pitiful, pleading eyes, Ung Nu Lan was taken aback. He rubbed his head and said with a strained laugh, all right, I promise you. It's rare for you to ask me for a favor. I really can't refuse. The two of them searched and rummaged everywhere together. Unfortunately, Ung Nu Lan touched a vase. Strange. Junior sister, why is there a vase on the bookshelf? John Kam-hoa quickly tried to stop him. Don't move. But it was too late. Ung Nu Lan had activated the mechanism. The ground beneath them shifted. A tunnel appeared below and then closed. It was pitch black underneath. Ung Nu Lan stood up and said with a frown, Junior sister, if you're gonna fall, just fall. Why did you have to drag me along? John Kam-hoa looked at him angrily. Who told you to go around touching mechanisms? A cold breeze came from ahead. Ung Nu Lan hid behind John Kam-hoa in fear, trembling all over. Junior sister, I'm scared. You go first. Quick. John Kam-hoa looked at him, speechless and helpless. The two of them followed the path deeper inside and saw, in the innermost room, the corpse of a young woman who had died. A tragic death lying on the ground. Beside her were a basin of blood and a bowl of blood. Ung Nu Lan turned to one side and dry heaved in fear. John Kam-hoa stared in shock at the corpse on the ground. This is the young lady we met at the prefect's residence that day. Ung Nu Lan stood in a corner, terrified, looking at her. Junior sister, why didn't you just say it was a corpse? It seems her heart was cut out by someone. John Kam-hoa's face darkened with anger. Did Lord Lee really believe that by drinking blood from the heart, his leg could be cured? And he actually did it. She clenched her fists. Unforgivable. Let's find the next volume quickly. Then we'll arrest Prefect Lee. Ung Nu Lan's face turned pale with fear as he quickly pulled her back. Junior sister, turn around. John Kam-hoa turned her head in surprise. Her eyes constricted. Prefect Lee smiled sinisterly, raising his saber to slash at the two of them. John Kam-hoa raised her hands to shield herself in terror. His face. Ji Nanjiang walked around looking for Jiang Jinhua. I was only handling some official business for a moment. What did Jinhua run off to? He turned to ask the maid who had just come out of the study. Have you seen Princess Jean? The maid hurriedly reported. It seems she went to our master's study with some young master. Then, our master also went in, but it's very strange. After our master went in, he didn't come out, nor did he call us in to serve tea. It's as if there's no one in the room at all. Jean Nanjiang's expression changed as he looked at the maid and asked urgently, how long have they been in there? The startled maid stammered in fear, about an hour. Jean Nanjiang's face darkened, and he quickly ran off. The maid stood behind, watching him in confusion. Jean Nanjiang forcefully pushed open the study door. He stepped inside and observed his surroundings. Indeed, something was wrong. If there's no other exit, then there must be a secret passage in this room. But where is the entrance? Jean Nanjiang walked over to the bookshelf and looked at the dust caked on the books. He suddenly noticed the vase below. This bookshelf is quite dusty. Only this vase is clean. Seeing a red thread on the floor, he picked it up. A red thread. This must have fallen from Jinhua's clothes. It seems the entrance is most likely here. Jean Nanjiang immediately twisted the vase, and a secret tunnel opened up below. Jean Nanjiang took a candle and descended, daring to bring that useless Ing Rulan into a secret chamber. This is just reckless. At that moment, down below, a frightened Jiang Jinhua raised her hands to cover her face. Ing Rulan rushed forward and pushed her aside to dodge the blade. Careful. Prefect Li, holding a saber, gave them a sinister smile. Oh, what if you dodged one strike? You have no weapons. How can you possibly defeat me? Ing Rulan frowned and said, the air in this secret chamber is stagnant. I can't use poison. We must quickly think of another way. Jiang Jinhua stood up and kicked everything onto the floor that he has trouble walking. Let's throw things around to disrupt the terrain on the ground and find a chance to subdue him. Prefect Li dodged the flying objects and looked at her with a cold smile, but it's useless. He then pressed a mechanism switch on the side, and a giant iron cage fell from above towards where Jiang Jinhua and Ing Rulan were standing. Ing Rulan quickly pushed Jiang Jinhua out of the way. Prefect Li laughed smugly as he approached her, and why secret passage is filled with traps. You can't escape. Just then, a cold voice sounded from behind him. Oh, is that so? Jean Nanjiang raised his hand and knocked him unconscious. Jiang Jinhua looked at him, surprised and moved. Jean Nanjiang walked over, took her chin, and asked with a smile, you dare to hide from me in such a dangerous place again. How should I punish you? Feeling guilty, Jiang Jinhua looked at him and hurriedly explained, I found the cure for the cold poison at Prefect Li's place, so Before she could finish, her lips were sealed by Jean Nanjiang's kiss. Jean Nanjiang looked at her with worry and heartache, saying, nothing is more important than you. Jiang Jinhua nodded. Move the she hummed. Ing Rulan, sitting in the iron cage with a dark face, watched the affectionate couple. Don't you two forget I'm still here. Jean Nanjiang waved his hand, and the iron cage flew open. Useless Ing Rulan. You can't even get out of simple iron cage. Ing Rulan's eyes lit up as he looked at him. Wow, so powerful. Jean Nanjiang picked Jiang Jinhua up and then ordered Ing Rulan, you carry Lord Li up. Oh, right, whatever book Jinhua want to find it for her too. Ing Rulan sat on the ground, angrily watching the two leave first. You husband and wife are truly cruel, only knowing how to order others around. A figure in black hiding in a corner disappeared right after Jean Nanjiang left, carrying Jiang Jinhua. Jean Nanjiang carried Jiang Jinhua. Eunuch Li saw the affectionate scene between the two and rushed over, shouting angrily, an unmarried man and woman embracing in public. What has become of decency? Jean Nanjiang narrowed his eyes and looked at him coldly. This prince is holding his own princess. It's not for others to interfere. Eunuch Li laughed coldly in anger. What princess? The emperor has long since revoked her status as Princess Jean. She is now nothing more than a criminal. Jean Nanjiang's face darkened with anger. Why, Yiqing? Yiqing flinched and quickly replied yes. Jean Nanjiang looked at him coldly. Didn't I tell you to take care of Eunuch Li? The night is long and cold. Quickly take Eunuch Li back to rest. Yiqing quickly replied, as you command. He then rushed up, clamped his hand over Eunuch Li's mouth, and dragged him away. Eunuch Li angrily pointed at him. MMPH. Just wait until I return to the palace. I will definitely report this to the emperor. Jean Nanjiang narrowed his eyes, giving him a sharp glare. Go ahead and report it. This prince's princess, in this lifetime, will only be Jiang Jinhua. Embarrassed, Jiang Jinhua said in a small voice, my lord, maybe you should put me down. I can walk on my own. Jean Nanjiang frowned at her. No, in the room. Jean Nanjiang carried Jiang Jinhua into the room and placed her on the bed. He pushed up her sleeve, revealing a wound on her palm. Jiang Jinhua looked at him and said quickly, it's a small wound. It doesn't hurt. Jean Nanjiang shouted angrily. Quiet. He then opened a jar of medicine and applied it for her. Jiang Jinhua got goosebumps and let out a small cry. It hurts. Jean Nanjiang looked at her resentfully and asked, didn't you say it didn't hurt? You lied to me. Feeling guilty, Jiang Jinhua didn't dare to look him in the eye. Tea only hurts when you apply the medicine. Jean Nanjiang sighed helplessly. You really can say anything. Jean Nanjiang gently took off her shoes. Pull up your skirt yourself. Embarrassed, Jiang Jinhua said, my leg. I can do it myself. Jean Nanjiang said coldly, sit still, don't move. She looked at him and asked, husband, did I make you angry? Jean Nanjiang said sulkily, the book you wanted I found. The person you wanted I caught. How could I possibly be angry? Jiang Jinhua looked at him and quickly admitted her fault. I was too hasty. I should have called for you, not gone with my senior brother. Jean Nanjiang looked up at her. That's right. You brought that useless Ing Rulan without telling me. Can he even fight? Jiang Jinhua wrapped her arms around his neck and quickly admitted her mistake that I know I was wrong. My husband is the most powerful, and you saved me again. Jean Nanjiang was angry. Pouting is useless. Sit still. I'm not done being angry yet. He sighed and pushed her away slightly. You must understand, I would rather not cure my cold poison than have anything happen to you. Jean Nanjiang gently touched the wound on her leg. This wound here. His hand moved upwards. And this place here. Every single one is like a cut to my heart. Do you understand? Moved. Jiang Jinhua's cheeks flushed red. She took a little medicine from the jar that I understand now. When you were carrying me, I noticed your arm was tensed. I guess you were injured too. She then gently applied medicine to the wound on his arm, that if you get hurt, my heart will ache too. Jean Nanjiang smiled at her. What do we do now? It seems neither of us can afford to get hurt. Jiang Jinhua smiled and said, the cure for the cold poison has been found, so there are no more major issues that require us to risk danger. Jean Nanjiang hummed and looked at her. Are you implying that? We could do other things now. After saying that, he pushed her down onto the bed. Jiang Jinhua and Jean Nanjiang went to Ing Rulan's room and said to him, Senior brother, quickly let me see the book with the cold poison cure. Ing Rulan handed her the book. See for yourself. Don't get your hopes up too high. Jiang Jinhua took the book. She opened it and looked. Jean Nanjiang and Jiang Jinhua were shocked. To completely cure the poison, the patient's entire blood must be exchanged with that of the one they love. This method is too vicious. Jean Nanjiang frowned and closed the book. If that's the case, then my cold poison doesn't need to be cured. He then quickly destroyed the book. Jiang Jinhua cursed in anger. This must have been written by a quack doctor. The cures are all about exchanging blood and drinking blood. She looked straight into Jean Nanjiang's eyes and said seriously, wait for me. I will definitely research another treatment method. Jean Nanjiang chuckled, moved as he looked at her. All right, I'll wait for you. The next day at the execution ground, a large crowd of people gathered around, shouting angrily, he harmed my daughter. Kill him. He deserves to die. Uniquely picked up a token. The time has come. Execute. The token fell to the ground. The executioner raised his blade and beheaded Prefect Li, blood splattering on the ground. The crowd cheered excitedly. Good, a good killing. Jiang Jinhua stood to the side, angry, and no wonder the steward was so brazenly looking for women. He didn't harm them himself. It turns out he was delivering them all to Lord Li. Jean Nanjiang looked at her. He harmed so many people. He's worse than a beast. Jiang Jinhua looked at him, confused, and asked, but why was this trial handed over to Eunuch Li? Jean Nanjiang smiled at her. It's just a formality, to give the imperial court some face. With his free time, this prince would rather prepare with you on how to rebuild after the disaster. Jiang Jinhua was stunned, her cheeks flushing red. She reached out and hugged him, but it's so good to have a prince who loves his people as his own children. Jean Nanjiang chuckled, looking at her. He lowered his head and whispered close to her ear, if Jinhua gives me a child, I will show you how much I'll dote on them. Jiang Jinhua's cheeks turned bright red with embarrassment. Jean Nanjiang turned away and burst out laughing. Only then did Jiang Jinhua react. Jean Nanjiang smiled and took her hand, that I won't tease you anymore. The matter of West Shu. Some things are very strange. The memorial sent to the capital clearly stated there was a plague. But when we arrived, there was only the common cold in the city. I asked Lord Li, and he said he wasn't the one who wrote it. This clearly means the memorial was switched en route. But by whom? What is their purpose? Just then, a person in black wearing a mask walked past the two of them. A man running quickly accidentally bumped into the person in black. Ouch. The man angrily turned his head and cursed. Are you blind? He brushed the powder off his shoulder. What is this? It's filthy. Whoa, it has a strange smell too. The person in black gave a faint, sinister smile. 3 days later, in the fields, the sound of constant coughing echoed. The man, carrying a hoe on his back, coughed incessantly. Red lumps covered his arms and neck. The sound of hurried footsteps rang out. The three of them, Ing Rulan, Jiang Xinhua, and Jean Nanjiang, ran quickly through the streets. Jiang Xinhua, carrying a medicine chest on her shoulder, frowned and said, West City is showing symptoms similar to anthrax. It's been diagnosed as a plague. Jean Nanjiang looked at her worriedly. Although this disease was reported before, it took this long to break out. Something feels wrong. Ing Rulan looked at the two and said, perhaps there were a few undiscovered cases before. No matter what the problem is, we have to cure the disease first and figure it out later. Jiang Xinhua looked at Jean Nanjiang and instructed, you go to the yamen, remember to lock down the city, then mobilize food supplies to be brought here. Jean Nanjiang looked at her and replied, I've already sent people to do it. Outside the city gate, a crowd had gathered, making a commotion. Eunuch Li angrily looked at the gate guard and shouted, do you know who I am? You dare to stop me? The guard stood motionless, looking at him coldly. The princess consort has ordered that no one is to leave the city. Eunuch Li's face darkened as he furiously yelled, what wild pheasant princess consort? No matter whose order it is, it can't stop. This official. Jean Nanjiang walked up behind him and asked coldly, oh? Then what about this prince's order? Pass on my command. All citizens must stay in their homes. 3 meals a day will be distributed for free. The sick must be reported. Those who resist will be dealt with. The gate guard looked at him and asked, how? How will those who resist be dealt with? Eunuch Li's whole body stiffened. Jean Nanjiang narrowed his eyes and commanded coldly, kill without mercy. Then he glanced at Eunuch Li. Eunuch Li, aren't you going to hurry back to your residence? Eunuch Li snorted coldly in anger. Jean Nanjiang stood still, coldly watching Eunuch Li and his subordinate angrily return to their their room. The subordinate next to Eunuch Lee looked at him and asked, "Your Excellency, this servant has heard that more than half of those who get this disease die. What should we do now?" Eunuch Lee clutched one arm and shouted angrily, "Shut up. This official is blessed with great fortune. Only lowly commoners catch this kind of disease." He scratched his arm. At the city gate, Jiang Xinhua grabbed Jean Nanjiang's sleeve, looking at him worriedly as she advised, "The city gate and the yamen are under the most pressure. You must be careful." Jean Nanjiang smiled and patted her head, "That I will be careful. You must also take precautions against getting infected." Jiang Xinhua smiled happily and replied, "Okay." She followed Ing Rulan out of the city gate. She reluctantly waved to him, "Go ahead and have dinner first. Don't wait for me." Jean Nanjiang nodded with a hum. When she gets busy, she forgets to eat or sleep. I wonder who she learned that from. Late at night, the sound of constant coughing echoed. Eunuch Lee rummaged through his belongings in the residence, coughing nonstop. He held a bottle of medicine in his hand, his arm covered in red rashes. Eunuch Lee stuffed a handful of medicine into his mouth. "That I don't want to die yet. Help!" Just then, a small package was thrown into his room from outside. Eunuch Lee turned his head in surprise. He picked up the small package to examine it. At that moment, a dark figure was outside. He spoke coldly, "I can help you. If you want to live, put this into Jiang Xinhua's cup." Eunuch Lee looked at him warily and asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" The masked man in black sneered, "This medicine is odorless and tasteless. Absolutely no one will suspect you. Besides, Jiang Xinhua is an obstacle to you here. Isn't her death beneficial to you? I will come again in 3 days. If Jiang Xinhua is not yet dead, then the one who dies will be you." After speaking, he vanished. Eunuch Lee looked outside in astonishment, but saw no one. He clutched the small package in his hand, his whole body trembling. A bowl of medicine fell and shattered on ground. Eunuch Lee shouted in anger, "Cough, cough. I've already drunk so much medicine. Why isn't the illness getting better?" The maid beside him reminded him in a low voice, Your Excellency, you have only taken 1 day's worth of medicine." Eunuch Lee grabbed the maid's wrist and asked furiously, "Where is Jiang Xinhua? Tell her to come here. She must cure me." The maid frowned at him and said, "The princess consort is treating the common people. She has not yet recovered." Eunuch Lee angrily gritted his teeth. He recalled the man in black, and his expression darkened. "Jiang Xinhua, this is not my fault." He then smiled at the maid and said, "Just now, this official was too hot-tempered. I didn't mean to doubt Jiang Xinhua's medical skills. On the table is my most treasured jug of wine. It has the effect of dispelling cold energy from the body. Help me deliver it to Jiang Xinhua." Looking at the jug of wine on the table, the maid quickly replied, "Yes." All right. Late at night, Jiang Xinhua and Ing Rulan returned, exhausted. Jiang Xinhua sighed and said, "Master once said that this type of plague is transmitted through water sources. So as long as we pay attention to using clean water and are careful not to have contact with the sick, we won't get infected." Ing Rulan also sighed and looked at her. "I will try my best to remember." At this moment, a maid walked over carrying a jug of wine. "Princess consort, Eunuch Lee sent a jug of wine for you." Jiang Xinhua looked at the jug in surprise. "Since when is he so kind? I won't accept this wine." The maid looked at her, troubled. Eunuch Lee said this wine can dispel cold energy from the body and told me to deliver it personally to the princess consort. Jiang Xinhua looked at the small jug with interest, dispelling cold energy. "I've already taken the antidote for the cold poison. It's not bad to keep this jug of wine. Eunuch Lee must be trying to curry favor with me." She closed her eyes and said indifferently, "Go back and tell Eunuch Lee to continue taking his medicine slowly. I will go for follow-up examination in 2 days." The maid quickly replied yes. Jiang Xinhua poured the wine into a cup. After taking a sip, her face relaxed. "It's very sweet. The taste isn't bad. It feels very warm in my stomach." Ing Rulan glanced over. He hurried over and looked at her cheerfully. "Good junior sister, let your senior brother have a sip." Jiang Xinhua warily hit it to one side. "This wine is useful to me. I'm not giving you any." Ing Rulan angrily turned his face away. "Stingy devil. Fine, I'll go to the kitchen and find some wine myself." Jiang Xinhua laughed and made a face at him. The next morning, elsewhere, Jiang Xinhua was taking the pulse of the sick townspeople. "The symptoms are mild. I can cure it. A few more days of medicine and you'll be fine." A middle-aged woman looked at the young girl in front of her and scolded angrily. "I was originally planning to marry you off to earn a lot of money in the future. Now I have to spend money on medicine. What sister? Our family has no money for you." Jiang Xinhua frowned at the middle-aged woman. She took off the bracelet on her wrist and gave it to the woman. "Take this to the pawn shop. It will be enough to buy medicine." The middle-aged woman excitedly took the bracelet. What a generous benefactor. This must be pure gold. Jiang Xinhua warned her, "I will ask the pharmacy if you want to buy it. Don't even think about taking the money and doing nothing." The young girl suddenly saw the red rash on her arm. Her expression dazed Plague. The girl backed away in fear. "Plague, you're infected." The middle-aged woman grabbed a broom and shooed her away. "Get out, both of you. Don't you dare infect me." There was a small cut on Jiang Xinhua's face. She frowned deeply, looking at the mother and daughter. Ing Rulan rushed over worriedly. "Junior sister." Jiang Xinhua held her cheek and quickly backed away. "Don't come near me. Be careful of infection." Ing Rulan looked angrily at the middle-aged woman. "You repay kindness with enmity. If you think we're bad luck, then give the gold back." back. The middle-aged woman, at a loss for words, looked at the passers-by and shouted, "Hey, everyone, come and judge. West Shu was peaceful and fine before. The plague only broke out after you people arrived. For all we know, you're the ones who spread this disease." Hearing this, the surrounding crowd looked angrily at Jiang Xinhua and Ying Rulon. That's right. Who knows if we've been infected too? You jinxes, get lost. They picked up bricks and stones and threw them at Jiang Xinhua and Ying Rulon. Ying Rulon took off his outer coat to shield them both. If you have the guts, then don't come to us for medicine in the future. Junior sister, let's go. Jin Nanjiang looked at Ying Rulon angrily and shouted, "Move." Ying Rulon blocked the door and quickly advised him, "Prince Jin, junior sister, said you can't come near." Jin Nanjiang ignored his words and roared furiously, "You move." Inside the room, Jiang Xinhua stood at the door and quickly advised him, "Don't come in." Jin Nanjiang pushed Ying Rulon aside and walked to the door. Jiang Xinhua stood in the room and said gently, "Right now, you are the pillar of support for the people of West Shu. If you get infected, who else can save the entire city? Handle the official affairs well. I will investigate on my own. After I recover, I still have to research a way to cure your cold poison." Jin Nanjiang raised his hand and touched the door. Xinhua. Their hands touched through the door. Jin Nanjiang smiled and agreed. "Okay." Ying Rulon stood to the side, looked at the two, and said, "Although I don't want to disturb you two, I have something important to say. According to Master's prescription, several medicinal herbs in the city are running low. If we can't buy them from elsewhere, the people of West Shu can only last for 3 days at most." Jin Nanjiang frowned at him, "But I'm afraid it will be too late to wait for a delivery from the capital." From inside the room, Jiang Xinhua quickly spoke up, "Give me a list of the available herbs. I will think of a way to modify Master's prescription." Jin Nanjiang looked at her and nodded in his heart, replying, "I will have Yueling bring you the list. I will think of a way to handle the medicinal herbs. Guling City has many herbs. It's only 2 li from West Shu City. Tell me what herbs are needed, and I will go find them myself." Ying Rulon quickly listed them for him. The others are not as important, but Huangshun and Fang Feng are the 2 most crucial ones. You must return quickly. Late at night, a horse was tied up outside. Kin Nam Kwang looked at Ung Nu Lan and instructed, "While I'm not here, you must take good care of her." Ung Nu Lan crossed his arms and nodded in agreement. "I will do my best." Kin Nam Kwang jumped onto his horse and quickly set off. Several guards followed behind him. A group of horses quickly departed in the night. A person hiding in a corner saw the scene and frowned angrily. "Isn't that the prince? Could it be that he wants to abandon the city? Damn officials. They want to lock us in the city to die. I absolutely cannot sit still and wait for death." The next day, a loud shout was heard. Younger sister, Ung Nu Lan, ran to the door of John Cam Hoa's room and said anxiously, "Something big has happened." John Cam Hoa, sitting on the bed, looked outside and asked what happened. Standing outside, Ung Nu Lan worriedly recounted to her, "Someone is saying the prince has abandoned the city. The people are all in an uproar, and it's very chaotic by the city gate. What should we do now?" John Cam Hoa was neatly dressed. She held a prescription in her hand. "Last night, I came up with a prescription. The medicinal herbs that can be used and the dosage I have written on this piece of paper. Although its medicinal properties haven't been tested, its efficacy should not be much inferior to Master's. You prepare some medicine, then go to the city gate to stabilize the populace." She then slipped the prescription through the door crack to Ung Nu Lan. Ung Nu Lan took the prescription and nodded, and replied, "All right." The sound of coughing from inside the room grew more intense. Ung Nu Lan worriedly asked, "Younger sister, are you all right?" John Cam Hoa covered her mouth with a handkerchief and quickly replied, "I'm fine. You should go." She lowered the handkerchief and looked at the bloodstain on it. Guling City. When Tan Fong Loi saw Kin Nam Kwang arrive, he asked in surprise, "Is your Highness Prince Jean visiting this time because of the matter in West Shu?" Kin Nam Kwang looked at him pensively and said directly, "To be honest, West Shu is currently short of both food and medicinal herbs. This prince has come this time to ask for food and medicine." Tan Fong Loi stroked his beard, looked at him, and said, "These medicinal herbs, it's not that this old man can't lend them. It's just that Guling is close to West Shu. If a plague were to break out in Guling as well, this old man fears the city's reserves will not be enough." Kin Nam Kwang's brows furrowed tightly as he looked at him and said, "The capital will send supplies in 7 days. Lord Tin need not worry about the issue of reserves." Tan Fong Loi pretended to be in a difficult position and replied, "I am responsible for the lives of the people. Guling City cannot provide supplies to outsiders without 7 days of preparation." Tired, Kin Nam Kwang rested his hand on his forehead, sighed, and asked him directly, "What will it take for Lord Tan to be willing to part with them?" "This prince will offer 3 times the price to buy them." Tan Fong Loi, who was just waiting for the sentence, smiled and said, "Well, it will be fine as long as the prince becomes one of our family. I heard that the position of Prince Jin's primary consort is vacant. I happen to have a daughter who has just turned 18. Kin Nam Kwang's face darkened. He roared in anger, "Lord Tan, this prince's consort is named John Cam Hoa. It was so before, and it will be so in the future. I hope you remember that clearly." He coldly warned Tan Fong Loi. Tan Fong Loi was stunned. This Prince Jean is indeed as difficult to deal with as the rumors say. At this moment, a beautiful young lady walked out. Father. She walked up to Kanam Kwong and curtsied. Tan Tuet Lam pays her respects to Prince Jean. Tan Tuet Lam frowned, looking at Tan Fong Loi unhappily, and said, Father, how could you use the lives of the people of West Shu to pressure Prince Jean? Tan Fong Loi said guiltily, Wasn't I doing it for you? Tan Tuet Lam helplessly slapped her forehead. I disdain using such methods to obtain love. If I like someone, I will definitely win them over myself, openly and honorably. Kin Nam Kwong couldn't help but see Tan Tuet Lam in a new light. This city Lord Tan could actually raise such a strong-willed daughter. Tan Tuet Lam turned her back and continued indifferently. The plague situation in West Shu cannot be delayed. Father, please quickly prepare the medicinal herbs and food. I will personally deliver them to West Shu. Tan Fong Loi, weeping sorrowfully, handed the key to Kin Nam Kwong. Take as much as you want. Just have the official scribe record it. Kin Nam Kwong took the key and looked at him gratefully. Then this prince thanks Lord Tan for your helping hand. The next day, the convoy of carriages carrying food and medicinal herbs quickly returned to West Shu. Kin Nam Kwong urged everyone behind him. Hurry up. Remembering Zhang Cam Hoa's beautiful and gentle face, a tender smile appeared on the corners of Kin Nam Kwong's lips. Camney, I will return quickly to save you. Soon, the group arrived before the city gate. Datan looked up and shouted, The prince has returned. Open the city gate. The soldiers, seeing that the group had returned, breathed a sigh of relief. The prince has finally returned. The people are all rioting. The city gate opened. Kin Nam Kwong was stunned, looking in astonishment at a crowd of rioters pushing and shoving to get out. Run. I saw it with my own eyes. This plague was spread to West Shu by Prince Jin's consort. It's all their fault. The gate is open, Run. A sharp arrow shot out and landed at the feet of the rioters. Tan Tuet Lam raised her bow and looked coldly at the crowd. Anyone who takes another step forward will be killed without question. Tan Tuet Lam looked coldly at the rioting crowd. The rioting crowd was scared and dared not advance further. The sound of applause broke the tense atmosphere. Kin Nam Kwong walked to the side of the food and herb carriages, looked at the crowd, and said coldly, This prince has never abandoned the city and fled. This is the food and medicinal herbs this prince borrowed from Guling City. Starting today, they will be distributed to the people for free. The crowd looked at him, surprised and moved. Food and herbs. Distributed for free. Long live Prince Jean. The people in the city were moved to tears and hugged each other. We're saved. This is wonderful. Kin Nam Kwong looked at Datan and instructed, You quickly find people to set up stoves. Brew the medicine here. Datan quickly replied yes. Kin Nam Kwong looked at Tan Tuet Lam with apologetic eyes, that I'm truly sorry for letting Miss Tan encounter this riot. Thank you also for quelling the disturbance. Tan Tuet Lam smiled and replied, It's nothing. Saving people is more important. At this moment, Noyet Lin came running, out of breath. Your Highness, the princess consort's condition has worsened. She's not doing well. Kin Nam Kwong's face changed color. What? He quickly returned and tried to rush into the room. Impossible. You're lying. Let me in. Ung Nulon desperately blocked the door, preventing him from entering. Someone come here. I can't stop him. As soon as he finished speaking, he was pushed aside by Kin Nam Kwong and fell to the ground. Ouch. Kin Nam Kwong frantically ran into the room. Gamhua, seeing Zhang Cam Hoa lying weakly on the bed, he sat down beside the bed and asked worriedly, I was only gone for 3 days. How did it become like this? Ung Nu Lan rushed in, looked at him, and replied, Younger sister's illness is not the same as the others. It worsened overnight. I suspect it's caused by the cold poison. Younger sister, she can no longer be saved. Kin Nam Kwong's whole body stiffened. His eyes looked in disbelief at Zhang Cam Hoa lying on the bed. Kin Nam Kwong's trembling hands took Zhang Cam Hoa's hand. He pressed her hand to his face, heartbroken, and began to cry mournfully. Zhang Cam Hoa opened her eyes and looked at him in surprise. Nam Kwong, you're back. Heartbroken, she wiped the tears from his face. Don't cry. In the future, take good care of yourself. But I didn't have time. Her hand gradually went limp. To make the antidote for your cold poison. After she spoke, her hand fell. Kin Nam Kwong, agitated and heartbroken, screamed Cam Hoa. Ung Nu Lan stood beside him and comforted him. I know you are in great pain, but the body of a patient cannot be kept for long. It must be cremated immediately. Kin Nam Kwong roared in anger. Cremate what? How can you be so cruel? Ung Nu Lan frowned and tried to persuade him prevent the plague from spreading. All deceased patients must be cremated. This is the rule Cam Hoa established. After speaking, he swung his hand. Kin Nam Kwong was stunned. Ung Nu Lan handed the unconscious Kin Nam Kwong to Datan. Take your prince back. Give him some medicine. Don't let him get infected. I will prepare to place Cam Hoa in the coffin. The cremation is tomorrow. Zhang Cam Hoa was placed inside the coffin. A person in black clothes and a mask came and lifted her out of the coffin. Got her. He then swapped another body into the coffin and quickly carried Zhang Cam Hoa away. The next step is to wake her up. Zhang Cam Hoa's funeral was held solemnly. Noyet Lin looked at Datan and said in a low voice, "The prince is still unwilling to come." Datan sighed and said, "If he won't come, then let it be." A cold voice rang out, "Light the fire." The fire was lit and began to burn fiercely. Heartbroken, Noyet Lin buried herself in Datan's arms, unwilling to watch the scene. Ung Nu Lan stared at the fiercely burning flames and sighed softly. Elsewhere, outside a small courtyard, wine jars were scattered on the ground. Kin Nam Kwang, holding a wine jar, sat leaning against a tree with his head hanging low. Ung Nu Lan walked over carrying the urn of ashes and reported to him, "Mist Han is helping to handle official affairs. Prince Jean, you must pull yourself together quickly." Kin Nam Kwang lowered his head in anguish. Ung Nu Lan's voice continued to echo in his ear. "Younger sister, she would not want to see you looking like this now." The urn was placed on the ground. Kin Nam Kwang lifted the wine jar and took a swig, his face full of anguish if she were still here. He recalled the images of how happy he and John Cam Hoa were when they were together. When he carried John Cam Hoa, she would shyly tell him, "You put me down quickly." Or she would look at him gently and call, "Your Highness, the sixth prince." Husband. Each scene flashed through his mind. Kin Nam Kwang cried out in heartbreak. Teardrops rolled down his cheeks and fell to the ground. Elsewhere, John Cam Hoa lay on a bed, her eyes tightly shut. A cold voice rang out, "Everything is done. I have used a secret spell on her." Lying on the bed, John Cam Hoa slowly opened her eyes. Who is that? Seeing two unfamiliar backs in front of her, she frowned slightly. The man in black respectfully looked at the lavishly dressed man and reported her memory might be a bit confused at first. "Your Highness can just adjust it slowly." John Cam Hoa frowned in discomfort. "What are they talking about?" Seeing that she was awake, Jean Nancian hurried over to help her up. "That you're awake. You." He looked at her and asked carefully, "Do you remember what your name is?" Jiang Cam Hoa lowered her face, trying hard to remember my name is. Her brows furrowed tightly. Fragmented memories appeared in her mind. She was holding a man's hand, calling out gently, "Your Highness." That man kissed the back of her hand gently, calling Cam Ni, Cam Ni. Jiang Cam Hoa clutched her head, her face scrunching up. My name is Cam Ni, and also, "What, Your Highness?" Jean Nancian held her hand tightly and said with a smile, "I am Prince Xian of Dachin, and your name is Jing. Shui Jing, you're my most beloved concubine. Previously, Jinger and I had an argument. You tripped and hit your head, so you no longer remember some things about me." He gently placed his hand on her head. "But it's no matter. It's also interesting for Jinger and me to start over like this." Jiang Cam Hoa lowered her head. Her hand on her chest clenched into a fist. "Is that right? But why my heart do I not feel the slightest bit of love for him?" Jiang Cam Hoa touched her head, frowning as she said, "You are Jean Nan?" She lowered her eyes, her brows knitting together. "Who is Jean Nan? Why can't I remember anything?" Jean Nancian moved, gripped her hand tightly. "You remember." "Yes, I am your husband." Jean Nancian. Jiang Cam Hoa, startled, pulled her hand back, resisting him. Jean Nancian's whole body stiffened, his face darkening. A few seconds later, he looked up, stroking her head with gentle tenderness, and said, "Jinga, rest well. I will visit you again in a few days." After speaking, he turned and left. Outside, he angrily asked the man in black behind him, "Why isn't her memory properly arranged yet?" The masked man in black behind him hurriedly reported, "This subordinate has blocked the blood in her forehead with a secret art. The blood will gather into a cinnabar dot. The darker the dot, the more her memory will be restored. If we force it to speed up, the cinnabar dot will easily disperse, and the secret art will be ineffective. Your Highness should still wait patiently." Hearing this, Jean Nancian sighed. "Fine. Patience is something this prince does not lack." He turned his head to look at the man in black and asked, "Sir, you have helped this prince so much. I wonder what gift you would like me to present to you." The man in black smiled and replied, "To be able to follow your Highness is my ambition. It allows me to display my learning. I need nothing else." Jean Nancian laughed, looking at him with satisfaction. "Wait until I ascend the throne. I will definitely appoint you as the Imperial Preceptor." The man in black smiled and replied, "I will do my utmost to assist your Highness." A glint flashed in his eyes. In the room, Jiang Cam Hoa sat before the dressing table with a somber face. "Although they say I have amnesia, I still feel that something here is a bit strange." She stared at herself in the mirror, like this dressing table. She picked up a hairpin and observed it closely. "Why do I feel this hairpin should be made of blood jade?" Then she picked up a book from the shelf to look at it. "The books on this shelf, I have no desire to read them at all." She walked around, observing the room once more. This room is also very strange. At this moment, someone entered. The masked man and a maid carrying several zither came in. He looked at her and said, "Young lady, you used to play the zither to relieve your sorrow. To quickly restore your memory, why don't you play a piece with the music master?" He placed the zither on the table and lightly plucked a string. "His Highness loves to hear you play the most. If you can recover quickly, His Highness will also be very happy." Jiang Cam Hoa looked at him, "But I have forgotten how to play." She lightly ran her hand over the strings. That man smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have specially invited a zither master to help you learn again. The young lady beside him handed her a book. 8 methods of plucking. Left-hand fingerings, hooking, plucking, tapping, right-hand fingerings. Jiang Kam Hoa's head was spinning. She asked, confused, what is this? The music score isn't written with melodies. The zither master looked at her and explained, this is a zither score. Just follow these fingerings, and you will naturally play the notes of the pentatonic scale. Jiang Kam Hoa held the score in her hand, her face scrunched up. A music score isn't like this. It should be staff notation. She began to hum a melody, her eyes lowered. Jiang Kam Hoa clutched her head. Her face paled. My head hurts so much. Memories. A hand reached out. The masked man supported her. It seems we need to increase the dosage. Late at night, Jiang Kam Hoa stood in a strange space. A girl in strange clothes ran past her. Jiang Kam Hoa stood to the side, observing that girl. That girl ran to a spirit herb, her eyes filled with astonishment. Why is there a glowing herb here? I'll take it back to study it a bit. Jiang Kam Hoa followed that girl back home, her head throbbing violently. I can remember now. I'm a 21st century medical student. That girl ran past her again, happily hugging. AMAN.SO, I've transmigrated. Are these all the memories of the original owner? Late at night, a hand lightly touched the small incense burner. A figure entered the room. On the window of Jiang Kam Hoa's room appeared a small hole. Jiang Kam Hoa, lying in bed, opened her eyes. She sat up and looked at the unfamiliar room before her. So it was after I picked up that glowing herb that I transmigrated here. It seems the original owner was indeed the beloved concubine of the prince. Outside, smelling the fragrance from the incense burner, Jiang Kam Hoa blurted out the names. Tui Tom Hoa, Angelica Root Datura. These are all hallucinogenic nerve herbs. She gave a faint, unreadable smile, all ways to prevent the original owner from escaping. Jiang Kam Hoa stepped barefoot onto the floor. That masked man said the original owner knew how to play the zither, but my hands don't even have a single callus. Instead, they have the faint scent of medicine. It seems my identity as a concubine is also suspicious. She poured a cup of water into the incense burner. After finishing, Jiang Kam Hoa dusted off her hands with a calm expression. Forget it. The original owner's loves and hates have nothing to do with me. This little concubine will do as she pleases. The next morning, the masked man came and said to Jiang Kam Hoa, the maid told me that the incense in your room, madam, was extinguished last night. He looked at her and asked, did something happen? No, I just don't like that scent. Please help me change it to sandalwood. It's more calming. The masked man narrowed his eyes, observing her secretly. Could it be that she has discovered some clue? But it's fine. The acupuncture has already made the drug seep into her body. She will never remember Prince Jean. He looked up at her and agreed. All right, whichever incense you like, I will have someone prepare it. Are there any other requests? Jiang Kam Hoa looked up and said pretentiously, oh right, the zither master is coming today, isn't she? Although I can't remember anything, learning the zither is a bit interesting. So, can you have the zither master continue to teach me? The masked man was slightly surprised, then replied, then I will invite her to the villa. The corners of his lips curled into a smug smile that I thought the zither training method wouldn't work. This is great. Jiang Kam Hoa smiled happily and said, all right, after the lesson, the zither master smiled and praised Jiang Kam Hoa. Madam, you practice so diligently. This humble woman will return tomorrow. Jiang Kam Hoa smiled and intimately took her arm. That you're too kind, master. She carefully took a small pouch from her. Jiang Kam Hoa smiled as she watched the zither master leave. After she left, she opened a small pouch. Seeing the token inside, she smiled and tossed it. In her hand, my apologies, master. But if I want to escape, I have to hide your identity proof. The zither master and a maid from the residence anxiously searched everywhere. Where on earth did it fall? Jiang Kam Hoa walked over, feigning a smile as she asked, Master, are you looking for something? The zither master looked at her and said hurriedly, Madam, after finishing the class and returning to my room, I discovered my money pouch was gone. Jiang Kam Hoa enthusiastically stepped forward to volunteer her help. Then let me help you. Everyone searched everywhere. Jiang Kam Hoa followed the zither master, searching the vicinity. When no one was looking, she dropped the money pouch into a bush, then looked at the zither master and said with pretense, Master, look, is this your money pouch? The zither master hurried over, picked up the money pouch, and said happily, I found it. It's mine. She opened the money pouch to check it and said, this is the right amount of silver. Thank you, madam. Jiang Kam Hoa smiled and said, it's good that you didn't lose anything. You should also go back and rest early, master. You still have to teach me the zither tomorrow. The zither master smiled and replied, respectfully seeing you off, madam. Having resolved the matter, Jiang Kam Hoa turned and returned to her room. Luckily, I made an identical one beforehand and put it in the pouch. As long as she doesn't open it, I can pass this hurdle. Next is the escape plan. How do I get the attention of that devil-faced man? The next day, Jiang Kam Hoa diligently practiced the zither. Jean Nancian, the masked man, and the zither master arrived. Jiang Kam Hoa let out a breath and began to play. Plink plunk. Hearing this sound, the expressions of the three who had just arrived froze. The smile on Jean Nancian's face became rigid. Jiang Kam Hoa finished the piece, then gave a forced laugh, scratching her head as she looked at the three of them. That's so embarrassing. I still haven't remembered how to play. I can only play like this. Jean Nancian looked at her and consoled her. If you can't remember, then don't. Jinger doesn't need to force herself to remember. You can just learn again from the Zither master. Jiang Kam Hoa walked over, took his hand, and said with a smile, I will try to be good and practice the Zither. So, can I have a reward? I've been here for many days since I woke up, and it's very boring. Can your highness take me out for a walk? The masked man quickly spoke up. Lady Jing has just recovered from her illness. It's better to recuperate in the residence. Jean Nancian raised his hand, cutting him off. No need. He smiled and took Jiang Kam Hoa's hand. Since Jinger has asked herself, then quickly prepare the horses. Jiang Kam Hoa pulled her hand back. She smiled happily, turned, and ran inside. I'll go change my clothes. The masked man reminded Jean Nancian. Your Highness, Jiang Jinhua's memory has not yet recovered, and she cannot go out. Besides, it would not be good if someone recognized her. Jean Nancian replied nonchalantly. It's fine. As long as we stay nearby, there probably won't be any trouble. He turned and went to prepare. A moment later, a luxurious carriage was running. On the street, Jiang Jinhua sat in the carriage, excitedly looking outside. Your Highness, look over there. It seems there's a village. Jean Nancian smiled and said, over there is Ningyang Town. To get to the capital, one must pass through the east. Merchants come here to trade, so the town is very bustling. Jiang Jinhua's eyes lit up as she looked at him and asked, can your Highness take me for a walk? Jean Nancian smiled and replied, wait until your body is better, and this prince will take you. The carriage was traveling on a wide street when suddenly a horse galloped up. Gu Yuni blocked the front of the carriage and asked, is that Prince Xian's carriage ahead? Husband, are you in there? Jean Nancian's face darkened. Jiang Jinhua looked at him in surprise. Gu Yuni led her horse over and said gently, husband, you haven't returned to the manor for many days. Yuni's heart has been uneasy. Jiang Jinhua, sitting in the carriage, furrowed her brows tightly. What's happening? Prince Xian has an official wife? She covered her face with her hands in shock. His wife doesn't know he's keeping a mistress outside, does she? Jean Nancian's expression darkened. He looked at Gu Yuni outside and asked coldly, are you following me? Jiang Jinhua cursed silently in her heart. Scumbag. Gu Yuni looked at him, feigning a pitiful expression. How could Yuni possibly follow you? Husband? She took a small basket down from her saddle. I only heard that you would be handling official business outside today, so I specially waited here. Husband, your work is busy, but you should still take care of your health. I made the apple pastries that you like to eat. Remember to eat them. She lifted the carriage curtain, intending to enter. Jean Nancian roared angrily. Who allowed you to come in here? Seeing the figure inside the carriage, Gu Yuni was shocked. A woman. Jean Nancian got off the horse, looked at her, and said through gritted teeth, you and this prince are only in a political marriage. Don't meddle in my affairs. Gu Yuni cried out in pain, then let out a mocking laugh. A political marriage? Jean Nancian, did you marry me without a shred of affection at all? You are completely devoted to Jiang Jinhua, the woman who took Kaihan as her younger brother. How ridiculous. Jean Nancian shouted angrily. Shut up. Are you telling me you've done nothing wrong? From the moment you saved the emperor, do you dare say you didn't make a move? Gu Yuni was startled and stunned. You know, since when? Jean Nancian turned, got back into the carriage, and gave her a cold, warning glance. If you still want to be the princess of Xian, then stay put in the capital. If this happens again, don't blame this prince for being heartless. Return to the manor, now. The carriage quickly turned back. To the manor. Gu Yuni angrily gritted her teeth and ordered her subordinate, send the Shiliang shadow guards to follow her. Find an opportunity to kill that little bitch. The subordinate suddenly appeared and replied respectfully. Yes. Gu Yuni's face darkened with anger. Heartless, could it be that you have no feelings for me at all? For me? On the other side, the carriage quickly returned to the manor. Jiang Jinhua secretly observed Jean Nancian. Beside her, help, what kind of royal secret is this? Should I be hearing this? Jean Nancian reached out and placed his hand on hers to comfort her. Someone came to cause a disturbance today. I will first return to the imperial palace to make arrangements. Someone will take you back to the manor. Next time, I will take you for a walk. Jiang Jinhua forced a smile and pretended to be understanding, replying, Your Highness's official duties are very important, I understand. Jean Nancian gently caressed her cheek. You are still the most understanding one. The smile on Jiang Jinhua's face froze. There won't be a next time. I'm running away tonight. Late at night, two men dressed in black snuck into the manor. They piled up hay and lit it on fire. Not long after, the flames blazed up. The servants panicked and shouted, Fire! Run! What are you afraid of? Quick, put out the fire. Jiang Jinhua, who was packing her things in her room, was a little surprised to see the scene outside. She slung a small travel bag over her shoulder and smiled. Even the heavens are helping me. A maid approached the masked man and reported, Sir, Lady Jing is already asleep. The masked man replied indifferently, All right, right, you may leave. He held a cup of tea in his hand. He recalled Gu Yunyi's words from that morning. A political marriage. Jean Nancian, did you marry me without a shred of affection? You are completely devoted to Jiang Jinhua, the woman who took Kaihan as her younger brother. How ridiculous. Jean Nancian angrily shouted at her. Shut up. Thinking of this, his hand holding the teacup tightened. She admires Prince Xian, but he is just a vile and selfish petty man. The masked man angrily gritted his teeth just for his own selfishness. He dares to trample on her, humiliate her, the pearl of Shiliang, my princess. He slammed the teacup down on the table. Wait until I give Jiang Jinhua to him. I will gain his trust and will definitely get her out of Prince Xian's manor. Late at night, the masked man sat by the window, looking outside. At this moment, a figure suddenly ran over. The maid ran in, looked at him, and reported in a panic. Sir, there's a fire. Wake up quickly. The masked man, propping his head with his hand, looked at her and asked, a fire where? The maid anxiously replied, the side courtyard is on fire. The flames are raging. Everyone is in a panic, and we can't find Lady Jing. The masked man shot up agitatedly. What did you say? He rushed out in a panic. Call the guards in the manor to come with me to find her. The rest stay behind to put out the fire. The maid said in a panic. Sir, if you take the guards, there won't be enough people to put out the fire. The masked man frowned. The first priority is to find Jiang Jinhua. My plan cannot have any flaws. At the same time, Jiang Jinhua climbed a large tree and quickly jumped out to escape. Two people on the roof, observing secretly, were surprised to see someone escaping. The subordinate beside him quickly reported, Commander, it's her. Should we make a move? The commander quickly stopped him. Wait, she's escaping. It seems she doesn't want to be with Prince Xian at all. Go quickly erase all traces and make it look like the fire burned her to death. The subordinate quickly replied, all right, that way the princess can let this matter go. The torch blazed fiercely. The group following the masked man to search outside quickly returned to report. Not here either. The masked man angrily punched a tree trunk. Damn it. A subordinate suddenly shouted, Sir, come quickly. There's someone over here. Looking at a young woman lying unconscious on the ground, the masked man frowned. It's not her. Seeing the jade pendant with the character Chu on the young woman, the masked man was surprised. A woman from the Chu kingdom. The next day, Jiang Jinhua ran into a small town, her face blooming with a happy smile. Jiang Jinhua walked out of shop, smiling as she looked at the small money pouch in her hand. Finally have some money, but jewelry can easily leave a trail. I need to find a place to change clothes, then quickly leave this town. Looking at the sign of the ready-made clothes shop, Jiang Jinhua smiled. First, I must go to the ready-made clothes shop to change into men's attire. Elsewhere, the masked man looked at the young woman and said with a cold smile, looking at your clothes, you probably escaped from the Chu Kingdom's imperial palace. I've heard that the Chu Kingdom's royal family is very chaotic. The emperor took in many beauties to have a son to pressure crown Prince Chu Yu. The young woman's whole body trembled with fear. The masked man glanced at her coldly and continued. And Chu Yu has also made some moves, taking advantage of the emperor's serious illness to secretly eliminate the beauties. The young woman looked up at him in shock. The masked man said with a cold smile, rest assured, the person pursuing you has already been killed by me. As long as you help me by Prince Xian's side, I can give you a new face and identity. If you don't agree, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, then I'll have no choice but to send you back to the Chu Kingdom. The young woman frantically grabbed his hand. I agree. As long as I can live, I'll agree to anything. The masked man was satisfied. His hand lightly touched the small, sharp knives beside him. I want to start from today. You will become Prince Xian's most favored beloved concubine. The first step is to change your face. A drop of blood fell to the ground. A moment later, he walked out and threatened the servants. If Prince Xian finds out that Jiang Jinhua has escaped, everyone in this courtyard will die. So, everyone should be clear about what should not be said. The subordinates behind him looked at each other in fear, then looked at him and asked carefully, so, should we continue to search for Jiang Jinhua? The masked man said coldly, send people to search secretly. If you can capture her alive, then capture her alive. If not, he threw the handkerchief forcefully to the ground. At the ready-made clothes shop, Jiang Jinhua walked inside to look at the clothes. The people around saw her and whispered among themselves, Tiske Kiske, another young lady has run away from home. Go, quickly inform Nanningo, we have an order. On her side, Jiang Jinhua picked up a set of clothes, looked at the shopkeeper, and said, Shopkeeper, this set of clothes for me. I want to try it on, and then please give me a hair tie. The shopkeeper was startled and hurried over. This way, to the changing room. The shopkeeper led Jiang Jinhua to the changing room and said with a smile, the changing room is here. Customer, take your time, don't be alarmed. Jiang Jinhua smiled and thanked him. Sorry to trouble you, shopkeeper. 15 minutes later, the changing room door opened. Jiang Jinhua came out in a different outfit and asked the shopkeeper, Shopkeeper, how much is the total? The shopkeeper crossed his arms and looked at her with a cold smile. How could the clothes be free? The man beside him, holding a large club, looked at her with a malicious smile. But you have to stay. Jiang Jinhua was stunned. She quickly dodged to the side aside to avoid his club. With one hand, she grabbed the man's wrist, pressed an acupoint on his wrist. Jiang Kam-hoa looked at her hand in astonishment. What exactly was the original owner's identity to know acupressure and to be so accurate? The shopkeeper angrily looked at the man and shouted, "What are you doing? You can't even catch a stick?" The man clutched his wrist, frowning, and said, "My hand is numb. Boss." She hit an acupoint. Jiang Kam-hoa pursed her lips and smiled coldly. "No matter who my identity is, I must first punish these two." Jiang Kam-hoa picked up the stick from the ground and struck hard at the man's stomach. The man clutched his stomach and knelt on the ground, his whole body trembling. The shopkeeper angrily gritted his teeth and ran to sneak attack Jiang Kam-hoa from behind. Jiang Kam-hoa easily dodged to one side. She raised the stick again and struck his leg hard. The shopkeeper immediately fell to his knees. Jiang Kam-hoa then pressed an acupoint on the shopkeeper's neck. The shopkeeper's face turned pale. "Why do I feel so dizzy?" Jiang Kam-hoa smiled at him. "I pressed the acupoint behind your ear. Your brain isn't getting enough blood, so of course you'll feel dizzy." The shopkeeper collapsed to the ground and weakly called out, "Waiter, waiter, quickly catch her." The subordinate beside him, clutching his stomach and crying his eyes out, hurriedly said, "Wait for me a moment." Jiang Kam-hoa smiled and dusted off her hands. "Luckily, it was just two weaklings. If I had met an old pro, it wouldn't have been this easy." Suddenly, the door was kicked open. A beautiful young lady walked in and said, "Shopkeeper, the business you mentioned, I haven't seen it all day. Do you want me to come and get it myself?" Two tall, sturdy men stood firmly in front of her. She looked in astonishment at the scene in the room. Jiang Kam-hoa's expression changed. "I really jinxed it." The madam smiled sinisterly, sizing her up. "What's there to be afraid of at Chunfang Courtyard? You two are truly useless. To be beaten into this state by a mere girl." She handed the shopkeeper a bag of money. "If I hadn't come, would the goods have been lost?" The shopkeeper smiled fawningly. Yes, it's a good thing Ngamama arrived just in time." Jiang Kam-hoa, tied up tightly, sat to one side with a frown. Ngamama took a puff from a pipe and looked at her with a cold smile. "I advise you to behave yourself now that you're here. If you cause trouble, I'll make you serve the most customers. That's how you make money." Jiang Kam-hoa's face darkened. "I miscalculated. Why wasn't my escape as smooth as placing the sleeping incense in the room? What should I do now?" Just then, a young man with a bruised face ran in shouting, "Mother, mother, come look at me. Your son is about to be beaten to death." Ngamama hugged him heartbrokenly. "Who? Tell mother. Who dare to beat my son like this?" The man threw himself into her arms and cried loudly. Ngamama hugged him heartbrokenly and comforted him. "I've told you about the people on the main road. Why did you have to mess with them?" Seeing this scene, Jiang Kam-hoa thought to herself, "My chance to escape has come." The man looked at Nguma tearfully and said, "Isn't mother as powerful as a high official? Your child risked his life to escape. You must report this to the authorities and avenge me." While the group was distracted, Jiang Kam-hoa shifted a little. Ngama looked at him, stunned, and asked, "A whole group of them beat you like that, and you still managed to escape? You're so foolish. Don't let them use you as bait to catch a bigger fish." At that moment, the door was kicked open forcefully. Kinam Kwang led a group of men in coldly. "Arrest them all for investigation." Jiang Kam-hoa, frightened, tried to sneak away. Seeing her face, Kinam Kwang was stunned. "Gamhwa." 1 hour earlier, the bored man rested his chin on his hand and sighed. "Weren't there supposed to be many rich people on this road? But it's been half a day, and I haven't seen anyone." Seeing a procession of people and horses approaching, his eyes lit up. Well, someone's coming." Datan sat outside driving the carriage, while inside, Kinam Kwang held the urn with Jiang Kam-hoa's ashes. He looked at the jade pendant in his hand, his lips murmuring softly, "Gamhwa." Back then, we went to Western Shu together, but now I'm the only one returning to the capital. "Kam-hoa, I miss you so much." Seeing the carriage pass by, the man, a Bagua fortune teller, stood up and pretended to say, "A lingering spirit, constantly hovering nearby. The Een energy is thick." Hearing this, Datan looked at him angrily and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you insult my master?" Kinam Kwang lifted the curtain to look outside and asked, "What's happening?" The fortune teller said with a straight face, "Your young friend in the carriage. The Een energy is thick. Though she has passed, she is still by your side, unable to depart." Kinam Kwang frowned at him and asked, "You're saying Kam-hoa is still here?" Seeing his strong reaction, the fortune teller smiled smugly to himself. He took the bait. "Next, I just need to lure him to the house and have Chu Tui pretend to be a resurrected spirit. Her latter half of life can be filled with wealth and prosperity." He smiled and hurriedly said, "The young friend's fate was miscalculated. Though she has passed, her feelings were deep, her soul remains, and she can return to the world of the living." Kinam Kwang excitedly grabbed the fortune teller's hand. "You're saying Kam-hoa can be revived, but her body has already been cremated?" His hand was gripped so tightly it hurt. The fortune teller quickly pulled his hand back and replied, "No matter. Watch as this humble one performs a ritual. She will find a suitable body to possess and return to life." Her soul is flying east. Tan Tuet Lam, standing beside them, frowned in anger. The fortune teller grabbed his tools and pretended to say, Over there." Tantuet Lam angrily slapped him hard. Min, come and gag this swindler for me. She angrily grabbed Kin Nam Kwang's collar. He's clearly a swindler, and you still dare to believe him? Prince Kan, you need to wake up. Jiang Kam Hoa is already dead. Don't wallow in sorrow anymore. It would be better to find out who harmed her. Those who for their own selfish interests caused her to end up like this are still in the capital. Can you accept that? If you want revenge, come find me. The Tong family is always ready to help. Kin Nam Kwang clenches fists. The fight for the throne, treacherous schemes, complex webs of interests. He raised his head, his eyes sharp and cold. I want the entire capital to look up to me. Kin Nam Kwang walked to Tan Tuet Lam's side and said with a frown, the swindler just said he wanted to go to a certain place. He was waiting here for me. There must be someone behind this. Let him go. We'll cast a net to catch the fish. Seeing that he had regained his spirit, Tan Tuet Lam smiled. I had the same idea. The door was kicked open. Kin Nam Kwang looked at the room inside and coldly ordered, take them all for investigation. Seeing the familiar face, Kin Nam Kwang's entire body froze. Gamhwa. He suddenly shook his head in denial. No, this could be a trap. I underestimated him. To dare use a look-alike as a substitute. He ordered angrily, daring to impersonate a member of the royal family. Take them all to the Ministry of Justice. The pitiful Jiang Kam Hoa quickly shouted, wait, I'm innocent. I'm a victim too. Datan frowned and quickly asked, the one who looks like the princess consort, should we take her too? Kin Nam Kwang pressed his lips together, silent for a moment then, gave the order. Take her back to the prince's manor. This prince will interrogate her personally. Datan escorted Ngu Ma's group out. Go, hurry up. Tantuet Lam stood to one side, observing. Kin Nam Kwang stepped into the carriage. Tantuet Lam looked at him and quickly asked, Prince Kan, aren't you coming with us to escort them to the Ministry of Punishments for interrogation? Kin Nam Kwang glanced at her and said indifferently, I'll leave this to Datan. You also have credit for catching these local tyrants. You can follow Datan to the palace. Tantuet Lam was stunned. Then Prince Kan, Your Highness. The corner of Kin Nam Kwang's lips lifted. This prince still has important matters to attend to. Let's go. The carriage quickly headed back to the manor. Kin Nam Kwang sat in the carriage, his hand propping up his cheek, looking at Jiang Kam Hoa beside him. Jiang Kam Hoa gave a forced smile and said, Your Highness, I was just unfortunately captured and taken to a brothel. Do you think you could let me go? Kin Nam Kwang rubbed his chin and said coolly, Your matter, this prince will interrogate personally. If it was just a misfortune, what is there to be afraid of? Jiang Kam Hoa was stunned. She suddenly remembered. I have proof of my identity in my pouch. Your Highness can check it. The carriage hit a small rock, shaking a little, and Jiang Kam Hoa, sitting unsteadily, swayed and was about to fall. Kin Nam Kwang looked at her with worry and alarm. Careful. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. Jiang Kam Hoa's heart pounded uncontrollably. She said in a small voice, thank you. Kin Nam Kwang reluctantly let her go. The carriage is stable now. If you mess around again, I will punish you. Jiang Kam Hoa quickly replied, Yes. The two of them sat up properly, their heads lowered. Kin Nam Kwang, with one hand on his cheek, glanced at Jiang Kam Hoa beside him. This is not good. I can't help but treat her like Kam Hoa. Jiang Kam Hoa, sitting beside him, thought to herself, this sarcastic prince Kin is actually a kind person. Arriving back at Prince Kan's manor, they got off the carriage. Kin Nam Kwang pulled Jiang Kam Hoa inside. Noyet Lin's eyes lit up as she ran after the two of them, being dragged inside by Kin Nam Kwang without any gentleness. Jiang Kam Hoa puffed her cheeks in anger. I take it back. He's not polite at all. Two maids sweeping the courtyard saw her and were astonished. Didn't the princess consort pass away? I heard she's someone who just looks like the princess consort. Kin Nam Kwang shot an angry glare at the two maids. The two maids shrank back in fear. The door to a room was opened. Kin Nam Kwang pushed Jiang Kam Hoa inside. Watch her carefully. Don't let her escape. I will come to interrogate her tomorrow. Noyet Lin quickly replied. Yes. Kin Nam Kwang suddenly remembered. Oh, that's right. He reached his hand towards Jiang Kam Hoa's chest, since you so strongly requested it. He took the token from her person. Then I'll check this proof of identity. Jiang Kam Hoa's face flushed red as she angrily cursed. You scoundrel. Late at night, in Prince Jin's manor, Ji Nam Kwang looked at Datan and asked urgently, have you found out her identity yet? Datan hurriedly reported. Based on that item, your subordinate found a family of Zither Masters. But the description of the Zither Master's appearance doesn't match that young lady. Ji Nam Kwang let out a cold laugh. Interesting. This is someone with a fake identity. So, who has that Zither Master been associating with recently? Datan looked at him and hurriedly reported. The Zither Master has recently been in the rear courtyard of Prince Tin's manor, teaching the Zither to his beloved concubine, Teet Tin. Ji Nam Kwang's face darkened. Prince Tin? Beloved concubine? Investigate. Continue investigating for me. After speaking, he left in anger. Meanwhile, Jiang Kam Hoa sat in the bathtub, thinking, the Zither Master's identity will definitely be investigated by them. Should I confess that I'm the one who escaped from Prince Tin's manor? But it seems I've heard the names of Prince Jean and Jiang Kam Hoa somewhere. Where could it have been? The door to the room was opened. Jong Kam-hoa looked out warily. Who is it? She quickly grabbed the clothes on the rack. Ji Nam-kwang walked in and looked around. Where is she? Jong Kam-hoa, standing behind the screen, frowned at him. Don't come over here. Ji Nam-kwang, embarrassed, quickly turned his head back. You're the one who escaped from Prince Tin's manor. Are you his beloved concubine? Jong Kam-hoa was stunned. She quickly stepped out and explained to him, I don't like him. Prince Jean, can you let me go? Ji Nam-kwang's face darkened with anger. Facing someone who looked like Kam-hoa, how could he harbor such filthy thoughts? He angrily turned his head back to look at her and asked, did he touch you? Jong Kam-hoa was stunned. What? Ji Nam-kwang grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. Jong Kam-hoa stared at him blankly. Ji Nam-kwang looked at her and asked, did he do this to you? Jong Kam-hoa struggled to break free from his grasp. Let me go. Ji Nam-kwang touched her bare shoulder and continued to ask in a cold voice. Like this? Unable to control himself, he lowered his head and bit her shoulder hard. Or like this? Jong Kam-hoa clenched her teeth to keep from making a sound. Her tears streamed down her cheeks and fell onto him. Ji Nam-kwang suddenly came to his senses. He looked at the teardrop on the back of his hand. Jong Kam-hoa looked at him heartbrokenly and said, he didn't. It was you. Only you have touched me. Ji Nam-kwang, guilty and heartbroken, gripped her shoulders, his voice trembling. Don't cry anymore. He turned and left, sad and dejected. Faced with his face, I can't help but soften. Van Thien Tan came to find Ji Nam-kwang and gave him a vial of antidote. Before the princess consort left, she asked me to examine Ko Van Y's blood, but unexpectedly, she never returned. This is a vial of blood for which I've changed the formulation. It's more effective in soothing the poison, but a complete cure is still missing one ingredient. I'm still searching for it. Ji Nam-kwang took the vial of antidote, his eyes filled with loneliness and longing. The cold poison is the last thing connecting me to her. She always wanted me to find a cure. Van Thien Tan patted his shoulder comfortingly. Don't let her down. I will take this vial of blood back for further research. Don't forget to take your medicine. He took the vial of blood, clutched it tightly in his hand, and turned to leave. There isn't much of Ko Van Y's blood left. I can only use it sparingly. How sad. In the distance, that Tan was walking over in a hurry. He wasn't paying attention and bumped into Van Thien. Tan. The vial of blood in Van Thien Tan's hand fell to the ground and shattered. Van Thien Tan angrily grabbed Tan's collar. Do you know how precious this was? Hearing the commotion, Ji Nam-kwang walked over and looked at the two, asking, what's wrong? Tan, knowing he had made a huge mistake, looked at him and replied dejectedly, I carelessly broke the master's vial. Ji Nam-kwang raised an eyebrow and asked him, what's the matter that you're in such a hurry? Tan looked at him and hurriedly reported, Your Highness, I have found out about the beloved concubine Prince Tin recently took in, named Teet Tin. I snuck into the rear courtyard. I discovered that the beloved concubine looks exactly like the princess consort. Ji Nam-kwang was so stunned he froze. His face fell. There can't be two identical people in this world. Someone intentionally created a Jong Kam-hoa. Kam-hoa was never dead to begin with. At this moment, Jong Kam-hoa walked over from a distance, looked at the three of them, and asked, what happened? She looked at Ji Nam-kwang curiously. Van Thien Tan turned his head, saw her, and was startled. Zhang Kam-hoa. Ji Nam-kwang opened his mouth, then closed it again. Jong Kam-hoa looked at Van Thien Tan and asked, why is there such a strong smell of blood? Are you injured on your hand? Van Thien Tan looked at her and quickly replied, I'm not injured. It's not me. He glanced at Ji Nam-kwang, his eyes full of confusion. Ji Nam-kwang's face fell as he asked coldly, Who are you? Who are you? He grabbed Jong Kam-hoa's shoulders agitatedly. Tan saw a Kam-hoa in Prince Tin's manor today. Come on, tell me, why do you both have a face? Like Kam-hoa's? Jong Kam-hoa was stunned. Her face turned pale, and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Ji Nam-kwang worriedly caught her. What's wrong with you? Van Thien Tan said quickly. Let me check her pulse. He immediately took Jong Kam-hoa's pulse, his brows furrowed tightly, his face full of astonishment. She has. The cold poison has relapsed. Ji Nam-kwang looked at Jong Kam-hoa in his arms in shock. Cold poison? You're saying she has the cold poison. She is Jong Kam-hoa. How can that be? He stared intently at Jong Kam-hoa in his arms, his face full of disbelief. Van Thien Tan looked at him, frowned, and said, Do you remember what happened when Kam-hoa smelled Ko Van Y's blood? What happened? Late at night, in Prince Jin's manor, Jong Kam-hoa lay on the bed, her brows tightly furrowed. The red mark on her forehead gradually spread. Fragmented images appeared in Jong Kam-hoa's mind. She had prepared the medicine herself, but was too afraid of the bitterness to drink it. That man, holding the medicine bowl in one hand and her waist in the other, smiled and said, How about we drink it together? Jong Kam-hoa's face fell. Who is he? Why does he feel so familiar? But I still can't see his face clearly. The people beside her looked on worriedly. The princess consort still refuses to drink the medicine. What should we do? Ji Nam-kwang snatched the medicine bowl. Let me. Then he tilted his head back and drank the entire bowl of medicine before leaning down to kiss Jong Kam-hoa's lips. The two kissed for a moment. Jong Kam-hoa slowly opened her eyes. She stared in stunned surprise at the scene before her. Seeing that she was awake, Ji Nam Kwong breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. You're awake. Jong Kam-hoa looked at him, her cheeks flushed red. Nam Kwong Hus. Her brows furrowed tightly. Husband. Ji Nam Kwong looked at her, surprised and overjoyed. You really are Kam-hoa. You've recovered your memory. Jong Kam-hoa grabbed his hand and said, Prince Tin bribed Eunuch Lai. When we were in Western Shu, he gave me a fake death potion. Then he sent his subordinates to kidnap me. Ji Nam Kwong's face darkened with anger. I will go arrest Eunuch Lai and Prince Tin. Jong Kam-hoa quickly stopped him. Wait, Eunuch Lai is in the palace. He can't escape. We just need to send someone to inform the emperor. As for Prince Tin, without evidence, we might alert the enemy. Ji Nam Kwong let out a cold laugh. Huh, you don't know. There is a Kam-hoa in Prince Tin's manor. Such evidence. It's enough to make him lose all face. Jong Kam-hoa was shocked, her brows furrowing tightly. I'll go with you. In Prince Tin's manor, a large fire erupted. Jong Kam-hoa and Ji Nam Kwong rode on horseback, galloping. Quickly, Ji Nam Hien had his arm around the fake Jong Kam-hoa's shoulder, reassuring her in a low voice. Don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can harm you. But the princess consort still hasn't escaped. An angry voice rang out. Ji Nam Hien, you are so bold. Ji Nam Hien turned his head in shock. Seeing Ji Nam Kwong walk in, followed by Jong Kam-hoa, he looked at Kam-hoa in astonishment. Ji Nam Hien suddenly reacted. He pulled his hand back and looked angrily at the fake Jong Kam-hoa beside him. You, who are you? The fake Jong Kam-hoa looked at him, trembling with fear. My lord, I am Kam-hoa, your beloved concubine. What's wrong? Ji Nam Kwong impatiently raised his hand and ordered the subordinates behind him. Arrest these people for me. The rest of you, quickly put out the fire. Datan quickly replied. Yes. Ji Nam Hien looked at him unwillingly and roared. How can this be? I clearly had Kui Dain arrange everything. How could this happen? He was restrained by two soldiers, his face full of disbelief. This isn't real. You must be deceiving me. Ji Nam Kwong walked up to him and said coldly, Save your words for Father Emperor. Prince Tin's manor was burning fiercely. Outside, Jong Kam-hoa sighed. I never expected Prince Tin, who seemed as gentle as jade, to end up like this. Ji Nam Kwong put his arm around her shoulder and said indifferently, The ways of the world are hard to predict. Suddenly, there was a sound. Ji Nam Kwong turned around warily. Who's there? Kui Dain, holding the fainted Ko Van Wai in his arms, tensed up when he realized he'd been discovered. Jong Kam-hoa looked at him angrily. It's you. Why are you with her? Kui Dain lowered his head and said in a low voice, Everything I've done since coming here was to rescue the princess. Can you let us go? I will tell you how to cure the cold. Poison. Ji Nam Kwong looked at him for a moment, then agreed. All right. A small pouch of medicine flew through the air. Jong Kam-hoa reached out and caught it. I know you all gave me a fake cold poison antidote. This is Tao 2 from Tien Lung Tao in Western Liang. Crush it and use it with the medicine. Kui Dain, holding Ko Van Wai, glanced at the two of them. From now on, we owe each other nothing. After speaking, he carried Ko Van Wai and quickly left. Ji Nam Kwong looked at Jong Kam-hoa in surprise and said, I didn't expect that he knew Princess Van Wai. Jong Kam-hoa lowered her head and said, The way Kui Dain plotted against me made me not want to save Princess Van Wai either. I really don't know if this is incredibly brave or deeply affectionate. She raised her head, looked at Ji Nam Kwong, and said with a smile, But I suppose the princess's suffering has finally ended. Ji Nam Kwong looked at her unhappily and asked, Is this prince not deeply affectionate with you? This prince has also saved you 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Jong Kam-hoa laughed and caressed his cheek. All right. You are also very affectionate. Ji Nam Kwong looked at her coquettishly. Then I want a reward. Jong Kam-hoa was stunned. Before she could react, Ji Nam Kwong leaned down and placed a kiss on her lips. A moment later, he let go of her slightly, smiled, and said, The cold poison now has an antidote. There's nothing to worry about anymore. Jong Kam-hoa smiled happily and hugged him. That's right, nothing can separate us. Kin Nam Kwong held her tightly with deep affection. This life is not enough. We will be together in the next life, too. Jong Kam-hoa replied gently, I will listen to whatever you say. The 23rd year of the Vin Hung reign. Prince Tin, Kin Nam Hien, has formed factions, harbored ill intentions towards his imperial brother, and is lacking in virtue. He is hereby stripped of his title as Prince Tin. He is to be confined to his residence to reflect. He is not permitted to leave without an order. Prince Kin Nam Kwong, is appointed as the crown prince. Jong Kam-hoa is made the crown princess. They will reside in the Eastern Palace to ensure 10,000 years of unified rule. Kin Nam Kwong leads Jong Kam-hoa away. Behind them, a eunuch hurriedly chases after the two. Your Highness, the crown prince. Your Highness, the crown prince. Please wait a moment. Kin Nam Kwong and Jong Kam-hoa turn their heads to look at him. The eunuch, holding a list, runs up panting. Your Highness, the crown prince. Now that you are the legitimate heir, the most important matter is to produce offspring and continue the royal bloodline. His Majesty has sent a list of beauties. Please, Your Highness, make your selection. He respectfully presents the list to Nam Kwang. Nam Kwang coldly refuses. There is no need. This crown prince finds the Eastern Palace crowded enough. I do not wish to take concubines. Beside him, John Cam Hoa tugs his sleeve and says softly, Your Highness, the crown prince. This is the emperor's kind intention. Are you certain you don't want to? Nam Kwang puts his arm around her shoulder, as for the matter of producing offspring. He pulls her into his embrace, smiles, and says, I only need you, Kamni. John Cam Hoa breaks into a happy smile, and oh regrets. Nam Kwang nods, his voice firm, in oh regrets. This episode ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like and a share to give me more motivation to make more videos. Remember to follow to watch the next episodes. Wishing you all a day full of energy.